Chow Chu. Look, look, a cat. It's a kitty. Woof, woof, woof. A series of barks drew the attention of most pedestrians. There was a handsome, snow-white Samoyed and a middle-aged woman whose beauty still lingered. The big white dog was straining forward, its long, silvery fur rippling with each stride like a drifting cloud. But before onlookers could stop to admire, a terrified meow pierced the air. The woman, desperately trying to hold back the sprinting Chow Chu, was already pulled far away. Only their retreating figures under the evening glow and a few startled pigeons fluttering along the path remained. Like any beautiful, ordinary evening, the sun had hidden half its face, leaving behind an orangered wash over the earth and ever-lengthening shadows. Yet ordinary people knew nothing of what lurked within those deepening shadows. At the end of an unremarkable side alley, a pile of disordered debris completely blocked the view. Behind that pile, however, lay the scene of a silent slaughter. A young man in black, his expression dark and icy, now coldly surveyed his enemy at his feet. Following his gaze, one could see a man lying dead, throat slit, his final struggles just ceased. An expression of shock, disbelief, and terror was permanently etched onto his face. Below his jaw, thick blood flowed steadily from the gruesome wound in his neck. The impassive youth calmly wiped a sharp dagger about 25 centimeters long, with deep blood grooves along its cold, double-edged spine. Most peculiarly, the blade itself shimmered with an eerie, greenish hue like oxidized copper. Quickly, he sheathed the dagger and withdrew a small bottle of unknown powder. Sprinkling it over the pool of blood, he watched as the liquid rapidly evaporated and vanished. He cleaned the scene and concealed the body with practiced ease, as if he'd done it countless times. Within minutes, the deepest part of the alley bore no trace of murder. Perhaps only some unlucky sewer worker, years later, might discover the corpse tucked into a dark corner of the underground pipes. With a trace of indifference and finality, Zhang Yang walked out of the alley as the dying sun slowly sank below the horizon. Picking up a bag of fruit he'd bought earlier from a roadside vendor, seamlessly blending into the stream of people heading home. Life is so vibrant and colorful, yet also so fragile. In its constant cycle of birth and death, it quietly reveals the world's truth, life and death. In a spacious room tightly sealed by heavy curtains, a group of men in black sat uneasily around a long table cluttered with computers and firearms. Suddenly, a tall, thin man in sunglasses entered, hanging up his phone, frowning deeply. It's confirmed it lost contact with number 6 10 minutes ago. He's likely been eliminated too. The target is indeed as dangerous and powerful as intelligence reported. I believe this mission is far riskier than anticipated. I suggest we abandon Plan A immediately and activate Plan B. A large, bear-like white man scowled, crushing his cigarette forcefully into the ashtray. Shit, we've lost 5 good men on Plan A, but Plan B has too wide a scope. It could get us all killed. I'm not ready to directly challenge that mysterious nation at suicide. There's no choice. The target is too dangerous for close-range assassination. A $5 million, super high-value target wouldn't be easy. If he were, he wouldn't have lasted this long. This guy's been wanted for nearly 2 years. The bounty jumped from $50,000 to $5 million. That price is paid in blood. Our intel shows at least 9 organizations sent 12 teams, nearly 100 men who died by his hand. Honestly, I didn't want this job, but we were subtly assured someone high up would cover us. And $5 million. He's just one man. He can't survive our combined gunfire. So execute Plan quick and decisive. As long as we use heavy weapons and act fast. He's dead. Chief, that's true, but why do we have to be Team 13? The number 13 feels really unlucky. Shut up, you fool. Enough. Everyone review the target's profile again. Operation at 9 p.m. Execute Plan B, heavy weapon assault. Eliminate the target at all costs. Confirm mission details. Target, Zhang Yang, former combat instructor at Genoa Military Academy, proficient in close-quarters melee combat with bladed weapons. Once. Zhang Yang was the kind of person who seemed utterly ordinary at first glance, neither handsome nor clean-cut. But upon closer inspection, his eyes were striking. Being stared at by him could induce a hallucination of standing on an Arctic ice field. Some said his gaze held a lifeless chill, like the edge of a sword. This aura made him undeniably dangerous. Thus, most of the time, in front of strangers who didn't know him, he wore a smile that seemed warm but was actually hollow and distant, creating an unsettling sense of detachment. Combined, these traits made the man appear almost unreal. At 27, He was in the prime of male physical fitness. His casual clothes couldn't fully conceal his strong, powerfully built frame. Neat short hair, light stubble, and his unique aura added a layer of dangerous, mysterious charm to his otherwise plain features. Zhang Yang had just returned to his current hiding place. Back-to-back assassination attempts made him realize that after months of silence, another batch of bounty hunters had found him. The peace he'd briefly enjoyed was shattered. Death and killing approached once more. Kill or be killed, it was that simple. But why didn't he flee earlier instead of staying to face mortal danger? It was due to a flaw left behind after his personality was twisted by hatred. Zhang Yang couldn't forget the soul-crushing pain that consumed him. He could only suppress his hatred and bloodlust by completely eliminating every single enemy who pursued him. Zhang Yang didn't know how much longer this cycle of killing and fleeing would last. He knew he was warped by hatred, yet he still fought to survive, for he had once promised someone he would live. He intended to keep that promise, for the sake of the person he loved most. Frequently walking the line between death and violence, Zhang Yang occasionally fantasized. If those events hadn't happened, perhaps his life would have taken a different course. Looking out the window as twilight deepened, Zhang Yang let out a helpless, bitter smile. What's done cannot be undone. Dwelling on it was futile. The past was gone forever. The recent assassination attempts seemed to have no effect on his routine. As usual, after finishing his meal, he went to turn on his computer. Checking news, wanted alerts, and security updates had become his habit over the past 2 years. The old computer in the rented apartment always acted up during startup. Instinctively, he reached to flick the CPU fan, which often hesitated to spin at first. But the moment Zhang Yang's finger touched the plastic blades, the lights in the room suddenly went out. Dazed, Zhang Yang thought he heard a faint snap. A power outage? Was this the beginning of another assassination? He sighed helplessly. By now, he was almost numb to attacks. Instantly, like a ghost, he leapt from his seat into the hallway, simultaneously drawing the dagger from his chest. At the exact moment Zhang Yang turned and left, a strange, inexplicable breeze swept through the hermetically sealed room. Inside the window, meticulously sealed by Zhang Yang himself, the thick curtains mysteriously fluttered twice. Several minutes passed. After confirming it wasn't an attack, Zhang Yang took out his phone. Using its faint screen light, he opened a rusty circuit breaker box in the hallway. Just a trip switch? Zhang Yang silently hoped his old computer hadn't been fried. For someone living cautiously, life without a computer would be even harder. He flipped the switch. The lights came back on. But the instant Zhang Yang stepped back inside, the bulb flickered wildly several times. Zhang Yang silently pleaded, "Stop messing with me, okay?" Already having a terrible few days being found by killers, could his luck be so bad that the light was broken too? As if heaven heard his plea, the light stabilized after 3 or 5 seconds, but it seemed noticeably brighter. Was the bulb nearing its end? A final burst of brilliance? Zhang Yang thought cynically. Back in the room, he restarted the computer and again reached for the fan. But this time, Zhang Yang's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Unthinkingly, his hand brushed against an exposed wire. The black electrical tape wrapped around it had somehow come loose. "Chief, bad news. Someone else beat us to it. The entire building where the target lives is on fire." "Probably. Shit. Everyone, follow me. I'll see which bastard is stealing our job." "Yes, Chief." Next morning's news. Due to aging electrical circuits, H province in Huagua experienced a province-wide blackout. Power was restored after 10 hours of emergency repairs. The power department stated. Power plant officials. D-City Morning News. An apartment building constructed in 1982 caught fire due to aging wiring, triggering a gas pipeline explosion, resulting in dozens dead and several missing, with direct economic losses. Insurance companies stated. The power department reminded citizens to update wiring and pay attention to electrical safety. Latest security bulletin. Nationwide manhunt for suspect Zhang Yang, male, 27, in the major serial killings case 1211. Chapter 2. Awakening. I am not myself in a state of hazy confusion. I felt as if I were adrift in a dream or caught in the liminal space between wakefulness and slumber. Despite my fervent attempts to recall my identity and surroundings, I found myself unable to grasp the essence of who I was or where I existed. Instinctively, I sought to touch my head, only to discover the absence of both hands and body, rendering even the simplest gesture unattainable. In this fog, it seemed as though I were floating, my eyes unwilling to open, perhaps even non-existent. A self-deprecating thought crossed my mind. At least I would no longer suffer from headaches. Time slipped away, its significance fading into oblivion. akin to the sensation of an individual who has slept for an eternity yet cannot awaken. Gradually, however, my consciousness began to clarify, and I strained to remember. Who am I? Where am I? Yet, this initial inquiry only plunged me deeper into bewilderment, and my awareness once again dulled. Thus, I oscillated between contemplation and confusion until, at last, the chaos in my mind began to coalesce into a series of fragmented images: a lively boy, a tenacious youth, a resolute man, an exemplary soldier, culminating in that fateful night of blood and fire and countless deaths. Then came the relentless chase and flight, the harrowing trajectory of life and death. The images sharpened, quickened, revealing that beautiful evening, the warm sunlight, the dilapidated computer, the surge of electricity, and the inferno. That was me. A scene so intimately familiar, thoughts crystallizing with increasing clarity. I remembered my name, Zhang Yang. After fleeing for so long, having evaded both the state and assassins, I found myself defeated by a mere computer? Was this fate or retribution? Indeed, my hands were stained with blood, but I had acted out of vengeance, seeking to repay the debts owed to my loved ones. Now, I must be dead, right? This is how I perish? Not in that frenzied night, nor during the ensuing vendetta and escape, but rather in such an absurd accident. A sudden emptiness enveloped Zhang Yang, those memories and longings. Pain and sorrow, resentment and anger felt distant and remote. It is well, let me depart in this manner. My family must be waiting for me, anxious for my return. After a brief moment of despair, a miraculous sense of relief washed over me. The events of the past 2 years, filled with endless flight and slaughter, had left my heart weary, warping my psyche and altering my character. Perhaps this manner of death is not such a terrible conclusion after all. With a hint of self-mockery, curiosity began to stir within Zhang Yang. What has become of me now? Is this the afterlife? Where am I destined to go? Hell, or the realm of the dead? Surely not paradise? Such inquiries consumed my thoughts, initially filled with loss, anger, and memories, which soon gave way to profound boredom. Was my 27-year-old life to end so dramatically? I had once promised to live well for the sake of my loved ones. Gradually, after countless reflections on loss, anger, and unfulfilled desires, everything fell into silence. My thoughts alone remained, yet I found myself incapable of expressing any form of release. Zhang Yang gradually attained a state of complete tranquility. If fate has dictated this course, why struggle against it? What more can I do? In this boundless expanse of chaos, time slips away, though Zhang Yang remains oblivious to its passage. A decade has hastily elapsed, yet in his perception, it feels as though he has traversed an eternity. His thoughts seem to gradually merge with this chaos, his consciousness growing increasingly nebulous, oscillating between clarity and confusion. During a fleeting moment of lucidity, Zhang Yang cannot help but ponder, am I destined to perish here? Born of the heavens, to return to the heavens? Life and death, such is the cycle. His thoughts begin to stabilize, calming to a serene stillness, as if he is truly on the verge of dissolving into nothingness. Just as his mind teeters on the brink of oblivion, Zhang Yang suddenly perceives something. In this void, he senses an anomaly. It defies logic. How can a body devoid of form feel anything? What medium of sensation could it possess? It is a form of awareness. And Zhang Yang surmises this may pertain to the soul. He comprehends it not, yet he feels it profoundly. It is distant, as if on the horizon, yet close enough to be separated by merely a veil of mist. It is a luminous spark. At the heart of this chaotic realm resides a radiant energy, flowing gently. So bright, so magnificent, and irresistibly alluring. Having already crossed the threshold of death, what is there left to fear? Perhaps the mind remains static. But what if the soul persists? After enduring an interminable decade of emptiness, any opportunity to alter the status quo is worth pursuing. What worse fate could befall him? Merely death, after all. Thus, he charges forth toward that radiant spark. In that instant of resolve, Zhang Yang feels his soul surge forward with unwavering determination. And then, the once tranquil luminescence, akin to a crystal sphere, suddenly engulfs him. It erupts into violent chaos. Intense flashes, expanding and contracting, then expanding once more. A cacophony of electric energies rushes from all directions, trailing endlessly long beams of light, colliding ferociously at the source of the luminous sphere, only to transform into a shooting star that strikes Zhang Yang's consciousness. In that moment, Zhang Yang perceives a thunderous roar. Subsequently, All the streams of light coalesce, accelerating into a rapid whirl, and in an instant, this tempestuous sphere breaks through the boundless chaos, propelling Zhang Yang's consciousness through the mist and into a vast, black whirlpool adorned with bluish-purple edges. Could it be a wormhole? This defies the laws of science. The only sensations Zhang Yang can grasp are the overwhelming ferocity of power and speed. Moreover, he feels his very thoughts being elongated. In an instant, Zhang Yang's consciousness once again becomes a haze. The warm sunlight of dusk bathes the landscape, casting 3 small shadows amidst the verdant woods. As the laughter of youth resonates gently through the trees, accompanied by the babbling brook and the rise and fall of insect song, weaving toward the little village beyond the forest, a whisper from the depths of his soul arises in resignation. This cannot be scientific. Who could have imagined that after a dreadful storm, a soul not of this world would descend upon this quaint village, lingering for 8 long years? The night in the small mountain village is exquisitely tranquil and beautiful, the clean and expansive starry sky resembling a quilt, gently enveloping the little village nestled at the foot of the mountain. A gentle breeze disperses the fleeting sounds of insects, while occasionally a cat scurries by, provoking a flurry of barks from nearby dogs. In this serene setting, only one solitary soul lingers in quiet reminiscence, silently feeling and thoughtfully pondering. It contemplates the vivid essence hidden deep within the soul, a streak of blue and white. For 8 years, Zhang Yang has been able to see, hear, remember, and think. Yet he feels no corporeal sensations whatsoever. Is this a rebirth? Or a mythical transcendence? Ultimately, it matters not. The question remains, why must I exist as a mere observer? Why am I confined within the body of a child? Why can I not act autonomously? Why has that bolt of lightning, intertwined with my essence, found its way into my soul? Am I truly alive in this state? Indeed, when Zhang Yang regained consciousness, he discovered he had transformed into an infant. Goodness gracious! How surreal! Could this be reincarnation? Why do I still retain my original consciousness? And what of that terrifying lightning? Zhang Yang felt his resilient nerves teetering on the brink of collapse. To impose upon an adult the life of an infant is nothing short of torment. Yet, despite the futility of his situation, as the infant gradually grows, Zhang Yang realizes he is merely a spectator, unable to command this body or emit a voice that belongs to him. Can this truly be considered living? A ghost, perhaps? Yet, that does not seem quite right. The brink of despair looms ever closer. Slowly, Zhang Yang attempts to control the body, but his efforts are in vain. However, by chance, during moments of concentrated focus, he discovers he can manipulate nearby objects with his mind. This revelation fills him with exhilaration. Telekinesis, extraordinary abilities, the power to retrieve items from afar. These marvels, while secondary, promise to alleviate his boredom. Thus, he begins to revel in this newfound capability, albeit in secrecy. He has pondered whether the lightning within his soul could be harnessed. But as he cautiously approaches it with his thoughts, and delicately grazes the edge of that terrifying electric orb, a flicker of errant lightning bursts forth in an instant. It not only scorches a thumb-sized mark on the heart of this tender body, but also emits a wisp of smoke. In that moment, Zhang Yang nearly succumbed to terror. Having been granted a second chance at life, to perish at his own hand would be profoundly tragic. Naturally, the sudden appearance of the scar horrifies his family, leading them to believe that some divine retribution has befallen them. That bolt of lightning is indeed a fearsome entity. Fortunately, as long as Zhang Yang refrains from touching the electric spark, it remains tranquil. Gradually, he observes that it seems devoid of threat, and thus he begins to ignore it. Seasons change, and prolonged isolation from human interaction has subtly altered his character. Often, Zhang Yang finds himself conversing internally to stave off madness. Could this be a precursor to insanity? For 8 years, Zhang Yang could only grow alongside the child named Light, learning a foreign language and acquiring various forms of knowledge together. He witnessed the child's tears and laughter, observing all that this world had to offer. At this juncture, Zhang Yang resignedly came to understand a harsh truth. This was no longer his homeland, nor even Earth. How disheartening. How did I end up here? It would have been one thing to traverse dimensions, but this video-like existence is far too tragic. Where am I? This is Orlando, a continent entrenched in a medieval era, a realm where swords and fire, magic and monsters coexist. It was then that Zhang Yang comprehended the origin of his memories. Perhaps it was a divine gift. In this foreign land, Only memories could reveal to him who he truly was. Zhang Yang cherished this memory as one would treasure a second chance at life. Even if, at present, it does not feel like his own existence, to be alive is a true blessing. I have not let fate down. Chapter 3. Impressions of Orlando. And the heart of youth Orlando is a wondrous and beautiful world where everything is so novel. Zhang Yang felt fortunate to have followed light from a young age to learn about this realm's knowledge. Mr. Phil's lessons were quite commendable, offering a wealth of comprehensive knowledge. This proved immensely beneficial to him, an alien with an unfamiliar tongue and a lack of understanding. Alongside light, Zhang Yang studied the language and knowledge of this world. And possessing the spirit of an adult, he understood the significance of this knowledge for his future, especially in such an alien environment. During this period, his mindset subtly transformed, becoming somewhat more optimistic. He began to believe that since the heavens had allowed him to live with a soul and consciousness, there remained hope. Zhang Yang resolved to seize every ounce of strength he possessed, transforming it into the means for his survival. His extraordinary abilities had become exceedingly refined. During the stillness of the night, the tomes in Mr. Phil's library would eerily levitate, slowly turning their pages. Occasionally, a branch would rise from the village outskirts, sketching and inscribing on the ground, while a nut would curiously soar, engaging in a game of hide-and-seek with a squirrel. After enduring 10 chaotic years, Zhang Yang's mental prowess had significantly strengthened, drastically reducing his need for rest. He found himself capable of staying awake for several consecutive days without fatigue, only feeling slightly weary after 5 days of sleeplessness, and upon a few hours of slumber, he would awaken revitalized. Zhang Yang speculated that perhaps this was due to the fortitude of his soul, or perhaps a consequence of not being burdened by a physical form. The village remained tranquil, with few adult men present. Tragically, the complexity of this world's inhabitants and their myriad desires was overwhelming. The most apparent fact was that the monstrous beasts dominated the land, even within human nations, their numbers vastly exceeding those of humans. Nonetheless, the activities of mid to high-tier beasts lessened in proximity to larger cities. Wars frequently erupted between the various racial nations of Orlando, resulting in widespread unrest, with most men conscripted into the military. Indeed, many individuals have resorted to becoming mercenaries and adventurers in the hopes of improving their living conditions. As for the father of Light, he was forcibly conscripted when Light was not yet 5 years old, and to this day, his whereabouts remain a mystery. Rice's father left early on to pursue a life as a mercenary, claiming that the life of a mercenary is one sold by oneself, whereas a soldier's life is sold by others, hence his choice. Meanwhile, Shauna's father works for the mayor in a nearby town and cannot return home frequently. In truth, the other families in the village are in similar circumstances. A few men remain at home, often due to injuries or disabilities sustained in military service or adventures. This world is starkly realistic and unyieldingly harsh. As time passes, the innocent youths are maturing, and the elderly are gradually aging. The pristine and untainted world allows for longer lifespans, yet the low quality of life and myriad dangers cause many to depart prematurely. Generally, an average individual lives to around 80 years, while some accomplished practitioners may enjoy a slightly longer existence. However, given the constant threats faced by practitioners, few reach the age of natural death. It is said that if one breaks through to the 7th tier and attains legendary status, one may gain a lifespan of several centuries. Yet, among 10 ordinary individuals, only 3 or 4 may possess the innate talent to become practitioners. Furthermore, it is exceedingly rare for even 10 practitioners to yield a single legendary powerhouse, and among 100,000 practitioners, it is unlikely that even one ascends to the legendary tier. Sorcerers are formidable, yet the exorbitant cost of learning magic renders it an unattainable aspiration for commoners, a privilege reserved for the affluent and noble. Statistically, within the Fran Empire, only 1 in 10,000 possesses magical aptitude. From the acquisition of magical knowledge to the execution of spells, one must achieve tier recognition to become a 0-tier apprentice sorcerer. However, only about 1 in 5 apprentices may rise to become a true sorcerer, reaching the 1st tier of professional status. A truly powerful sorcerer must attain at least the 4th tier, classified as a silver-tiered individual, to be considered strong. The path to advancement is fraught with challenges. It is said that each tier is divided into high, medium, and low levels, with the 7th tier earning the designation of legendary. while the 8th tier is acknowledged as an epic-level practitioner, and the mythical 9th tier is revered as the holy tier, symbolizing transcendence. Typically, practitioners begin to acquire their titles starting from the 4th tier, which not only signifies their strength as recognized by others, but serves as a symbol of honor. The rating of abilities is predominantly determined by strength. Although the Practitioner Guild conducts assessments, most individuals gauge their strength and tier by sensing the energy within themselves and others. Zhang Yang is uncertain whether his ability to manipulate objects and his psychic attributes qualify him as a practitioner, not to mention the latent power of lightning within his soul, which is both perilous and enigmatic. However, pondering such matters is futile. What influence does he truly possess? The lives of young people are imbued with vitality, yet they are also fraught with anguish and choices. At the tender age of 16, when blossoms are in full bloom, the essence of youth is awakening. Lower your voice. Right. This time, we must not let that deer escape. I needed to craft a pair of leather boots, came the whispered admonition. I understand, right? I also wish to prepare some delicacies for my mother and grandparents, he replied. Honestly, Shauna, why does she not care when other hunters go out? Why must we only forage for mushrooms and berries? It's not fair. She never hesitates to feast when the opportunity arises. Enough, enough. Keep silent. I can see it. Right exclaimed, bending down to gently part the grass before him. Not far from the babbling brook, a robust stag was quenching its thirst, ever vigilant. Cautiously lowering its head to drink only when it was assured of safety, its ears twitching attentively. Wright carefully concealed himself behind a tree, drawing his bow with deliberate precision. Inhaling deeply, he nodded at Les, who had similarly readied his bowstring. In unison, they released their grip on the taut strings. The arrows whistled through the air, traversing the distance of more than 20 meters in an instant. Thud, thud. The arrows struck true, embedding themselves in the stag's abdomen and neck. The creature, in agony and bleeding, bolted into the nearby thicket, leaving a trail of mottled blood on the grass and fallen leaves. Hit. We struck it. Quick, let us pursue. The two raced after the blood trail, exhilaration coursing through their veins. Finally, they had secured a worthy prize. Typically, they hunted mere rabbits and pheasants. But this would affirm their status as true hunters. Look, over there, Wright shouted excitedly. The wounded stag lay on the ground, still fighting for life, its legs thrashing as blood pooled beneath it. We must not waste this. Deer blood is a prized resource, as my grandfather often reminds me. Without a moment's hesitation, Wright unfastened his water pouch, disregarding the stag's final struggles, and quickly collected its blood. Huh, the great Wright is indeed a born hunter. He laughed heartily. Enough with the self-congratulation. Hurry and find some branches to tie it up for the journey home. If the scent attracts beasts, you'll have nowhere to lament your fate. Les cautioned. What beasts roam these woods? Larger predators are a rarity, are they not? Let us hurry back and show those farming lads the prowess of Lord Wright. Well, I suppose we managed to gather a pouch of blood. That is commendable. You didn't misplace the berries Shauna requested, did you? Rest assured. How could Lord Wright make such a blunder? The flowers I picked for Shauna are safely tucked in my backpack. Let us go? We still have half a day's journey ahead. By the way, this deer is quite hefty. I estimate it weighs around 120 pounds. As they jested, the young men carried the deer through the forest, filled with pride and joy. Almost at the village. Let us push through, Wright exclaimed, panting. Right. Look at all those people gathered at the village entrance. What is happening? Let us hurry and find out. He called out. Hey, Uncle Eli, what is with the crowd? Wright shouted from a distance. Ah, Wright and Les. Oh my, did you truly return with such a magnificent deer? Remarkable. Let us hasten home to see. Lychee, who has been away as a mercenary, has returned with his companions and is currently distributing goods in the village square. Thank you. We shall go and take a look immediately. The two youths strode towards the village, where a crowd had gathered around the well in the center. A few mercenaries, clad in drab leather armor adorned with iron plates, were laughing heartily as they handed out their spoils. Their basic equipment consisted of a weathered wooden shield and a spear, alongside a short sword. While superior gear certainly existed, it required a greater sum of money, which was evidently scarce among the onlookers. Les' father had returned, bringing with him a generous bounty of gifts. However, the two found it cumbersome to carry the deer and decided to return it home first. Hey, let us take the deer to my house for butchering. We agreed on half each. But the hide is mine. I intend to make a pair of boots for Shauna. All right, You certainly know how to flatter. See you later, Uncle Lychee. Don't forget my gift. Le called out to Lychee while waving goodbye as they made their way towards the Reese household. Shauna was filled with joy, for Uncle Lychee, who always brought her numerous gifts, had returned, and remarkably, all the men who had ventured out with him returned safely as well. Nothing could bring greater happiness than that. No amount of gifts could equate to the value of life. Reflecting on the absent figures from previous years and the tears of loved ones, she caught sight of Le coming around the corner and immediately rushed over. How many times must I say it? Animals are so adorable. Why do you insist on harming them? Couldn't you hunt some unsightly beasts instead? Shauna exclaimed, hands on her hips, fierce as an angry cat. Now, Shauna, surely the other uncles in the village are also hunting. Why do you always target us? Besides, I've never seen you refuse the meat we've cooked. Le retorted softly. Mind your own business. I enjoy it. She huffed, her posture resembling a cat arching its back, displaying its claws and baring its teeth. Le, feeling defeated, sighed. Well, since we've already brought it back, let us not dwell on it. I'll save some for you to take home so your mother can prepare something delicious. Just don't come to my house to mooch food. I will. And I want that hind leg. Shauna's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, you have bested me this time. Le exchanged resigned glances as they swiftly dressed the deer in the yard. I'm heading home now. I'll come by later to collect my gift. Farewell. With that, Le departed, clutching his share, while behind him, Shauna playfully pinched Le's cheek. Ow, that hurts. Stop it. You bully me. Who would want to make cute boots out of such a lovely deer hide? I didn't say that. Who claimed deer hide boots are the most comfortable? I was wrong. Ouch. Stop. Le's cries echoed from afar. Shauna and Wright truly are adversaries, perpetually embroiled in disputes over trivial matters. Yet, it seems that Shauna invariably manages to outsmart Wright, leaving him in a state of disarray. Wright pondered, secretly wishing to engage in a quarrel with Shauna, longing for her to turn the tables and bestow upon him a taste of her playful torment. It is uncertain when this dynamic began, perhaps 2 years prior? The memories have faded. The bond among the trio has deepened, fermenting into something profoundly cherished. Wright often provokes Shauna for no apparent reason, prompting her to retaliate. While he feigns delight on the sidelines, though his smile subtly conceals a tinge of melancholy. Wright delights in gathering delectable fruits for Shauna during their hunting excursions, while he also collects a plethora of exquisite flowers and vibrant fruits, many of which are inedible. Shauna, always radiant, receives the flowers with a joyful laugh, sharing the fruits with the other children in the village. In a hazy reverie, Wright feels that every smile from Shauna is a sight to behold, and her singing and dancing bring him immense joy. He yearns to watch her smile forever, to remain by her side eternally. What once felt like innocent play through hand-holding has transformed. Each grasp and embrace now stirs a different sensation within his heart. Wright is unaware of the nature of these feelings and dares not confide in others, yet he knows. A pair of serene eyes observes all of this. There is a nostalgic sweetness to these moments, reminiscent of a youthful first love, innocent and naive, perhaps culminating in a bittersweet memory. Zhang Yang suddenly yearns to explore this world, to witness its wonders and the marvels of its magic. One day, he will discover a way to truly live. One day, he will reach out, walk, savor, see, hear, and speak. One must never relinquish hope. There will come a day. At this moment, Zhang Yang remains oblivious to the unquenchable flames of war ravaging the continent, the smoke of conflict rising amidst the land. As battle flags soar, blood flows like rivers beneath them, and corpses pile like mountains. How many blossoms wither amidst this blood and fire? How many souls are displaced? How many will find their final resting place far from home? Let youth and dreams soar a little longer. Let beauty linger a while more, just a little longer. Chapter 4. Death in the darkness as night fell. Torches in the village center flickered to life, casting their dancing light into the surroundings, dispelling the encroaching darkness. People gradually gathered by the well, curiously exchanging murmurs. Their unease mirrored the flickering flames, for they were uncertain of what had transpired and why they were summoned so late. Rumors of returning mercenaries hinted at impending events. In this moment of uncertainty, a palpable anxiety swept through the small square. Amidst the chatter, the three friends deftly maneuvered to the front of the crowd, squatting at the edge of the well. At that moment, the village chief and the returning mercenaries arrived in the square. Lychee and his companions have returned with news regarding the Empire. Unfortunately, War is looming once again. In a few days, representatives from the Empire will arrive in the village to conscript soldiers, so everyone should prepare themselves, especially the men above the age of 15. It is time for you to determine your future path. Alas, due to the conscription for war, this year's taxes will double. But those with family members who enlist will be exempt from taxation. Sigh, are we to engage in battle again? Which factions are clashing, and why? Must it always be those tiresome nobles stirring up trouble, preventing us from enjoying a few peaceful days? How exasperating! The villagers murmured among themselves, and a wave of anger gradually spread. Moreover, it has been reported that the province of Felix, located to the east near the monster forest, has been besieged by hordes of beasts. While most of the monsters have been eradicated by the Franchield cavalry, many formidable creatures have fled into the heart of the empire. Given our proximity to Felix, we must exercise caution and refrain from hunting in the mountains for the time being. The winds of change are upon us. I recall the last monster upheaval occurred over a decade ago. We owe our gratitude for this news to the mercenaries who have ventured out. Now let us disperse. Monsters. I wonder, could they be endearing? I long to catch a glimpse of one. Might they be fluffy and plump? Oh, how I yearn to keep one as a pet. Shauna's eyes sparkled with excitement, causing Wright and Leyte to feel uneasy. Right. Will you accompany your father on his mercenary venture this time? Leyte shifted the subject, discreetly masking his own anxiety and anticipation. Perhaps, though I haven't made a firm decision yet. What about you, Leyte? I haven't decided either. I'll discuss it with my family and see. The crowd in the village gradually dispersed, and the lights in the homes began to extinguish one by one, leaving only the torch by the well flickering feebly, resembling a dying ember. In the distant woods, faint roars of beasts could be heard. At that moment, a massive black and red leopard appeared atop a mountain peak, its scarlet eyes gleaming with a frenzied light, sparks flying from its nostrils, and its sharp claws easily etching deep grooves into the rock. Its gaze, filled with madness and bloodlust, was fixated on the tranquil village below. The following day, a messenger from Ragu town arrived in the village to announce the Empire's conscription orders. In a few days, the recruitment party would come to the village, urging everyone to prepare, but the matter of the monsters was not mentioned at all. Most eligible young men were bound to depart, following Lychee to seek their fortunes as mercenaries, perhaps to become heroes in the process. The hearts of the youth were stirred with excitement, for this age is one of impulsiveness and adventure. Wright resolved to follow in his father's footsteps as a mercenary, and Leyte felt that being a mercenary was preferable to being a soldier, as it would at least provide the safety of familiar guardianship. A lingering sense of sorrow at parting enveloped the small village. On that fateful night, the dog, sensing an inexplicable dread, timidly tucked its tail and retreated to its den, trembling and refusing to emerge. The cattle and sheep huddled in their enclosures, burying their heads in fear as a crimson shadow loomed closer to the village. It vividly recalled a group of humans clad in splendid armor, wielding sharp weapons as they invaded its territory, ruthlessly slaughtering its kin and mate. What stoked its fury even further was the theft of its offspring. It charged forth, intent on annihilating all humans, but they proved formidable and overwhelming in number. Even the mightiest among its kind could only flee, wounded and battered. The memory of that black sword, which had pierced its flesh, was forever etched in its mind, a reminder of the agony that eroded both body and spirit. Hatred and rage transformed its yellow eyes into a fiery red. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate all humans. Tear them apart. Devour them. I shall have my vengeance. Suddenly, explosions and flames erupted throughout the small village. A black and red leopard, no, a colossal leopard, had morphed into the grim reaper of night and fire, revealing its fangs and unleashing its fury. It stood atop a house, incessantly spewing black and red fireballs that detonated upon impact, igniting toxic flames that consumed everything in their path. Boom, boom. In the midst of slumber, Light was jolted awake by a deafening roar, followed by the searing pain of debris and flames engulfing his body. In a panic, he scrambled out of the half-collapsed house, his vision blurring with disbelief at the devastation before him. The rear room had been completely engulfed by fire and rubble. Grandfather, grandmother, mother. Light's throat burned with the urge to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. Blood flowed from a wound on his head, trickling into his eyes and painting his vision a harrowing crimson. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth from the flaming corridor of the half-collapsed structure. It was Klina. Light's mother, Klina. Flames licked at her back and skirt, and half her face was stained with blood, spotting her son frozen in place. She disregarded her grave injuries and shouted with all her might, "Run! Quickly, Light! Run! It's dangerous! There's a monster!" As she cried out desperately, a powerful claw swept across Klina's form with terrifying speed, leaving multiple afterimages in its wake. With a sickening thud, Light's mother was hurled against the wall of the courtyard like a ragged doll, her blood splattering against the surface in a tragic crimson arc. Mother! Light sprinted towards her, madness driving his every step, yet the enormous black and red leopard effortlessly leapt before him. With merely a casual swipe, Light felt himself soaring into the air, ascending higher and higher, while his mother receded further away. Following a violent collision, his consciousness began to blur. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and soon, darkness enveloped him. When Lychee burst forth with mercenaries and the men of the village, a third of the small hamlet was already ablaze. Shauna and her mother, Agina, along with the elderly and children, were swiftly relocated to the cellar in the southern part of the village. Huddled together, they trembled and wept, too fearful to peek outside. Outside, the sounds of explosions reverberated, mingled with the cries of the wounded. It was a Tier 3 beginner magical beast, the fiery leopard. How could it possibly appear here? And why was it blackish red? It should have been orange red. An erudite mercenary cried out in terror. There was no time to ponder. Many were still trapped inside. Riss, take a few men to rescue them. The rest of you, form a circular formation with me and attempt to drive it away. Lychee, disregarding fear and sorrow, steeled himself to rally the troops and charge forward. We cannot win. We stand no chance. The strongest among us are merely 3 who barely qualify as Tier 1 advanced warriors, significantly stronger than ordinary folk. Yet still, that is a Tier 3 beast. Typically, magical beasts possess abilities 1 level above humans. Defeating it would likely require at least 3 Tier 3 elite professionals. Even killing it would be a daunting task. We cannot do this, but this is our homeland, our village. Ugina and Light have no way out. We must fight for our families. Lychee's mind raced. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles turning white from exertion. Yet he felt powerless. This was not a mercenary mission that could be abandoned at will. This was his home. Taking a deep breath, Lychee shouted, "For our home, we fight." And then he charged forward. The dark, fiery leopard extended its tongue, licking its nose, as a cruel yet satisfied smile seemed to curl at the corners of its mouth. It crouched slightly and then lunged forward. Light lay quietly against the wall, a deep wound on his chest exposing bone, blood soaking through his clothing and blurring his youthful visage. His once brown hair was matted with blood and dirt, transforming into a murky reddish-brown, strands clinging to his face. A sigh emanated from his soul. Why is human fate always so tragic? One would think you could live a life of perpetual happiness. Could this truly be your destiny? Is this the essence of your existence? How lamentable. At this rate, traversing to another realm seems impossible. Alas, I shall do my utmost. If there is still a chance to save you. Zhang Yang sighed in resignation, realizing that to refrain from interfering with his fate was no longer an option. Surely, he could not merely watch him perish. In that instant, Zhang Yang calmed his mind, focusing his spirit to summon the thunderous power that had long resided quietly within his soul. Over time, he had learned to harness a fragment of this electrical force, discovering that this mass of lightning was layered in complexity. The core he could sense was a vibrant blue-violet spark, surrounded by a silver-white halo. He estimated that by harnessing a small fraction of the peripheral lightning's power to stimulate Light's heart, he might be able to save him. As Light's external injuries were not life-threatening, merely a loss of blood that appeared rather tragic. Perhaps he was simply in shock? With this thought in mind, Zhang Yang cautiously directed a trickle of electricity, and with a crackle, it made contact with Light's heart. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, plunging him into darkness. How perplexing. This defied logic. How could he have fainted again? The flames continued to blaze, and in the distance, Lychee and his companions had already begun to confront the fire leopard. In just a short span, several lives had been lost, while others lay on the ground, writhing in agony from severed limbs. The fire leopard bore only a few inconspicuous marks, hardly wounds at all. The fur of high-tier magical beasts was indeed remarkably resilient. Within a mere 5 minutes, Lychee's group, desperately attempting to restrain the fire leopard, had paid the price with 12 lives. At that moment, Light, who had been lying motionless on the ground, twitched his fingers a few times before suddenly clenching his fist with force. Chapter 5. Rebirth. Thud. 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 Heat. Pain. Dizziness. What is this? Is this the sensation of the body? Zhang Yang hesitated to open his eyes, fearing that upon doing so, he would still be met with chaos. Was he dreaming? Was everything merely an illusion? That nebulous space, that sense of existential dread? 16 years of time? Impossible, right? One must confront reality, mustn't they? Thus, Zhang Yang abruptly sat up and opened his eyes. A wave of weakness and dizziness compelled him to cough and retch. Before him lay the stark reality of fire, the rubble of shattered walls, the thick smoke permeating the air, and pools of blood. Yes, no longer a monochromatic scene, but a vibrant world in full color. Zhang Yang instinctively reached out with his senses. However, they barely extended to a radius of 20 meters before faltering. Simultaneously, he clearly felt that his ability to manipulate objects had diminished nearly tenfold. After 16 years of clandestine training, Zhang Yang had significantly developed his abilities, enabling him to perceive objects within a radius of approximately 200 meters and achieving a linear distance of 500 meters. His control over objects weighed around 4 kilograms, with a speed approaching 4 meters per second. Naturally, there were distance limitations, with a boundary of 80 meters, beyond which weight and speed decreased proportionately. About a 4-meter 10% reduction. Conversely, within 80 meters, there was a boost of 4 meters 5%. These were the fruits of Zhang Yang's arduous training. Yet now, all had been reduced nearly tenfold. His perception could only reach a radius of about 20 meters, with a linear distance of 50 meters. The weight he could manipulate barely exceeded 400 grams, and achieving a speed of 40 meters per second was commendable. The distance limitation had only slightly diminished. With a boundary of merely 10 meters, beyond that, weight and speed decreased even more, roughly a 1 meter 10% reduction. Conversely, within 10 meters, there was a boost of 1 meter 5%. Fortunately, he could still sense his own soul and the eerie tranquility of that electric spark. In light of the previous act of electrifying the heart, the earlier inquiries gradually found resolution. This is no mere dream. Yet, what is the current predicament? Zhang Yang lowered his head and raised his hands, a sensation of familiarity washing over him. Are these not Light's hands? Could it be that I have transformed into Light? Zhang Yang was initially inclined to scream in a cathartic release of his astonishment and joy, yet his voice seemed trapped in his throat. What has happened to me? Listening to his hoarse, altered voice, Zhang Yang could only sorrowfully realize the vast chasm between comprehension and articulation. In this moment, his utmost limit was to stammer out a few words in a raspy whisper. Simultaneously, Zhang Yang swiftly glanced around. Indeed, it seemed he had sought to save a life, only to end up usurping another's body. How ironic. Had he truly succumbed in that moment? Reflecting carefully, he recalled that, perhaps, after Light was struck, it seemed likely that his head had hit the ground first. What a stroke of misfortune. This implied that within that brief span, Light's soul had already vanished. Coincidentally, as Zhang Yang had delivered a feeble electric shock to his heart. Subsequently, the essence of Zhang Yang, who had coexisted with this body for 16 years, had become familiar to it, while he remained merely a spirit, perhaps a symbiotic soul. Thus, through a twist of fate, Zhang Yang's soul was accepted into Light's body. Was this my fortune or Light's misfortune? Without excessive sentimentality or pretense, he resolved to live on with the remnants of Light's existence. First and foremost, he would strive to avenge you. Though this may prove challenging, Zhang Yang contemplated silently. Gathering his strength, Zhang Yang stood up, cautiously moving his limbs. A fiery pain surged in his chest and at the crown of his head. This discomfort was familiar to him from a previous life. Yet now it evoked an exquisite sensation of being truly alive. Slowly and somewhat unsteadily, he traversed the blood-soaked terrain, rapidly acclimating himself to every aspect of this body. Upon reaching the corner of the room, he found Light's mother, Klina, lying there quietly. Through his senses, Zhang Yang confirmed her departure from this world. Gently, he turned her over and laid her flat, removing his coat to cover her head, and tenderly closed her vacant, panic-stricken eyes. He silently vowed, "Rest assured, I shall live on for you, and I will endeavor to exact vengeance on your behalf. Rest in peace," he thought inwardly. Turning away, his gaze swept over the burning structures, bypassing numerous obstacles and familiar corpses, landing on the distant crowd fighting valiantly against the raging fire leopard. Zhang Yang's keen perception detected the creature's ferocity, darkness, and an air of chaotic uncertainty. With little time to ponder, he hesitated briefly before charging into the inferno, racing toward Light's father's room. With determination, he pushed aside several burning beams, and fortunately, the sturdy bow hanging on the wall remained intact. Stumbling forward, he grasped the bow and arrows and swiftly turned towards the direction of the fire leopard. In his eyes, there was no longer the youthful innocence characteristic of Right, but rather the cold clarity and confidence that belonged to Zhang Yang. "I have arrived." Orlando. As he distanced himself, the clarity of the situation dulled. It was only when Zhang Yang approached the fire leopard, a mere 20 meters away, that he truly grasped the formidable threat it posed, inducing an overwhelming urge to flee. It was at this moment that Zhang Yang took the time to observe the fire leopard in detail. Standing over 2 meters tall and measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, it boasted formidable tusks exceeding 20 centimeters, retractable yet razor-sharp claws, a lithe body, and resilient fur. Additionally, it could unleash black-red fireballs with the explosive force of a rocket, regardless of how strong or mature he had become. Even with a psychological age of 43 and having faced countless life-and-death battles, confronting such a wild and powerful beast in his 16-year-old, frail body, armed with rudimentary weapons, sent his heart racing and his limbs growing cold. The sole source of solace lay in the resilience forged through his past experiences amidst chaos, hardening his heart immeasurably. Soon, he bit his lip, using the pain to dissipate the overwhelming fear. Zhang Yang had repeatedly reminded himself, "This is a world of sword and flame. If I wish to survive, I must grow stronger, both in body and spirit." Drawing a deep breath, he slowly exhaled, and after several repetitions, the tension and fear were effectively dispelled, perhaps even suppressed. Zhang Yang swiftly darted behind a fruit tree, retrieving an arrow and steadily knocking it onto his drawn bow, pulling the string back with determination as he aimed firmly at the fire leopard nearby. According to Zhang Yang's perception, he was approximately 20 meters away from the beast. Despite having witnessed this countless times, it was his first occasion wielding a bow and arrow in this world, yet he felt a surge of confidence. Although controlling the projectile could not serve as the primary means of attack, it was nonetheless a formidable support. It could slightly alter the trajectory. Furthermore, he had once been exceptionally skilled with both compound bows and crossbows. All he needed to do was concentrate, ensuring the arrow remained true upon release. With such a short distance, he would surely strike the vital point he aimed for. At this moment, Zhang Yang required only to maximize the bow's strength. The fire leopard moved with remarkable swiftness, yet the assaults from Lai Chi and his companions significantly hampered its actions. As Zhang Yang aimed for the creature's eyes, it became alert. A sense of impending danger had locked onto it. The fire leopard sensed that this targeting would be difficult to evade. Consequently, it began to move with increased caution, and the pressure from Lai Chi and the others visibly lessened. Despite the fire leopard's ferocity and resilient hide, it was not merely a creature reliant on agility. It was, in fact, a powerhouse. Lai Chi, a seasoned mercenary, though only a low-tier advanced level 1, excelled in experience and possessed a remarkably keen intuition. As the fire leopard grew cautious, Lai Chi quickly scanned the surroundings and promptly spotted Zhang Yang, bow drawn and aimed. A tremor ran through Lai Chi's heart. The familiar, youthful figure seemed to have transformed into a stranger. Clad in tattered garments stained with blood, the young face bore a grotesque wound from which blood still oozed, accompanied by a pair of calm, focused, and indifferent eyes. These should not belong to a boy who had just encountered a great upheaval. Rather, those eyes appeared reminiscent of the cold gaze of the indifferent examiner from the Swordmasters Guild in Qiqing. Lai Chi momentarily lost himself in thought before abruptly snapping back to reality. Shouting at Zhang Yang beneath the tree, "Light! Danger! Leave this place immediately and head to the shelter." Zhang Yang merely shook his head slightly. His gaze fixed on the fiery leopard's eyes, mumbling in a disjointed manner, "Focus. Everyone. Attack its hind legs. Be cautious. Avoid its mouth." Lai Chi's brows knitted together. What had happened to Light's speech? Yet, he quickly suppressed his confusion. He decided to follow his instructions. "Everyone, stay safe and aim for the fiery leopard's hind legs, being wary of the fireballs it may spew. When a red glow appears, everyone scatter." This demeanor was entirely uncharacteristic of the Light he knew. He had never been this composed, this perceptive, or this steadfast. He seemed like an entirely different person. Although the reason for his garbled speech eluded Lychee, the steady tone and calm presence felt almost more seasoned than his own. Typically, one would have succumbed to fear by now, indiscriminately loosing arrows. Had that been the case, the fiery leopard would not feel such a formidable threat. Instead, Light merely aimed at it, eschewing any superfluous motions, compelling this formidable beast that had mercilessly decimated their ranks to hesitate. This was no child. Rather, he embodied the essence of a seasoned hunter, a skilled warrior. What was happening, Light? Are you still the boy I once knew? For now, however, such thoughts could be set aside. All that mattered was surviving this beast. As Zhang Yang joined the fray, the situation markedly improved. The fiery leopard, wary of the distant threat, found itself ensnared by Lychee and the others, its limbs marred by numerous wounds from their relentless assault. Its movements grew sluggish, yet its eyes burned with an ever-increasing rage and intensified menace. Chapter 6. The fiery leopard's demise. After a brief interlude, the fiery leopard's hind leg was finally injured. Seizing the opportunity, the seasoned Lychee thrust his weapon, carving a deep gash into the beast's right hind leg. In retaliation, the enraged leopard's tail swept violently, shattering Lychee's shield and subsequently breaking his left arm that held it. Zhang Yang understood that the moment of opportunity was at hand. As the furious fiery leopard sent a mercenary flying with a swipe of its paw, Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened, and he instantly released the tension in his bowstring. With a whoosh, the arrow flew forth. Zhang Yang's perception and control were fully engaged, subtly adjusting the trajectory of the arrow. Thud! Roar! The arrow, propelled with all his strength, traced a masterful arc and struck the fiery leopard squarely in its right eye, the sharp shaft piercing through the corner of its eye socket. Regrettably, in that fleeting moment, the flame leopard slightly turned its head. The arrow did not pierce its eye directly. Rather, it severely injured the depths of its eye. Although the arrow did not completely extinguish the flame leopard's vision, it had deeply embedded itself in the corner of its eye, rendering it unable to open that eye ever again. This cunning shot nearly penetrated its brain. The excruciating pain caused the flame leopard to thrash wildly and roar in agony. Wonderful. Yes. The crowd, filled with hope of victory, erupted in cheers and prepared to surge forward. Quick, fall back. Zhang Yang shouted to the crowd as he made his way toward the right blind spot of the flame leopard's vision. Indeed, the synergy of perception and manipulation could conjure miracles. This ability allowed me to nearly act at will within an effective range, yet it was exhausting. Although the duration was brief, the intense concentration drained my spirit significantly, and wielding this powerful bow was excessively taxing on Light's physique. At that moment, Zhang Yang had no time for contemplation. He swiftly drew an arrow from the quiver on his back, knocked it to the string, and re-aimed at the flame leopard. He began to move cautiously yet swiftly, remaining ensconced in the blind spot on the right side of the beast's vision. A wounded beast is the most ferocious. Zhang Yang understood this well. Just as he departed from his hiding tree, a searing fireball exploded, shattering the tree into countless splinters. Had he been a moment too late, that strike would have been sufficient to reduce him to the same fate as the tree. In this instant, Zhang Yang felt as though he were not reborn in this strange world, but rather transported back to the battlefield of his past life, where life and death hung in the balance. Fall back. Quickly retreat. Heed Light's words. Everyone retreat. Lychee discerned the urgency in Zhang Yang's voice and shouted urgently. Thanks to Zhang Yang's earlier display of archery and Lychee's commanding shout, the crowd hastily withdrew, expanding their perimeter around the flame leopard. This swift action allowed them to narrowly evade the frenzied and fierce onslaught of the injured beast. The flame leopard's front claws swiped forward from either side, generating a gust of wind that pushed the crowd back several meters. Had it not been for Zhang Yang's warning, those who had been tightly encircling the flame leopard would likely have been shredded to pieces by its razor-sharp claws. Lychee was drenched in cold sweat from fright. Had they delayed even slightly longer, the ground would likely be littered with remnants of flesh. He could not help but glance at Light, pondering what had transpired within him. In Lychee's eyes, the boy, calm and composed beyond his years, did not exhibit a hint of joy or pride from his successful shot. Instead, he appeared even more steadfast, vigilant, and lethal. His hand, gripping the bow and knocking the arrow, showed no signs of trembling. This was utterly irrational. If they could survive this immediate peril, he would have to inquire deeply about what had transpired. At this moment, the flame leopard's remaining eye blazed a brilliant crimson. The bloodshot eyes narrowed to mere slits, fixating not on the surroundings, but intently tracking Zhang Yang's every movement. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yang felt an overwhelming, palpable aura of murderous intent and an almost fatal sense of danger bearing down upon him. At least this means others are safe. Zhang Yang thought with a tinge of self-deprecation, his feet tirelessly maneuvering around the raging fire leopard. The atmosphere was thick with tension, a palpable stalemate, as he sensed that this wounded beast was preparing to unleash a lethal strike against him. Raichi, uncle, can you move? Help me, distract it, to the right. Don't be reckless. The other mercenaries and villagers clearly lacked Raichi's skills, although Raichi's left hand was injured. His experience as a seasoned mercenary would surely enable him to coordinate some semblance of strategy. Zhang Yang could only hope that he understood his incantation-like plea, allowing him to divert some of the beast's attention and create an opportunity for counterattack. No problem. This little injury is nothing for me, Lord Raichi. Be careful, Light. I see it's about to go berserk. Zhang Yang thought to himself, it has already lost its mind. With no choice but to take a desperate gamble, Zhang Yang quickened his evasive maneuvers. The wounded fire leopard, with a crippled hind leg and one eye, followed his movements with a relentless focus. It was perplexing that this mere Tier 3 magical beast proved to be such a formidable foe, especially given its size. Akin to that of a small automobile, hardly resembling a leopard at all. This was partly due to Zhang Yang's limited understanding of the circumstances in the world of Otaduo, where most warriors and mercenaries lacked systematic and professional combat training. Even those who had received some training were often only versed in the basics, let alone strategies and tactics. On this continent, battles typically hinged on sheer strength, speed, or defensive prowess. Generally, only those above Tier 4 silver rank possessed the intricate and powerful combat capabilities. Zhang Yang's tactical approach was precisely what countered the brute strength of the fire leopard. Otherwise, this Tier 3 beast could easily withstand the assault of hundreds of ordinary soldiers. At that moment, Raichi, gritting his teeth against the pain, charged forward with his short sword aimed at the leopard's flank. The fire leopard, having previously sustained injury from him, exhibited a hint of caution, slightly shifting its body. In a sudden motion, its tail swept menacingly. Raichi, startled, disregarded any concern for appearances and executed a roll, narrowly avoiding the subsequent tail strike. An opportunity. Zhang Yang held his breath and darted into the blind spot of the fire leopard, specifically to its right side, preparing to draw his bow. However, the fire leopard seemed to possess a premonition, swiftly turning to unleash two frenzied claw strikes toward him. Though startled, Zhang Yang remained composed, executing a slide that allowed him to narrowly evade the vicious attacks. Now lying beneath the head of the fire leopard, he found himself directly beneath its maw. Reeking of heat and blood, the arrowhead in his hand gleamed coldly, aimed squarely at the creature's throat. Yet, in that instant, the fire leopard lowered its head, its crimson eyes gleaming with an unsettling understanding and the anticipation of revenge. From a lofty vantage point, it unleashed a fervent fireball, the culmination of its long-held anticipation, aimed directly at Zhang Yang. In a moment of dire urgency, Zhang Yang relinquished his grip on the taut bowstring and, summoning every ounce of strength, rolled desperately to the left. A thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by a dazzling conflagration and a tumult of smoke and debris that soared into the heavens. In that instant, Shauna was seized by a wave of trepidation, consumed by dread at the nightmarish tableau unfolding before her. Burning ruins, the cacophony of explosive cries, and the rampant inferno. Then, after a cataclysmic detonation, the world around her fell eerily silent. The clamorous shouts of the people ceased, and the violent explosions faded into oblivion. Only the sporadic sounds of burning beams collapsing could be heard. Is everyone all right? Uncle Lychee, Grandpa Rhine, Aunt Clena, and Light. Shauna's vision was blurred by tears. Why? Why did this happen? Was it not enough to live joyously together? Beside her, Light gripped Shauna's hand tightly, as if this gesture could convey even a modicum of courage and solace. Yet his own hand trembled incessantly. Zhang Yang lay on the ground, exhaling deeply and succumbing to a fit of violent coughs. I'm still alive, he thought, exhilarated. At that moment, he felt an adrenaline rush akin to wielding a mere pistol against an armored tank, a reckless endeavor indeed. A searing pain radiated from his back, and a small flame flickered on his right pant leg, crackling ominously. In a sudden burst of energy, Zhang Yang rolled over, extinguishing the flame. But the pain rendered him breathless. As he lay on the ground, his senses gradually returned. Fortunately, he had only sustained extensive burns and abrasions. With no broken bones, a stroke of luck. Just moments before, as the fireball from the fiery leopard neared the ground, Zhang Yang had already rolled away from the epicenter of the explosion, only to be hurled backward by the shockwave, suffering burns on his back and right leg. What of the fiery leopard? Zhang Yang sensed it had struggled briefly before collapsing, motionless, a pool of dark blood oozing from beneath its massive head. Unbeknownst to anyone, a hazy, black gas began to waft from the fiery leopard's body, swirling momentarily before surging into Zhang Yang's mouth and nostrils. With great effort, he finally stood, grimacing as he stumbled toward the fiery leopard. "Light, be careful," Uncle Lychee shouted, utterly disheveled as he knelt on the ground. Zhang Yang did not turn back. Instead, he gestured reassuringly with his hand. Before him, he beheld an arrow protruding from the fiery leopard's mouth, piercing its brain, the fletching having vanished, while the remaining shaft still smoldered. The light of life had faded from the creature's solitary eye, sealing its ignoble fate. Zhang Yang's heart finally found some peace, silently. He conveyed to Light's family, "Rest easy, your vengeance has been avenged." Then, he collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise, overwhelmed by indescribable pain and fatigue. After regaining a modicum of strength, Lychee approached cautiously and helped Zhang Yang to his feet. In the refuge, Sana and the others awaited my visit to ascertain their condition. "Light, are you well? Your injuries seem severe." I expressed my gratitude for his assistance today, and indeed, Uncle Lychee appeared to regard him with newfound respect. "It's nothing. I will go and take a look as well." "Let us go together," I suggested. "If you can still move. Rise quickly so we can check on everyone and tend to the wounded." Upon reaching the shelter, it became evident that most surviving mercenaries were also injured, responding with a weary resolve. The tension was palpable, akin to dancing with death itself. "Let us proceed, Light. They are located to the south of the village." Zhang Yang nodded, gently pushing aside Uncle Lychee's supportive hand, and swayed unsteadily behind him. At that moment, he sensed Uncle Lychee's gaze filled with confusion and doubt. Have I perhaps overstepped? Is the change too conspicuous? How will this conclude? My head aches. With a determined effort, Uncle Lychee forcefully lifted the cover of the shelter's cellar. The torch in Zhang Yang's hand radiated warmth and brightness, instantly dispelling the fear and unease that had enveloped the refuge. As the torchlight illuminated the space, a cloud of dust nearly obscured Sana's vision. Waving away the debris, she beheld Uncle Lychee, who, clutching his left arm, wore a grimace of pain and light, covered in blood and dirt. What struck Sana most was Light's serene countenance, devoid of his previous youthful shyness, his eyes reflecting a cold sharpness tempered with a hint of gentleness. Then, Light declared, "It is safe now. We must save everyone." Following this, he tilted backward and fainted. "Ah, Light, are you all right? Please wake up." Chapter 7. Recovery and Decision. A day later, Zhang Yang remained in bed, feigning unconsciousness, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. It seemed Uncle Lychee had begun to suspect something. Perhaps he could concoct an excuse to navigate past this predicament. But it was inevitable that inconsistencies would arise with prolonged interaction. After all, Zhang Yang could never truly become Light, though he comprehended every detail of Light's character. He was not that bashful child. Perhaps it was time to leave this place and venture into the world beyond. On that nightmarish eve, both villagers and mercenaries suffered grievous losses. Yet, it was an unavoidable fate. After all, they faced a Tier 3 low-level magical beast, capable of wreaking havoc on a small town. For a humble village to vanquish such a creature was nothing short of a miraculous impossibility. While this may sound impressive, the toll was devastating. The Light family, for instance, was engulfed by a fireball descending from the heavens while they slept, most perishing in their dreams. The injuries of those who survived were merely stabilized, they had not worsened. With the remaining mercenaries possessing only rudimentary medical skills, many more lives were likely at stake, especially since the village's sole physician, the late Rhine, was no longer available. There was no choice left. I could no longer feign unconsciousness. I could not merely watch as so many familiar faces succumbed to fate. It was time to rise and do my utmost. At that moment, Zhang Yang felt immense relief for having treated his own wounds earlier. Had he relied on the clumsy hands of the mercenaries, he might not have survived. Why must my fate be so cruel? Zhang Yang could not suppress his inner complaints. As soon as he arrived, he startled Shauna, who was busy concocting medicine. She exclaimed in delight, her excitement almost leading her to rush towards him. "Stop! Don't move. Be careful with that injury." Zhang Yang attempted to mimic Light's tone, but his lack of linguistic talent rendered his speech nearly unintelligible. Fortunately, Shauna managed to comprehend his intent and halted her advance. However, she hurried to his bedside, grasping his hand and bringing it to her face. "Wonderful. Light, you finally awakened. I was so frightened. And everyone, including Grandpa Ryan and Aunt Clena, I never want to have a beast as a pet again. It's all my fault." Shauna suddenly covered her face and began to weep. "Don't, it's all right. Everything has passed." Zhang Yang felt that even his own words were becoming increasingly difficult to accept. It was overwhelming. Initially, he thought learning to communicate would not be challenging. Yet now, uttering even simple phrases felt laborious. Gradually, Shauna composed herself, wiping her tears before turning to hand him the medicine jar. A moment of silent tension ensued. "I prepared this medicine for you. Please drink it. You'll feel better," she encouraged. Zhang Yang nearly fainted at the sight of the murky yellow liquid before him, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "You concocted this? No, it can't be right. That's impossible. I saw Grandpa Ryan just grab random herbs, brew them, and he would recover. So I just picked some random herbs and brewed this." Shauna's face still bore remnants of tears, yet her voice grew softer, her head bowing slightly. Thank you, but this won't do. If the medicine is wrong, it could be fatal. But thank you, Shauna, for your kindness. I'll manage on my own. Please don't worry." Zhang Yang smiled gently at Shauna, instinctively reaching to pat her head, but realizing it was inappropriate. He quickly withdrew and made his way outside. After speaking a bit more, he found that his speech had become somewhat more fluid. However, he still struggled with pronunciation, barely managing to convey meaning in two-word phrases. Indeed, practice was essential. His enunciation had improved significantly. Upon discovering that Light could rise from his bed, the villagers rejoiced, though their happiness was tinged with sympathy and trepidation. After all, their family had departed, leaving him alone, and he had suddenly become capable of vanquishing fearsome beasts. Ignoring the complex gazes of the villagers, Zhang Yang, despite his pain and the dizzying weakness, hurried back to his battered home. Fortunately, some of the herbs and medicines stored in the warehouse had survived. Zhang Yang called upon Shauna, who had come to assist, to help him transport the supplies to the village chief's house. His residence, located in the west of the village, had sustained little damage and offered ample space. Shauna was puzzled. Despite knowing Light for so long, she had never realized he possessed medical knowledge. "When did you learn this?" "I'm fine. Right now? We must carry the seriously injured here for treatment. I will tend to Grandpa and everyone's wounds." After considerable effort, Zhang Yang finally managed to convey his thoughts clearly. Soon, he spread out Grandpa Light's jars and bottles in the room of the village chief, addressing the bewildered chief. It took the chief a while to comprehend, and after some time, he turned around in a daze and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly bring all the injured to my house. Grandpa Light can heal them." Old Master Ryan, what a delightful elder. He is amiable, kind-hearted, and genuine. It is a pity, but rest assured, I have also learned some of your medical skills, and I will do my utmost to fulfill your wish to enable more impoverished individuals to receive treatment. Gradually, the injured were brought in, setting bones, stitching wounds, applying medicine, bandaging, and prescribing medication, until dusk, when the most severe cases were finally attended to. Zhang Yang, despite having refined his spirit, felt utterly exhausted, his complexion ashen. After all, he was also a severely injured person at that moment. As Zhang Yang relaxed, he suddenly realized that without a body, the soul experiences greater freedom, consumes less energy, and possesses formidable strength. Yet, once it merges with the body, all these diminish. This realization elucidated why his abilities had suddenly waned so significantly. His perceptive understanding had always been remarkably accurate. Sitting in a chair, Zhang Yang closed his eyes and gradually drew forth strands of lightning from the depths of his soul, gently invigorating his weary body. He could sense the slight electrical currents stimulating him, significantly enhancing his recuperative capacity, almost by 300. However, the cost was an unbearable itch throughout his body, nearly causing the usually calm and resolute Zhang Yang to groan in discomfort. Indeed, some of his previous concepts proved quite feasible, if only the surge of electricity within him could obey his commands. At this moment, The severe wounds on Zhang Yang's back began to show signs of improvement, though they still appeared quite grave on the surface. After enjoying the dinner brought by Shauna, Zhang Yang was invited by the village chief to spend the night at his home. He said little, as his current stammering would make it difficult to articulate his thoughts clearly. Thus, he simply nodded in acknowledgement of their arrangements, striving to speak as little as possible. Moreover, Zhang Yang was not one to engage in excessive conversation, so the village chief remained silent, merely smiling and gently patting Zhang Yang's shoulder. The night was exceedingly quiet, but Zhang Yang anticipated he would have visitors. Around 8 o'clock, a knock echoed at the door. Zhang Yang rose to open it and found the village chief and Lai Chi, somewhat anxious, standing at the threshold with an oil lamp. "Come in. I've been waiting for you," he managed to say through a stutter. "Ah, is that so? How fortuitous," Lai Chi replied, appearing rather uneasy. The village chief forced a smile and entered the room with Zhang Yang. Once everyone was seated, the atmosphere grew awkward. Ultimately, it was the village chief who broke the silence. "Light, thank you. Thank you for saving the village and all of us. Without you, we would have perished. Indeed, Light. Without you, we would surely have been slaughtered by the fire leopard. The best outcome would have been mutual destruction," Lai Chi chimed in, attempting to fill the silence. Another uncomfortable silence ensued, and Zhang Yang glanced at them, offering a faint smile. How naive are these people, seeking words, yet failing to find suitable excuses. "You all have numerous questions. Allow me to speak." Zhang Yang presented his prepared remarks. "First and foremost, I am the familiar Light to you all." He paused, observing the relieved expressions of the two individuals. A sigh of helplessness escaped his heart. "However, regarding the events that transpired with me, I too am uncertain. The sudden onslaught of the beasts has awakened many instincts within me that I do not comprehend." The two listened intently, striving to grasp the fragmented and pitchy words of Zhang Yang. When they finally discerned the true meaning of his statements, their eyes widened in astonishment, exchanging glances that silently conveyed their shared shock. "I remember. I am the village chief. My grandfather came to my house to steal wine. Uncle Lai Chi sneaked away to watch Aunt Sana bathe. These memories linger vividly." The two felt a sense of embarrassment, yet their expressions betrayed a sense of relief. In the end, Zhang Yang found himself lost in thought, gazing out the window. "I have decided to join the army." The two gasped in surprise. "Are you leaving, Light?" The village chief suddenly appeared saddened, filled with a sense of guilt. "Light, join our mercenary group. We are all from nearby towns and villages. We can look out for each other. Come with us. With the constant battles, joining the army is far too perilous." Lai Chi spoke as if he had resolved to make a significant decision. "Thank you, Uncle Lai Chi, but I have made up my mind. If I stay, I will be treated as a monster, perhaps even a demon. Who can say? I hope such a fate does not befall me. It is better to leave." "Oh, have you truly considered this? The army is exceedingly dangerous. How many have returned unscathed after so many years?" The village chief's resolve wavered, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "You do not know, I am quite formidable." Zhang Yang smiled gently, his eyes remaining calm, akin to a tranquil deep pool. "Oh, haha, is that so? Then we shall not press you further. Do ponder this carefully. You cannot leave immediately, can you? Moreover, your injuries are quite severe. You should rest well. We shall take our leave now." Lai Chi hurriedly pulled the village chief away, departing in haste, forgetting to close the door behind them. Zhang Yang sensed that Lai Chi began speaking as soon as they exited, but he paid little heed. Are we truly leaving this place? Amidst the turmoil, a phrase he had heard somewhere echoed in his mind. All the world shall open their doors to me. Here I come. Chapter 8. Visitors from the army. 5 days passed in tranquility, and the conditions of the injured stabilized significantly. Naturally, Zhang Yang's injuries had improved considerably. Aside from the deep wound on his chest, which had only just begun to scab, the burns and superficial injuries had nearly healed in just a few days. They hardly affected his daily activities, though some pain and itchiness remained. However, for Zhang Yang, this was also a form of happiness. Pain was certainly preferable to the numbness of oblivion. Early in the morning, as he was tending to the wounds of the injured, Wright dashed in, breathless yet exclaiming, "The army is here. So many people. They are gathering at the well square. The village chief wants you to come over." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wright glanced at Zhang Yang, his eyes reflecting a hint of unfamiliarity and reverence. "All right, just a moment. I'll come over once I finish here," Zhang Yang replied with an air of calmness, his speech flowing more smoothly than before. Something was amiss. When had Wright adopted such a composed demeanor? His tone and mannerisms were distinctly different from the stuttering youth Zhang Yang once knew. Alarm bells rang in Wright's mind. But he dared not voice his concerns. The tales of Wright's cool-headedness and strength had spread throughout the small village, transforming his childhood companion into an oddly intimidating figure. This shift left Wright feeling uncomfortable and fearful, as though he had suddenly lost something precious. Wright? What's wrong? You seem to be stammering. Normally. You're not like this. You don't resemble a great hunter at all, Zhang Yang teased, noticing Wright's unease. No, it's you who has changed so much. You never used to speak with such calmness. Wright retorted, attempting to deflect the attention. I must inform the others, so you should hurry along. I'll take my leave now. With that, he fled hastily. Why can't people maintain a sense of normalcy? Zhang Yang silently lamented. I really must work on my speech. I can't continue to speak in such a fragmented manner. Upon arriving at the central well square of the village, Zhang Yang found that most of the villagers had gathered. As he approached, they instinctively parted to create a path for him. He sighed inwardly, realizing that his decision to leave this place was indeed justified. Living in such a manner would be unbearably awkward. This is Wright, the one who vanquished the beast and saved our lives, the village chief announced to a nearby general as Zhang Yang entered the circle. I, along with the mercenaries, fought to slay the beast. I alone could not have achieved it, Zhang Yang calmly interjected, interrupting the chief. In the clearing among the crowd stood a female general. Exuding an aura of prominence akin to a star surrounded by admirers, her gaze fixed upon Zhang Yang. A gentle smile graced her previously stern features, softening her countenance as if warmed by the spring sun. Clad in half-silver armor paired with the blue trousers of the Fran army and deep brown knee-high boots, she embodied a striking presence. Her golden curls cascaded naturally over a pure white cloak, accentuating her noble demeanor. Her elongated, bright eyes, thin lips, and high nose suggested a lineage of high status, while her overall appearance could be deemed above average. Light silently appraised the situation, pondering how someone with a military life exposed to the elements could possess such fair skin. She appeared to be no more than 25 or 26 years old, exuding an air of authority befitting a person of high rank. Internally, Light couldn't help but critique this, yet his demeanor remained composed. He regarded the female general with a calm detachment. Simultaneously, Ophelia observed Light. The remarkable young man whispered about among the villagers. To her eyes, he stood at approximately 1.75 meters, with a well-proportioned physique adorned in coarse garments, resembling a youthful villager. His short, tousled brown hair added to his rustic charm. His slightly square, fair face bore features that were strikingly symmetrical, hinting at a lingering boyish innocence. However, his brows and eyes shattered this gentle facade. His brows were somewhat thick, resembling those drawn by an artist. Yet, it was his eyes that left an indelible impression, deep, frigid, and imbued with a serene indifference. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a trace of the weariness typically associated with age, an incongruity that made it easy to overlook his other characteristics and focus solely on those paradoxical eyes. Are you the one who assisted the militia in slaying the beast? Her voice was cool and pure, much like her snow-white cloak. Indeed, my lady. Light replied with a slight nod. How audacious, to address the commander in such a manner. Do you not understand the necessity of protocol? The captain of her guard, Mary, was incensed, having never encountered such a brazen villager. Did he think that slaying a single beast was a grand achievement? Although it was a formidable third-tier mutated beast, it was of no consequence. That is quite all right, Captain Mary, the general gently interjected, halting her furious retort. Turning to Light, she spoke with gravity. I am Ophelia Camode, commander of the Silver Pegasus Legion of the Southwest, a Silver Knight and a Viscount of the Fran Empire. It is a pleasure to meet you, brave warrior. It is an honor, esteemed Commander Ophelia, Light said, placing his hand on his chest and bowing slightly in a formal manner. The atmosphere grew still. The villagers were taken aback, the soldiers were stunned, and even Mary was momentarily speechless. When had Light learned such noble etiquette? How had this escaped everyone's notice? His demeanor and expressions were nearly on par with that of the general, and though he still stumbled over his words, he now appeared as if he belonged to the aristocracy. Shauna was utterly bewildered, and the thoughts swirling in the minds of the others mirrored hers. What a strange occurrence. This was merely a boy from a humble mountain village, yet he seemed to have transformed entirely. He could slay high-tier beasts, heal the wounded. And now he carried himself like a nobleman? Could it be that stammering had somehow granted him strength? Was this truly light? How peculiar. Humph. Do not think that merely acquiring some noble manners makes you exceptional. We have come in pursuit of the blazing beast, the fire leopard. Although it has been slain, we must retrieve its corpse for our report. Hand over the creature's remains at once. A young officer stepped forward, his nostrils flaring as he spoke. Light cast a glance at him, remaining calm, and stuttered in broken language. The Empire, the law. Mercenaries, hunt, spoils, belong to the mercenaries. The Empire's jurisdiction cannot be confiscated without reason. This, my lord, the beast, is the prey of the mercenaries. You have no right to take it away. What could be more infuriating than attempting to communicate with someone who stutters? Most would say, it takes an eternity to hear the entirety of what they wish to express, driving one to exasperation. This could be considered a form of linguistic soft violence, perhaps. At that moment, this young officer epitomized such impatience. Interrupting another's speech is grossly impolite. He held himself in high regard, believing himself to be a cultured and refined intellectual. Thus, he could only suppress his urge to interject, striving to project an aura of elegance and nobility, while internally seething with frustration. What? You, a sophisticate, think I, Captain Odala, would be ignorant of such laws? You are clearly spouting nonsense. Merrilee's brows knitted in annoyance. This fool, who clearly lacked understanding of imperial law, should refrain from speaking out of turn, for our Silver Pegasus Legion cannot suffer such disgrace. Before Merrilee could voice her thoughts, Ophelia interjected. He is correct, Odala. You are to return and transcribe the entire imperial law 10 times, submit it to Merrilee, and then depart. Casually dismissing the imbecile, Ophelia turned her keen, bright eyes toward Light. It is your village's warriors who have vanquished the beast, rightfully claiming it as spoils. We have merely tracked it here to prevent further harm to civilians. Since the beast is deceased, we will rest for one night and depart after confirming its demise. We shall compensate you for the provisions at the prices set by Bijichi City. There is no need for concern, but it is imperative that the soldiers are well fed. Rest assured, Commander, there will be no problem. The food may be somewhat lacking, but it should suffice, chuckled the village chief, finally seizing an opportunity to interject, bowing and scraping with delight, thinking, as long as it's not free food without payment, everything is splendid. However, at that moment, Chapter 9, an unexpected duel unfolded. Wait. I, Odala Amir, a second-tier knight, do not believe that you, such a boy, can triumph over the beast. Fight me, and let me see if you are worthy of being called a warrior by the commander. The foolish knight finally erupted, exclaiming, Am I to be punished with writing? How outrageous. I detest writing. Moreover, the imperial law is so voluminous. 10 times. 10 times. This is utterly unforgivable. Odala, where has your knightly spirit gone? How can you make such an impudent demand of an injured civilian? Merrilee grew incensed and was about to kick Odala. I accept. Light's calm and measured words once again rendered the atmosphere silent, as if a pin could be heard falling. Light has lost his mind. What is he doing? Fighting a soldier of the army? This is madness. This is madness. Shauna trembled with anxiety and fear. Ophelia was taken aback. This contradictory youth, perhaps merely a slightly older boy, was indeed fascinating. In this remote village, she had encountered an abundance of surprises. Poised and composed, neither servile nor arrogant, he was well versed in noble etiquette and imperial law, exhibiting considerable courage and confidence. Ophelia felt a flicker of interest. Allowing them to spar could prove entertaining. Captain Odara, you are aware of our military regulations. A challenge is permissible, but should you fail, you must demote yourself, while the opponent will be elevated in rank. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Ophelia stated solemnly. Indeed, my lord commander, I wish to see what prowess he possesses that could slay a third-tier magical beast. The fiery leopard. I believe the villagers' boasts are largely exaggerated. Allow me to fight. I cannot abide your being deceived by the ignorant villagers, Odara declared, brimming with bravado. Reminiscent of a proud peacock, or perhaps a frisky rooster. The crowd, including Lychee and others, flushed with indignation yet remained silent. Odara's words effectively nullified the entire village's claims, intensifying the ridicule directed at them. Very well. However, first, no harm must come to anyone. Second, should you lose, you must apologize to the villagers and demote yourself to squad leader. Do you understand? As for you, Light, if you triumph, I shall grant you one reasonable wish. How does that sound? Fair enough. Let it be so, Light replied with a nod. The onlookers gasped, uncertain whether Light was mad or merely foolish. Shortly thereafter, a space was cleared in the small square. Light and Odara instinctively moved to the center of this open area. Draw your sword. Let me see if you possess true skill, or are merely a charlatan with flowery words. Odara proclaimed, brandishing his sword with an air of pride. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Odara with an incredulous expression, inwardly grumbling. What sword do you think I carry? Can't you see I have none on me? You fool, do not expect me to draw one. Lychee, dear uncle, lend me your weapon for a moment, Light requested, feeling a twinge of annoyance. It was apparent that his opponent was nothing more than a naive simpleton, and there was no need to engage in petty disputes. It was best to be cautious in the fight. After all, how long had it been since he had sparred with anyone? How long since he had felt the weight of a weapon in his grasp? A surge of excitement coursed through Zhang Yang. Seeing Light borrow a weapon only fueled Odara's disdain, firmly believing this individual was indeed a fraud. Light, what are you thinking? We cannot let this escalate. Should we concede? Lychee expressed concern, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It was evident to all that Odara was seething with fury, even if Light's life was not at risk. Taking a beating would hardly be dignified. Do not worry, I shall return it shortly. Light took the short sword and round shield that Lychee carried, weighing them in his hands and swinging them gently a few times. A long-lost sense of familiarity washed over him. In that moment, it felt as though he had returned to the training grounds of Jinhua, back to the stage where he had once basked in glory. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, then lightly nodded towards Lychee. Zhang Yang, with sword and shield in hand, stepped into the center of the arena, standing opposite Odala. Are you ready? Just a friendly match. Begin. Mary officiated the contest. Both villagers and the Silver Pegasus Legion warriors were filled with excitement and curiosity. Most believed that the imposing Odala, clad in heavy armor, had the upper hand. However, Ophelia remained unconvinced. The young man's hands were steady, and his gaze was chillingly calm and unwavering. Perhaps. Now, the clash of the sword and shield echoed as Lai Te positioned himself, left hand shielding his upper body while the right held the short sword. Its tip pointed to the ground. He took a half-bow stance with his left leg forward and his right leg slightly bent, ready for action. He calmly addressed Odala. Stop posturing. Watch as I dismantle your pathetic facade of deceit. Odala's anger flared. He was irked by Lai Te's tranquil demeanor. How could the Legion commander speak so politely? He should be groveling in gratitude. You'll see how I'll crush you. The two quickly closed in on each other, with Odala charging forward while Lai Te awaited his approach. Odala was clad in steel plate armor, wielding a long sword. Contact. Dodging a powerful, sweeping blow, Lai Te swiftly crouched to evade the fierce attack, then gracefully leapt back to avoid a quick upward strike. Lai Te kept his shield facing Odala, his body deftly maneuvering while his sword remained concealed behind him. Odala's onslaught was relentless and forceful. Each swing of his long sword produced a whistling wind. Yet he failed to land a hit, not even clashing weapons. This only fueled Odala's fury, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment as he felt toyed with. But he truly could not land a blow. This oppressive battle felt reminiscent of facing a fierce fire leopard, threatening and intense. Was it possible? A one-hit knockout? Lychee's eyes widened in disbelief. Ophelia had never anticipated such a turn of events. Her mouth, slightly agape in surprise, curled into a smile. Odala was destined to lose. When had Lai Te become this strong? Shauna, Lai Te, and the villagers were all taken aback. It was time to conclude this. Odala's fierce shouts belied his true capabilities. With injuries and lacking the stamina for a prolonged fight, it was best to defeat him swiftly. Lai Te felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for a more sophisticated duel. Suddenly, he planted his right foot firmly on the ground, using the momentum to surge forward. Lai Te's shield met Odala's descending sword at an angle, while his right hand thrust the short sword forward like a striking serpent. Boom. Flash. The scene left everyone in awe, frozen in a moment that was strikingly vivid. Odara's sword had been deflected by Light's shield, sending it flying aside, while Light maintained a deep lunge, his short sword poised menacingly at Odara's throat, the cold blade even ruffling a few sparse hairs on his chin. At that moment, Light remained composed, his gaze sharp and unyielding, while Odara's face reflected a spectrum of emotions: astonishment, disbelief, fear, and despondency. Surrounding them, onlookers gaped, their eyes wide in disbelief, except for Ophelia, whose countenance revealed a hint of approval. She regarded the unfolding scene with a gaze full of meaning, her lips curling into an enigmatic smile. As time resumed its flow, Light lowered his shield to his side and flicked his short sword downwards, nodding subtly towards Odara before turning to approach the stunned Ryzie. The crowd erupted into fervent applause. Music filled the air, inviting the victors to the stage. Yet, none of this transpired. The audience remained transfixed on Light, who naturally returned his weapon to the dazed Ryzie. Turning back towards Ophelia, Ryzie clumsily accepted the weapon, fumbling his grip on the shield, which clattered to the ground, revealing a fresh gash across its surface. As if stirred by the sound of the shield's fall, Odara collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The calmness in Light's eyes had instilled a profound fear within him. Trembling, he touched his neck, where the sword had been pointed, now covered in goosebumps. That indifferent, chilling sensation felt even more terrifying than the intent to kill. When Light stood before Ophelia, the crowd buzzed with murmurs. The military discipline held firm, yet their reactions suggested a lack of embarrassment. Perhaps Odara was not well liked. Or they sensed that, should they engage, the outcome would be similar. Many contemplated that only a highly skilled warrior adept in combat energy could easily defeat him. He was undoubtedly a seasoned fighter. The Silver Pegasus soldiers quietly murmured amongst themselves, appreciating the spectacle. An impressive performance, Ophelia remarked, gently clapping her hands, a smile gracing her lips. You could have defeated him in one strike. Why prolong it? Her curiosity was palpable. I have a request, Light replied, not engaging directly with Ophelia's inquiry. The crowd, noticing the exchange, fell silent, straining to hear, including the warriors of the Silver Pegasus. Curiosity swelled regarding the extraordinary request this remarkable Light would make. According to our agreement, state your request, brave warrior. You have earned this opportunity and the title of warrior through your strength. What do you seek? Wealth? Or treasure? Ophelia inquired, intrigued by the nature of his demand. I wish to join your legion, Light stated, his gaze steady and resolute as he met Ophelia's eyes, speaking slowly yet firmly. Why? What prompted you to join my legion? Ophelia inquired with growing curiosity. Light turned to glance at the diverse expressions of the villagers, taking in the quaint little village that had been his home for 16 years. He then gently replied to Ophelia, because I find you all rather admirable. Volume 1, Chapter 10. On the road south 3 days had passed since leaving the village. Yet the villagers still came to bid farewell to Light. Shauna was in tears, while Wright, with his head bowed, could not bear to look at him. Ryzie, too, bore an expression of reluctance and resignation. The others, Zhang Yang included, had not retained much of the past, perhaps for the original Light. This place was laden with memories and attachments, but Zhang Yang was not Light. It seemed there was little left to cling to. Light's home lay in ruins, and Zhang Yang had no intention of rebuilding it upon his departure. According to the villagers, a tavern was to be constructed in its place. Zhang Yang paid little mind to it. Having a place to stay upon his return would not be unwelcome. He had joined the Silver Pegasus Legion and, due to his victory over Odala, had been unexpectedly promoted to the ranks of the personal guard. Was this Ophelia's doing? He chuckled softly. He would now have to address her as commander. This appointment had incensed Mary, who completely disregarded Zhang Yang. He found the situation somewhat peculiar as Ophelia's personal guard comprised solely female warriors, yet he felt nothing amiss after joining, oblivious to any nonsensical chatter. Still, there was a peculiar glimmer in Ophelia's gaze whenever she looked at Zhang Yang. But what of it? If she wished to gaze, let her do so. He had no fear of their scrutiny. The Silver Pegasus Legion's detachment consisted of 312 members, 300 soldiers, 10 personal guards, and Ophelia. Not to mention the newly joined Zhang Yang. At present, he wore a simple chainmail with a half-chest plate, designed to protect his left chest and shoulder. A prized collection of Marys that remained quite lightweight. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of confusion. Why did Sister Mary collect men's armor? He donned standard blue military trousers, brown leather boots, and a pair of scaled leather gloves. Due to his performance in the duel, he was also equipped with a long sword and a shield emblazoned with the Silver Pegasus emblem, which he found quite appealing. Additionally, he had requested a bow and arrows, along with some miscellaneous supplies and a water skin, all stowed in his pack on the horned horse's back. That encompassed his entirety. And there was this horned horse, which he had temporarily borrowed for riding. Initially, the soldiers knew he could not ride, yet through his perceptive control of details, combined with knowledge from his previous life and a calm demeanor, Zhang Yang managed to grasp the basics of horsemanship within a day, enabling him to ride for travel. Though he could not yet gallop, this revelation left them all astounded. By today, Zhang Yang had become adept at controlling his mount, although galloping remained a challenge. He was capable of marching effectively. Note: the horned horse resembles Earth's horse but lacks fur, instead sporting numerous thin, keratinous plates as natural armor. Said to be a close relative of the unicorn nightmare beast. Some magical beasts possess commendable stamina and speed. Everything was quite satisfactory. Yet the sole predicament lay within the ranks of the guard, where the female warriors incessantly fixed their gaze upon Zhang Yang as he traversed among them. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, he could not help but feel somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny of so many fierce and beautiful women. The soldiers occasionally cast smiles his way, their expressions a blend of envy and sympathy, amplifying his discomfort. Though troubled internally, Zhang Yang managed to conceal his disquiet, presenting an outward facade of tranquility. Zhang Yang had often pondered the reason behind the legion being named the Silver Pegasus Legion. A cheerful female guard enlightened him, explaining that the commander possessed a magical beast known as the Silver Pegasus, estimated to be of intermediate 4th tier. It appeared that her family hailed from the Silver Pegasus lineage, with each formal member bound by a contract to a Pegasus of equivalent rank. Zhang Yang was further perplexed as to why Ophelia did not ride her Silver Pegasus, and the amiable Totoni volunteered the information that her Pegasus had gone home for a visit, leaving Zhang Yang somewhat flabbergasted. The Silver Pegasus squad marched in unison along the forest path. In this realm, roads were a rarity, with cobblestone streets being the utmost semblance of urban infrastructure. At that moment, in early summer's morning, the sunlight radiated warmly without being oppressive. A refreshing breeze rustled through the trees, accompanied by the melodic songs of unidentified birds flitting about. The gentle sounds of leaves and the distant roar of a waterfall created an enchanting ambience, and Zhang Yang found himself captivated by the pristine beauty of nature. To his surprise, Ophelia, mounted on her magnificent pure white steed, approached him. Zhang Yang was acutely aware of his current standing, yet he refrained from excessive conversation, particularly given his tendency to stammer when anxious. "Are you still well, Light?" Ophelia inquired, nodding gracefully in acknowledgement, her slender eyes fixed upon him. "Thank you for your concern. I am well," Zhang Yang replied with a calm smile. Ophelia was taken aback. Numerous scions of nobility and elite from the imperial capital had joined her legion, mostly drawn by her grace and beauty. Was this youth not mesmerized by her allure? Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Yang had long since categorized her beauty as merely above average, recognizing that she fell short of the breathtaking standard he had encountered in his previous life, where beauty was abundant. Thus, he remained remarkably composed. "I have heard that you wield a bow and arrow with remarkable precision and power in your battles against the Fire Panther?" Ophelia inquired with curiosity, while the surrounding female guards perked up, eager to eavesdrop. Such is the nature of women, ever inquisitive. Zhang Yang, perceptive to the atmosphere, realized he could no longer remain silent. "I have some understanding," he replied, maintaining his characteristic aloofness. "Seeing is believing. Deputy Captain Light, might you demonstrate your skill by shooting down a small bird?" Totoni exclaimed, her face aglow with excitement. Zhang Yang raised his gaze to observe the freely soaring birds, their beauty evident in their graceful flight. "To kill it would be a pity," he uttered, casting a spell of 2 words. "Indeed, the birds here are lovely, albeit small, likely devoid of substantial meat. But might you aim to bring one down without causing it harm? The commander has a fondness for little birds." Melody finally discovered a way to challenge Zhang Yang. And surprisingly, Ophelia also appeared intrigued. With her slender eyes fixed upon him, her delicate lips parted slightly. If it could be done this way, that would be splendid. "Is it possible?" Zhang Yang gently tilted his head, gazing into her bright eyes, and softly inquired, "Your wish? Command? Perhaps it is a wish?" The commander smiled lightly. "Oh, what a bother." Zhang Yang retrieved an arrow from the quiver slung across his back, contemplated briefly, then removed the arrowhead, carefully wrapping a strip of bandage around the tip of the shaft. He then removed his bow. The guards were astonished. Could this enigmatic youth truly shoot a bird from the sky without causing it harm? After all, it was a creature soaring high above. Moreover, he showed no intention of dismounting. Surely, it was impossible. While the military ranks remained orderly, their attention was drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Another remarkable event was about to transpire. The challenge of controlling the force and distance of a moving target against the backdrop of powerful winds sent Zhang Yang into a fervor of excitement and tension. His perception and manipulation abilities surged to their maximum, his focus entirely concentrated on the bow and arrow in his hands. First, he needed to regulate the rhythm of the horse's movements, ensuring his hands remained steady despite the turbulence, while calculating the distance and wind speed. All the while aiming for the bird's rear or chin, as other areas would risk injuring the fragile creature. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly. At that moment, the guards were astonished to observe that regardless of how the warhorse bucked, the hand of light, poised with bow and arrow, remained utterly still, seemingly impervious to the motion of the steed. This revelation left them in awe. It was truly remarkable. Ophelia, too, was taken aback. What began as a jest at the expense of this seemingly indifferent youth revealed a sudden seriousness within him. As a formidable individual herself, having attained initial level 4 at the tender age of 27 and earned the moniker of Silver Wings Light, she now felt she had stumbled upon a treasure. He, Light, would undoubtedly emerge as a peerless warrior. The calmness and focus he exhibited were indeed rare qualities. In that moment, Zhang Yang felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, the little bird was flying at a modest height of about 20 meters and at a leisurely pace. It was still within the limits of his perception. Now was the time. With a soft thwack, the arrow, aided by his manipulation ability, soared gracefully, striking the little azure-feathered bird precisely on its chin. The perfectly measured force rendered the bird unconscious, causing it to plummet to the ground. At that instant, Ophelia gracefully urged her horse forward, swiftly reaching out to catch the falling bird with steady hands. Melody, unable to contain her excitement, galloped after her, and in an instant, she turned back in astonishment, exclaiming, "It only fainted. It's still alive. How incredible!" She regarded Zhang Yang as if he were a marvel. Exhausted, Zhang Yang felt his spirit elevate to its zenith in that fleeting moment. Unexpectedly, he sensed a slight enhancement in his perception and manipulation abilities, perhaps less than 1%, but a growth nonetheless. It seems that through frequent extreme exertion, perhaps one can restore the heightened state of the soul, Zhang Yang pondered inwardly. Silently putting away his bow and arrows, he gazed at the birds soaring freely in the sky and couldn't help but wonder, will there come a day when I can soar as well? Chapter 11. Jotun City. 7 days had elapsed since the incident of shooting the birds, and Zhang Yang, along with the Silver Pegasus contingent, was nearing the next relay station. Jotun City. In Jotun City, the Silver Pegasus Legion awaited orders from the imperial capital. During these days, many warriors sought Zhang Yang's guidance on archery, and he patiently imparted the essentials to each of them, steadiness and precision. Subsequently, they were all convinced of his somewhat aloof nature and communication difficulties, which were not pretentious airs, leading to a harmonious coexistence thereafter. Zhang Yang relished this atmosphere, enjoying moments of shared conversation and practice during their breaks, quietly observing and listening. However, when it came to practicing himself, there were no takers. His agile skills and formidable defensive counterattacks left most ordinary soldiers feeling quite overwhelmed. Those who were less affected still expressed considerable frustration, especially considering that he bore injuries. Zhang Yang had contemplated engaging them in a direct contest, but his youth and underdeveloped physique made it clear that he still lagged in fundamental attributes like strength. The warriors of the Silver Pegasus had commendable foundational skills, albeit with training that emphasized power and speed, inevitably compromising accuracy. Yet, Zhang Yang mused that perhaps this was the norm in this world. Occasionally, he would think, just wait until later. I shall see you all sprawled on the ground. With his habitual dark humor, Odala was persistent, which Zhang Yang appreciated. He was the only one who consistently sought to spar with Zhang Yang, despite being defeated each time. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred, a commendable practice partner. It wasn't until the 15th time Zhang Yang pointed his sword at Odala's throat that Ophelia intervened, discreetly calling him over for a few words. Afterward, the foolish yet earnest knight began to understand. Clad in heavy plate armor suited for cavalry combat, Odala dismounted, still encumbered by the weighty armor, and lacking the ability to harness chi. Was he not courting disaster? Now, the astute Odala appeared in light clothing paired with chainmail. This marked the 5th occurrence of the day. How could one endure such relentless challenges? Even the most patient individual would reach their limit. Zhang Yang's frustration finally erupted, and although Odala managed to persist for a while longer, he ultimately faced defeat once more and this time, it was particularly humiliating. Ah, the sting of being struck. The red mark on his face looked so painful. Poor Odala. The female bodyguard covered her face with a frightened expression, yet the corners of her mouth nearly reached her ears. To be challenged 5 times in a single day by one person would vex anyone. Yet it was revealed that Light was quite the schemer. Tawny, with her large cerulean eyes brimming with excitement, wondered if he was the legendary scheming young boy. How adorable. A curvaceous female bodyguard began to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Unbeknownst to herself, she had inadvertently uttered her thoughts aloud. Careful now, lest you be slapped in the face. Hee. But first, one must strike your face. With keen perception, Zhang Yang overheard their entire conversation, feeling quite perplexed. Have I been labeled? How could a grown man possibly be mistaken for a youthful boy? Ah, let it be. Silence is golden. Meanwhile, Odalara lamented her misfortune. Master, why have I failed again? I've been slapped in the face. She was currently feigning pity before Ophelia. Well, it wasn't a heavy blow, merely a light pat, leaving only a faint red mark that was hardly noticeable and would soon fade. Ophelia was indeed struggling to suppress her laughter, for the commander's authority must be upheld. Little did she know that the exasperated Light harbored such a cunning disposition, slapping faces indeed. Perhaps from now on, 1 challenge per day would suffice. Too many would undoubtedly become tiresome. Why not take him on as your apprentice? Ophelia, too, possessed her own devious side. Well then, my lord, I shall return to my training. I will surely defeat him. I must. At the very least, I shall not be slapped in the face again. Such tranquil days abruptly came to an end as the Silver Pegasus troop encountered numerous small clusters of low-tier magical beasts over the next 5 days. Although they managed to dispatch them easily, they collected a plethora of pelts, yet not a single magic core was found. The flesh of these beasts was coarse and foul-smelling, imbued with unknown violent energies that could poison and potentially claim lives if consumed. Thus, apart from a select few species, the rest were deemed inedible. The disturbances caused by the magical beasts significantly slowed the troops' progress. However, Zhang Yang gained considerable experience and indulged in the thrill of vanquishing some beasts. In this comfortable atmosphere, after 12 days of marching, the Silver Pegasus troop arrived at the border city of Jotun, nestled near the Forest of Beasts. That very day, they settled into the city's military barracks, finally able to enjoy a well-deserved respite. Although not overly fatigued after a long journey, a bath followed by a leisurely stroll through the city was a welcome prospect for Zhang Yang. After all, this was the first truly significant city he had reached since his rebirth. The bathing area was spacious, with robust warriors frolicking, soaking, singing, and relaxing. A few bold souls took the opportunity to jest about Light. Oh, slim and beautiful Miss Light, have you wandered into the wrong chamber? The women's bath is at the back. A burly man with a scruffy beard chuckled, provoking a wave of laughter from the nearby soldiers. Indeed, NAK is correct. Just look at Miss Light's slender figure. Moshi joined in the teasing, eliciting another bout of laughter. The jokes were harmless enough, reflecting the camaraderie of the troops. The 16-year-old village boy, though slender and lacking in muscle, should at least possess more strength than the female warriors, right? Suddenly recalling the robust female soldiers within the ranks, Zhang Yang reconsidered and felt that he might indeed be outmatched in terms of physical strength. Well, even if he were to fall short, he could not simply allow them to speak as they pleased. Zhang Yang's tranquil countenance naturally turned towards the imposing figure of the burly man. After washing up, shall we compete in AK? Zhang Yang remained remarkably composed. The large man, filled with trepidation, pondered, is this truly happening? Am I to be humiliated? I am merely a first-level apprentice knight. Must I endure such indignity? Please, Miss Light, have mercy on me. I have said nothing. Yet, the man remained blissfully unaware of his plight. After a brief interlude, NAK and Moshi, 2 robust men, slumped in the barracks, crowded by the window, gazing out at the bustling city, while the distant clamor echoed in their ears. Frustrated, they covered their faces and began to lament. Oh, it's all your fault, NAK. You provoked Miss Light, and now I am the one who suffers. I long to escape and find some relaxation. The beautiful maidens of the city await my affection. But, Moshi bemoaned, his face marked with red blotches, how can I go out like this? Shall I wear a helmet while seeking companionship? We would be the laughingstock. NAK felt as though he might burst from pent-up frustration. At that moment, Zhang Yang was in a relatively pleasant mood. Had he not encountered the Legion commander, his spirits might have soared even higher. I've heard you get along splendidly with the soldiers of the Legion. It seems everyone holds you in high regard, remarked Ophelia, clad in a dashing military uniform, leading Melly ahead, while Light dutifully guarded her rear. Although it was daytime and the afternoon weather was delightful, Zhang Yang, with his unassuming nature, preferred to remain inconspicuous. Furthermore, walking side by side seemed unbefitting of a subordinate. Fortunately, Zhang Yang's response was entirely anticipated by Ophelia. You are truly aloof, Light. This is not the demeanor of a young man. Youth is characterized by vigor and enthusiasm. Ophelia teased. Oh, Zhang Yang maintained his demeanor. Well then, since we've crossed paths, accompany me to visit a friend, Ophelia suggested without further elaboration. Soon arriving before a castle in the heart of the city. This fortress resembled a military stronghold, its exterior adorned with an imposing grandeur. For formidable knights clad in silver armor, wielding battle axes, stood sentinel at the entrance. Melly, go announce my arrival. Inform her that I am here, Ophelia instructed. Yes, my lady, Melly replied. Chapter 12. Intelligence and Crisis. Once Ophelia and her entourage entered the castle, Zhang Yang discerned her profound familiarity with the place, as the guards greeted her with enthusiastic bows. Awaiting them was Ophelia's dear friend, the mistress of this central fortress of Jotun, Fia. She was a captivating woman of mature allure, possessing a voluptuous figure and an exquisitely slender waist. Her golden hair was elegantly tied up, and her bright eyes shimmered with a playful glimmer, while her rosy lips bore a faint beauty mark. A truly enchanting and sophisticated woman. Zhang Yang stood quietly at the entrance, observing with natural curiosity, rather than trailing closely behind Ophelia like Melly. He found solace in this unnoticed corner, watching the women ahead chattering away, seemingly filled with joy. Zhang Yang had no desire to eavesdrop on their conversation. He had never been fond of intruding on others' matters. Instead, he contemplated the architecture of the castle. His perception expanded like an invisible membrane, radiating from him and quietly enveloping the interior of the castle. It was truly opulent. The quality of life for the nobility in this world far surpassed that of the common folk, representing a stark dichotomy between heaven and earth. Regardless of where one hailed from, the pursuit of power and wealth remained universal, transcending both past and present. Was everything merely for the sake of indulgence? What of my own aspirations? As Zhang Yang pondered, an unexpected occurrence transpired at the entrance of the attic on the castle's top floor. His perception seemed to collide with something. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the space. Alarmed, Zhang Yang attempted to retract his perception, only to discover that someone stood at the attic door. A figure unmistakably not part of the castle's guards. At that moment, a slender gray shadow expressed frustration. The mechanism was about to be disarmed. Yet, without having made a mistake to trigger it, why had the alarm sounded? In an instant, the gray shadow, sensing something amiss, abruptly raised her head, adopting a defensive stance toward the direction from which Zhang Yang's perception had retreated. Had she noticed me? If Zhang Yang's intuition was correct, this gray figure was likely a highly skilled thief, possessing an acute awareness. The gray shadow seemed unfazed by the blaring alarm. Instead, she remained vigilant, fixating on the direction of Zhang Yang's withdrawing perception. That sensation was unmistakable. It was the sole probe of a sorcerer. This was troublesome, the emergence of a spellcaster. Particularly the most vexatious type, the sorcerer, raised the possibility of a trap. No time to waste. Action was imperative. The gray figure felt increasingly anxious, her brown eyes betraying a hint of unease. Her delicate brows were finely arched, obscured below her eyes by a scarf, revealing only her slender figure clad in a tight gray outfit. Zhang Yang had already labeled her as a thief. It seemed he had inadvertently disrupted her scheme. My apologies. He mused darkly to himself. It appeared that perception was not an uncommon ability. There existed entities capable of completely obstructing and detecting it, and even the more astute practitioners could sense its presence. Caution would be essential in future endeavors. Regrettably, Mr. Phil's collection contained scant information regarding practitioners. However, this matter did not concern me at present. My sole responsibility was to protect one individual. Ophelia's brow furrowed slightly. Fia, what has occurred? Has an intruder breached our defenses? Her mildly reproachful concern brought Fia a touch of joy, yet her countenance remained troubled. Not at all, Ophelia. Our defenses at Jotun Castle are quite stringent. Besides the guards and mechanisms you are aware of, there is also a magical apparatus safeguarding confidential documents, recently installed at great expense by a high-level archmage. It is not something an ordinary thief could penetrate. Who triggered the alarm? What force is at work? FIA appeared somewhat anxious, her keen instincts as an intelligence officer sensing a ripple of unease. Yet she could not have anticipated that it was Zhang Yang's inadvertent actions that triggered the alarm, thereby interrupting the misdeeds of a thieving maiden. It appears that some critical intelligence has rendered certain individuals restless. Fear not, let us first fortify our defenses. I shall return to the military camp forthwith to make preparations that may assist you in addressing this emergency, Ophelia stated earnestly. She too sensed a familiar unease, reminiscent of the tumult preceding war. Meanwhile, atop the castle's tower, a shadowy figure extracted a palm-sized cylindrical device, raising it high above her head. With deft fingers, she activated the mechanism, sending a crimson magical firework soaring into the heavens, silently exploding into a brilliant burst of red. On the hills over 10 miles from Jotun City, thousands of well-equipped warriors, cloaked in purple, lay concealed within the woods, awaiting their moment. At the instant the red flare ascended, a colossal figure rose to his feet. This man was so grand and imposing. He resembled a giant from myth and legend, standing nearly 3 meters tall. His formidable muscles were encased in heavy plate armor. As he stood, a plume of earthy energy surged forth from the seams of his armor, stirring up a cloud of dust. The giant grasped his weapon, a massive square-headed war hammer that matched his height. What a fearsome implement it was. The hammerhead alone was as large as a water barrel. He turned to regard the soldiers following him with an air of authority. Then, with a thunderous roar, he pointed the colossal hammer toward Jotun City not far away. Attack! Target! Jotun City! For the glory of Pompey! Destroy! He bellowed. Annihilate! Annihilate! No one shall harm the people of Pompey. You Franks shall pay for your deeds. Behold, the march of the Dragon Legion cannot be halted. For I, the city breaker, Muckalus, shall obliterate all obstacles. The torrent of steel surged forth as if it would soon overwhelm the distant Jotun City. Above the tower, the gray figure gazed toward the horizon, as if she could faintly discern the iron tide erupting from the distant hills. You shall indeed pay the price. Her voice, crisp and sweet, brimmed with fury against the treacherous Franks. The gray shadow moved with agility, stepping to the edge of the southeastern corner of the tower. Before her lay the bustling city, with countless rooftops rising and falling, all from a height of several dozen meters. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow, enveloping the scene in a golden hue. As the sky seemed to acquire a tinge of yellow, a flock of leisurely birds flew in formation, gracefully gliding through the gentle breeze. Then, with a sudden leap, the gray figure stepped forward into the open air from a height of several dozen meters. She spread her arms perpendicular to her body, resembling a cross. The landscape rushed past her as the sky receded in her narrowed gaze, the flock of birds soaring alongside her. Moments later, with a soft thud, the gray figure landed precisely in a hay cart positioned outside the castle, the soft, fluffy straw dissipating the force of her descent. In an instant, the shadow adeptly flipped off the straw cart and vanished into the narrow alleys of Jotun City. At that moment, the languid birds in the sky had only just begun to soar overhead. Chapter 13. The onset of turmoil. Miss Neiljelina, have you heard? Recently, the Empire has witnessed numerous incidents of high-level magical beasts slaughtering villages. Although most of these formidable creatures have been slain, it is conceivable that some may have evaded capture and are lurking beyond the city, perhaps even having infiltrated it. A young man, dressed in scholarly attire and appearing to be in his 20s, spoke earnestly within an elegant restaurant. Opposite him sat a delicate girl, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age. Her name was Neiljelina, the daughter of a merchant in the city. At that moment, she embodied the essence of youthful beauty. Her long, light brown hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist, neatly secured at the back of her head with a blue hairband. Her complexion was strikingly fair, bordering on pallid, while her petite nose and rosy lips complemented her bright, expressive eyes, making her the epitome of a blossoming maiden. However, upon hearing the young man's words, a flicker of concern and trepidation clouded her gaze. Gently, she covered her pale lips with her hands, her countenance seemingly drained of color due to the shock. How unfortunate! Surely, many must have perished. How dreadful! But Haven T high-level magical beasts always resided in the beast forest? How could they breach the Empire's defenses without reason? I'm not entirely certain, he replied, but it seems that some intruders have been recklessly hunting these magical beasts. But fear not. Should any misfortune arise, I shall protect you, the young man declared with conviction, his face displaying a deliberate blend of determination and sincerity. Thank you, Brother Coda. I merely hope that nothing will happen, the girl murmured, bowing her head in silent prayer. Suddenly, she noticed the surface of the water in her teacup gently rippling in rhythmic waves, which appeared to grow larger by the moment. Brother Coda, look at the water in the teacup, she exclaimed, just as she felt a slight tremor beneath her. What did you say? What is wrong with the tea? Coda questioned. Still puzzled. Outside, the streets erupted into chaos, as distant cries and screams crescendoed into a cacophony. The enemy is here. Close the city gates. Run for your lives. Help. My goods. Watch your step. Where's my coin purse? Who stole my coin purse? Who touched me? Scoundrel. The once bustling city was thrown into disarray in an instant. Some ran, some panicked, others seized the opportunity to loot, while some brazenly committed acts of impropriety. The situation only began to stabilize when the city gates were shut, and the city guards ascended the walls to restore order to the streets. Yet, an insidious entity known as fear began to quietly permeate the city. The residents of the Southeastern Empire, it seemed, had long forgotten the brutality of war, the terror it instilled, and how to confront it. There are no good wars, only bad peace. Ultimately, war inevitably stirs the darkest corners of the human soul. What? The enemy has arrived? From where? What is happening? Miss Neiljelina, do not be afraid. Allow me to escort you home. This place is perilous. Thank you, Brother Kada. Ha ha ha. The city gates closed one after another. In the open space beyond the southern city, amidst the hills, a formidable legion emerged. The Earth Dragon Legion had arrived at the city's threshold. The front line of 10 infantry formations marched in unison, each step resonating with authority. Behind them, the sounds of assembling siege equipment echoed ominously. At the forefront stood the commander of the Earth Dragon Legion, the destroyer, Macalus, alongside his steed, a level 5 draconic beast. The Hammertail Earth Dragon. Together, they resembled a moving fortress, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Behind him, the standard-bearer, mounted on a warhorse, barely reached a third of the height of this man and his beast. Hear me, vile Franks. The mighty Earth Dragon Legion stands before you. Do not engage in futile resistance. Open the city gates and surrender at once. Prepare to face the wrath of the great Pompey Empire. Macalus bellowed, channeling his fighting spirit, his voice reverberating like thunder, swiftly penetrating the walls of Jotun City. His roar incited chaos within the city. Pompey is upon us. O heavens! It is the legendary Earth Dragon Legion, renowned for its siege prowess. We are doomed. The sorcerers of Pompey have arrived. Flee quickly. Gather your valuables. We must depart at once. Father, mother, I am so frightened. As the tumult reached the castle, Commander Ophelia, it is the Earth Dragon Legion of the Pompey Empire invading. We must hasten back to the barracks. If we do not prepare swiftly, we shall find ourselves in grave peril. Mary exclaimed urgently, eager to drag the commander back to the safety of their camp and escape this place of peril. Do not worry, Fia. I shall remain to defend Jotun City. Whether as a soldier of the Franks or as a guardian of Jotun's safety, I cannot stand idly by. Moreover, we are close sisters. I am determined to stay and assist you. Ophelia grasped Fia's now cold hand, speaking with resolve, disregarding Mary's frantic pleas. This declaration nearly brought tears to Mary's eyes. This is impossible. Jotun City can muster only 3,000 garrison troops and 500 city guards. If the Earth Dragon Legion truly approaches, they bring an army of 50,000, and they are the most adept at siege warfare. Our advantage atop the city walls may be rendered moot. No, Ophelia. Thank you, but you must leave. I cannot allow you to perish here. Fia felt a wave of despair. Why would Pompey strike so suddenly? How can they call us Franks despicable? Fia was in turmoil. Pardon me, my lord. Confidential intelligence, what is it? Zhang Yang, too, was taken aback. War has arrived so abruptly, without any forewarning. Just as he was beginning to explore this wondrous world, he pointed to his head. By the way, Fina, what was that intelligence that attracted the thieves? Ophelia recalled and hastily inquired of Fia. I shouldn't be revealing this. But given the circumstances, intelligence reports indicate that an unknown force has infiltrated the beast forest, slaughtering and abducting a considerable number of high-level magical beasts, leaving behind remnants of the Fran mercenary group's shattered equipment. This turmoil has stirred chaos at the periphery of the forest and lured numerous high-tier magical beasts to surge into Pompeii from the east. Pompeii has suffered grave injuries, with many towns and villages devastated, resulting in significant casualties. Subsequently, these individuals vanished mysteriously. The emergence of magical beasts in our vicinity has been attributed to these events, prompting a directive for our surrounding provinces to conduct thorough investigations and to remain vigilant against the roaming high-level magical beasts. FIA's lovely brows knitted tightly, and during this discussion of official matters, her allure transformed into a different kind of focused beauty. Perhaps the thief from earlier sought to ascertain our connection to this mysterious force? Upon observing our sudden escalation in defense, they may have jumped to conclusions, Ophelia mused. Perhaps your conjecture holds some truth, yet we find ourselves unable to reverse the situation. Pompeii is poised for siege. What purpose does further discussion serve? Can they even be persuaded? FIA had already contemplated these issues, but circumstances had exceeded initial expectations, as Pompeii's legions were already at the gates. Ophelia paused, exhaling a resigned sigh. Was there truly no way to halt this? Negotiation, Zhang Yang interjected, his tone as composed as ever, exuding an air of confidence. Chapter 14. Negotiation. The individuals within the room turned to Zhang Yang in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief, as if beholding a rare creature. Whom are we to negotiate with? How could they possibly trust our words? FIA hastily remarked to the silent guard standing at the door. This guard was peculiar, though he spoke little. His words struck at the heart of the matter. Moreover, he did not spare even a glance at the numerous beautiful women present, remaining unfazed amidst such turmoil. Was he perhaps from a distinguished family? He appeared quite young, yet it seemed implausible that a prestigious family would assign someone like him to Ophelia as a guard. Ophelia, though astonished, maintained her composure. Steadfast, calm, and courteous, she possessed unique combat skills. Now, she wondered if he also harbored exceptional intelligence. Who exactly are you? What brings you to my legion when your motives seem as clear as a blank slate? What do you intend to achieve? Ophelia fixed her gaze on Light, demanding, "Share your plan, Light." At that moment, Melly also began to react, whispering something into FIA's ear. FIA cast a peculiar glance at Light before speaking up. "Please, express your thoughts, Light. How shall we negotiate? Who will engage in the negotiations?" Zhang Yang regarded the two worried yet graceful women with a sense of admiration, silently appraising their ability to retain composure and rationality. He swiftly organized his thoughts and stated calmly, "Delay time. Understand, intelligence. Confound, the enemy. Attempt, explanation. Prepare, escape." Ophelia and Melly exchanged a glance, and indeed, he maintained that halting, reticent demeanor, yet his manner of speaking in two-word phrases was a marked improvement from before. His intentions were articulated with considerably greater clarity. Nevertheless, he remained a rather blunt and aloof individual. Even the notion of retreat was voiced with a dispassionate calmness. Yet, the clarity of his reasoning was striking. What sort of experiences and insights could render one so composed? Suddenly, Ophelia felt as if Light was shrouded in a fog of enigmas. So, who would engage in negotiations? Although surprised, Faya remained concerned about this critical question. Who would dare to step forward and negotiate with the enraged enemy? Zhang Yang glanced at Faya, raised his hand, pointed at Ophelia, and then gestured to himself. This cannot be. How could the esteemed commander venture into such perilous territory? Melly exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Just as Ophelia was about to agree, Zhang Yang interrupted her, continuing, "The commander is above, while I am below. She must go." The room fell into an eerie silence, each occupant wearing a differing expression. Ophelia's slender brows twitched involuntarily. "Are you not aware that your words are easily misconstrued?" Fool. Though vexed, she comprehended Light's implication. She would respond from the city wall while Light would descend to negotiate. If a figure of sufficient stature did not represent them, they might not even secure a chance for dialogue. However, sending such a reticent and halting individual to negotiate would likely lead to an immediate breakdown of talks. This simply would not do. He could not go alone. How splendid. It all rests upon you. Do exercise caution. Melly exclaimed joyfully, leaping forward to grasp Light's hand, only to have him deftly evade her reach. This completely interrupted Ophelia's intended words. Melly suddenly found that Light did not appear as disagreeable as she once thought. In fact, he seemed rather agreeable. After all, as long as the commander remained unharmed and the young lady was safe, that was all that mattered. Isn't this too much to ask? Ophelia expressed her concern. Fear not. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence. Zhang Yang slightly inclined his body, gesturing for them to follow. The women in the room collectively experienced an odd illusion, perceiving this young man not as one preparing for a perilous negotiation, but rather as someone inviting a few ladies for tea and conversation. His calm and composed gaze, coupled with his tranquil voice, imbued this otherwise unremarkable young man with a unique charm. Everything appeared so natural and reasonable, yet therein lay the greatest absurdity. How could a youth remain so composed and unperturbed? This was a task fraught with peril. His breathing remained steady, and his outstretched hand exhibited no trace of tremor. He embodied a resilience akin to the shield he bore at his side, exuding an aura capable of withstanding all challenges. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the group did not dwell excessively on this perplexing matter. Faced with imminent danger, they swiftly exited the room in succession. Zhang Yang and his companions galloped rapidly through the streets, observing the desolation around them and the deep-seated fear reflected in the eyes of the occasionally hurried civilians. In that moment, Light's resolve surged within him, a fervent determination to survive. He must endure, whether driven by past oaths or the desire to witness this wondrous world. Without the courage to risk his life in a desperate battle, how could one possibly seek a glimmer of hope amidst such chaos? To live, one must embrace the inevitability of death. He must persist, even if it means slaying foes and fighting with all his might. Yet, was he truly to take lives once more? As Zhang Yang and his companions ascended the city wall, the Earth Dragon Legion outside was poised to advance, ready to unleash their siege. Within the ranks of the Earth Dragon Legion emerged a terrifying sight. Melee gasped, could it be? Is that the siege dragon hammer? This colossal siege weapon, resembling a fortress, measured approximately 25 meters in length and stood 10 meters tall. Its body was constructed from an unknown metal, supported by a framework of iron chains, with 6 massive metal wheels on one side of its base. Numerous arrow deflectors adorned its structure. At the front, it was drawn by 4 robust earth dragons. Most fearsome of all was the battering ram, a cold, blackened metal column with a diameter of 3 meters and a length of nearly 10 meters. At this moment, it hung horizontally at the center of the ram, its foremost end shaped like the lowered head of a dragon, the tip of the ram resembling the dragon's sharp horn. The entire apparatus exuded an aura of insurmountable ferocity. Zhang Yang found himself intrigued, pondering how such a massive contraption had gone unnoticed until now. Just as Light observed the siege dragon hammer, Ophelia stepped forward, channeling her fighting spirit and proclaiming, "I am Ophelia Camode, commander of the Silver Pegasus Legion of the Fran Empire. I must inquire of you, Lord Macalus, commander of the Earth Dragon Legion, why do you unjustly assault our Fran Empire and invade our territory? Are you declaring war on Fran on behalf of Pompeii?" Atop the city walls, Ophelia radiated confidence and authority, her white cloak billowing alongside her golden hair, her demeanor far removed from her usual elegance and composure. In this moment, she truly embodied the spirit of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Zhang Yang silently mused about the wonders of fighting spirit, which allowed for such powerful declarations without the need for a trumpet. The colossal fortress like Macalus advanced a few steps on his steed, glancing at the female general atop the walls, silently acknowledging her prowess. Among military ranks, women were scarce, and those who possessed such valor, strength, and wisdom were even rarer. He recognized that the opposing side was poised for negotiation, for a leader of a legion could not be a fool, despite appearing as a formidable weapon in human form. "Ah, the Silver Wings of Fran? We are deeply grateful for the unrelenting gifts you bestow upon us, and we shall forever remember them. Our actions are merely a return gesture. We seek revenge for the innocent lives lost. Only blood can quell the fury of our Pompeii warriors. Awaken. Prepare to endure the wrath of the Earth Dragon Legion. All troops, wait." Ophelia's commanding voice interrupted the powerful man's orders. The events that transpired in Pompeii and the Beast Forest were revelations she had only just come to learn. "I merely wished to convey that we, the Fran, would never engage in such despicable acts. During this period, our empire has also suffered assaults from monstrous beings. This is a conspiracy. I implore you to ponder whether you wish to become an accomplice to such treachery, allowing innocent soldiers and civilians to become the victims of this plot. I urge you to reconsider. Should you persist in your obstinacy, the Silver Pegasus Legion vows to defend the people of the Fran Empire. We shall fight to the bitter end. Ophelia's voice rang with conviction, her tone resolute. Behind her, over 300 soldiers of the Silver Pegasus Legion stood in a precise formation, united in their fervent declaration, "Fight to the bitter end." Even the formidable Marcellus was taken aback by her fervent words. Soldiers who defend their homeland deserve respect everywhere, and he too sensed that something was amiss. "You expect me to simply trust your words?" Marcellus retorted. "I shall send my captain to explain and present the confidential information you seek to obtain. This is our utmost sincerity. Forgive me for my duties that prevent me from attending personally. Very well, I shall see what tricks you are playing. However, should you dare deceive me, beware the wrath of my city breaker." Upon hearing this, Ophelia secretly exhaled in relief, realizing she had a glimmer of hope. The townspeople, under the command of the city guards, had prepared to evacuate through the northern gate. "The next move is yours, Light. Be cautious." Subsequently, Zhang Yang slid down the rope laid along the city wall. He did not glance back at those on the wall, but proceeded calmly toward Marcellus, who stood over 100 meters ahead. As Light approached within 50 meters of Marcellus, a commanding voice rang out, "Halt! Lower your weapons. First, we shall bind you." For knights surged forth, halting their horses 10 meters in front of Light with a commanding shout. This was indeed a display of intimidation, a tactic aimed at demoralizing our side. Additionally, these 4 knights appeared formidable, and Marcellus remained silent, seemingly endorsing this approach. A test, perhaps, to see if I am merely a pawn cast aside to buy time. In an instant, Light contemplated many things, yet he would not succumb to despair. Thus, he responded, "No one can command a warrior to yield without resistance and face death." His words conveyed a resolute determination, though his voice was slightly tremulous. It was loud enough for both sides to hear. Marcellus raised an eyebrow in surprise, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Not bad. Defeat my personal guard, and you shall earn the honor of a warrior, bringing your weapons before me. Otherwise, you shall be brought here bound like a docile lamb." Marcellus suddenly burst into laughter. "This is unfair," protested Melee and the soldiers of the Silver Pegasus Legion behind her, stirring in discontent. "In this world, there is no absolute fairness, only absolute strength." Phia spoke softly, her tone tinged with melancholy. Surprisingly, Ophelia remained silent, her gaze fixed with a hopeful yet resolute intensity on the somewhat solitary figure below. Phia noticed that Ophelia's hand gripping the hilt of her sword trembled slightly. This is certainly not the demeanor befitting a high-ranking knight, a 4th-tier professional, a formidable warrior wielding battle energy. So, Ophi, are you concerned for him? Chapter 15. 1 against 4. Those well-versed in military tactics understand an undeniable truth. Cavalry are the nemesis of infantry. Heavy cavalry, in particular, is the nightmare of ordinary foot soldiers. Thus, when Zhang Yang brandished his sword and shield to confront the elite among the 4 heavy cavalrymen, everyone perceived him as insane, utterly oblivious to the peril he faced. While the combat prowess of ordinary warriors typically hovers around the 1st tier, some elite soldiers may indeed possess the strength of advanced 1st-tier fighters. It was evident that the heavy cavalry of Macalus were not to be underestimated. At this moment, the warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion could only watch anxiously, with 2 of them even adopting a rather amused attitude as they observed the unfolding scene. Nak and Mashi, the 2 squad leaders with faint blushes on their faces, believed that if it were their Lady Light, she would surely prevail. Only those who have experienced defeat firsthand can truly comprehend the might of that seemingly frail figure, that youth who appeared to wield no swordsmanship. As squad leaders of the Silver Pegasus Legion, Nak and Mashi boasted considerable physical prowess and combat skills, having already reached the pinnacle of 1st-tier warriors. Thus, having been bested by Lady Light, they firmly believed that as long as their opponents were not those utilizing battle energy above the 2nd tier, there would be no cause for concern. However, the prospect of facing 4 knights simultaneously still posed a significant danger. Yet, for Lady Light, this would merely be an inconvenience, wouldn't it? Hence, these 2, who had developed a sense of admiration from their defeats, held on to their faith that their Lady Light would emerge victorious, even if they knew that such sentiments might lead to their own severe punishment. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, striving to relax and adjust his body to the utmost. This would mark the 2nd genuine challenge since his rebirth, the first having been a desperate struggle for survival. He could not help but recall that frenzied fire leopard. It truly was unfortunate. How long had it been since he had to fight for his life consecutively? Nonetheless, for the sake of survival, he must defeat them. Engaging in single combat might offer a greater chance of success, as he could leverage his prior knowledge of combat to gain an advantage. Once the numbers swelled, could his slender frame withstand such exhaustion and trial? A blow would surely inflict considerable harm. Therefore, a strategy was imperative. Zhang Yang held his shield in his left hand, positioning it to guard his upper body, while his right hand gripped the sword, its tip poised towards the ground. He adopted a half-crouched stance with his left leg slightly bent, his calm gaze fixed upon the approaching knight. Please. The four knights exchanged glances, and the one on the far left urged his steed forward. Against this child, I alone shall suffice. With that, he brandished his lance and charged toward light. The heavy cavalry, lacking long-range acceleration, had been underestimated. Zhang Yang remained unmoving, firmly establishing his defensive posture, quietly observing the knight's advance and the glint of the sharp lance's tip. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, he was upon him. After all, these were elite knights. Within a mere 10-meter distance, their speed surged to 4 meters per second. Harnessing the power of the horned horse, the knight launched a thrust that swiftly approached. Accompanied by the sound of wind rushing past, the lance aimed directly at Light's chest. The combined weight of the heavy cavalry, the horned horse, and the armored steed exceeded 800 packer. The immense weight, combined with the knight's concentrated strength at the tip of the lance, posed a considerable threat. Should it strike directly against the shield, it was likely that Zhang Yang's capabilities would be insufficient to withstand such a blow. Consequently, he swiftly sidestepped to the right, evading the incoming thrust. He then pivoted, delivering a forceful blow with his shield against the lance. Harnessing this momentum, he spun around and leaped into the air, executing a horizontal slash. Given his elevated position on horseback, he was just out of reach. At that moment, the knight had just charged past Le, and Zhang Yang's strike felt as if he had delivered a heavy push from behind. With a resounding clash, the knight was unseated. Under normal circumstances, such a skilled knight would not easily be knocked off his mount. However, Zhang Yang's timing and force were exceedingly precise, disrupting the horse's balance and causing the knight to tumble. Fortunately, clad in heavy armor, he sustained no grave injuries, though the impact of his fall left him dazed and disoriented. Zhang Yang's blade had not pierced the knight, but had merely dented the backplate of his armor. Yet, in the process, his short sword had snapped due to the force of the encounter. As the knight fell, Zhang Yang swiftly dashed forward to snatch the long sword from the now-dazed knight's grasp, delivering a shield bash to his helmet, rendering the unfortunate soldier completely unconscious. Upon finishing with the fallen knight and turning to face Marcaris, the onlookers atop the city walls were left astounded. In a single exchange, an infantryman had vanquished an elite heavy cavalryman. Was this a trick of the eye? Faya's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Although she had witnessed many duels between knights and even clashes among formidable warriors, she had never before observed such a swift, graceful, and seemingly effortless battle. A sense of curiosity sparked within her about this previously unremarkable young man. What secrets did he possess? Well done, the strongest. Keep it up, cheered the Silver Pegasus warriors, their voices ringing out in support. How intriguing, to achieve such prowess without fully grasping the essence of combat energy. His control over strength is remarkable. Marcaris, instead of being incensed by the fall of his guard, found himself admiring the young man. Excellent control, no severe injuries, no fatalities. Very clever, calm, and possessing remarkable self-discipline. The remaining 3 knights, taken aback, exchanged glances and assumed a charging formation, aligning their mounts. Zhang Yang thought to himself, are you beginning to feel the pressure? Taking this seriously now? He maintained his left hand on the shield, shielding his upper body, while his right hand held the sword with its tip directed towards the ground. His left leg positioned in a half-crouch. Yet, unbeknownst to others, his right hand trembled slightly. How incredibly heavy, he thought. My hand aches. The knight's sword, seized from Le, was considerably heftier than his previous weapon, with a blade approximately 3 fingers wide and nearly a meter in length, its thickest point nearly half a finger. Designed for cavalry use, it was crafted for slashing rather than piercing, with a less sharp tip. Although it felt somewhat unwieldy to Zhang Yang at this moment, it was precisely what he needed to contend with them. The 3 knights charged forward, and the initial strike would be difficult to evade. As I pondered, I witnessed the three riders accelerate in an instant, covering a distance of 10 meters, preparing to strike. The knights formed a horizontal line directly in front of Right, ensuring that no matter how he attempted to evade, even if the knight in the center missed, the knights on either side could still launch their attacks on Zhang Yang. It was now a matter of how he would defend himself. This tactic appeared to be executed with remarkable proficiency. However, Right had no time to ponder this further. It seemed that Right's prowess was indeed formidable. The Pompeian knights had unconsciously employed a coordinated strike typically used against a single formidable foe. Mary, still dazed from the recent skirmish, murmured her thoughts, unable to fully grasp the moment. While Right's strength appeared impressive, Ophelia had already discerned the truth. Right did not possess any combat techniques. His current standing was entirely attributable to his astounding reflexes, formidable control, calm demeanor, and the most judicious tactics. Yes, tactics, not brute force, but utilizing one's strengths to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. Timing was of the essence, executed with agility and precision. Such actions required immense confidence and unparalleled experience. Was he a genius? In a fleeting moment, Ophelia recalled a legend about the Chosen One. The Chosen One, a favored child of the heavens, is born with an extraordinary talent in a particular domain, and once unleashed, easily surpasses others. According to the tales, the current singular holy arrow, the Starseeker Malfarius, is a chosen one. Could it be that when the knight's lance pierced towards him, Zhang Yang evaded to the left with all his might, only to find the left knight thrusting his lance just as he was about to land? Zhang Yang had anticipated this delayed strike. Yet the knight's impeccable timing was indeed worthy of their elite reputation. Thus, he could only raise his sword to deflect the lance with his shield. Utilizing this momentum, Right landed swiftly, then instantaneously sprang forward, aiming for the left knight's steed. The intent was to dismantle their advantage, their mounts. With everyone grounded, how would they charge? In that fleeting moment of engagement, a fire ignited within Zhang Yang's heart. He suddenly felt his blood racing, a wave of heat coursing through him. Was my true desire to pursue such an extreme form of combat? Did I possess a heart that yearned for battle? In an instant, Zhang Yang's sword tip accurately pierced through the joint of the warhorse's leg armor, viciously striking the right hind leg of the left knight's steed. The injured horse, unable to bear the weight any longer, stumbled and collapsed. The left knight was consequently thrown off balance. At this juncture, the remaining right and center knights rallied and charged back, protecting the fallen left knight. After a brief pause, they surged forward with even greater ferocity. This time the two were very close, likely seeking to support one another. In that moment, Zhang Yang, disregarding his appearance, swiftly crouched and ducked to evade a thrust, then took a step forward, advancing under the belly of the center knight's horse. When forewarned, wielding a sword seemed less menacing, so Zhang Yang concealed his upper body behind his shield and collided into the belly of the center knight's mount. The wildebeest winced in pain, abruptly turning its head to the right, causing the right knight to be unexpectedly struck by the warhorse of the central knight, resulting in a backward lurch. Just as he attempted to regain his balance, Light swiftly leaped from the belly of the horse to behind him, seizing his cloak and yanking it fiercely. With a resounding crash, the unfortunate right knight fell heavily onto his back, stirring up a cloud of dust. At this moment, many observing knights instinctively glanced at the cloak behind them. The central knight hesitated for a moment, perhaps recalling the fate of the first knight who charged forward. He decisively dismounted, discarded his lance, and drew his sword, preparing for close combat. The silver stallion and its 300 warriors silently mourned for him, sincerely agreeing that anyone below the second tier who could wield fighting spirit should avoid facing Light in ground combat. Otherwise, they would meet a dire fate. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yang realized that the central knight possessed considerable confidence in his ground combat skills, likely surpassing his abilities while mounted. However, such a swift dismount was quite remarkable, given the weight of the armor, which was both cumbersome and resilient. Now it makes sense. Although Zhang Yang's perception was not as formidable as before, it remained effective in small ranges. At that moment, the left knight stealthily drew his sword and circled around from Light's right side. A pincer attack? Excellent. It is only courteous to reciprocate. While you have been on the offensive, I shall take the initiative this time. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yang shielded half of his face with his shield and, dragging his sword behind him, charged swiftly towards the left knight. The central knight immediately sensed the impending danger and hurriedly rushed over. But lacking the enhancement of fighting spirit, the heavy armor rendered him unable to run. He could only manage a brisk walk. Zhang Yang deftly evaded the left knight's powerful slash, and now it was time for his performance to commence. Let the dance begin. In less than 10 instants, he unleashed a flurry of seemingly chaotic yet rapid attacks, horizontal sweeps, vertical slashes, diagonal cuts, shield strikes, and kicks, assaulting the left knight with relentless ferocity. Sparks flew as the left knight swayed left and right, resembling a marionette stripped of its balance. He utterly lost the ability to counterattack, and finally, with a forceful shield strike to the helmet, Zhang Yang rendered the unfortunate knight unconscious. What appeared to be disordered hacking was, to the discerning eye of a master, a display of exquisite skill. Even Makalesh could not help but commend the impressive display. Although Zhang Yang's strikes seemed chaotic, they consistently targeted the left knight's attempts to regain his balance. After all, a knight encased in iron, no matter how inept, should not be so easily overwhelmed by such erratic attacks. Zhang Yang's success lay in his ability to disrupt the left knight's equilibrium, preventing him from regaining his center of gravity to retaliate. This was not merely a technique of fighting spirit, but rather a mastery of control that surpassed even that. It was this very control that had allowed Zhang Yang to escape death countless times in the past. A profound silence enveloped the battlements. When Zhang Yang turned around to face the central knight, who stood less than 2 meters away, the knight hesitated briefly before sheathing his sword and bowing respectfully to Zhang Yang. Thus, 1 against 4, an absolute triumph. The stories of Zhang Yang's past will gradually unfold in the narrative. Are you curious? Chapter 16. The crossbow from the tower. At this moment, Zhang Yang's breath was exceedingly rapid. The previous battle had demanded his utmost effort. Otherwise, it could not have concluded so swiftly. Of course, this was significantly influenced by his opponent's initial underestimation. Zhang Yang was now gradually calming his breath and heartbeat, while silently resisting the pervasive itch and pain that enveloped his body through sheer willpower. Such after-effects are the price one must be prepared to pay for power. Indeed, employing abilities still in the experimental phase proved to be rather ambitious. As he slowly sheathed his weapon, Zhang Yang appeared unscathed as he turned to approach Markles. At first glance, aside from his slightly disheveled armor and a sheen of sweat, actually born of pain, he seemed no different. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that his body was trembling imperceptibly. By the time he reached Markles, the discomfort and the faint blue glimmer in his eyes had swiftly faded. The reason behind his superhumanly rapid responses during combat was that Zhang Yang had tapped into a newfound power, a thread of lightning. After secretly experimenting during the past few days of marching, he had cautiously discovered a method to channel a trickle of electricity into his body, allowing it to course through him and stimulate his physique. This technique could significantly enhance neural responsiveness, speed, and strength for a brief duration, improving his fundamental physical attributes by 30%, albeit with a maximum duration of 5 minutes. Otherwise, his body would succumb to spasms. Although the duration was not particularly long, it was nevertheless a means to boost his combat prowess. The downside, however, was the evident after-effects. After all, this was a power in its experimental stage, and Zhang Yang's slight frame remained too fragile. Each use left him feeling as though he were being pricked by countless needles, suffused with a pervasive itch and pain. Through experimentation, he discovered that once the after-effects had completely subsided, he could utilize this ability again. Yet, if he forced its use before recovery, the safe duration would be drastically reduced. I knew it. I knew Miss Light would surely prevail. Haraha. Wait. I misspoke. It's not Miss Light. It's just Light. How impressive. Has he truly never learned any combat techniques? I must ask Light to teach me a few moves. Ophelia, though taken aback by Light's formidable outburst and unexpectedly swift victory, did not display any signs of joy. Rather, a hint of concern flickered across her features. For now, Light had merely passed the test and was about to confront Markles directly, the true embodiment of the greatest threat before them. Rumor had it that this Silver Knight was infinitely close to the golden rank, with whispers suggesting he could contend with those who had recently attained the Golden Knight level without faltering. He possessed the power to utterly suppress Light, potentially crushing him with ease. Greetings, esteemed commander of the Earth Dragons. I am Silver Pegasus, captain of the Legion's Guard, Light. Zhang Yang maintained the facade of a powerful and composed young man, It was as if the recent battle and victory had never transpired. Only the sheen of sweat and his slightly pallid complexion served as testament to the reality of the encounter. Perhaps due to the recent familiarity, Zhang Yang was surprisingly able to articulate a three-word phrase, albeit with some difficulty. Otherwise, with such a stutter, what negotiations could he possibly engage in? However, the members of the Silver Flying Horse remained oblivious, anxiously sweating on his behalf. Well done, young man. With your current capabilities, defeating 4 elite cavalrymen grants you the right to retain your weapon to meet me. Before we discuss serious matters, I have a question. Marcus lowered his head and gazed intently into Zhang Yang's eyes. His towering and robust figure seemed to block out the sunlight, casting an overwhelming pressure upon Zhang Yang. Akin to the weight of a mountain, this was the unique aura of a powerful individual. Under such pressure, Zhang Yang felt as though his body had grown rusty. Yet his mind and consciousness remained entirely unaffected. Speak, he replied, his voice as calm as ever despite the physical resistance to the pressure. Quite intriguing. Before my quasi-fifth-tier aura, you managed to maintain your composure without being intimidated. This lad is indeed a remarkable surprise, Marcus mused internally. Unbeknownst to Marcus, he was still probing light, attempting to unsettle Zhang Yang's mind with his quasi-fifth-tier aura, aiming to influence his mental state. Those with wavering will might succumb to fear, their minds clouded, or even faint. This was a manifestation of the power tier accessible only to fifth-tier warriors. Yet, Marcus could never have anticipated that despite Zhang Yang's negligible physical prowess, his soul was extraordinarily robust, granting him formidable mental and spiritual defenses, allowing him to completely disregard Marcus's level of pressure. However, the body's instinctive reactions were unavoidable. Otherwise, he would be more susceptible to revealing vulnerabilities. Why did you only injure rather than kill in the recent battle? You had ample opportunities to slay them. On the battlefield, they are your enemies. And you possess the strength to eliminate them. Why did you refrain from doing so? You should understand that a dead enemy is the best kind of enemy. Marcus suddenly inquired with gravity. It was merely a spar, Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at the utterly serious Marcus. Then, share all that you know. Should Zhang Yang stammer through the details of the events, it was likely that half of those present would rush forward to thrash him, an excruciating ordeal. Aware of his shortcomings, Zhang Yang slowly produced 2 letters and handed them to Marcus's attendant. Letter 1. An unknown force has penetrated the beast forest, slaughtering numerous high-tier beasts and seizing many beast cubs, leaving behind remnants of the Fran Empire's shattered equipment, thus creating chaos around the periphery of the beast forest. Subsequently, they lured hordes of high-tier beasts from the east into Pompeii. Pompeii has suffered severe damage, with many towns and villages destroyed. Meanwhile, these unknown individuals have mysteriously vanished. The city of Pompeii must remain vigilant and strive to track down the whereabouts of these enigmatic figures. Signed, the Knights of the Fran Empire, Sander. Letter 2. In recent days, we in Fran have also experienced numerous incidents of high-tier beasts attacking villages and towns. A contingent of the Silver Flying Horse Legion has been dispatched to hunt down the high-tier beasts that have infiltrated the Empire. This is the entirety of the information from the tower. I hope the general will think carefully before proceeding. Ophelia Camode and Marcus found themselves briefly ensnared in contemplation after perusing the letter. Should they trust the words of these Franks? Although Pompeii and the Franks share a border, the two empires have historically coexisted harmoniously, united by a common adversary, the Campus Orc Empire. Yet, in this moment, could they simply let it go? How might they conclude this matter? Thief, my lady, how does that sound? Zhang Yang suddenly inquired, raising his head to address Marcus. At this moment, Zhang Yang's gaze did not betray a sense of subservience, despite Marcus's overwhelming stature and rank. Instead, he regarded Marcus with an equal eye, akin to that of a formidable warrior. Oh, you have encountered them? Marcus mused. I can momentarily place my trust in your words. However, how shall I persuade the nobles and populace of my homeland? What proof can you offer to substantiate your claims? A mere letter of intelligence is wholly insufficient. Where has this mysterious organization mentioned in the letter vanished to? Does it truly exist? The events of today have become exceedingly difficult to retract. Marcus regarded Light with earnestness, neither looking down upon him nor exhibiting any trace of disdain. This exceptional young man was refreshingly pleasant, much like a serene lake nestled within a forest. Valchi is resting at the rear. How did you come to discover her? The burly figure was also brimming with curiosity. Oh, lead me to her. I wish to extend my greetings. Zhang Yang spoke with the familiarity of an old friend. And Marcus found it curious that he had engaged in such extensive conversation with this typically aloof individual. This was uncharacteristic of him. Yet, deep within, Marcus felt no aversion towards their exchange, even as he recognized that this unique young man seemed to grapple with some communicative barriers. Perhaps it was his tranquil demeanor that prompted such a response. Regardless, it was sufficient that he felt no dislike. Why ponder further? At present, his strength remained modest. Yet he harbored a profound sense of pride and conviction. Perhaps, one day, this young man would emerge as a peer in strength. Their prolonged discourse, however, had attracted the attention of certain individuals who perceived a sense of unease and threat. Perched atop the southern battlements of Jotun City, several cloaked figures stealthily aimed their readied crossbows at Marcus, while nearby lay the bloodied form of the soldier who had previously manned the weapon. Zhang Yang sensed that the negotiations had yielded results surpassing expectations, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. He then produced a sheet of paper and handed it to a nearby attendant. Light silently resolved to dedicate time to honing his linguistic skills, as the lack thereof was proving to be quite inconvenient. Letter 3. Your Excellency Marcus, given the current circumstances, complete capitulation is not a viable option. However, might we all consider yielding a little, allowing each side an opportunity? Should your legion breach Jotun City, there will be no turning back for either nation. The situation will swiftly escalate into war, which would be detrimental to both parties. Zhang Yang endeavored to exert every last effort. This letter was indeed penned by him, for he wished to avert the newly reborn world from transforming into a battlefield shrouded in smoke, where desolation and unburied corpses would mar the landscape. Marcus, too, fell into contemplation, recognizing that although Pompeii boasted a flourishing magical civilization and formidable national strength, the stakes were exceedingly high. However, the territory is undeniably small, and the population is rather sparse. If a war were to break out with the vast and resource-rich lands of France, the frail land dragon would overshadow a horse in stature. Although it is well understood that France has decayed, no longer embodying the glory of its chivalric empire. Should war commence, Pompeii would likely find itself at a significant disadvantage, even if it somehow resulted in mutual destruction. It would be even more disastrous if the orc rabble of campus were to seize the opportunity. Yet, it is exceedingly difficult to retreat now. As the internal pressure within Pompeii is immense, we cannot withdraw our troops. The capture of Jotun City is an imperative that cannot be altered. However, I also wish to avoid extensive civilian casualties. Pray tell, what should we do? Have you tossed this hot potato into my lap once more? Wishing to minimize civilian deaths suggests that you might not care if a few perish, correct? Such cunning, it poses quite the dilemma. Can I, Zhang Yang, truly make decisions for the people of Jotun City? Do I possess that authority? Alas, I will convey your sentiments accurately, my lord. Expressing the hope that we need not meet with blades drawn, Zhang Yang remarked with a heavy heart. Marcus merely responded with a non-committal grunt. Just as Zhang Yang was turning to leave, his body was suddenly enveloped in an icy chill, as if he had fallen into a frozen abyss. A palpable sense of lethal threat loomed around him. His instincts were in a frenzy. Every hair on his body quivered in fear. This was a more vivid sensation than when he confronted the formidable Marcus. It was akin to standing face to face with the fangs of a mutated fire leopard. In that fleeting moment of turning, the corner of Zhang Yang's eye caught sight of the walls of Jotun City. Where were the resplendent, silver-winged warriors? Where was the gallant female general? Instead, he beheld a cadre of unfamiliar black-armored soldiers on guard, along with silent archers and arrow towers atop the walls. Bang, 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 buzz. At that moment, a bizarre shriek echoed. The city's crossbow towers simultaneously unleashed a volley. Their target was none other than Marcus, who was in negotiations with Light. Naturally, Zhang Yang was also within the range of attack. The city crossbows, colossal mechanisms affixed to the walls, operated through steel cables and large winches. Each all-metal crossbow weighed around 6,000 pakari. It required 4 skilled soldiers to operate, with a draw time of 5 minutes. Notably, the bolts launched by these crossbows are thicker than standard spears, resembling a child's arm in girth, nearly 2 meters in length, and forged from finely threaded steel. City crossbows are primarily intended to shatter siege engines and slay large magical beasts, even functioning as a defense against flying creatures and dragons. The power they wield is formidable. Unless one is a 5th tier or higher practitioner, The city crossbows pose a significant threat. The immense force released by the steel cables grants the bolts terrifying kinetic energy and rapid velocity. As the sound of their launch echoed, the bolts were already upon him. Marcus roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of fighting spirit without regard for his life. A layer of earthy-hued energy erupted from his form, some enveloping his armor while the rest surged into his weapon. Under the influence of his indomitable spirit, Marcus's muscles swelled dramatically, causing his armor to creak ominously. At that moment, he was engulfed in both rage and fear, for the power of the crossbow posed a genuine threat to his life. Was this a trap? Without time for contemplation, Marcus wildly swung the enormous hammer in his grasp. The sounds of clashing echoed, clang, clang, thud, boom. With a desperate effort, Marcus managed to deflect 2 bolts, but the third required him to evade with all his might. Yet, one bolt grazed his thigh armor and embedded itself in the body of the hammer-tailed dragon beneath him, pinning the creature to the ground. The deflected bolt struck the earth at an angle, akin to cannonballs crashing down and sending plumes of dirt soaring over 3 meters high. Marcus had already surpassed normal limits. Evading 3 bolts from the city's crossbow was a feat worthy of pride. However, another bolt loomed, fired from the far right tower, approaching him with alarming speed. In a fleeting moment, it would pierce his chest, a grim fate exemplified by the dying hammer-tailed dragon. At this critical juncture, Marcus, having just exceeded his limits, found himself in a perilous state, while his loyal guards rushed to his aid, though they were evidently too late. The strike was sudden and fierce, truly a lethal blow. Just as despair began to settle in Marcus's heart, a somewhat slender figure materialized before him. Chapter 17, Injury. The shadow of conspiracy as the bolt hurtled toward Marcus's chest, Zhang Yang resolutely surged forward. Why had this ambush occurred? What had transpired atop the walls? Zhang Yang had no time for such musings. He understood that if Marcus were gravely injured or killed, the already enraged Dragon Legion would lose all rationality. They would retaliate against the Fran Empire in the most brutal manner, utterly obliterating Jotun City. With blood and shattered flesh, they would unleash their fury upon the ruins. Undoubtedly, he, as the ambassador for negotiation, would be their first target for wrath. Zhang Yang had no reason to concern himself with the lives of the people in Jotun City, nor did he possess the emotional bandwidth for such thoughts. However, Ophelia and the Silver Pegasus Legion's warriors remained within the city. He could not disregard their potential demise. Thus, be it for duty or personal resolve, Zhang Yang could not stand idly by while Marcus faced death. He had to summon every ounce of strength to intercept this bolt. Only through an act of desperate courage could he carve out a chance for survival. In that instant, Zhang Yang harnessed every bit of electrical energy he could muster, a mere flicker compared to the tempest of electricity within his soul. Yet, this spark of lightning had reached the very limits of what his body could endure. The electric energy surged violently, propelling Zhang Yang beyond his physical constraints, amplifying his speed and strength to an unprecedented degree of 40-fold. His heightened perception enabled him to track the rapidly approaching bolt with precision. With unwavering determination, Zhang Yang raised his shield firmly against his shoulder, positioning his sword at a slant upon its surface. He launched himself from the side, colliding with the arrowhead at a sharp angle with all his might. The timing of his maneuver and the choice of angle were nothing short of breathtaking. According to Zhang Yang's assessment, an attack directed at this point should significantly alter the trajectory of the crossbow bolt. Moreover, this position is relatively the safest. Should the arrow strike from behind, the bolt, charged with terrifying kinetic energy, would still find its mark. Advancing forward would merely subject it to an additional layer of obstruction. In that fleeting moment, fire, crackle, Zhang Yang's sword and shield, upon contact, were effortlessly shattered into countless fragments by the glancing crossbow bolt. The bolt then smashed through his left shoulder armor, sending Zhang Yang flying far away, leaving a spray of crimson in its wake. After a tumultuous roll through the air, he crashed heavily onto the ground not far off, surrounded by the scattered remnants of his shattered weapon and shoulder armor. Fortunately, Zhang Yang's desperate struggle did not go in vain. Although his left shoulder was severely injured, he had nonetheless managed to slightly deflect the bolt's trajectory, causing it to graze past the right side of Macalze's chest, igniting a shower of sparks. Subsequently, it viciously pierced a valiant soldier rushing to rescue Macalze, reducing this brave and loyal warrior to mere fragments upon the ground, akin to a crushed tomato. Makalesh felt as if the scythe of death had merely brushed past him, softly grazing his right breastplate. The sturdy armor was torn open by the swiftly passing bolt, leaving a fiery gash, while the force of the arrow created a bloody wound on his chest, from which blood flowed slowly after a moment's delay. Glancing towards the struggling light not far away, Makalesh was momentarily perplexed. Yet, in an instant, he sensed something amiss atop the city walls. It was too quiet. Taking a deep breath, he instantly transformed back into the formidable commander he was. He cast a deep glance at light, and then bellowed, "Defensive formation. All shields up. Siege dragons forward. Prepare for the assault." He then swiftly dismounted, leaving behind his steed, which was pinned to the ground and wailing, and was quickly ushered back into formation by his guards. In a fierce struggle, Zhang Yang managed to rise to his knees, the wound on his left shoulder burning with pain. His left shoulder armor and part of his breastplate had been shattered. Fortunately, due to his proper defensive stance and the opportunity to dissipate some force during his tumble, the injuries were within expected limits and not life-threatening. His left arm suffered only a dislocated shoulder and a fractured forearm bone, but it had not been broken, which was indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. A violent cough erupted from him as he lowered his head, expelling a few flecks of blood. It seemed his lungs had been injured, as each breath brought sharp pain. Watching Makalesh retreat into the distance, he exhaled with a sense of relief. Suddenly, Zhang Yang turned his gaze back towards the city walls, where had Ophelia and the Silver Pegasus Legion vanished. Faya was also nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, unfamiliar armored knights clad in black entered his field of vision, methodically establishing their defenses, their quiet and composed demeanor suggesting an awareness of the unfolding events. It seemed that war was now unavoidable. A conspiracy? Zhang Yang staggered to his feet, unable to suppress a pained groan. The after-effects of overexerting his lightning powers were about to take their toll, and he needed to vacate the battlefield immediately. Otherwise, if he were to be mistakenly killed, there would be no place for him to voice his grievances. Just as Zhang Yang was about to depart, he suddenly heard the sound of hooves approaching from the direction of the Earth Dragon troop. His instincts alerted him that a knight was hastening towards him. Without turning, Zhang Yang's right hand instinctively grasped the hilt of the dagger at his waist. "Sir Light," the knight declared, dismounting from his steed at a distance of 5 meters to signify his lack of hostility. "My lord, Commander Marcellus, has entrusted me with these provisions and a message." Upon recognizing the knight as the one he had just battled, Zhang Yang turned around. The knight, upon observing Sir Light's composed demeanor despite his injuries, felt a profound admiration for him. He quickly bowed and conveyed, "The commander has declared that with such circumstances, war is inevitable. Your kindness in shielding us from arrows will not be forgotten. I wish you safe travels on your journey north. This steed carries some equipment and potions. I hope they may aid you." He sincerely thanked Sir Light for his actions on behalf of their commander. As the knight performed a courteous gesture, Zhang Yang stepped aside to acknowledge it. Standing upright, a seemingly simple action, was excruciating for him. His pale face betrayed his pain as he shook his head in response, then nodded weakly at the knight, before somewhat feebly grasping the reins of the steed and managing a slight smile. "Thank you," he said, followed by a series of coughs that left him feeling dizzy and blood trickling from his lips. "Take care, my lord." The knight cast a concerned glance at Light before hastily departing. After his departure, Zhang Yang struggled to mount his steed. A brief survey of his surroundings elicited a weary sigh, which ignited a sharp pain in his chest. It was imperative to leave this place. The walls were already bristling with arrows, poised for battle. The Earth Dragon Legion had begun to advance with shields raised. What had transpired atop the walls just moments ago? What had become of the Silver Pegasus? Zhang Yang felt as though he had unwittingly entangled himself in a vast web of conspiracy, ensnaring the entirety of the human empire. Chapter 18. The dawn of war having ridden less than 100 meters, Zhang Yang suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, accompanied by an unprecedented, searing pain that nearly caused him to fall from his horse. He had thought that his earlier surge of electrical energy had intensified, only to realize that it was an abrupt enhancement with severe side effects. If such an episode were to occur in battle, he might not survive. Ultimately, it seemed his body was simply too frail. As he pondered this, he struggled to guide his horse away from the front line, seeking refuge in the woods approximately 3 miles from Jotun City. Just as he was about to dismount and rest, a sharp, acrid scent of blood invaded his nostrils, alerting him to an alarming reality. Such a pungent and overwhelming stench of blood could not arise from an ordinary skirmish. Zhang Yang's instincts warned him that something dire was unfolding nearby. As he followed the scent to a low earthen mound, he was taken aback by the ghastly scene before him, a sight so horrific it stirred even his usually composed demeanor, inducing a wave of nausea. The sight was reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Hundreds of dismembered corpses lay haphazardly piled behind the mound, partially obscured by scattered twigs. These were no longer whole bodies, but rather a grotesque amalgamation of flesh, with only the clothing and severed heads offering a semblance of the individuals they once were. What manner of fiend could perpetrate such an atrocity? The acrid stench of blood assaulted his senses, as dark crimson liquid seeped into the earth, staining the yellow-brown soil a repulsive shade of black. Could it have been the guards from the city of Jotun? Gritting his teeth against the overwhelming odor, Zhang Yang approached the corpses for a closer examination and was struck by the realization that the attire of the victims resembled that of merchants from Jotun. He recalled their presence as he entered the city, just as they prepared to depart. Who could be behind this heinous act? They were merely innocent civilians. It seemed implausible that it could be Maculus. Zhang Yang understood the man well enough to know he would not engage in such barbarity without cause. Could it be? A sense of foreboding washed over him as he considered the implications of a conspiracy at play, intending to frame the Earth Dragon Legion. If the earlier plot were to succeed and the Earth Dragon Legion unleashed a massacre, it would spiral into an inescapable cycle of vengeance. Time was of the essence. The multitude of corpses compelled Zhang Yang to move on without delay, continuing southward for some distance. The faint scent of blood lingered in the air, casting a shadow over his spirit like a dark cloud. Feeling dizzy, he recognized the futility of dwelling on it further and decided to tend to his wounds. He sought out a dry patch of ground, secured his warhorse, and leaned against a sturdy tree to rest. At that moment, the side effects of the electrical enhancement began to fade, allowing him to regain some clarity as he remembered the package sent by Maculus. Upon opening it, he discovered a set of clean light armor, a finely crafted longsword, and a small leather pouch. Inside the pouch were 5 crystalline vials, each labeled distinctly. He had encountered such healing potions before in the Silver Pegasus Legion, recognizing them as creations of alchemists. He had only seen a handful in his time with the Silver Pegasus, and it was said that the production requirements were exceedingly stringent, with materials being scarce and their worth exorbitant. Nonetheless, their efficacy was remarkable. Rumor had it that a single vial of intermediate healing potion could fetch 2 gold coins at an apothecary. Gold coins are the most widely circulated currency in the continent, each weighing approximately 10 grams. Generally, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. Above gold coins, there are even more precious crystals and magic cores. Magic cores are derived from beasts of 2nd tier or higher, serving as a substance that stores energy essence and are highly valued. Crystals are rare magical minerals, typically for common flesh wounds or cuts from blades. As long as no tendons or bones were severed, 1 bottle of basic healing potion and proper bandaging would suffice for recovery within a day. In contrast, intermediate healing potions were rarely found in apothecaries, with prices fluctuating but generally exceeding 10 gold coins. Their effects were notably superior to those of basic healing potions. However, it seems that the situation has only improved slightly. Such precious medicinal concoctions are indeed in high demand, reinforcing the notion that life is the most invaluable treasure. It is said that advanced healing potions can only be found at auction houses, with prices starting at a minimum of 200 gold coins, and often soaring even higher, frequently rendering them available but unattainable. Rumor has it that their efficacy allows for the restoration of all physical injuries, except for severed limbs, within 2 hours after consumption. Meili had informed Zhang Yang that his salary in the Legion was a modest 50 silver coins per month, placing him in the lower ranks of officers. For context, a family of 5 living as commoners can barely sustain themselves on food costing 40 copper coins a day. This illustrates the exorbitance of healing potions. Before Zhang Yang now lay 5 bottles of intermediate healing potions. Maculus, you truly possess a keen mind. As 1 bottle of the intermediate healing potion was slowly consumed by light, Zhang Yang felt a refreshing coolness rapidly dissipate throughout his limbs, invigorating his spirit significantly. After a brief moment of relaxation, however, he furrowed his brow again, for Light had already employed his electrical restoration ability to expedite the healing process. By directing subtle currents to stimulate his own body, his physical recovery capacity was enhanced by 300, accompanied by the anticipated sensations of soreness and tingling. Zhang Yang distinctly perceived his body gradually mending under the effects of the potion and the ability, involuntarily lifting his gaze towards the distant city of Jotun. In his heart, he silently pondered, what has transpired in Jotun City with Ophelia, Melee, and the comrades of the Silver Pegasus Legion? At this moment, Ophelia and the warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion sat in silence on the empty grounds of the military camp, their weapons confiscated, and their expressions marked by vigilance and unease. Surrounding the camp, a small squad of heavily armored infantry and a large contingent of archers had firmly secured all exits. The warriors could do nothing but remain silent, seething with anger and helplessness. Ophelia was unable to conceal her shock and confusion. Just moments prior, while witnessing Light's victory over the 4 knights atop the city walls, she had felt a fleeting sense of relief, only to find herself subdued in an instant. At that moment, a silent figure emerged, pressing a dark blue dagger against her throat. An assassin had stealthily materialized to navigate among the crowd undetected and easily subdue a mid-level knight such as herself. Ophelia surmised that the assassin's prowess was likely at the level of a mid-tier professional, nearing advanced status. A peak golden-level assassin, just a step away from ascending to the purple-gold tier, becoming a coveted figure among nations. This individual could not possibly be an insignificant character. However, upon reflection, the deep blue skin-tight leather armor and hood effectively concealed their identity from prying eyes. Shortly thereafter, a group of warriors clad in full black armor surrounded them, demanding that all surrender their weapons and submit until they were imprisoned. This was surely not a spontaneous act. It bore the hallmarks of a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Was Faya once again taken by those black-armored warriors? Perhaps she held vital information. Ophelia's pristine brows knitted tightly into a furrow. She felt as though some crucial clue had slipped past her notice. Faya's husband, the Lord of Jotun City, Count Mochlin Pietr. Where could he possibly be? Although our encounters have been infrequent, one would expect him to make an appearance upon my visit. Could it be that the battle has commenced? A relentless deluge of arrows cascades from the battlements, striking the tower shields erected by the Earth Dragon Legion, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. The colossal siege dragon hammer, shielded by the Earth Dragon Legion, advances slowly yet resolutely towards the city gates. Behind the Earth Dragon Legion, several trebuchets have been maneuvered into position, beginning to suppress the archers atop the walls of Jotun City. The walls of Jotun City rise nearly 10 meters high, and with the parapets and arrow towers, they reach approximately 12 meters. Constructed entirely of massive blue bricks, each brick is as large as a grinding stone. The battle swiftly escalated into a fervent clash. The defenders atop Jotun City understood that once the siege dragon hammer reached the gates, the significance of the wall's defense would be utterly obliterated. The title of Breaker of Cities is ascribed not only to the valor of Machilus, but is predominantly attributed to this siege dragon hammer. As the Earth Dragon Legion drew closer, their trebuchets entered effective range. Amidst the exchange of firestone arrows, individuals continuously plummeted from the walls. While warriors of the Earth Dragon Legion fell to arrows, some pinned to the ground, wailing in agony, or being dragged away by comrades. Blood and arrows dancing together amidst the chaos of severed limbs and flying firestones. The tumult of battle cries soared into the heavens. This is war. Chapter 19. The fall of the city. As time swiftly elapses, casualties mount on both sides. At last, the siege dragon hammer, under the staunch protection of the Earth Dragon Legion, arrives at the city gates. With a creaking of mechanisms, the hammer-S striker is gradually drawn back, accompanied by a deep, resonant hum that begins to resonate. Mysterious runes illuminate sequentially along the hammer-S pillar. A mystifying force converges towards the tip of the striker. Light had never comprehended why this unwieldy contraption, resembling a colossal battering ram, was sometimes referred to as a cannon. If Zhang Yang were present, he would grasp the truth. This siege dragon hammer is, in fact, a grand magical device. Composed of a magical array system utilizing 20 level 3 magic cores, it incessantly accumulates power for the striker. When the dragon's head of the hammer illuminated, it surged forth with a resonant hum. A violent explosion erupted. The earth trembled violently, and thick smoke and dust ascended nearly 20 meters into the air, interspersed with flashes of chaotic, colorful light. Then, The fortified ironwood gates of Yaodan City, along with their frames and portions of the wall, vanished entirely. In the aftermath of the explosion, chaos reigned behind the gates, littered with shattered iron fragments and wooden spikes. With but a single strike, Yaodan City has fallen. The title of Breaker of Cities is indeed well-deserved. This siege dragon hammer is said to have been discovered in ancient ruins, restored by the magically advanced Pompeian Empire, transforming it into a formidable weapon for the Earth Dragon Legion and, indeed, for the entire Pompeian realm. The 20 level 3 magic cores would require approximately 8,000 gold coins. After just one strike, it has vanished. Yet, its power is truly fearsome. Fortunately, the methods for creating such potent magical devices have long since faded into the annals of history, making it exceedingly rare for humanity to replicate. The remnants that remain are indeed scarce. At the moment the city fell, the Dragon Legion erupted into jubilant cheers, their momentum soaring. The defenders of Yaodan City seemed to have anticipated this outcome, swiftly retreating into the city and engaging in brutal street battles with the invading soldiers of the Dragon Legion. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was observing from the thickets outside the western gate of Yaodan City. After consuming a mid-tier healing potion and utilizing electrical energy for recovery, his stamina and injuries had visibly improved. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he hastily drank another bottle of the restorative potion. Aside from the fracture in his left forearm, which had yet to heal, most of his injuries were nearly mended, and he had managed to painfully reset his dislocated shoulder. Zhang Yang donned the light armor sent by Makalesh and draped a cloak over the emblem of the Dragon Legion. Perched upon his horned steed, he contemplated how to enter the city. Faintly, he heard the sound of a large cavalry unit moving from the south. Indeed, the Dragon Legion would surely dispatch cavalry to blockade the city gates, amplifying their victory as the situation spiraled into a dire predicament. Suddenly, the western gate swung open. A throng of civilians, crying out in despair, surged towards the outside. An opportunity. Zhang Yang deftly controlled the reins of his steed with one hand, urging it forward towards the western gate. Upon reaching the entrance, he swiftly dismounted and plunged into the crowd. In such chaos, entering the city on horseback would undoubtedly render him a conspicuous target. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of the terrified civilians beside him, silently lamenting the fate that awaited them outside the city, perhaps the same death. Before long, the flow of people within the city dwindled significantly, with only the distant sounds of conflict from the south gate faintly audible. Zhang Yang sprinted in the direction dictated by his memory, but soon found himself lost in the labyrinthine streets. He was troubled, having only arrived in this city 2 days prior. He had yet to explore its expanse before being swept into a series of events. This was becoming problematic. Yaodan City, a pivotal urban center in the northeastern region of the Fran Empire, covered nearly 10 square kilometers. Its once thriving streets were a tangled web, making it no small feat to locate members of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Zhang Yang merely hoped to return to the barracks and chance upon them. Just as he was grappling with his predicament in the narrow streets, he suddenly heard a woman's shriek emanating from a nearby alley. Zhang Yang swiftly raced towards the sound, thinking that rescuing a guide would not be in vain. War brings with it not only death and destruction, but also madness. As Zhang Yang reached the depths of the alley, he found the source of the cries cornered. A handsome young man was shielding a beautiful girl, while 3 figures wielding short knives and chains menaced them. Their garb and demeanor suggested they were adventurers. However, not all who claimed the title were genuine, as some would readily transform into robbers and brigands. Just as Zhang Yang prepared to charge forward, an unexpected scene unfolded before him, rendering him momentarily speechless. A surge of unbridled fury ignited within him as he observed the young man, who had seemingly sworn to protect the girl, make a fateful choice upon realizing all hope was lost. I entrust her to you, and you may do as you please. Spare me. I am oblivious to everything. I implore you, let me go. Do not take my life. I wish to live. The man seized the girl by her shoulders, thrusting her delicate form before him. The girl was engulfed in a visage of terror and disbelief, trembling as she slowly turned to glance back at the man who had betrayed her. Her eyes filled with incredulity. You promised to protect me. I trusted you, Brother Keita. Tell me this is not true. It cannot be true. The girl's heart began to shatter under the weight of despair. Ha! I relish those who know their place. Young man, seeing you so compliant, why not join us and play with the brothers? You seem quite taken with this little sister, but do remember your place. The leader of the bandits laughed maniacally. while his companions incessantly taunted the girl with lewd remarks. In that moment, Kata's eyes flickered with a mixture of fear, guilt, greed, and excitement. Yet, in an instant, the glimmer of guilt vanished, leaving only avarice and madness in his gaze. He abruptly released his grip on the girl's shoulders, encircling her slender waist instead. Ah, ah, ah. The girl was taken aback by this sudden shift, unleashing a desperate scream. After his rebirth, Zhang Yang had encountered mostly kind-hearted villagers and had never before witnessed such depravity. Yet, this was the stark reality of the world, where the darkness of human nature was laid bare before him. Greed, betrayal, malice, violence, and murder. At this moment, Zhang Yang appeared outwardly calm. Yet the veins on his forehead throbbed with the fury that bubbled within. The abhorrent emotions and the mounting pressure from recent events had indeed affected him. No matter how mature his psyche, he was still human, bearing wounds that should never be touched. These negative sentiments resonated through the fluctuating vibrations of his spirit, penetrating his very soul. Zhang Yang was unaware that a dark resentment and a fierce desire for vengeance had been ignited within him. A faint, unknown black aura began to emanate from his being, and a hint of madness flickered in his blood-red eyes. Prolonged suppression inevitably leads to an explosive release, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Instinctively, he summoned a surge of electrical energy, allowing it to course wildly through his body. Unbeknownst to him, he had already harnessed the power of electricity. His eyes narrowed slightly, his visage turned colder, and his gaze grew sharper. If anyone were to scrutinize his eyes at that moment, they would notice a faint blue luminescence shimmering in his pupils. In that instant, he regarded the bandits as though they were mere lifeless objects. Zhang Yang was infused with a potent force that surged through him, albeit briefly. It was intoxicating, driving him to madness. Now, you shall pay. Swiftly drawing his long sword with his right hand, Zhang Yang, enveloped in a faint black mist, charged into the alley like a lethal whirlwind. In an instant, blood illuminated the sky. The splatter of fresh blood and the flight of severed limbs painted a gruesome abstract masterpiece upon the walls of the narrow alley. As Zhang Yang paused from his carnage, gently flicking the blood from his long sword, only he and a trembling girl, seated on the ground with her head clutched in her hands, remained in the alley. The others had been reduced to at least 2 pieces. In a moment of unexpected elation, Zhang Yang recalled a scene from a television show in his previous life, where the hero dispatched villains with stabs to the abdomen and thrusts to the chest. Yet, he often scoffed at the notion that the supposedly dead villains would return after some time. He believed that when faced with a foe destined for annihilation, one should grant them no chance of survival. Generally, a severed head would not rise again. Thus, he had once taken pleasure in slitting throats, but in this alley, he had created many headless and dismembered corpses. Perhaps the release of pent-up negativity felt liberating, as if years of repression and anger had found an outlet. Memories, once faded, became strikingly vivid, and a long-lost sense of relief graced Zhang Yang's face. In that instant, many things became transparently clear. He yearned to live well in this world, to exist freely and at ease. Yet the reality of this world was starkly brutal. Whether it was the conflict between individuals, the strife among nations, the slaughter between humans and beasts, or wars among various races, all threatened his simple and humble wish to survive. However, this marked a new beginning filled with boundless possibilities. To live, he must confront his inner self. If survival in this world demands strength, then he would strive to acquire it. If only the strong could wield control over everything and secure the right to live freely, then he aspired to be a master of his own fate. Zhang Yang recognized that the path of the strong was fraught with challenges, yet for the sake of freedom and self-determination, he was determined to grow stronger. At that moment, he felt a genuine connection to this world and a clearer understanding of his desires, his resolve solidifying. Unbeknownst to him, however, the dark aura surrounding him grew increasingly heavier. Gazing at the carnage in the alley, Zhang Yang looked skyward, pondering whether he too had once been drenched in blood. In the past, when driven by rage and vengeance, he had not felt fear or unease, but rather exhilaration and satisfaction. Now, after all he had experienced, his heart was remarkably tranquil, perhaps doing what he deemed necessary. Liberating his spirit and breaking free was the path to rediscovering his true self. The world of his previous life was rife with anger and resentment, laden with constraints and helplessness. Thus, he resolved to let go, to free his spirit. This time, he would live according to his own heart. As Zhang Yang contemplated this, a complex and eerie black rune gradually manifested at his heart, only to submerge into his body once it had fully formed. Wiping the remnants of blood from his sword, he sheathed it and stepped carefully over the blood-stained ground until he stood before the terrified girl, gazing at her with calm assurance. You are safe now. I will not harm you. Chapter 20. The Dilemma of Neiljelina. She was once a radiant and vibrant young girl, yet the recent events had left her utterly bewildered. Now, she sat on the ground in a huddled posture, clutching her torn garments, trembling uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face, smudging her once flawless complexion, while her silky, light brown hair fell in disarray around her. This unfortunate girl was on the brink of being consumed by fear, the betrayal from someone she once trusted, the imminent threat of violence and death, and the harrowing sight of bloodshed. All of these horrors had previously seemed so distant, so far removed from her reality that they would never invade her dreams. But now, the brutal truth lay starkly before her, and she felt herself crumbling. Yet, whom could she blame for this? The conspirators? Or perhaps the war itself? Zhang Yang's shadow loomed over her, entering her line of sight. He wore short brown leather boots, stained with splatters of blood. Just the sight of this sent her trembling even more violently. Are you safe? Can you stand? Zhang Yang inquired, striving to soften his tone. Upon hearing his words, the girl jolted in surprise. It was only after he repeated his question that she slowly raised her head to look at him with trepidation. After a considerable moment, the fear in her eyes began to dissipate slightly. She quietly sobbed as she cautiously leaned against the wall to rise, clutching her tattered collar tightly. With a nervous expression, she expressed her gratitude to him. Thank you for saving me, my lord. The girl remained visibly frightened, tears flowing incessantly, her gaze avoiding direct contact with Zhang Yang, appearing timid and withdrawn. He was the one who had rescued her. Yet he was also the one who had ruthlessly slain so many. Though he seemed relatively young, one could never be certain of his intentions. This place was terrifying. Neiljelina was engulfed in dread. The experiences of the past few hours had transformed her into a startled bird. Zhang Yang recognized her fear, but he could only sigh silently to himself. It was inevitable. In the face of such horrors and the gruesome scene around them, few girls would remain unafraid. However, the current situation allowed her no time for fear. If they did not leave quickly, they risked facing even greater peril. Let us depart this place. By the way, could you direct me to the military camp within the city? Perhaps due to her unfortunate plight, Zhang Yang's words came out more abundantly, his tone softening significantly as he stepped away from his usual indifference. Yes, I can, the girl replied softly, stumbling as she hastily exited the alley. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of frustration as he noticed her instinctively distancing herself from him. Clearly, she was frightened by him. He endeavored to shift the conversation, hoping to alleviate her terror. After all, what if her fear led her to misguide him? What is your name? Neiljelina, my lord. You need not use honorifics. Where are your family? We shall find them shortly. It is perilous here. Thank you. My family resides in the trade district of the southern city. My father and uncles departed yesterday afternoon to deliver goods, and I remain uncertain about their well-being. Merchants? Could it be the caravan that left yesterday? Such thoughts evoke a sense of foreboding within Light. Indeed, many caravans departed the city in the afternoon yesterday. Yes, my lord, I apologize. It appears my uncle mentioned that only their group ventured out to conduct the delivery. Neiljelina was gripped by fear, unsure of how to address him properly. What if she inadvertently offended him, provoking his wrath? He was capable of murder, though he appeared calm at present. The lifeless bodies in the alley attested to his merciless nature. The Navi young girl pondered in silence. Ultimately, it mattered not how she addressed him. Zhang Yang suddenly felt hesitant. Should he divulge the truth to her? Having just endured such profound terror, did he dare reveal the horrifying reality? Could she withstand the devastating blow? There was no alternative. He had to seek out the others in pursuit of the Silver Pegasus, and time was of the essence. After a brief internal struggle, Zhang Yang recounted all he had witnessed, the bodies that resembled merchants outside the city. The girl seemed to shatter completely, collapsing into unconsciousness. This was dire. Her psyche could not bear the weight of it. Light quickly retrieved his water flask, lifting her head to pour a few drops into her parched, pallid lips. Fortunately, within a minute, she coughed and regained consciousness. Yet, upon waking, she stared blankly at the ground, the light in her eyes dimming rapidly. This was troubling. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow and knelt beside her, gently lifting her tear-stained face to meet his gaze. Awaken. Come to your senses. The situation remains uncertain. You must gather your strength. This place is unsafe. If you continue in this manner, you will perish. Perhaps they have escaped a calamity. Observing her still vacant gaze, Zhang Yang, in desperation, struck her across the face. Remarkably, she displayed no reaction, appearing as if her very soul had departed. Zhang Yang felt both anxious and helpless. Had he known of her fragility, he might have refrained from sharing such grim news. Do you think everyone possesses the same resilience as you? Yet, with the southern city ablaze, her home was likely lost, leaving her with nowhere to go. In her current state, the horrors of this war-torn city would surely repeat. Such a fate would be far more tragic than death. Witnessing her vacant expression, Zhang Yang realized that mere words of encouragement would not suffice. She must be strong, or he must accompany her on her final journey. Here, her suffering would be more profound than death. After proclaiming this loudly, Zhang Yang released her and rose to his feet. Was it too cruel? There was no alternative. He could only hope she would find the strength to rise again. After all, she was merely a girl of 17 or 18. At the age when one should be entering high school, they should be immersed in a joyful academic life. In a fleeting moment, Zhang Yang's thoughts drifted far away. In the next instant, his gaze towards her turned icy and resolute. He slowly rose to his feet and with a swift motion drew his longsword. Perhaps he was mistaken. Perhaps clinging to his current mindset disqualified him from being considered a good person by past standards. Nonetheless, circumstances are always relative, especially in this moment. His options were limited. Could he really carry a lifeless girl to save another? What a ridiculous notion. Zhang Yang's sword rested gently against her fair neck, the cold blade touching her delicate skin, sending shivers across her body. Come on, gather yourself. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps just a few minutes, Zhang Yang sensed that time had suddenly stretched. Just as he was about to thrust the sword forward in despair, Neiljelina's pupils suddenly contracted. Miraculously, she regained her senses. She clearly saw her reflection in the blade before her. Unknown strength surged within her. The girl swiftly grasped the sword's edge with her right hand. Supporting herself with her left hand on the ground, she boldly lifted her head to gaze at Zhang Yang, her voice unwavering as she declared, "I refuse to die. I want to live. I will uncover the murderer. I seek vengeance. I need strength. Please, take me with you. I do not ask for you to avenge me, only to grant me the power to seek retribution. As long as I can find the true culprit and avenge myself, I will serve you as my master." Blood dripped from her right hand. Zhang Yang was taken aback by the sudden determination shining in her eyes, realizing that the girl had transcended the shadows of her fears. Yet, simultaneously, his heart was ensnared by a feeling named hatred. He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. It was clear he was ill-suited for the role of a psychological counselor, he thought self-deprecatingly. But let us not dwell on whether this is good or bad. First, they must overcome this obstacle. At the very least, she was alive again. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, signaling her to release her grip. He then slowly retracted his longsword, offering her a torn piece of cloth to use as a bandage, and said calmly, "Get up and tend to your wounds. Lead me to the military camp in Yotong City." As he turned away, a wave of helplessness washed over him. How did he end up rescuing a girl? And now he had to teach her about strength? This was entirely at odds with his original intention of saving lives and seeking directions. Besides, he was hardly in a position to ensure his own safety. What a predicament. "Yes, my master." The girl began to imitate Zhang Yang's calm and detached tone. She adeptly bandaged her wounds, demonstrating skill and prior knowledge of first aid. Yet, the world's values were indeed perplexing. The notion of master and servant seemed to pervade, starkly contrasting Zhang Yang's principles. "No, I am not your master," he replied, pausing in exasperation. He casually removed his cloak and tossed it to her, gesturing for her to wear it. "Thank you, my lord. Please, do teach me the power of vengeance." The young girl suddenly knelt on one knee, her head held high as she fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon Light's eyes, a blend of anticipation, despair, and an abundance of determination swirling within her. "Teach me." "What?" Zhang Yang asked, tilting his head slightly as he returned her gaze. At that moment, the girl's expression bore an uncanny resemblance to his own from years past, an identical fury, an unwavering resolve, an unyielding determination. Yet, Light could also perceive the vast sea of rage burning within her deep pupils, an inferno of vengeful wrath. Teach me the art of combat. Teach me how to kill. Teach me how to exact my revenge. I do not possess the skills of combat. However, if you seek to learn the strength of vengeance, rise and take me to the military camp." Despite his youth, Light's demeanor exuded an imposing authority and unparalleled confidence. This scene was indelibly etched into the girl's memory. Beneath the thick smoke and flickering flames of a dimly lit sky, a bloodied youth stood with an air of immense dignity and the confidence characteristic of a true warrior. In his eyes, a flicker of blue-white lightning seemed to shine brightly. Chapter 21, Convergence, Part 1, Is what I am doing right? Although I have saved her life, will she not lead to the demise of many more, regardless of their guilt or innocence? Perhaps vengeance is a path from which one cannot return? As one traverses this road, one becomes tainted with the blood of the fallen, much like my past self, an automaton driven by hatred, engaging in frenzied acts of retribution. And on the path of escape thereafter, how many lives of assassins and innocents have been sacrificed for the mere promise of survival? Zhang Yang pondered in a state of confusion. Upon receiving Zhang Yang's consent, the girl visibly exhaled in relief. She hastily fastened her cloak, only then recalling her earlier state of disarray. "This way, sir. You are going the wrong way," she said. In Zhang Yang's eyes, the girl appeared akin to a mechanical being bent on revenge, her bewildered heart sustained solely by hatred, while the exterior resembled a beautiful doll. At this moment, a flicker of youthful spirit finally emerged within her. Following the guidance of Neiljelina, Zhang Yang navigated through a maze of chaotic streets. Soon, he could faintly discern the silhouette of the military camp in the distance. Neiljelina, her slender and graceful form walking 2 steps ahead of Light, no longer trembled. Her steps had become much steadier. Has she found faith and purpose within her heart? Zhang Yang couldn't help but wonder. "Neiljelina, are you not afraid of me?" Zhang Yang suddenly inquired softly. Neiljelina's pace hesitated momentarily, and then her melodious, serene voice replied, "The moment your blade rested against my throat, I knew." "Sir, you are a good person. Though you appear youthful and are merciless in your actions, I felt a sense of reassurance in your presence. Besides my mere physical form, what could I possibly possess that would entice someone like you? If you truly desired me, you would not have sought to take my life then. Thus, I believe you are indeed a good person. I am no longer afraid of you." Suddenly, Neiljelina spoke with a tone filled with sentiment. Although there was one unspoken thought lingering in her mind. "In truth, you must be a gentle soul, yet your manner of expression is rather peculiar." Zhang Yang silently ridiculed the notion that an older psychological age could be discerned. "If it is inconvenient for you to speak, feel free to assign me a name." After traversing a street, they were nearing the military camp. Would this earn him the label of a good person? Although his actions were intended to save lives, how could he be deemed virtuous after so ruthlessly taking 4 lives? A flicker of confusion washed over Zhang Yang. To kill many to save one. What is good and what is evil? What is the distinction between killing and saving? Yet, he swiftly dismissed this philosophical quandary. There was no necessity to impose a moral dichotomy upon himself. It was simply a matter of inclination. "Thus, I shall call you Zero." He mused that he still needed to practice his speech, as being perceived as a language-impaired individual was quite tragic. Neiljelina was the first subordinate he had acquired in this world, and he was not particularly adept at naming. Fortunately, he began with Zero. Shortly thereafter, upon turning a corner, Zhang Yang beheld a heavily guarded military camp. This was perplexing. The city had been breached, and one would expect the soldiers to be either advancing to the front lines or fleeing, yet here they remained. Could it be that Ophelia and her companions were truly present? Zhang Yang cautiously concealed himself behind a building, contemplating how he might infiltrate and investigate. However, before he could act, the sounds of battle from the southern city drew nearer, the echoes of clashing steel and anguished cries faintly audible. The camp was now in turmoil. As if someone were about to burst forth, the cacophony of chaos resounding. The guards at the entrance, after a futile attempt at communication, resorted to unleashing archers to suppress the situation. At this moment, Zhang Yang could vaguely hear cries of distress emanating from within. It appeared that these guards were allied with the conspirators. There was no time to ponder further. He needed to devise a method to rescue the captives. He urged Lena to remain cautious and hidden as he stealthily approached within 15 meters of the camp's entrance, waiting for an opportune moment. Getting any closer would risk detection. Suddenly, Zhang Yang recalled the thieving girl. If she were present, stealthily traversing would be a simple endeavor. Voices of command, and the sharp sound of arrows embedding into wood reverberated from inside. As the resistance intensified, Zhang Yang noticed that many archers on the perimeter had turned to join the fray within the camp, leaving only two distractedly guarding the outside. An opportunity presented itself. Zhang Yang picked up a stone and hurled it toward the street diagonally across from him, creating a loud clatter. The two tense archers, indeed, fell for the ruse and turned to investigate the noise. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yang swiftly dashed out, and just as he surged forward 5 meters, the archers regained their senses and aimed at him. However, in that fleeting moment, Zhang Yang activated his ability to manipulate objects, directing 2 slender blades of grass to fly into the nostrils of the hapless guards. Their bodies responded instinctively and uniformly, as both reached for their noses to rub them. In their distraction, the arrows flew from their bows uncontrollably. The first fortunate arrow veered off course, while another hasty and feeble shot was deftly deflected by Wright's single-handed sword maneuver. At that moment, the two realized the gravity of the situation. Just as they intended to raise the alarm, Zhang Yang had already lunged forward, swiftly raising his sword for a decisive strike. The sharp blade effortlessly severed the hastily raised longbow, slicing through the throat of one archer, followed immediately by a powerful kick from Zhang Yang that landed squarely in the abdomen of another archer. The unfortunate soul doubled over in agony, clutching his vital area, unable to utter a sound. With no time for mercy, Wright plunged his sword into the man's neck, hastening his end. At this juncture, Zhang Yang finally exhaled in relief. Had the archer cried out, his own escape would have been in jeopardy, let alone the prospect of rescuing others, especially with his left hand still incapacitated. Quickly darting to the wall, he listened intently for any signs of movement within. Realizing they remained undetected, Wright cautiously peeked out, observing approximately 20 archers, about 10 meters ahead, intently raining arrows into the interior, completely oblivious to the imminent threat at the entrance. Zhang Yang felt a pang of frustration. If only his left hand were uninjured, he could have silenced several foes with a swift motion of his dagger. What to do now? His left hand throbbed painfully, rendering it unusable. Just then, he caught a glimpse through the gaps in the archer ranks of warriors from the Silver Pegasus Legion attempting to break free. However, they were unarmed, struggling to shield themselves with mere wooden boards and sticks against the relentless hail of arrows, some already wounded by stray shots. And it was evident that the boards would soon splinter under the onslaught. Time was of the essence. If the board shattered, this corridor would become a grave for the Silver Pegasus Legion warriors. Seizing the moment when the archers had just loosed a volley of arrows, Zhang Yang dashed out, executing a swift horizontal slash aimed at the necks of the rear archers. Chapter 22, Convergence, Part 2, with a series of muffled thuds, blood gushed from the severed necks, accompanied by a faint hissing sound, reminiscent of the breath of death itself. As Zhang Yang dispatched 3 archers, his presence was suddenly detected. The ranks of archers fell into chaos. Those in the back, witnessing the 3 bloodied corpses, hastily discarded their bows and drew their short swords, charging at Wright. Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. If they had aimed their bows at him, he might have been more cautious, but in close combat, they were outmatched. With this thought, Zhang Yang sprinted forward, engaging in fierce combat with the 5 advancing archers within the narrow corridor. Already terrified, the archers abandoned their bows, wielding short swords with which they were ill-acquainted. Faced with the agile and experienced Zhang Yang, armed with a sword significantly longer than theirs, they were quickly dispatched, left with no recourse but to defend themselves. In less than a minute, Zhang Yang seized the opportunity, taking down 1 and wounding 2 others. Just as the tide of battle appeared to favor his side, a sharp command rang out from ahead: loose arrows. In an instant, a small shower of arrows descended upon Zhang Yang, enveloping him and the 4 nearby archers. Cursed fate! Were they truly firing upon their own? Unprepared, Zhang Yang could only strive to hide behind the unfortunate archer before him. However, after a deluge of arrows, he felt a sharp pain as one struck his left thigh. Fortunately, the arrow merely penetrated the muscle, sparing his bones. At that moment, he staggered to the shelter of a pillar in the corridor, cautiously pressing his body against the wall, narrowly evading the subsequent volley of arrows. Meanwhile, due to Zhang Yang's distraction, the Silver Pegasus warriors inside surged forth, wielding wooden chairs and other makeshift weapons. To his astonishment, the first to charge out was Ophelia, fury etched upon her face as she brandished a broken wooden stick. enveloped in a faint green aura, plunging into the throng of archers. Just as she was poised to unleash her wrath, the two heavily armored warriors intercepted her with their own subtle auras. Although their energies were evidently weaker than Ophelia's, their sharp weapons and sturdy shields effectively thwarted her advance. Realizing that the hard-won opportunity was slipping away, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth against the pain in his arm and leg and plunged once more into the chaotic ranks of archers. After 10 minutes of relentless fighting, he weakly relinquished his long sword, allowing it to clatter to the ground alongside the fallen archers. Leaning against the corridor wall, he gradually sank to the floor, the cumulative pain of battle leaving him utterly drained. A wave of dizziness washed over him, stars dancing before his eyes. He must have lost too much blood. At that moment, he felt someone rush to his side, steadying him as he teetered on the brink of collapse. As the dizziness began to subside, he realized it was Ophelia who was supporting him. She too bore some minor injuries, with a significant gash on her right forearm. Crouched beside him, she urgently called for Light. When Ophelia saw that Light had regained consciousness, she exhaled a sigh of relief. "I'm fine. Look, everyone, bandages, healing potions." Zhang Yang felt a twinge of discomfort at the emotions reflected in Ophelia's gaze, making him somewhat anxious. "Don't be too grateful. After all, I risked my life to save you." "Light, don't speak. Your injury is quite serious," Ophelia replied, her tone shifting as she recognized that the current situation did not warrant excessive excitement. "Thank you, Light. Without you, we would all be in grave danger." She was aware that the moment seemed inappropriate for heightened emotions, and she made an effort to calm herself. "It's nothing. We need to save others first." Zhang Yang was in excruciating pain, yet he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. Despite the beads of sweat and blood on his brow, his slightly furrowed brow, and the myriad of wounds, some severe, some minor, along with his tattered clothing, he appeared utterly disheveled. It was hardly a state of well-being. He looked as if he were on the brink of death. The swift yet simple bandaging provided a modicum of mobility to most of the injured, and the mid-tier healing potions Zhang Yang produced were quickly consumed, even if many could only manage a sip. Regrettably, over 40 warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion had departed this life forever. As Zhang Yang rested against the wall, recovering from his injuries, he became alert at the sound of approaching footsteps, his eyes snapping open. As Neiljelina was brought in by the bandaged Mary, her eyes filled with tears upon seeing Zhang Yang severely injured on the ground. "My lord, what has happened to you?" the girl exclaimed in fright, on the verge of rushing towards him. "Stop. It's all right. If you come closer, I might be in trouble. My wounds haven't healed yet and could reopen." Zhang Yang lamented inwardly. "Find some armor and follow Mary." At that moment, he felt utterly exhausted from speaking. "Yes, my lord," the girl replied, still deeply concerned. However, after carefully assessing Zhang Yang's injuries, she managed to ease her worries slightly. For the time being, they all focused on resting and equipping their weapons. Their original arms had been confiscated, so they had no choice but to make do with the weapons of the fallen archers. Better than nothing. Zhang Yang mused as he silently harnessed his ability to recover energy, reflecting on the previous skirmish with a sense of dread. Once the chaos began, everyone fought desperately. The cornered archers had inflicted considerable casualties on the Silver Pegasus group. Zhang Yang, already burdened with old and new injuries, was nearing his breaking point. If it weren't for several senior warriors from the Silver Pegasus Legion who risked their own safety to rescue him at a critical moment, Zhang Yang would undoubtedly have perished, though several of those rescuers had tragically lost their lives in the process. After gathering the deceased, they quickly convened to discuss their escape. Zhang Yang was astonished to find that everyone had unconsciously clustered near him, with Ophelia sitting not far from his right. In an effort to alleviate the sorrow and tension, he stammered a brief introduction about Neiljelina's plight. Her story immediately garnered the sympathy of the female warriors in the guard. However, upon learning of the recent events, they regarded Zhang Yang with a peculiar gaze, which he chose to ignore. "We must leave the city at once. The situation has become chaotic, and we are powerless to change it. Commander, Miss Faya has been taken by the black armored warriors, and we lack the means to search for her. We must hurry," Mary urged anxiously. "Faya is of little concern now. We are at a loss," Zhang Yang replied. "But which direction should we take to escape?" "Inside the city, the chaotic forces are clashing with the Earth Dragon Legion. If we charge recklessly, we will find ourselves in dire straits. Moreover, the area outside the city is likely surrounded," Ophelia expressed, revealing a rare moment of vulnerability. Just then, Light recalled the parting words relayed by the knight regarding Maculus. Is the return northward smooth? Perhaps the north gate could lead them out of the encirclement, Zhang Yang suggested weakly, yet confidently. How do you know that? Ophelia interjected before Mary could finish. Are you sure, Light? Ophelia inquired softly, as if engaging in a conversation between friends. It should be possible. Ophelia fixed her gaze upon Light's eyes and then, with a steady voice, addressed the warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion surrounding her. We shall proceed through the north gate. All units, prepare to retreat from the north gate. I trust Light's judgment. Very well. To the north gate. North gate. Move. Light. We believe in you as well. Trust? It felt surreal. Having joined the Silver Pegasus Legion less than a month ago, had I truly earned the trust of so many? Could I bear such a responsibility? Zhang Yang felt a heavy sensation, as if something profound had struck him. Suddenly, a weight settled upon his heart. My lord, I too believe in you, Neiljelina said, gently tugging at Zhang Yang's garment, her bright eyes fixed on him with unwavering resolve. Then let us proceed. Nak, assist me, Zhang Yang said. Though his injuries weighed heavily upon him, rising was a challenge. Yet, his spirit surged anew. At your service, Miss Light, Nak, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, responded. Wait for me to recover. We shall continue our duel. Perhaps it is best to refrain from that, Miss Light. I was wrong, Nak exclaimed, seemingly in despair. Chapter 23. Exiting the city, the members of the Silver Pegasus Legion traversed the disordered streets with urgency. The sounds of battle from the southern city seemed alarmingly closer. Surely, they had breached the heart of the city by now. The streets were devoid of civilian presence. Had they all safely fled? Or? Zhang Yang, supported by Nak, led the group. Feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding, the silence was eerily profound. Even if all had escaped, there should not be a single shadow remaining, right? What of the conspirators? They ought to have intercepted us. As they approached the city gate, they were met with a harrowing sight, a ground strewn with corpses. Layer upon layer of civilian bodies lay before them, not a single survivor in sight. The gates remained closed. Had they truly turned against their own populace? This was intolerable. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Neiljelina's thoughts turned to her family. Had they endured a similar tragedy? Unable to contain her sorrow, she began to weep softly. Let us depart from this place. We shall avenge this wrong, Ophelia declared, suppressing her fury, gritting her teeth. The group fell into a solemn silence, averted their eyes from the horrific sight of the slain, and hastened toward the city gate. Suddenly, from the shadows of the gate, a figure emerged, a silhouette clad in deep blue leather armor. Who are you, Wraith? Why do you persistently haunt us? Odara, stationed at the forefront, felt a surge of anger and anxiety upon encountering this formidable shadowy figure. Though they were numerous, victory was not assured. Should they fail to vanquish him in one strike, he might escape and proceed to eliminate them one by one. Not only Odara felt the tension, the warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion were equally apprehensive, their weapons unwieldy, many of them injured. Could they indeed overcome this powerful specter? At that moment, the shadowy figure spoke in a raspy voice, perhaps a feigned tone. Do not be alarmed. I bear no ill intent this time, haha. I merely come to remind you that sometimes it is best to obediently play the role of a pawn. Disobedience may lead to dire consequences. Ha ha ha. The figure cloaked in deep blue laughed heartily, one hand shielding its face as it tilted its head back. Gradually, it retreated into the shadows of the city gate, becoming indistinct before vanishing entirely. The crowd was taken aback, having anticipated a fierce confrontation. Instead, a few words were exchanged before the figure departed, leaving everyone somewhat bewildered. Beside them, Nak briefly recounted the events that had transpired atop the city walls to Zhang Yang, whose usual composure was momentarily shaken. Such a formidable assassin. Which faction does he belong to? Could it be that his earlier remarks were merely a playful jest? Ultimately, our destiny lies within our own grasp. I, Ophelia, shall not accept the fate of a mere pawn. Now let us exit the city. Ophelia's resolute command momentarily dispelled the shadows looming over the hearts of the crowd. Yet, the lingering threat of that shadowy assassin instilled a sense of concern. Nonetheless, the remaining warriors of the Silver Pegasus were predominantly seasoned fighters, and they swiftly rallied their spirits, responding with vigor. Indeed, the warriors chorused. As the creaking of the winch echoed at the city gate, the heavy doors began to open slowly. Caution! Defend! The soldiers of the Silver Pegasus tensed at the moment the gates swung open. At the northern city gates stood 4 formations arranged with precision, 3 steps for each rider. A total of 4,000 soldiers. The emblem revealed them to be warriors of the Earth Dragon Legion. Had we been deceived? Were we truly to meet our demise here? Well, at least we could fight alongside our commander until the last moment. As the soldiers of the Silver Pegasus contemplated in disarray, fear and the specter of death seemed to descend upon them. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon the formations of the Earth Dragon Legion. What are you thinking, Marcellus? Commander, charge. If we must die, let us do so bravely. I refuse to be a pawn. I would rather perish in battle. Indeed, Commander, we fear not death. Commander, we heed your command. The warriors of the Silver Pegasus were resolute, ready to charge forth, hoping to carve a path for their commander. Despite their scant numbers. Light, what are your thoughts? Ophelia, refraining from impulsive decisions, turned to the frowning Zhang Yang with earnest inquiry. In the past, when they did not exist, if it were that man, he would not be so untrustworthy. Moreover, the opposing formations exuded only fervor, devoid of a palpable bloodlust. In any case, charging into battle may lead to death, so it would be better to embrace a bolder approach. You fool! You madman! Do you wish for everyone to perish? Mary leaped up, resembling a cat with its tail caught, shouting at Zhang Yang. The soldiers regarded him with a peculiar gaze, surprise, bewilderment, hesitation, but above all, trust. Is that so? Ophelia pondered thoughtfully. Let us disregard their words and press through. Ophelia felt as though she were gambling, engaged in a high-stakes wager. She placed all her bets on Light, an exhilarating tension blossoming within her heart. Was it anticipation? A sense of relief? Did she hope he would again perform miracles as he had in the past? What was she truly hoping for? Is it a feeling of trust and reliance? Have I become weak? Regardless, let me indulge just this once, perhaps for the final time. Setting aside Ophelia's tumultuous thoughts, the members of the Silver Pegasus Legion chose to believe in Ophelia and also in Light. Some may harbor doubts, but let us consider it a favor returned to Light for his desperate rescue. The worst that could happen is that we would repay him with our lives. Thus, the crowd marched boldly towards the Earth Dragon Legion, unguarded and with great strides, each step more audacious than the last. Their spirit was truly worthy of the term gallant. Were these individuals warriors or merely fools? Lord Macalus, how you delight in mischief, thought Ross, the commander of the Earth Dragon Legion, with a sense of resignation. If you intend to set them free, why orchestrate such a spectacle? As the distance closed, the warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion began to sweat. Faced with the formidable steel army, trepidation gripped their hearts. Zhang Yang signaled for NAK to assist him to the forefront, but unexpectedly, Ophelia approached, taking Nak's place and supporting the ailing Light at the head of the procession. She merely cast a deep glance at Zhang Yang, saying nothing. Yet, Zhang Yang felt the weight of that gaze like a mountain pressing down upon him. They were on the verge of contact. The distance dwindled incrementally, 50 meters, within the range of arrows, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Indeed, Macalus, what are you up to? It is utterly inconceivable that such a large figure would engage in such tomfoolery. Does he not realize how perilous this could be? Or is this yet another test? I despise tests, Zhang Yang thought with a fierce intensity. At that moment, the scene was exceedingly strange. The soldiers of the Earth Dragon Legion regarded the members of the Silver Pegasus Legion as non-existent, while the latter feigned ignorance of the former. Zhang Yang and his companions sauntered through the gaps in their formations, a hush enveloping the atmosphere. It was not until Light and his group traversed through the Earth Dragon Legion's ranks and covered a distance of 200 meters that the members of the Silver Pegasus Legion felt as though they had come back to life. They had genuinely passed through unscathed. Ha ha ha, we made it, they exclaimed, laughter erupting despite the lingering tension. Melody's face was rigid, her feigned laughter grotesque. Odala was not faring much better. Are you courting death? Watch this, Melody exclaimed as she lunged at Odala, delivering a flurry of kicks. Witnessing Odala's antics, the crowd erupted in silly laughter, the tension and numbness gradually dissipating. Lady Ophelia, allow me, Neil said. Lord Light, are you feeling better? Surprisingly, Jelena appeared calm and unafraid. Well, all right then. After a brief pause, Ophelia entrusted Light to the approaching Jelena, hesitated for a moment, then decisively turned to issue commands. Are you afraid? Zhang Yang inquired softly, as the young woman earnestly supported him. Her expression was natural and serene, bestowing upon her an air of dignified grace that belied her youth. A faint, refreshing scent wafted gently into Zhang Yang's nostrils. Upon hearing his inquiry, the young girl turned to him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "I trust you, sir. Besides, you seem to be the most composed person here. As your subordinate, I cannot afford to bring you any disgrace, can I? Is that so? Who claims I am not tense?" Zhang Yang mused, though his countenance remained as serene as ever, albeit somewhat pale, likely a result of excessive blood loss. As Neiljelina presumed. "Very well," Zhang Yang replied to the girl's words. "I shall accept you as my apprentice. Remember, the first lesson is to remain calm." Chapter 24. The ambush before long. The Silver Pegasus Legion unknowingly traversed beyond the confines of Jotun City, the sounds of battle fading into the distance. With only the faint outlines of castle rooftops visible, the path alongside was enveloped in silence, save for the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. Strangely, the Earth Dragon Legion did not intercept us, as if we were invisible. "It seems there has been quite a bit of commotion between you and the destroyer, Muckaloo's," Ophelia remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Yang with a tone that suggested she expected him to confess. "Just some minor matters," Zhang Yang replied with unwavering calmness. Ophelia found herself perplexed. The more she observed him, the more insufferable he appeared. Coupled with his stuttering speech, it left her feeling exasperated. "Do share with us, Light. We are all quite curious," Tony, whose head was bandaged and face adorned with medicinal patches, exclaimed with a face full of longing and anticipation, inching closer to Zhang Yang. The other female warriors also exhibited keen interest, prompting Zhang Yang to internally criticize the apparent lack of discipline within their ranks. "Lord Light is still quite injured. Perhaps you should allow him some peace to rest, dear sister," Neiljelina said with a smile, subtly positioning herself in front of Zhang Yang. "What a considerate little girl," he thought, sparing him considerable trouble. Zhang Yang offered a faint smile, remaining silent. "Wow, Light actually smiled. How rare. Neiljelina, you are amazing," Tony exclaimed, her adorable mouth agape in surprise. "If she wishes to lighten the mood, let her be," he thought. The warriors joined in laughter, the previous sense of despair lifting as they found solace in their newfound safety. "Light, why do you always wear such a poker face, remaining so indifferent? Do you not experience surprise or anger? It is seldom that we see you smile," Mary inquired curiously. "Is that so?" Zhang Yang reflected, puzzled. He felt he had not always been this aloof. While he had always maintained composure, he used to disguise his emotions with a smile. When had he become so detached? It seemed he had laughed less frequently of late. Was it after his transmigration? Or perhaps after his rebirth? When had this transformation begun? "Oh, what a cold individual you are. Those unaware might think you utterly heartless," Mary teased. "Lord Light does indeed appear quite cold-blooded at times, doesn't he? Remembering the moment of taking a life, there was also a time when I was saved. The adult appeared to be just a youth. Yet, why does he exude such a mature and trustworthy aura? It is truly perplexing." Neiljelina pondered internally, casting a furtive glance at the calm-faced Zhang Yang, despite his grievous wounds, before quickly averting her gaze in guilt. One would presume that such severe injuries would cause immense pain, yet it is indeed strange. His expression suggests that he is not the one suffering. "What an odd individual he is," Light remarked softly at that moment. "Wait," Zhang Yang suddenly furrowed his brow. "What is it, Light? Have you discovered something?" Upon hearing Zhang Yang's voice, Ophelia immediately scanned the surroundings with vigilance. It was eerily quiet. Quiet. Could it be? Not a single commoner in sight, nor any magical beasts. Zhang Yang began to survey the vicinity, finding the absence of both civilians and monsters quite abnormal. "We have traveled for quite some time, yet not a shadow of either can be found. Have the civilians not fled from here? Are the magical beasts absent? Or are we simply overreacting, Light? Since the Earth Dragon Legion allowed us passage, they should not ambush us again," Mary optimistically suggested. Just as the tension had begun to ease, you had to bring anxiety back into the air. Besides, where is the enemy, the conspirator? It is too simple. Zhang Yang remained alert, pondering where the oversight lay. Light is right. Do you recall the blue-clad assassin we encountered earlier? Why did he appear? How did he know our location when we left the city? It seems we have not yet escaped danger, Ophelia astutely observed. Light, what do you propose we do? Ophelia turned to Zhang Yang. Why is it always me? You are the commander of the Legion. Zhang Yang inwardly lamented. We shall divide our forces, he finally concluded, realizing this was the only method to minimize losses. Commander, change your attire and depart. Let the female guard impersonate you while we continue onward. Cough. Cough. Perhaps I should speak less. It hurts, Zhang Yang suggested. Is that so? Ophelia hesitated. A commander should not abandon his soldiers. Very well, that shall be our course. I will organize the divisions. Mary exclaimed, pleased, believing that thus the young lady would be safe. Light, you have finally come up with a good idea. As Ophelia watched Mary hurriedly select personnel with the approving gazes of the soldiers, she felt powerless to voice her objections. Before long, Mary had chosen several male warriors and procured a suit of armor for Ophelia to don. After a brief rest of 15 minutes by the roadside, when they resumed their journey, the party of over 200 had dwindled by about 10 individuals. It should have been me remaining with the main group. It affects our speed, Zhang Yang lamented, feeling helpless. After all that discussion, did the injured have no say? The method of departing in batches was indeed prudent. Yet the danger remained palpable. With such serious wounds, he could no longer fight. If he did not leave first, he would only become a burden. Ophelia's gaze towards Light was somewhat evasive, yet her tone was resolute. I can only hope my premonitions are mistaken. Zhang Yang gazed up at the sky. Darkness was approaching. Zhang Yang and Ophelia, along with their companions, were among the first to split into smaller teams. The original plan was to ensure Ophelia's safe departure while the main group acted as bait. However, she vehemently disagreed. In the end, they reluctantly decided to leave in batches, with the intention of regrouping in the northern town of Sardanik. Our first team consisted of Ophelia, Zhang Yang, Neiljelina, Totoni, and AK, who supported Zhang Yang, Mashi, and warriors Fermata and Ferletai, a total of 8 individuals. They entered the woods quietly, proceeding with caution, even avoiding the narrow paths for fear of ambush. Will everyone be safe, my lord? Neiljelina whispered, trailing behind Zhang Yang. I hope so, Zhang Yang replied, unable to provide any reassurance. If his conjecture was correct, the main force was. Lady Mary, is it truly possible there are assassins lurking? We cannot remain on edge like this. The day has turned to night, and everyone is exhausted. Perhaps we should find a place to rest before continuing? Odala, weary and drained, suggested. This day has been relentless. Even iron men have their limits, he added. Let us hold on a little longer. We can rest in the clearing ahead. It's far too unsafe among the trees, Mary said, clad in Ophelia's armor and donning a helmet. At first glance, one would easily mistake her for Ophelia. Moreover, Mary was quite familiar with Ophelia's mannerisms, allowing her to impersonate her flawlessly. All right, everyone, let us persevere. We will rest in the clearing, Odala shouted. Yes, all right. The warriors rallied, their spirits lifted. Suddenly, from the pitch-black woods by the roadside, dozens of arrows shot forth with a chilling whistling sound, piercing the ranks of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Enemy attack. Quick. Defend yourselves. Watch the left side. The sudden barrage of arrows felled nearly 20 warriors, and almost immediately thereafter, for more waves of arrows rained down from the trees. In an instant, the Silver Pegasus Battalion suffered significant casualties. A group of masked assailants surged from the woods, charging straight for Mary, disguised as Ophelia. Curse them, everyone. Defend yourselves, Mary shouted, deflecting an arrow aimed at her while commanding. As the weary and under-equipped Silver Pegasus warriors struggled to hold their ground, Mary decisively called out. Scatter and break through. Do not linger in battle. Regroup at the designated location. Hearing Mary's command, the surviving warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion swiftly abandoned their defenses, discarding their torches, and, cloaked by the night, dispersed while covering one another's escape. Yet, the ground was left littered with nearly 100 corpses. Damn it! Who are you? Why do you fixate on us? Mary's eyes brimmed with tears, her red-rimmed gaze burning with fierce anger. The events of the day had exceeded her capacity for endurance. Too many had departed from her life forever, their familiar, smiling faces, those clumsy warriors who had sought to be close to her, taken away in vain. Everyone must strive to survive. We must uncover the murderer. We seek vengeance. Mary and 2 other female warriors had just emerged from the battlefield and infiltrated the woods by the roadside when suddenly, Mary felt a gust of wind behind her. Then, she heard a raspy voice say, "Just go to sleep, he." A sharp pain shot through her neck, and she collapsed. In that fleeting moment, she sensed something warm splattering over her body. Chapter 25. Target Sardanshik under the cover of night. Zhang Yang and his 8-member squad gradually ventured deeper into the forest, leaving the main road far behind. After approximately 3 hours of travel, they were confident they were not being pursued. Exhaustion had long since set in, so Zhang Yang instructed Mashi to find a sheltered hill densely surrounded by trees, where they decided to rest before continuing their journey. They cleared a small patch of ground, placing several stones in the center, and gathered some dry branches to kindle a fire. As the flames flickered to life, the weary group slumped beside the fire, their bodies feeling utterly drained. Silently, they retrieved some hard biscuits and jerky, roasting them over the fire before tearing into them. However, no one felt inclined to speak. Fatigue and tension weighed heavily upon them, and the low-hanging clouds obscured the faint moonlight and starlight, leaving only the fire dancing like a restless spirit. "Lady Ophelia, please eat first. This portion is warm." Totoni respectfully offered a piece of warm bread and jerky to Ophelia, his voice tinged with apprehension. "Thank you, but you should eat too. I'm roasting mine as well." Ophelia reflected, feeling somewhat disoriented without Mary by her side, who had always taken care of her. She hoped fervently that Mary and the others were safe. "Mary, here, eat first," Zhang Yang said, handing the roasted food to Neiljelina, who appeared somewhat flustered, clearly inexperienced in such matters, as her bread had become slightly charred. "No, please, my lord, I can manage. You are injured. How can I allow you to tend to me?" Neiljelina immediately protested. "Lord Light has sustained such severe injuries. It is already a struggle for him to sit. I have not even prepared food for him, and yet I expect him to care for me. How utterly useless I am. Just eat, and take your time to learn." Zhang Yang gently encouraged, sensing her inner turmoil. Under his steadfast gaze, Neiljelina lowered her head and accepted the warm food, feeling deeply moved to the brink of tears. "I must not cry. I must grow stronger," she resolved, turning away to take small bites. She truly is like a flower in a greenhouse. War and vengeance are not suited for her. Yet, does she have a choice? Do I have a choice? Setting aside these chaotic thoughts, Zhang Yang deftly grasped a branch with his right hand, skillfully skewering the stiff food and turning it over the fire. What may appear to be a simple action is, for a severely injured individual, quite a formidable challenge. However, for him, who has clandestinely begun to harness his telekinetic abilities, it is utterly effortless. Zhang Yang silently sighed within, contemplating how, in merely a few days since his rebirth, he has encountered such a plethora of tribulations. Is his luck truly so dreadful? Currently, with his left arm suffering from a fracture yet to heal, 2 ribs broken, and a penetrating arrow wound in his left leg, he also bears several minor injuries that are gradually healing thanks to the restorative potions and electric energy. Yet, despite the treatment of these wounds, the significant blood loss has left him feeling exceedingly weak. Even with the aid of healing potions, it seems he will require at least 7 or 8 days of rest. What should he do once he recovers? First and foremost, he must strengthen himself to acquire some semblance of self-defense. He does not wish to perish in confusion at any moment. To live freely, he must become powerful enough to fear no danger. Moreover, since he has inexplicably taken in a young girl, he feels the need to train her, to impart to her the strength of vengeance. However, it would be prudent to first ensure she learns the basic tenets of survival. Before long, after finishing their meal, the group was overcome with fatigue. Nak and Mashi voluntarily took the first watch for the night. When Zhang Yang offered to take the second watch, he was met with unanimous agreement from the exhausted companions, who quickly succumbed to slumber around the flickering campfire. In the tranquil stillness of the forest, only the crackling of the fire broke the silence. Barely an hour had passed since they fell asleep, when Nak and Mashi's warning cries pierced the night. They had unknowingly been surrounded by a horde of gremlins. Gremlins are avaricious and vicious diminutive humanoid creatures, standing barely a meter tall, typically moving in packs, and consuming anything edible. They reproduce rapidly and possess low intelligence. Zhang Yang was indeed utterly exhausted, and it was only after Nak and Mashi's alarm that he roused from his slumber. Fortunately, the number of gremlins was not overwhelming, merely around 30, which his group could easily handle. Therefore, aside from Neiljelina, the rest of the party began their assault on these repugnant creatures, each barely a meter in height. Zhang Yang observed closely. The gremlins had a mottled gray-brown exterior, with shriveled limbs and disproportionately large bodies, their heads somewhat flattened with necks nearly non-existent, and their sparse hair barely covering their scalps. Most wielded thick roots and sharp animal bones as weapons. They were currently screeching and charging toward Ophelia and the others. Within moments, over a dozen gremlins had been dispatched. and the remaining ones, realizing their prey was formidable, attempted to flee. Zhang Yang urgently called out to his companions, insisting that not a single one should escape. Otherwise, if they sought vengeance by summoning other clans, peace would be a distant memory. Should their number swell, everyone would be in grave peril. Thus, after 25 minutes, as the pursuing warriors began to return, the foolish gremlins who had come to meet their demise lay lifeless on the ground. After a brief cleanup, the group returned to the warmth of the campfire to rest once more. Just as they had barely fallen asleep, a number of grizzly bears, lured by the scent of blood, appeared, forcing the group to seek another dry and sheltered spot to camp. This commotion disrupted their sleep for the entire night. 2 days later, Zhang Yang and his companions finally emerged from the forest, reaching the outskirts of Sardenhike town. Strangely, during these 2 days, they had encountered numerous low-level magical beasts, large wild animals, and some oblivious gremlins, which greatly irritated the travelers. Upon exiting the forest, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. In the distance, at the end of the dirt road, the faint silhouette of house rooftops could be discerned, though it was difficult to see clearly amidst the dense foliage. Sardenhike town was within reach. Occasionally, they noticed gremlins hanging from tree branches along the roadside, a common tactic employed by villages to deter nearby gremlins. As Zhang Yang and his party approached the walls of Sardenhike town, they discovered that the area was under strict military guard. The town's gates were tightly shut, and soldiers patrolled atop the low walls. Clearly, news of the events in Jotun City had spread. "Halt! Who are you? Advance any further, and we shall shoot." An officer shouted nervously from the only watchtower along the wall. "I am Moke, the centurion of the Northern Silver Pegasus Legion, recently withdrawn from York City. Here is our insignia. Please open the gates," Moke replied, presenting the emblem. The suggestion was made to keep Ophelia's identity concealed. "Oh, you are from the Silver Pegasus Legion? Another group arrived not long ago. Hey, open the gates," the officer called out after examining the insignia. "Someone arrived before us. I wonder how many there are. I hope they are all safe." Totoni exclaimed happily upon hearing this. After passing through the partially opened gate, it was quickly shut again with a resounding thud. "Your companions are resting at the tavern. Just continue straight, and you'll find it," a kind-hearted guard informed Ophelia. "Thank you. But will the tavern accommodate all of us?" Knack inquired curiously. "There aren't many, just about 7 or 8, the guard replied, astonished. Exchanging glances, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude and made their way to the tavern. Inside, Ophelia spotted 8 Silver Pegasus Legion soldiers resting and tending to their wounds, 5 of whom were injured. "When did you arrive? Where is everyone? How is the squad?" Ophelia could no longer contain her anxiety and questioned urgently. "Commander, it is such a relief that you are unharmed." A squad leader stood up, visibly agitated. "The situation is as follows." He recounted the events, leaving everyone in the room in silence. Zhang Yang noticed Ophelia covering her forehead with one hand, her body trembling slightly. The others wore expressions of sorrow. "Commander, there is no need for distress. Your safety is of utmost importance. As long as you live, it is possible to uncover the conspirators and seek vengeance for everyone. Though some comrades have fallen, they did so without regret. Our duty is to protect you. To die for those worthy of protection is the supreme glory of a warrior. So, rise and rally, my esteemed commander. Avenge our fallen brothers." The squad leader and several surviving warriors spoke with fervor, their resolute faces seemingly aglow with a sacred light. Was it faith? Zhang Yang remained silent, simply placing his uninjured right hand gently on Ophelia's shoulder. She trembled slightly and slowly lifted her gaze. The traces of tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. Yet her expression had regained its tranquility. "I will surely avenge our fallen comrades," she declared. "Now, let us take a moment to recuperate. Perhaps more surviving warriors will join us. Who can share news about Jotun City?" In that moment, Ophelia transformed into a resolute general. As if the fleeting softness she had displayed moments before had never existed. She turned and strode toward the door. But Zhang Yang distinctly saw a single tear cascading down her cheek, tracing a crystalline path before plummeting to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Indeed, it was a tear. Chapter 26. The ominous visitor. Ophelia led her comrades in Sardenhike town for 3 days of rest, waiting, and growing increasingly disheartened. Ultimately, only 2 squads of the Silver Pegasus Legion arrived on the evening of the first day. In the ensuing 2 days of anticipation, no one else returned, leading to a relentless cycle of waiting and disappointment. During this period, Zhang Yang gathered useful information through inquiries. The Earth Dragon Legion had effortlessly seized control of Jotun City, but had not advanced further. They remained firmly entrenched within the city. Approximately 20% of the civilians managed to escape, flooding neighboring towns with refugees. The refugees reported that the Earth Dragon Legion had largely refrained from attacking them. Instead, they were assaulted by a band of black-armored warriors, seemingly a mercenary group, though no insignia was visible. Ophelia surmised that the conspirators were likely a coalition of official rebels and mercenaries, though their specific identities remained unknown. On the third day of Ophelia's arrival in Sardenheik town, Zhang Yang's injuries had improved significantly. Despite some lingering soreness from the electric recovery, the results were notably favorable. Additionally, due to Ophelia's high-priced purchases of inferior healing potions in the town, several injured comrades had also made considerable progress in their recovery. At the very least, Zhang Yang's superficial wounds had healed, leaving only his left arm's bone unhealed. The other injured warriors were also nearing full recovery. Zhang Yang's penetrating arrow wound had nearly mended. It was fortunate that no tendons or bones had been damaged, and he finally regained the ability to move freely. After 3 days of waiting, those who were meant to return had likely already done so, and the chances of others coming back were diminishing. During his nocturnal training in perception, Zhang Yang noticed Ophelia silently weeping multiple times, mourning the warriors of the Silver Pegasus and perhaps the innocents who had perished. The maid who had always accompanied her, Mary, had been with Ophelia since childhood, caring for her until she joined the Silver Pegasus Legion. The female warriors surrounding Ophelia mostly comprised former handmaidens from her family. It is no wonder that the royal guard showed little fear of Ophelia. Instead, they exhibited more concern and affection. Through careful observation over the past few days, Zhang Yang discerned that although Ophelia's cadre of Silver Pegasus warriors appeared exceptionally elite, most were merely fledgling recruits, not much more experienced than himself. Otherwise, given their combat prowess, one might question the strength of the elite soldiers of the Fran Empire. Yet, the enigma remained. How could Ophelia, as the commander of the Silver Pegasus Legion, have such seemingly weak subordinates? The underlying reasons were indeed intriguing. However, Zhang Yang was not one to prattle, nor did he possess the excessive curiosity to unravel this mystery. He was content to keep such knowledge to himself. Was it truly necessary to wait another day? This place felt unsafe, and lingering here seemed devoid of hope. Resignedly, he decided to return to the main camp. This vendetta, he vowed, would not go unavenged. After 3 days, the brief yet interminable wait had finally drawn to a close. Ophelia, with a heavy heart, resolved to leave this place and return to the Silver Pegasus Legion's headquarters, located in the northern city of Makshimu, within the Fran Empire. Zhang Yang, accompanied by several warriors, boarded a newly acquired carriage, drawn by 2 sturdy steeds. The carriage was spacious, approximately 6 square meters, ample enough to accommodate 4 individuals comfortably. Neiljelina was unanimously assigned to care for Zhang Yang, thus sharing the carriage with him. During the past few days, Zhang Yang had taken the opportunity to impart to her some basic survival, first aid, and self-defense skills. While much of it stemmed from the texts of this world, he also shared invaluable experiences gleaned from his 2 lifetimes. Zhang Yang had essentially accepted the reality that this young girl would become either his servant or student, and he began to gradually impart practical knowledge and techniques, such as the dagger combat skills he had once learned in the military. As Totoni mounted his horse for the last time, Ophelia cast a distant glance towards the direction of Jotun City before resolutely turning away, embodying the decisive qualities of a true leader. Before long, the group set forth on the road to Makshimu. The morning fog had yet to dissipate completely, and the overcast weather contributed to a sense of gloom. The procession slowly departed from Sardenheik town, with the journey to Makshimu expected to take 7 days on horseback. To conserve the horse's strength, the pace had to be moderated. Furthermore, due to the presence of a major thoroughfare and guard towers along this route, low-level magical beasts and gremlins had mostly been cleared away, allowing for a slightly more reassuring journey. As Zhang Yang swayed gently with the rhythm of the carriage, listening to the creaking wheels and observing Neiljelina engrossed in her reading, he felt a sudden sense of relaxation, as if the frantic events of the past few days had been mere dreams. This serene journey was what he had longed for since arriving in this world, he mused, his gaze inadvertently drifting into the distance. Neiljelina was perusing a beginner's herbalism book that Zhang Yang had purchased in Sardenheik. Women are inherently at a disadvantage when it comes to physical strength. However, they often exhibit superior agility and flexibility. Prior to the advent of combat techniques and energy cultivation methods in this world, some fundamental training and preparation could indeed commence in advance. After much contemplation, Zhang Yang resolved to nurture her into an assassin, perhaps influenced by the vivid impressions of assassins embedded in his memories. Consequently, the study of herbalism and toxicology became indispensable. She harbored no objections to this. Whatever Zhang Yang assigned her, she approached with earnest diligence. This pleased Zhang Yang greatly, for he was not fond of instructing spoiled young ladies or pampered girls, who were often riddled with flaws and incapable of enduring hardship. Presently, it seemed that Neiljelina was indeed commendable, dedicated, diligent, and resilient. However, he wondered whether she possessed the innate talent to become a warrior and assassin. Such a cold and composed disposition is not something easily cultivated overnight. Zhang Yang mused aimlessly. Perhaps this training method would merely forge another version of himself. Stop! Who goes there? Everyone be on guard. The sharp call of NAK echoed from the front. Zhang Yang immediately sprang to his feet, positioning himself defensively at the entrance of the carriage. The sudden movement caused a twinge of pain in his left arm. Neiljelina swiftly followed Zhang Yang's instructions, crouching low and hiding behind the carriage's partition. At that moment, a soft, languid male voice resounded, unhurried and smooth. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I have come merely to conduct a transaction. Might I be so fortunate as to meet the beautiful silver-winged light, Lady Ophelia? I hold her in great admiration. The individual's serpentine, insincere laughter evoked thoughts of a cold, slippery serpent. State your purpose. Who are you? Nashi stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Moxie, both vigilantly watching the man before them. He stood approximately 1.8 meters tall, possessing a notably slender build, not weak nor robust, but rather giving off an impression of elegant slimness. Clad in a beautifully crafted blue-purple robe, his exposed skin was delicate yet pallid. His face, which could have been charming, appeared rather sinister when paired with his snake-like, shadowy eyes. Though his presence was repugnant, it was undeniable that he exuded an oppressive aura that weighed heavily upon NAK and Moxie. He was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, a silver-tier powerhouse on par with Ophelia. What a nuisance. Very well, I shall not dwell on trifles with you. I am here to negotiate a trade. As for the bargaining chips, they appear to be a few individuals, if I recall correctly, Odala and Melly, perhaps? His voice dripped with a soft, sinister laughter. What? Melly? Odala? Who are you? What is your connection to the black armored army of Yoden City? Where are Captain Melly and the others? NAK and Moxie, filled with urgency and anger, shouted in alarm. Let us temper our emotions. I have little interest in conversing with insignificant figures. Bring Ophelia forth, or I shall eliminate you both. The man continued to smile languidly, yet his words bore a chilling coldness and murderous intent that sent shivers down Ik and Moxie's spines. You. As Moshi was about to charge forward with all his might, Ophelia's voice resonated, calm yet commanding. State your terms. What must be done to secure the release of my people? What sort of transaction do you propose? Ophelia's tone belied her outward composure. Was this the serene demeanor that Light often wore? A faade that reassured allies while unsettling adversaries? She found herself momentarily distracted by the thought. It is indeed an honor, Lady Ophelia. To meet you in person is far more enlightening than mere hearsay. I must admit, you are rather forthright. Now, lend me your ear. The effeminate man grinned, and upon closer inspection, one could discern an ever-shifting hue upon his lips. Was it lipstick? At that moment, Zhang Yang, who had just arrived, noticed the man's seemingly coy smile, yet his eyes betrayed a chilling absence of warmth. Only a merciless coldness glimmered, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Chapter 27. The Uneasy Pact. As for the terms of the transaction, it involves trading the lives of your subordinates for a promise we desire. That is, the Silver Pegasus Legion must maintain absolute neutrality for the next year, refraining from obeying the summons of the Kingdom of Fran and abstaining from any conflicts between factions. What do you think? Quite a generous offer, wouldn't you agree? I estimate it involves the lives of about a dozen individuals. What is there to hesitate over? Ah ha ha ha. The effeminate man erupted into laughter, covering his mouth. Zhang Yang's hair stood on end, overwhelmed by revulsion. Could he be one of those sinister types? Zhang Yang thought maliciously. Allow me to see the hostages. Only after confirming their well-being will I consider your proposal, Ophelia asserted calmly, though her fingertips trembled subtly behind her back. Wonderful. There are still survivors. Meili is alive, and so are Odala and the others. Very well. However, a contract must be signed first, the effeminate man replied, his eyes gleaming with a sinister delight. Where are they? Ophelia inquired, her urgency palpable. For the sake of those who still live, for Meili, you will wait for me. The effeminate man raised his hand skyward and shot a ghastly green firework into the air, twisting upwards like a venomous serpent. The fireworks silently exploded into a cloud of sickly green smoke. From the shadows of the forest behind him emerged a group of cloaked figures, approximately 40 to 50 individuals, each shrouded in oversized hooded coats that obscured their faces and forms. Among them were more than a dozen Silver Pegasus Legion warriors, their eyes blindfolded. And leading the group was Meili, masquerading as Ophelia. At that moment, Meili and her companions were bound, their mouths gagged with cloth. Upon catching sight of Ophelia, Meili could only emit muffled sounds of distress, which sent a jolt of anguish through Ophelia's heart. Ah, you see them now. Releasing them is rather simple. It merely requires the signing of a magical contract, Lady Commander Ophelia. The effeminate voice interrupted Ophelia's instinctive rush forward. A magical contract, you say? It seems your initial aim was indeed the Silver Pegasus Legion. How could you bear to cause the demise of so many innocents in Jotun City? You heartless wretch. Ophelia could no longer contain her fury and shouted aloud. No, 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 do not be so agitated. You are merely a cog in the machinery, just an incidental addition. Enough of this. Let us conclude the transaction, Lady Ophelia. Release them. The situation was dire, and faced with such formidable adversaries, Ophelia had no choice but to endure for the sake of her subordinates' lives. The effeminate man smirked slightly, waving his hand dismissively. Melis and the others were then shoved forward by the cloaked figures, their bonds removed. Lady Ophelia, what are you doing here? This is dangerous. Melis cried hoarsely. Do not worry. It is all right. Ophelia reassured them with a gesture, then turned her gaze toward the effeminate man without uttering a word. Very well, very well. Release them, he said with an exaggerated sense of resignation. At that moment, Zhang Yang and the surviving warriors had arrived behind Ophelia, standing vigilant. As Melis and the others returned safely to the group, a collective sigh of relief swept over them, and they hurried to tend to their wounds. It was then that Zhang Yang witnessed, for the first time, the arcane art of spellcasting. The effeminate man held his hands aloft, murmuring an incantation. Gradually, strands of white light coalesced in his palms, eventually forming a floating, grayish-white, translucent scroll inscribed with various sigils and symbols. Zhang Yang discreetly extended his perception, eager to decipher the text. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Who goes there? Who dares to spy? Step forth. Just as Zhang Yang's awareness encroached within 5 meters of the contract scroll, the effeminate man abruptly opened his eyes wide and shouted. Zhang Yang's heart raced. He had been discovered. How careless of him. The atmosphere grew tense as both parties drew their weapons. With no alternative, Zhang Yang resigned to breaking the stalemate and stepped away from the group. Confirm it. At once, he said, his brow slightly furrowed. Oh, is it you? The brave emissary of negotiation? I did not expect you to be a sorcerer as well. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Upon seeing Zhang Yang step forward, the effeminate man slowly lowered his guard, signaling safety behind him, and casually jested with light. Zhang Yang, a sorcerer? How extraordinary. But why would he choose to mingle among us as an ordinary warrior? This question lingered in the minds of not just Ophelia, but also the other members of the Silver Pegasus Legion. What was his ulterior motive? However, the effeminate man continued, since you harbor doubts, come and examine this contract. Intriguing individual. His smile ignited in Zhang Yang a fierce desire to strike him. What an insufferable character. Ophelia merely cast a deep glance at Zhang Yang, a barely perceptible frown crossing her features before she said, Come, Captain Light. Such a peculiar tone. It seemed she was irritated by her concealed abilities. Yet, I cannot fathom whether this is a sorcerer's power, can I? Moreover, you did not inquire, nor did you ever acknowledge when you became the captain of the guard. Zhang Yang felt a sense of helplessness. How could he articulate his thoughts effectively? As he approached, the text inscribed on the contract came into view. It was an ancient script, perhaps the language of magic? Zhang Yang could comprehend only a small portion. By the oath of the soul, Ophelia Camoed pledges the commitment of the Silver Pegasus Legion. agreeing not to intervene or interfere in any conflicts of forces for the forthcoming year, and Ophelia herself must not leave the residence of Moksham. Should there be a betrayal, she shall endure the penalties of the soul contract, becoming a sole servant of the contracting party, Eats Majet. Eats Majet shall release 16 captives of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Bound by blood, the soul contract shall take effect. Having read it, if there are no issues, then sign it with your own blood, suggested the effeminate man, Eats Majet, with a smile, as he prepared to extend a magical pen. Ophelia, having reviewed it, found no discrepancies and was about to take the pen when suddenly, Zhang Yang shouted, "Wait, what is it, Light?" Ophelia looked at Zhang Yang with surprise. At that moment, a glint of malice flashed in the eyes of the effeminate man. Date, time trap. Supplement, complete. Zhang Yang stared directly at the effeminate man, disregarding his animosity. Silly dear, if you sign now, prepare to be enslaved by this shadowy figure. Zhang Yang inwardly lamented, realizing that Ophelia did not seem particularly astute in matters of cunning. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's warning, Ophelia scrutinized the contract once more and suddenly came to a realization. By the heavens, we are outside Moksham. If we sign, we will immediately breach the contract. How treacherous. Ophelia's face grew pale as she reached for her sword, but Zhang Yang preemptively restrained her. The contract is not yet complete. We must add clauses. Zhang Yang asserted with a tone of certainty, employing a form of linguistic coercion. Let us avoid physical confrontation. We stand no chance if it comes to blows. Allah! Ho ho! What a cautious and perceptive individual you are. The effeminate man chuckled through gritted teeth. I must have overlooked something. What shall be included? You little rascal. You've thwarted my plans. Just wait. The contract shall not take effect for 10 days, during which time neither of our factions may engage in hostilities. Ophelia, regaining her composure, seemed to have grasped the crux of the matter and spoke up. The effeminate man cast a reluctant glance at Ophelia before raising his hand to cast a spell, his mind racing with curses. Light, you wretched being. Because of you, my plans are in disarray. If not for the grand scheme, I would surely end you. No, I will ensure you suffer endlessly. Despite his frustration at the disruption of his plans, the overarching scheme of his master continued to progress smoothly. He could not allow his personal grievances to disrupt that. With suppressed anger, the effeminate man modified the contract. Soon, additional terms began to emerge on the document. Ophelia reviewed the modifications several times to ensure their accuracy before cautiously accepting the magical pen, gently pricking her finger to let her blood touch the tip, and inscribing her name upon the contract. Ophelia was eager to uncover clues about the conspiratorial group from the contract, yet all she could find was the name Eats Majet, which left her entirely perplexed. Upon signing her name, the magical contract emitted a burst of white light, splitting into 2 copies that flew into the foreheads of both Ophelia and the effeminate man, Eats Majet. How fortunate, Lord Light. It is a pleasure to meet you. We shall cross paths again, for I hold you in high regard, he remarked with a chilling, serpentine laugh, as Eats Majet and his cloaked associates vanished swiftly into the distant woods. Thank you, Light. I owe you once more, Ophelia said earnestly, fixing her gaze upon Zhang Yang. Let us just call it a wish, Zhang Yang replied, somewhat distracted, yet maintaining his composure as he turned to head towards his carriage. Oh, it seems I have inadvertently attracted the attention of a troublesome character, that effeminate man resembling a venomous serpent. Perhaps it is indeed a dark omen, Zhang Yang mused silently. Ophelia, somewhat absent-minded, consoled Mary and Odala while her eyes lingered on the enigmatic figure being assisted onto his carriage by Neiljelina. Did she truly wish to avoid owing favors or accepting the kindness of others? A wish, perhaps. Her thoughts drifted back to that morning in the small village, where a boy had calmly stammered, I have a chance to make a wish, right? After the cloaked figures departed, the shaken group remained on high alert for quite some time, ensuring there were no ambushes before resuming their journey. Along the way, Mary, with a quiver in her voice, recounted the ambush they had suffered and the events of the past few days. After offering each other words of comfort, they set forth on the road back to Moksham. The journey was remarkably tranquil, devoid of interception, assassination attempts, or ambushes, and they did not encounter even a single magical beast. The only notable occurrences were the numerous inquiries directed at Zhang Yang regarding his status as a sorcerer and his level of expertise. Zhang Yang simply dismissed these curious individuals with a 3-word mantra, I do not know. Thus, on the 6th day, Ophelia and her companions arrived at the stronghold of the Silver Pegasus Legion in the northern city of Moksham, within the Fran Empire. Up ahead lies Moksham. Zhang Yang observed from afar, gazing at the grand city nestled among the mountains, which appeared like a soaring silver Pegasus against the backdrop of the surrounding silver peaks. As the saying goes, a sight of the mountains makes one weary, and indeed it proved true. From the moment Zhang Yang first glimpsed Moksham until the group reached the city gates, nearly 3 hours had inexplicably passed. Along the way, Zhang Yang noticed the neatly arranged farmlands flanking the road, lush and stretching into the distance. This was a city entirely capable of self-sufficiency. As they approached Moksham, the road became significantly smoother and wider, allowing 4 carriages to travel side by side. Occasionally, they encountered passers-by and farmers, most of whom wore gentle smiles. As they walked, the group soon arrived beneath the grand city gate. Zhang Yang was astonished to discover that the walls of Moksham towered impressively high, instilling a sense of reverence akin to gazing up at a majestic mountain. The walls appeared to be nearly 20 meters tall, comparable to the height of a 7-story building. The imposing gates swung open, revealing a deep and wide entrance that resembled a tunnel, standing about 7 to 8 meters high. The gate seemed to be forged from metal, adorned with intricate magical runes, although most of these runes emitted a faint, dim glow, with only a select few shimmering mysteriously. Perhaps the majority of their powers remained dormant. A bustling crowd flowed in and out of the gate, predominantly composed of merchants and farmers, interspersed with groups of adventurers and mercenaries engaged in jovial conversation. On either side of the entrance stood 2 ranks of soldiers, their uniforms striking and their equipment well-maintained, their expressions a mix of solemnity and heartfelt pride. The procession of Ophelia paused at the gate, and Zhang Yang observed Mok approaching the guards to present a badge while exchanging a few words. To his surprise, the guards suddenly turned their astonished gazes toward the convoy, rapidly standing at attention, their faces alight with excitement, akin to soldiers awaiting an inspection. Zhang Yang momentarily hesitated before a knowing smile graced his lips. Indeed, this was the headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Legion, the home of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Ophelia, as the commander, held the highest authority, and it appeared she was greatly adored by her subordinates. At last, true safety had been attained. Zhang Yang couldn't help but glance up at the azure sky and the wispy clouds, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Ophelia offered a slight nod to her companions before urging her horse forward, leading the convoy into the city. As she passed the guards, they collectively thumped their chests in salute, their faces brimming with excitement, though not a single voice was raised in cheer. This discipline was quite telling. Ophelia calmly raised her hand in acknowledgement, and the group gradually made their way into Moksham. Once Ophelia had disappeared into the throng, the guards began to whisper excitedly amongst themselves. Moksham truly lived up to its reputation as one of the central cities of the Fran Empire's northern region. The streets and buildings were several times larger than those in Yuten City. The thoroughfares bustled with a continuous flow of pedestrians, and the streets appeared remarkably clean and orderly. Zhang Yang noted that, while the passers-by were dressed simply, their attire was not tattered, and they did not seem overly hurried. Stray individuals and beggars, commonly seen in Yuten City, were conspicuously absent. Indeed, this place bore the hallmarks of a grand metropolis, inspiring within Zhang Yang a sudden feeling of having returned to a civilized world. At this moment, the tranquility and serenity of Moksham enveloped Ophelia and her companions, who had just endured several days of relentless battles. They felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over them, though simultaneously, a wave of exhaustion surged forth, prompting everyone to seek a warm and comfortable place to rest and rejuvenate. The destination of Ophelia and her companions lay in the northern part of the city, specifically within the military camp that serves as the headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Zhang Yang had anticipated a swift arrival. However, traversing the city proved to be a laborious endeavor, consuming nearly 2 hours. The throngs of pedestrians necessitated a slower pace, yet the sheer vastness of the city was undeniable. After navigating through a myriad of shops and squeezing past bustling crowds, as well as crossing numerous plazas and buildings of varying sizes, the group finally arrived at the stronghold of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Before him stood an impressive fortress, evoking a sense of wonder in Zhang Yang. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to this stronghold as the city within the city. It was undeniably a sprawling urban complex composed of countless formidable castles. Upon entering through the fortress's grand gates, Flanked by two bastion-like white towers, he was greeted by a refreshing palette of blue and white. The large stone walls, painted in white, complemented the blue-tiled roofs, bestowing a unique grandeur upon this military fortress. Zhang Yang surveyed his surroundings, noting that this stronghold rivaled the size of Yoden City, with walls even taller than those of Mokshim's main fortress, towering approximately 27 to 28 meters high. As he reflected on his journey, he realized that the Silver Pegasus's headquarters was situated upon a low hill in the northern part of Mokshim City. The entire hill and fortress appeared as a singular, majestic entity. According to NAK, the walls reached a height of 30 meters, which alone could deter many ground forces. The interior of the fortress was orderly, spacious, and immaculate, with broad pathways paved with large, elongated white stones. Flanking the roads were expansive flower beds and grassy areas, while towering trees grew robustly alongside, leading to various bastions and towers that stood like a forest. In this world, which Zhang Yang perceived as technologically backward, the existence of such a magnificent city left him astounded, prompting admiration for humanity's creativity and boundless intelligence. This was merely a large city within the Fran Empire. What marvels might the capital, Franks, hold? A sudden longing surged within Zhang Yang, a yearning to traverse this enchanting world. Surely, he must explore the realms of the Odato world to fully embrace this newfound opportunity. Lost in thought, he was soon roused as enthusiastic warriors, alerted by the news of their arrival, escorted them to their designated quarters within the camp. As the Legion's commander's bodyguard, Zhang Yang was surprisingly assigned a private room. Though merely around 10 square meters in size, he felt immensely gratified by such accommodations. Later, the guide, Totoni, informed him that within this 5-story castle, the female warriors of the personal guard resided on the 23rd floor, adjacent to Ophelia's quarters, with sufficient space to house over 100 individuals. Moreover, their location was directly beneath Ophelia's residence. The 2 upper levels of the space belong to Ophelia, and she usually resides here at the station. Chapter 29. Entering Mokshimu, Part 2. Zhang Yang, being the only male guard, is fortunate enough to be allowed to reside in this castle. Naturally, he cannot share accommodations with the female warriors. Thus, he has been specially assigned to a secluded room on the 1st floor of the castle. Zhang Yang fell silent, pondering whether this could be considered isolation. How could he have forgotten this? At this moment, he truly felt like a solitary green amidst a sea of flowers, which, perhaps, is for the best. It would surely be quieter here. After all, it was a single room. Zhang Yang could only comfort himself with such thoughts, thanking the guide, Totoni, as he entered the room. However, upon entering, his expression instantly turned to one of shock, as if he had been petrified. "Zero, what are you doing here? What is the meaning of this? Did I walk into the wrong room?" "My lord," Neiljelina said pitifully, her voice gradually diminishing. Captain Mary's squad said there were no available spaces on their side, and they couldn't free up any adjacent rooms for the time being. "So, I was told to stay with you." She cast a timid glance at Zhang Yang, then lowered her head, standing before him with an air of anxiety, resembling a small cat on the verge of abandonment. Zhang Yang sighed inwardly. "Mary, are you trying to trap me? I seem to recall some female warriors having fallen in battle. I didn't see many people upon entering. Just one girl. How could there be no place for her? You must be doing this on purpose." He resigned himself to the situation, knowing that Ophelia was likely aware of this mischievous arrangement. He glanced at the woeful Neiljelina, who was waiting for his response, then set down his modest belongings inside the room, rubbing his aching temples. He muttered to himself, "Damn it," surveying the somewhat cramped room. He noted the peculiar design of the windows on the 1st floor, which were required to be both high and narrow to effectively defend against arrows and enhance sturdiness. The window sills were over a meter thick, and the 2 exceedingly high windows measured a mere 15 centimeters wide and 40 centimeters tall. The room contained a bed, 2 cabinets, a long table, and a weapons rack. Fortunately, it appeared to be relatively clean and orderly, albeit dimly lit. How he longed for a proper bed. Well, for now, this will have to suffice. I can't believe this. Just a man and a woman. Was this deliberate? Zhang Yang suddenly thought of the gossipy nature of the women. Was there a listening device hidden in the room? Never mind. He was utterly exhausted. At that moment, Zhang Yang quickly opened his belongings and laid out his bedding on the floor near the window. Thankfully, the wooden floorboards would not be too cold. Otherwise, sleeping like this for several days would surely lead to dire consequences. After preparing his makeshift bed, Zhang Yang removed only his armor and boots, lying down fully clothed on the bedding, drifting into a deep slumber in no time. Neiljelina stood there, feeling somewhat at a loss. She had considered offering assistance several times, but hesitated, filled with conflicting emotions. On one hand, sharing a room with a young man. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no anxiety or shyness. On the other hand, she was genuinely reluctant to leave this adult, who, despite their brief acquaintance, instilled a sense of safety and reassurance within her heart. This sentiment truly warranted the term unease. Zhang Yang did not expel her. Instead, he offered her a place on the bed. At that moment, the girl was filled with joy. Although she felt secure within the Silver Pegasus Legion, it was only by his side that she could truly relax. She had recently come to realize that only in his presence could she peacefully drift into slumber, free from nightmares. It seemed that she could only feel safe in the company of an adult. What kind of psychology was this? Was it dependence, trust, or something else? As the girl pondered, Zhang Yang, utterly exhausted and recently healed from his injuries, succumbed to sleep almost immediately, emitting soft and rhythmic snores. At that moment, Neiljelina was also quite fatigued. Glancing at the vacant bed, warmth filled her heart. "Thank you, esteemed adult." After ensuring the door was securely closed, the sound of rustling filled the room. Soon, with flushed cheeks, Neiljelina let her long hair down, donned a shirt, and swiftly nestled beneath the covers, cautiously stealing a glance at the already slumbering Zhang Yang. Then, comfortably, she rubbed her cheek against the dry pillow, confirming her gaze on the sleeping Zhang Yang before closing her eyes and drifting sweetly into slumber. She slept heavily until the late afternoon when the sky began to darken. Zhang Yang stirred awake and turned to observe Neiljelina, still in deep slumber. He shook his head in mild exasperation, feeling somewhat dazed. Quietly donning his boots, Zhang Yang exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. As he walked through the sturdy corridor, he arrived at the courtyard. According to the enthusiastic Totoni, the courtyard typically served as a recreational space for the female warriors. "Ah, Light, you're awake. Come, have something to eat. Lady Ophelia wishes to see you upstairs once you rise," Totoni exclaimed, brimming with energy, as if the weariness of their journey and the fatigue from battle were mere illusions. Oh, understood. Having just awakened, Zhang Yang was not particularly hungry. He merely approached the table for a drink of water before inquiring about the direction to the upper floor. What could she want from him? What matter was so urgent that it required resolution on the very day of his return? Zhang Yang pondered silently, instinctively extending his perception to gain insight into the structure of the fortress. However, to his surprise, his perception was repelled upon reaching the fortress walls, unable to penetrate, as if some force obstructed his awareness. It seemed this fortress was indeed formidable. After ascending and inquiring with the stationed female guard, Zhang Yang swiftly arrived at the room belonging to the commander Ophelia on the 4th floor. It appeared that the entire 4th floor was a private domain for Ophelia. The lower levels housed the female guards, and upon ascending, Zhang Yang noted the multitude of rooms on the 3rd floor, uncertain if they were all occupied. He couldn't help but harbor a grudge, thinking, how could there possibly be no available rooms? This arrangement is clearly intentional. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the female warrior on guard at the entrance caught sight of him. "Captain Light, the esteemed Legion commander is awaiting your presence. Please, enter." With that, he turned and gently knocked on the exquisite wooden door at the right side of the corridor. "Commander, Captain Light has arrived." Chapter 30. An invitation from the Camoed family. As the door swung open, a soft radiance delicately poured forth, imbuing the space with an aura of purity and gentleness. It was a light unlike anything Zhang Yang had ever encountered, akin to sunlight yet devoid of warmth, reminiscent of a lamp, but far more resplendent. Upon entering, Light beheld Ophelia elegantly leaning by the window, gracefully sipping from a crystal goblet, presumably filled with some fine liquor. The golden liquid was clear and transparent, possessing a texture as smooth as oil. At that moment, Ophelia had shed her armor, donning the attire of a nobleman, exuding both opulence and vigor. However, her expression bore a hint of melancholy, as if lost in contemplation, and in conjunction with the gentle lighting, she emanated a mesmerizing, dreamlike beauty. Meanwhile, Mei stood silently behind her. "Commander, is it you who sought me?" Zhang Yang inquired with a slight bow. "Thank you for your efforts, Light. Have you recovered somewhat?" Ophelia, roused by Zhang Yang's voice, swiftly transformed back into her former noble and confident self. Yet, Zhang Yang, observant as ever, detected a glimmer in her eyes, suggesting there was something she wished to convey. All is well, Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. Ah, still as cool as ever. Please, have a seat. Ophelia seated herself on the sumptuous leather sofa by the window, gesturing for Zhang Yang to sit across from her. Are we to discuss matters? Zhang Yang pondered, slightly bewildered, only to notice that Meili, who was usually by Ophelia's side, subtly nodded at him before exiting and closing the door behind her. What could this mean? Before Zhang Yang could unravel his thoughts, Ophelia began to speak. It has been over a month, Light. I apologize for thrusting you into this web of intrigue upon your arrival. Joining the Silver Pegasus Legion has led you into perilous situations. Nonetheless, I am truly grateful. For without you, we might not have returned to Moksham alive. Thank you. Ophelia expressed sincerely. It was merely my duty, Zhang Yang replied, reflecting on the numerous events of the past month, feeling somewhat melancholic as he recognized the relentless series of occurrences. A simple expression of gratitude felt inadequate, and he wondered what pressing matter had prompted her to seek him so urgently. Remaining silent, he sat quietly, inadvertently catching sight of the source of the glow. It was a magnificent crystal column, seemingly crafted from a single piece of transparent crystal, radiating a soft light that illuminated the room without leaving any shadowed corners. Beneath the crystal rested an intricately designed metal stand, equally exquisite. This is a magical lamp, requiring a special magical crystal for its creation. Its light can unravel all stealth abilities below the 5th tier, ensuring there are no blind spots within this room, Ophelia casually explained. Following Zhang Yang's curious gaze towards the magical lamp. How wondrous, he remarked. Can the stealth-enhancing item be deciphered? The realm of magic is indeed wondrous, yet lamentably scarce. Hee. The reason I summoned you today is to engage in a sincere conversation. I find myself profoundly curious about you, ever since your induction into the Silver Pegasus Legion. We have been incessantly embroiled in battles, scarcely taking a moment to converse in tranquility, have we? Ophelia gazed at Zhang Yang with her bright eyes, gently sipping her drink as she spoke. Let us delve into the matter at hand, Zhang Yang thought. Indeed, he responded in accordance with Ophelia's words. Engaging in dialogue with this peculiar individual proves to be quite taxing. How strange, could it be that my charm has waned? I have heard he engages splendidly with Michalis. Yet this indifferent fellow manages negotiations with such aplomb? How bizarre. Ophelia felt a twinge of discomfort. The conversation was indeed exhausting. So she resolved to hasten to the crux of the matter, lest her own words render her dull. Well, right, let us be direct. We are all aware that you hail from the small mountain village attacked by the fire leopards. There is little to elaborate on there. However, your demeanor and capabilities suggest you are far from a mere villager. You possess extensive knowledge, an acute combat intuition, and a level of composure and astuteness that surpasses many scions of noble families. Everyone perceives you as exceptional. Yet, it has come to my attention that your transformation around the time of the fire leopard's assault was remarkably profound. It was as though the villagers believed you had undergone a metamorphosis, despite retaining full memories of your previous life. I am intrigued. Could you elucidate the reasons behind this? Ophelia posed the question that had long lingered in her heart, a query shared by many. Did you sense it after all? It appears I truly lack any talent for performance. You are aware of the legend of the Chosen One, are you not? Zhang Yang introduced a carefully prepared narrative. It ought to pose no issue if I embellish it slightly. Yes, I have heard fragments. Could it be? Perhaps. Zhang Yang's reply remained ambiguous. Does it truly matter? Right should not be an adversary to us. After enduring numerous life-threatening trials, I should place my trust in him. Yet what if I am mistaken? Ophelia found herself ensnared in a web of conflict. What should I do? Should I continue to trust him? At the very least. I should have faith in my instincts, right? A woman's intuition, perhaps? The Chosen One? That does indeed provide a coherent explanation. You are quite fortunate, right? It is said that the occurrence of Chosen Ones is exceedingly rare. Tomorrow, you are to accompany me to a certain location. My father wishes to personally express his gratitude. After all, I am his only daughter, and you have saved my life. Following her resolution, Ophelia appeared considerably more at ease, her words taking on a lighter tone. Must I go? Zhang Yang inquired, somewhat astonished. Yes, Ophelia affirmed with conviction. Oh, I should not emulate your manner of speaking, young lady, Zhang Yang mused internally. Do you not anticipate the nature of the reward? Perhaps my father will bestow upon you unexpected benefits. Ophelia too felt a flicker of curiosity. When a patriarch of a grand family expresses gratitude, could the rewards be meager? Why does this person still appear so carefree and unperturbed? Does he possess no desires whatsoever? For instance, what could they be? Zhang Yang tilted his head slightly and inquired. Surely, as long as the requests are not excessive, they could be fulfilled, right? Money, beauty, status. Ophelia was not entirely certain. What, pray tell, is your reason for joining the Silver Pegasus Legion? Power, wealth, beauty, or something else entirely? Surely, any ordinary individual must harbor some desires, mustn't they? Ophelia could never fathom that the true reason Zhang Yang initially joined the Silver Pegasus Legion was merely to seize the opportunity to leave his village and explore the continent. Furthermore, Zhang Yang, having lived 2 lives, could hardly be considered an ordinary person, could he? Oh, speaking of which, Zhang Yang suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Is there something else? He asked. Well, no, nothing at all. Tomorrow morning, I shall send someone to call for you. Had he truly lost his charm? Was it possible that he had become less attractive of late? Or was conversing with him simply dull? Ophelia's confidence in her allure seemed to waver unexpectedly. In both the past and present, whether in the imperial capital or in Mokshimu, how many had wished to engage in conversation with her, yet found no opportunity? How unexpected that this fellow— Good night, my lord. As Zhang Yang pondered how to appease his growling stomach, he remained oblivious to Ophelia's peculiar expression, one tinged with a hint of disappointment at his unintentional blow to her confidence. After a slight bow, she turned and exited the room. Upon closing the door, Zhang Yang made his way directly to the staircase. As he passed by Meili and several other female guards stationed at the stairway, his calm voice resonated. Come inside. It would be delightful. Ah, who is eavesdropping? The gossiping girls hurriedly denied the accusation. Who would believe them? Meili still bore the imprint of the door's design on her right cheek. After dinner, he quietly returned to his room, where Neiljelina was still fast asleep. She was utterly exhausted, both physically and emotionally. Zhang Yang gently placed the food he had brought back on the long table and quietly lay down on his own bedding. The head of the Carmode family? Ophelia's father, the Marquis of Carmode? He must wield considerable power. Yet, what are my own desires at present? What is it that I truly seek? With these questions swirling in his mind, Zhang Yang drifted off into a hazy slumber. Chapter 31. Morning. The following morning, the sounds of warriors training outside the castle awakened Zhang Yang. The powerful shouts and the crisp clanging of weapons rang out clearly and vibrantly. Though he was roused by these sounds, he kept his eyes closed, quietly listening to the familiar noises outside, savoring the comforting essence of it all. It felt so familiar, as if he had returned to a time long untouched by nostalgia. Slowly, Zhang Yang opened his eyes and beheld the morning sunlight streaming into the room. Pure and radiant, much like Neiljelina's face, clean and beautiful. The young girl remained in slumber, curled up around her pillow like a small kitten. Her soft hair tousled across the bed. If not for the damp tear stains upon her pillow, it would have been a truly enchanting scene. Zhang Yang sighed silently. This reality was still far too harsh for her. For such a young girl, remaining resilient without crumbling was no easy feat. She had already shown remarkable strength. Neiljelina was utterly exhausted. After awakening in the middle of the night, she felt an overwhelming hunger and quickly discovered the food that Zhang Yang had brought her. Grateful, she nibbled on a few morsels, but suddenly, for reasons unknown, she began to weep quietly for a while before drifting back to sleep, remaining in slumber until now. Zhang Yang estimated the time to be around a little past 4 in the morning. A brand new day had dawned, and how wonderful it was to be alive. He quietly rose, gathering his clothes, and discreetly exited the room, allowing her to rest a little longer. One last day to relax. Tomorrow would require effort, especially if one sought the power of vengeance. Having stepped outside, Zhang Yang quickly donned his attire. He was currently residing in the barracks of female warriors and wished to avoid any embarrassment due to his clothing. As he traversed the corridor, he faintly heard laughter and the sounds of morning routines coming from upstairs. It seemed everyone else had just awoken as well. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yang exited the foyer. Strolling along the outer walls of the fortress, he savored the unique tranquility and tumult of the military camp. Memories flickered through his mind. Recalling the sight of squads of soldiers running past, burdened by their gear, beads of sweat cascading down and splattering onto the cobblestone path, leaving behind faint damp spots. Standing beside a tree of indeterminate species, he watched the soldiers pass by. In any world, The path to becoming stronger necessitates hard work, laying down a foundation step by step. In this world, particularly, only by becoming powerful can one truly thrive. He desired to live well and realize his aspirations. Thus, he must grow stronger. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to a lush grove, where unexpectedly, he spotted Meili in the distance. She was engaged in a sparring session with an unfamiliar female warrior. The two moved with agility, their strikes and defenses fluid and orderly. Zhang Yang had always thought that Meili's swordsmanship was somewhat ostentatious, contrasting sharply with the straightforward killing techniques typical in the military. Perhaps these were techniques honed in a large family. Meili and her female guards were likely allocated to protect Ophelia, but why not assign some skilled fighters to her? Zhang Yang found it hard to believe that such a vast family lacked a few experts. There seemed to be some hidden intricacies at play. Lost in thought, he was suddenly noticed by Meili, who had just finished her session and was wiping her sweat. "Good morning, Light. Have your injuries healed? Take your time to recover before training. There's no need to rush," she said, revealing a rare, gentle side that left Zhang Yang somewhat taken aback. "Good morning," he replied, nodding in acknowledgement. "Where's your little beauty? Still sleeping in, perhaps? I hadn't realized you were so gentle and considerate," he chuckled. "Oh, one must not praise too sincerely. Trouble soon follows. Is the morning practice too easy for you?" "No, it's not a bother. Thank you. Shall we spar?" Zhang Yang's right hand rested upon the hilt of his sword at his waist, conveying his intentions to Meili. He remarked that excessive banter could lead to grudges. And since he was just warming up, he suggested that Light should seek another partner for practice. As he had yet to master the art of fighting energy and was no match for him, he possessed enough self-awareness to recognize this. However, if Light desired a sparring partner, he could certainly recommend someone. He jested that Light's prowess in fighting energy was nearly insurmountable, and he had no wish to be defeated so early in the day. Meili, with a fearful expression, echoed his sentiments, as if she had not just teased Zhang Yang moments ago. "I do not possess the techniques of fighting energy," Zhang Yang replied, incredulous. "Who would believe that? I will not engage with you. Perhaps you should seek Captain Oddhell for a match." Meili wore a cunning grin, thinking to herself, "If you wish to torment me, you shall not succeed. I shall summon Captain Oddhell to give you a proper lesson." Just as Meili turned to call for assistance, Ophelia, accompanied by a few unfamiliar women, emerged gracefully from the forest. "Light, if your injuries are not severe, would you consider sparring with me?" Ophelia inquired, her attire a refined and neat light blue ensemble, her deep brown hair tied back in a tidy ponytail. The simple gray and white leather armor protected only her chest and shoulders. At that moment, she held a pale blue long sword in one hand, smiling with keen interest at Zhang Yang. Ophelia was indeed a silver knight, a formidable presence among fourth-tier combatants who wielded fighting energy. Although a knight's abilities diminished without a mount, a fourth-tier warrior's strength remained impressive, and Zhang Yang recognized that he could not hope to prevail against her at his current level. Yet, he realized he had never engaged in a spar with a master of fighting energy. What extraordinary power might this fighting energy possess? Zhang Yang's curiosity was piqued, and he felt an involuntary surge of excitement coursing through his veins. "It is an honor," Zhang Yang said with a slight bow. Soon, they arrived at a clearing at the edge of the forest, where the accompanying female warriors eagerly formed a small circle around Ophelia and Zhang Yang. The distance between the two stood at approximately 10 meters, both poised in silence. Nearby warriors, having just concluded their training, were drawn to the commotion, perhaps due to the presence of so many beautiful women, and the crowd quickly swelled. As he regarded Ophelia across the way, Zhang Yang took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, feeling a slight tightness in his chest that was likely inconsequential. His left hand was now deft, yet he had no shield at his side, so he would have to engage with only one hand. Drawing his longsword, the morning sunlight seemed to shatter against the blade's brilliance, casting a dappled reflection upon the ground. He slightly turned his body, sword angled toward the earth, preparing for battle. "Is this your first encounter with an opponent who wields fighting energy, Light?" Ophelia asked, sword in hand. "Indeed," Zhang Yang nodded, acknowledging that this was a first for him. His thoughts unexpectedly whimsical. "I must remind you that combat energy is an immensely potent force, capable of significantly enhancing certain abilities of its wielder. Depending on the attributes of the combat energy, various augmentations may occur. Additionally, one can employ techniques based on this energy. Due to individual physical attributes, a person can only master combat energy that aligns with their own attributes, and I have cultivated the wind attribute combat energy. My speed will be remarkable, so do take heed. However, rest assured, I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Now, let us prepare to commence. Ophelia kindly elucidated the concept of combat energy to Zhang Yang, serving as a form of enlightenment to better prepare him. Zhang Yang nodded earnestly, contemplating. If one requires a second-tier warrior to begin training in combat energy, then Ophelia, being a fourth tier, must indeed be formidable, at least in comparison to his current self. Yet, without having engaged in combat, he could not ascertain the extent of her superiority. In any case, caution is paramount. Very well, I shall act as the referee. Once I count to 3, we shall begin. Be careful, Light, for the commander is exceptionally skilled. Do not suffer a crushing defeat, exclaimed Mary, her excitement palpable as she anticipated the unfolding spectacle. The commander shall surely triumph. Odala suddenly appeared, his exuberance evident at the prospect of Zhang Yang facing off against Ophelia. Do you truly believe that if I lose to Ophelia, it will elevate your standing? Zhang Yang responded, somewhat exasperated. Odala, your words are mere folly. How could the commander possibly lose to such a novice? I dare say, even I could secure a victory. A robust man beside Odala declared with conviction. Marathi, you are only marginally stronger than I. I will ensure that Light administers a proper lesson to you. Odala retorted loudly. Feeling quite confident, are we? I fear that the newcomer may forfeit without even contesting. Marathi replied, casting a sidelong glance at Odala, unfazed. Light, do your utmost. Just don't suffer too humiliating a defeat, Tony chimed in, his words oscillating between encouragement and a curse. Zhang Yang, hearing the chaotic shouts around him, felt a sense of resignation. He resolved to give it his all. He then composed himself, focusing intently on Ophelia's movements, for she had mentioned her swiftness. But to what extent would her speed manifest? Cautiously, Zhang Yang began to extend his perception, allowing it to gradually envelop the modest clearing. As his perception reached Ophelia, she seemed to sense it, furrowing her brow momentarily before launching her attack. How swift! Ophelia surged forward, her form resembling a streak of azure light, cutting through the morning sun as she closed the distance of 10 meters in an instant. Chapter 32. The defeat in 10 moves in her advance. Ophelia appeared to transform into a beam of azure light, enveloped by the morning sun, as she swiftly approached Zhang Yang. So fast. At that moment, Zhang Yang had barely registered her movement, and he had yet to execute a defensive maneuver. In an instant, Zhang Yang was taken aback. Only moments ago, when Ophelia remarked on her swift speed, he had been lost in his own conjectures. Yet, he suddenly realized that his eyes were struggling to keep pace with Ophelia's movements. If this continued, he would surely be defeated in a single strike. How utterly humiliating. Regardless of the outcome, he had no choice but to exert himself to the fullest. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through Zhang Yang's mind as he contemplated various strategies. However, if his eyes could barely keep up, how could his body? This was a staggering disparity in fundamental abilities. Helplessly, at the very onset, Zhang Yang was compelled to unleash his electric enhancement. With a mere thought, a surge of electricity coursed through his entire being, augmenting his physical prowess by a remarkable 30%. It was only then that he felt capable of executing a defensive maneuver. Zhang Yang strained to lean back and to the right, twisting his wrist upward just in time to barely deflect Ophelia's rapid strike with his sword. He silently rejoiced, realizing that had he not initially spread his perception, he would have never managed to intercept such a swift blow. The moment their blades clashed, Zhang Yang felt a tremendous force emanating from Ophelia's sword, propelling him backward as he leaped away, stumbling nearly 3 meters before he could dissipate the impact of her strike. This was the sheer force of speed, magnifying the already significant disparity in their physical abilities. After her initial attack, Ophelia refrained from pursuing him, evidently granting Zhang Yang a moment to recover. In truth, she was quite astonished herself. As a 4th-tier silver-ranked knight, she had anticipated effortlessly vanquishing a youth yet to undergo a rank assessment. Who would have thought that this remarkable individual could defend against her attack at such a critical juncture? Although his reaction time was somewhat lacking, Ophelia deemed his ability to respond under duress to be exceptionally rare. After all, it was well understood that the gap in their strengths was monumental. Thus, she was curious to witness the limits of this extraordinary individual. Quite impressive. I shall continue, Ophelia remarked lightly, twirling her sword with a smile. At that moment, Zhang Yang had neither the time nor the energy to respond. All his focus was fixated on Ophelia. His body, slightly bent, was coiled like a tightly wound spring, brimming with latent energy, while his right hand, gripping the sword, appeared pale from the excessive strain. As Ophelia lunged forward to attack, Zhang Yang surged ahead with fervor. He could not remain on the defensive indefinitely. Under the weight of suppressed speed, his defense was bound to falter. Perhaps he could evade or parry once or twice, but repeated attempts would surely disrupt his rhythm, leading to his ultimate defeat. It was far better to launch an all-out offensive, seeking to exploit any opening to alleviate the constraints of speed. With this resolve, Zhang Yang propelled his sword toward Ophelia's throat, seemingly intent on creating a high-stakes, do-or-die scenario. His intentions were noble, yet events did not unfold as he had envisioned. Ophelia's reaction time exceeded his expectations. This time, Ophelia transformed her thrust into a sweeping slash, deflecting Zhang Yang's longsword, and immediately followed up with a horizontal slash aimed at Zhang Yang's chest. Her speed was vastly superior, allowing her to execute 2 or even 3 moves in the time it took Zhang Yang to perform one. What an immense disparity. At the moment Zhang Yang realized the peril as his sword was deflected, he helplessly found himself unable to match Ophelia's swiftness. He could only bend his legs and fall backward, rolling on the ground to evade Ophelia's subsequent thrust. At this juncture, Zhang Yang appeared quite disheveled, having been reduced to a state of utter embarrassment after merely 3 exchanges. It was only then that the onlookers grasped the gravity of the situation, and the crowd fell into a profound silence. The brief yet intense skirmish had transpired so swiftly that it was nearly impossible to keep up with the action. Remarkably, amidst such rapidity, Light managed to maintain a semblance of defense. Though he was now in a disheveled state, the spectators could no longer underestimate this young man. Experienced observers could discern his level, and the fact that he managed to withstand 3 strikes from a 4th-tier combatant was indeed commendable. Such a vast difference in capability. Meanwhile, the spectators' curiosity was piqued. How many more strikes could he endure? As Zhang Yang rolled to his feet, he assumed a defensive stance, breathing heavily, sweat mingling with dirt in a rather pitiful display. Yet, amidst this chaos, he felt an unprecedented surge of restlessness within his chest, his blood coursing through his veins at nearly double its usual pace. In the absence of life-threatening danger, the usually placid Zhang Yang experienced a fervor he had never felt before. At that moment, he was in the finest condition he had ever known post-rebirth. Therefore, he executed a swift sidestep and launched an attack of his own. The distance between the two was not great, and this aggressive maneuver carried a certain momentum. However, Ophelia effortlessly sidestepped his strike and even countered with a casual thrust of her own. Zhang Yang had anticipated this. He quickly parried with his sword and, with his previously idle left hand, delivered a punch aimed at Ophelia's wrist. This initial aggressive move had merely been a feint. With Ophelia's speed, it was inconceivable that she would allow Light to strike her wrist. She simply retracted her sword. Had Zhang Yang reacted any slower, his punch would have been akin to offering his hand directly to Ophelia's blade. As Zhang Yang's left fist soared towards her sword, Ophelia hesitated, contemplating whether to withdraw her sword for fear of harming him. In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, Zhang Yang released his left fist and struck the side of Ophelia's blade with his palm. This impact left a crimson mark on his palm, yet it also sent Ophelia's sword careening away with a sudden and skillful maneuver. At this moment, Zhang Yang was consumed with frustration. Why? Despite the painstaking effort to create an excellent opportunity for an offensive maneuver, a dilemma arose. Human hand speed evidently surpasses the velocity of the arm, while the arm's movements outpace the body's. At this moment, Zhang Yang found himself ensnared in such an awkward predicament. His hands moved swiftly, yet his body lagged conspicuously behind. This was indeed a source of frustration. Consequently, Light had to compose himself and distance himself from Ophelia to assume a defensive posture. Setting aside Zhang Yang's vexation, Ophelia was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Light's unexpected prowess. Although she had been slightly distracted moments ago, she had nearly allowed him to seize the opportunity. Initially, she pondered why Light did not capitalize on the situation to launch an attack. However, upon closer reflection, she discerned the underlying reasons. Her emotions were mixed. On one hand, she marveled at Light's performance, while on the other, she lamented the missed potential for a more riveting contest if Light had been her equal in strength. At this juncture, Zhang Yang was acutely aware of the disparity between the two of them. He realized that pursuing an offensive strategy was futile unless he was willing to trade injuries for a sliver of opportunity. Otherwise, any attempt at aggression would be in vain, as his mobility was significantly hindered. With this realization, Zhang Yang decidedly shifted his focus entirely to defense. Subsequently, Ophelia launched 3 more attacks, only to find that Zhang Yang, in his fervent defense, was meticulously avoiding any grand movements, barely managing to parry her strikes with narrow margins. Ah, truly impressive, Light. The enigma surrounding you has deepened. Who would believe that you have not mastered combat techniques? Your responses display a distinct flair for strategy, she mused. Indeed, under immense pressure, Zhang Yang unconsciously employed the combat techniques he had mastered before his rebirth, an art that maximized force with minimal movement while significantly reducing vulnerabilities. Known as subtlety, it was precisely his adeptness in such sophisticated fighting techniques that had enabled him to gain admission to the prestigious Zhenhua Military Academy, renowned as the Star of Tomorrow, where he became both a non-commissioned officer and an instructor. It was also there that a series of consequential events unfolded. As the moment progressed, Ophelia began to take the situation more seriously. Light's reflexes, awareness, and mindset were all remarkably attuned, and his practical skills were truly commendable. Although there were no overt signs of combat techniques, the fact that he managed to withstand 8 strikes despite such a significant disparity in physical capabilities was enough to earn Ophelia's deep respect. She pondered whether he could endure an assault that utilized only combat skills without the aid of combat energy. Contemplating this, Ophelia unleashed a second-tier warrior's technique, the rapid thrust. In essence, this technique involved a rapid succession of strikes with a sharp implement at minimal intervals. The distinction lay in the power and number of thrusts executed. The greater the user's combat energy, the more potent and numerous the thrusts. Why, one might wonder, is such a simple maneuver categorized as a combat skill? The crux of the matter is that an ordinary person's arm, unenhanced by combat energy, cannot safely endure the explosive force of continuous strikes. Attempting to do so would yield poor results and risk serious muscle tears in the arm. At this moment, Ophelia's body was enhanced by her fighting spirit. Although she did not actively utilize it, the thrusting effect, albeit somewhat diminished, had no adverse impact on her physique. Suddenly, Ophelia stood still, her curvaceous form straightened, and with a single hand, she raised her sword before her face. Beyond the glint of the shimmering blade, Light discerned an unprecedented solemnity etched upon Ophelia's visage. Just then, her voice rang clear, "Attention, continuous thrust." Upon hearing Ophelia's command, Zhang Yang felt an ominous foreboding wash over him. A profound sense of impending danger permeated his senses, sending chills down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly executed a backward somersault, landing on his left hand to evade the imminent threat. Yet, before he could regain his balance, he was struck by the sight of a piercing, icy beam of sword light, accompanied by the ominous sound of slicing air, hurtling towards him. Despite the shock, Zhang Yang remained composed, quickly gripping the hilt of his sword to parry the incoming strike. Clang, 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 clang. As he defended himself, Zhang Yang felt as if each successive thrust from Ophelia was heavier and swifter than the last, leaving him with little room for retreat, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure the relentless onslaught. Fortunately, the thrusts were confined to his front, targeting vital areas such as his chest, abdomen, and throat. Though the defense was arduous, Zhang Yang ultimately withstood the tempestuous barrage of 5 continuous thrusts. When Ophelia finally withdrew her sword, Zhang Yang's hands trembled from the effort, and he noticed 5 distinct nicks marring the blade he held. This was a clear testament to the disparity between their weapons. In the crowd of onlookers, astonished gasps echoed, revealing their shock at the display. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang felt a bitter realization settle within him. His hands were numb, and the effects of the electrical enhancement were waning. In just a few moments, the side effects would manifest, and at that point, he would be incapacitated, unable to engage further. With this grim understanding, he staggered backward a few steps and declared, "Stop. I concede." Chapter 33. The Nightmare and the Dawn of Neiljelina's Strength in a Hazy Twilight. A beam of sunlight filtered through the narrow window, casting a warm glow upon Neiljelina's face, reminiscent of light gracing a flawless piece of jade. Her eyes remained closed. Yet beneath her eyelids, her pupils darted about rapidly. The slight furrow of her brow and the delicate beads of perspiration on her forehead rendered her an image of fragility, evoking sympathy. Neiljelina was the daughter of a merchant in Jotun City, possessing an innocent beauty that made her one of the most renowned maidens in town. It was a splendid afternoon, and Neiljelina found herself at the bustling marketplace of Jotun City, accompanied by several close friends as they selected hairpins. The summer sun bore down with a gentle heat, causing a few beads of sweat to form on the girls' brows, their youthful faces slightly flushed. The shimmering droplets accentuated their vitality, underscoring the exuberance of their youth. As Neiljelina delicately admired a hairpin adorned with a fragment of blue crystal, she was suddenly startled by the voice of her uncle, Neiljelina. "Nana, be careful. We will return shortly after delivering the goods. Remember to instruct the maids to prepare extra food for tomorrow." From her childhood, her uncle had been the one who spoiled her the most, and their bond was exceptionally close. With her father perpetually occupied with business and her mother having passed away during her early years due to illness, it was her uncle Neiljelina who had showered her with affection, becoming the person she was most emotionally connected to. Neiljelina was a rather portly, amiable middle-aged man, perpetually wearing a smile and possessing a great fondness for exquisite food, boasting a remarkable appetite. Upon hearing her uncle's words, Neiljelina instinctively sensed something amiss. Yet she brushed it aside, waving at Neiljelina and calling out, "Understood. There will be your favorite roasted lagush meat. Don't forget to bring me a gift." She then lowered her head to continue selecting her hair ornaments. As she continued to choose, unease began to creep into her heart, leading to a growing sense of agitation. Suddenly, a deafening noise startled her, causing her to flinch and inadvertently prick her finger on a brooch's sharp point, a crimson droplet of blood emerging instantly. In the distance, a cacophony of gasps and screams erupted from the city gate. "Ah, no, help, don't kill me." Neiljelina swiftly ran towards the sound, but the sight before her left her paralyzed with fear. Before her lay a vast pool of blood, behind which stood a multitude of houses ablaze. Countless dismembered limbs and pieces of flesh were scattered within the sanguine pool, and as her gaze inadvertently wandered, she discovered, to her horror, that her uncle was among the carnage. Neiljelina clearly saw that her uncle Neiljelina's body was no longer there, only a bloodied, plump head rolling upon the ground. She wished to scream, yet no sound escaped her lips. Behind her, cries echoed, revealing that her companions, who had been laughing moments ago, were now falling one by one into death. The scene before her was drenched in a bright crimson hue, the color of blood illuminated by the flames. Then, with a start, Neiljelina bolted upright in bed. She struggled to breathe, her body drenched in cold sweat, and her mouth felt parched. It turned out to be merely a nightmare. Thankfully, just a nightmare. Everyone was safe. But wait, where was she? In the midst of the Mokshimu Silver Pegasus Legion. She was in an adult's room, no longer in her bedroom in Jotun City. If that were the case, perhaps everything she had witnessed could indeed be real. Wailing, Neiljelina clutched her blanket, tears streaming down her face, her sorrow intensifying with every passing moment. They were all gone. Just then, the door burst open with a resounding crash. Upon returning from a recent spar with Ophelia, Zhang Yang was met with an unexpected sight at the entrance. He heard the sound of Neiljelina's sobs emanating from within the room. Despite the lingering pain from his recent exertions, he rushed to the door and forcefully pushed it open. What could possibly be the matter? As he beheld Neiljelina, curled up and weeping into her blanket, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Had someone wronged her? What had transpired? With no clarity, Zhang Yang could only inquire, "What is the matter?" At that moment, Neiljelina, having noticed Zhang Yang's return and hearing his tone laced with concern, felt a surge of sorrow that intensified her tears. After a lengthy pause, she finally managed to choke out the details of her recent dream. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yang felt a pang of empathy. It was a poignant reminder that she was merely a 17-year-old girl, and yet the weight of her experiences had turned into a profound sorrow. He refrained from saying much, choosing instead to stand gently by her bedside, cradling her head in a comforting embrace, softly murmuring reassurances. "It's over now. It was just a dream. Everything is all right." His voice had a soothing quality, reminiscent of comforting a child. After a considerable time had passed, Neiljelina finally ceased her crying and lifted her head from Zhang Yang's chest, realizing with embarrassment that his shirt had become significantly dampened by her tears. "Thank you, my lord. I feel much better now," she said, her spirits still low but noticeably improved. Lift your spirits. Do not forget your purpose, Zhang Yang said, his tone taking on a more serious note. Yes, I will muster my strength. I must search for any surviving relatives and seek vengeance on the one behind this, she exclaimed, determination flickering in her eyes. Then you must strive diligently, he replied. Indeed, my lord. I will learn to be strong. Seeing that Neiljelina had nearly regained her composure, Zhang Yang urged her to freshen up quickly, for they had much to attend to after breakfast. He then stepped out the door first. He had heard that Lord Light's family had perished in a monstrous attack not long ago, and it was after that incident that he had transformed into this formidable and enigmatic figure. Surely, his heart must have been filled with anguish, yet he had persevered, even going so far as to slay the high-ranking beast that had claimed his loved ones. Their experiences mirrored one another, and Neiljelina resolved not to bring him shame. She would embody his strength. My lord, thank you. I promise not to disappoint you. I will become resilient and powerful, just like you. I must grow stronger. Chapter 34. Ola's camoed after breakfast. Neiljelina had successfully adjusted her mindset, shedding her earlier sorrow. Instead, she radiated a newfound vigor. Observing her triumph over her emotional barriers, Zhang Yang organized a series of short-term training regimens aimed at enhancing her physical capabilities. That morning, she engaged in fundamental exercises, including running, squatting, jumping, and evading, as part of her foundational training. In the afternoon, I engaged in the study of rudimentary weaponry and defensive training, as a lively assembly of female warriors was present. Zhang Yang, pleased to foster a sense of camaraderie among them, enlisted the assistance of Totoni, a companion from previous endeavors. He hoped that this might alleviate some of Neiljelina's inner turmoil. Having just arranged matters for Neiljelina, he received word from Ophelia's retinue, urging him to hasten to the castle entrance where Ophelia awaited his arrival. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhang Yang found a striking black and blue carriage already stationed there. To his astonishment, the beasts pulling the carriage were not the ordinary horned steeds, but rather two majestic equine creatures adorned with short, pointed horns. Their coats were a rich chestnut color, with long, flowing manes, and their powerful physiques appeared significantly more robust than that of standard horned horses, estimated to be at least 1/3 taller. As he observed, the carriage window slid open, revealing Mary, who greeted him with a wave. Once aboard, Zhang Yang noted that Ophelia was resplendent in her attire. She donned gleaming silver plate armor complemented by a white cloak edged in blue, her golden curls cascading elegantly over her shoulders. At that moment, she gently caressed the gem embedded in her sword's hilt, while her other hand cradled a crystal goblet, sipping the pale golden wine he had encountered previously. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the carriage set off towards the rear mountains of the camp, where, as Mary explained, the stronghold of the Carmode family was situated, nestled behind the Silver Pegasus Legion. The journey unfolded in silence, extending for over an hour. Upon inquiry, Zhang Yang learned that the creatures harnessed to the carriage were known as Horned Nightmares, a Class 1 magical beast renowned for their remarkable explosive power, speed, and load-bearing capacity, coupled with an innate endurance ability. They are relatively easy to rear and present a commendable cost-performance ratio, with temperaments that are generally docile. Their speed surpassed that of ordinary horned horses by approximately 40%. Zhang Yang calculated that during the hour-long trek, they had traversed over 50 miles, a pace that exceeded that of a standard automobile. The expanse of the encampment was indeed vast. As the carriage progressed, the site of the castle diminished, replaced by numerous estates and orchards. Eventually, the carriage slowed to a halt, and upon disembarking, Zhang Yang beheld a striking landscape of soaring towers, marking the arrival at the Carmode family's residence. Following the guiding attendants, the group approached an imposing structure reminiscent of an ancient Greek temple, characterized by stone columns towering over 10 meters high and measuring more than 2 meters in diameter, exuding an air of grandeur and authority. Behind this edifice, several lofty white towers stood sentinel. The entrance was flanked by a spacious courtyard paved with white stone slabs, and a glance beyond revealed expansive green fields several hundred meters away. After ascending numerous steps, Zhang Yang finally entered the vast main hall. The interior was equally grand, reminiscent of the domed architecture of ancient Europe, with a height approaching 10 meters. Balconies adorned both sides of the hall, and the total area was estimated to span nearly 1,000 square meters. At the far end of the room, a series of large chairs awaited, though most remained unoccupied. lending an air of emptiness to the expansive chamber. Only a gaunt and imposing middle-aged man sat in the central chair. Light surmised that this individual must be Ophelia's father. Upon noticing the arrival of the others, the man rose from his seat to stand. Ophelia, however, quickly approached and respectfully knelt, saying, "Esteemed patriarch, I have returned from the extermination of the magical beasts and have urgent matters to report. Commander Ophelia, please rise. You must be weary from your travels," he replied. "Thank you, esteemed patriarch." This exchange left Light somewhat bewildered. Was this truly the manner in which a father and daughter should interact? For a daughter who had endured hardship, exposure, and numerous dangers and battles during her time away, was this the attitude a father ought to exhibit? Though his mind was filled with questions, Zhang Yang simply stood quietly after performing his greeting. In a rapid succession of words, Ophelia briefly recounted the process of the extermination and subsequently discussed matters regarding Jotun City and the events that followed. In summary, this peculiar father-daughter duo conversed extensively about official affairs. After a considerable time, presumably once the business was concluded, the middle-aged man led everyone through a side door at the rear. This room was significantly smaller than the previous hall, furnished with a desk and several cabinets. Once he and Ophelia were seated, he turned his gaze towards Zhang Yang and spoke slowly. "Your name is Light, is it not? I am Olus Camord, the patriarch of the Camord family and Ophelia's father." His piercing eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yang, who stood quietly at a distance. "Indeed," Zhang Yang replied in a calm manner. "Ophelia mentioned that without your assistance, she and her warriors would have likely fallen into great peril. You have played an indispensable role. Now, what reward do you desire? Wealth? Title? Or perhaps treasures?" Zhang Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. Sensing that the patriarch of the Camord family was not as formidable as he had anticipated and was somewhat inferior to Ophelia. However, he did not reveal his feelings outwardly, merely asking, "Is there anything else?" This prompted surprise from Olus Camord. This young man, despite his age, seemed uninterested in wealth and power. Did he seek beauty or perhaps harbor designs on Ophelia's allure? If so, his ambitions were rather grand, especially given his apparent youth of 16 or 17. Contemplating this, Olus subtly inquired, "Oh, are you not satisfied with these offerings? What else do you desire?" Ophelia, observing keenly, understood that this young man was not one to be enamored by riches or power. At that moment, she turned to the steward, who had been standing beside Olus Camord, and said, "Mr. Phylax, I am a bit parched. Could you kindly fetch us some drinks?" The steward stood upright, his demeanor somewhat cold, and after glancing at Olus Camord, he slightly bowed and exited through a side door. Once the steward had been gone for a while, Olus Camord and Ophelia suddenly embraced. "Ophelia, you have endured so much. I am just relieved you have returned safely. Dear father, you need not worry. I have returned in good health. It is you who must navigate the complexities between the family and the imperial capital, which must weigh heavily on your mind. I am well, yet you bear too much pressure and suffering." At this moment, a myriad of paternal affection surfaced on the serious countenance of Olus Camord. It appears that the Camord family is not as tranquil and stable as it outwardly seems. There are hidden depths to their circumstances. I wonder whether it is a struggle for power or something else entirely. Contemplating this, Zhang Yang inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him. Suddenly, he heard his name. "Light, I apologize for my rudeness and thank you for everything you have done for my daughter and the Silver Pegasus Legion. Thank you. This is, of course, a father's gratitude." Olus Camord sincerely nodded in appreciation towards Zhang Yang. "Merely a courtesy. It is my duty," Zhang Yang replied with a slight bow, his expression remaining largely unchanged. "Then, as a grateful father, I would like to inquire once more, what kind of token of gratitude would you desire? Or do you have any wishes at present? Though my capabilities may be limited, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." "Light, share your wishes, while Phylax is absent," Ophelia chimed in. "I wish to learn about fighting energy," Zhang Yang stated earnestly, emboldened by Ophelia's initiation. "Oh, there should be instruction on fighting energy within the military, I presume. Besides, you have surpassed the prime age for its study, have you not?" Olus Camord inquired, perplexed. "I wish to master the entirety of fighting energy." "It is not too late," Zhang Yang replied with increased seriousness, emphasizing the weight of the word mastery. Recently, Zhang Yang had come to understand that in this world, there are 4 paths to obtain fighting energy. The first is to join the military, where one may only receive the fighting energy of their respective army upon reaching the pinnacle of the first level. However, The method of cultivation bears significant flaws and considerable risks. While it is easily grasped regardless of age, advancement to higher levels is exceedingly challenging. At most, one might barely attain the golden level, with no further potential for growth. Moreover, it is said that military fighting techniques are under royal control, and the fighting energy cultivated by the royal family is reputedly a powerful counter to military techniques. Those who manage to reach the golden level are often individuals of exceptional talent from humble origins. The second path involves joining a prominent family, necessitating the signing of a stringent contract and years of service before one can inherit their fighting energy legacy. In practice, very few manage to extricate themselves after the contract's conclusion, with most losing their freedom for a lifetime. Nevertheless, the fighting energy passed down by distinguished families is generally commendable, and as long as one's innate talent and fortune are not abysmally poor, they can usually persevere to reach the golden level. Furthermore, within each nation, there exist magical and fighting academies established by royal nobles, yet entry is typically reserved for nobility and their lifelong contracted attendance. Ordinary individuals have little hope of access. The third path offers the greatest opportunity for commoners, joining a mercenary guild or an adventurer's guild. Through the continuous completion of various tasks, one may enhance their contributions and prestige within the guild, ultimately reaching a level that permits the acquisition of martial techniques and energy cultivation methods. For the younger individuals seeking a stroke of fortune, they may attend one of the 4 prestigious mercenary academies situated in the mercenary nation of Redovia. Each year, these esteemed institutions admit over 1,000 young humans aged between 7 and 9, without restriction on identity, to undergo rigorous training. After a protracted period of study and selection, students will receive teachings on martial energy. They are required to reside within the academy for over a decade, only departing at the age of 18 to join the affiliated mercenary groups. It is precisely due to the intangible networks fostered by these 4 academies, along with the numerous mercenary companies they manage, that the mercenary nation of Redovia maintains its foothold on the continent. Moreover, there exists the element of pure chance. Within ancient ruins, tombs, and labyrinths lie countless treasures, some of which conceal legacy scrolls. Alternatively, one might procure these scrolls through substantial sums of money in the black market or neutral auction houses within the mercenary nation. However, the scrolls available for sale are typically of mediocre martial energy legacies or stolen from prominent families, often carrying exorbitant prices and immense risks. In truth, many individuals in the world of Orlando utilize martial energy, yet the majority of these practices have been disseminated from military sources, rife with numerous challenges. Thus, a complete legacy of martial energy becomes exceedingly valuable. Consequently, the demands posed by Zhang Yang are indeed formidable. Upon hearing this, Oliska Maud pondered momentarily, seemingly troubled by the request. At present, I have no intention of joining your family, Zhang Yang interjected unexpectedly. That presents quite the challenge, young man. Perhaps you do not fully comprehend, he replied. Chapter 35. The Hidden Tower, Martial Energy Scrolls. Typically, martial energy legacies are imparted directly from advanced combat professionals to others, and only in exceptionally rare circumstances are they crafted into scrolls. Why is this the case? Would it not be more convenient to produce them as scrolls? The reality is quite the opposite. For combat professionals who emphasize physical training, creating a legacy scroll is an arduous task. It necessitates the use of mental energy for its production, and the creator must possess at least silver-level strength. Mental energy is generally not a strong suit for combat professionals. Often, their mental fortitude is only marginally superior to that of ordinary individuals. To complete a legacy scroll requires a substantial amount of mental energy. There are 2 primary methods for a combat professional to produce such a scroll. The first involves utilizing secret techniques to expend life force in exchange for a significant surge of mental energy, with reports suggesting that the consumption could reach the extreme of depleting 3 years of life for a single scroll. Hence, very few combat professionals are willing to adopt this approach. The second method entails investing considerable sums of money in mental crystals that can swiftly replenish mental energy. However, these crystals are exceedingly rare and prohibitively expensive. Furthermore, as combat professionals are not adept at managing mental energy, the waste is substantial. It is estimated that approximately 5 standard units of mental crystals are necessary to produce a martial energy scroll, costing around 500 gold coins. The direct inheritance of combat energy is considerably simpler. Once one's training reaches the black iron level, one can inherit a combat energy seed without endangering oneself. Note: the standard unit refers to the measurement of crystal energy content. Some low-quality crystals may be large in volume, yet possess minimal energy, while some high-quality crystals may be small but brimming with power. Therefore, practitioners typically employ a universally accepted energy unit on the continent to assess the value of crystals, known as the standard unit. The energy contained in one standard unit of crystal is roughly equivalent to that found in a second-tier primary magical beast core. In truth, I would readily agree to grant you a combat energy scroll solely based on your act of saving Feifei. However, our Carmode family is currently facing certain difficulties, and as the Patriarch, I often find myself in a challenging position. Above the Patriarch, there exists a Council of Elders. Thus, securing a contract to join the family and obtain the inheritance of combat energy is indeed a formidable task. Alternatively, I could offer you additional assistance in other areas. After hearing the words of Ophelia's father, Aliska Carmode, Zhang Yang fell into deep contemplation. The difficulty of acquiring the methods for cultivating combat energy is indeed daunting. Must one truly resort to learning the flawed and perilous techniques used by the military? The notion of signing a contract to serve a family is utterly inconceivable. However, considering mercenary academies, one must acknowledge that his age is rather advanced. This situation is quite perplexing. Father, might you consider a way for Light to access the collateral inheritance held by our family? Ophelia implored, sensing the stalemate in the proceedings. You are aware, Feifei, that the circumstances within the family are exceptionally unique at this moment. If only I had the authority, I would certainly fulfill his wishes as a reward for his bravery in saving you. Alas, the current situation renders this exceedingly difficult. Is there truly no possibility left? Ophelia pressed. Father, I had previously promised him that I would express my gratitude and do my utmost to fulfill one of his desires. I shall ponder this further. Zhang Yang observed the exchange, feeling immense gratitude towards Ophelia. If this were merely a reward, it would indeed be overly generous. It is a heartfelt gesture, and she has gone to great lengths for his wishes and requests. Thus, only one course of action remains. Yet, its success hinges upon your fortune, Light. Oh. Upon hearing that there was still hope, Zhang Yang's curiosity was piqued. How exactly is combat energy produced? How is it acquired by sentient beings? There are numerous theories on this matter, which we shall set aside for now. However, throughout the centuries, the variety of combat energy techniques has become countless. Our Carmode family has preserved its legacy for centuries, amassing a wealth of combat energy techniques, although many are incomplete or flawed in some way. If you are determined to learn combat energy, then you will have to select from among these options, though I apologize, Light, as this is all I can offer at present. Even so, the combat energy collected within our family surpasses the common techniques employed by the armies across the continent. Alice Kamid expressed a certain hesitation, reflecting on the embarrassment that a patriarch of a prominent family could not govern the affairs within his clan. It was indeed a source of shame. No, my esteemed father, if this is the case, then Light's future achievements. Before Alice could finish his thought, Zhang Yang unexpectedly interrupted, having already assented to Ophelia's proposal. At that moment, Zhang Yang discerned the awkwardness between the father and daughter, and he wished not to impose further burdens on them, already beset by numerous concerns. Gaining knowledge of the fighting spirit was commendable in itself. Thoughts of future accolades or ultimate goals were secondary. For now, his focus was on enhancing his abilities to fulfill his dream of traversing the continent. As for claims of being the best in the world or reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, those considerations did not weigh heavily on his mind. Upon seeing that Light had spoken, Ophelia seemed to hesitate, caught between words. Alice Kamid bore an expression of regret mixed with relief. The life of a patriarch was not as glamorous as it appeared at first glance. After making their decision, the group prepared to proceed to a hidden chamber. Initially, it was expected that the steward would object. However, upon learning they were to retrieve the fragments of a scroll, he hesitated briefly before falling silent, tacitly granting permission. Thus, they traversed a complex series of corridors and arrived at the base of a tall white tower. The edifice loomed impressively, standing nearly 30 meters high, with the lower 10 meters devoid of windows, and the few above were exceedingly narrow. Zhang Yang followed Alice and the others into the tower, and after a short while, They reached the concealed chamber that housed the remnants of the fighting spirit scrolls. While it was termed a hidden chamber, it was essentially a room sealed on all sides. Judging by his instincts, Zhang Yang estimated they were situated on the 4th or 5th floor. Upon entering, he discovered an elderly man seated within. Both Ophelia and her father, Alice Kamid, as well as the grim steward, paid their respects to the old man, indicating his high status. Zhang Yang, too, offered a respectful bow. The elder appeared unremarkable at first glance, though he possessed a notably tall and robust frame, suggesting that he must have been quite formidable in his youth. He returned the greeting with a subtle nod and then, after a measured glance at Zhang Yang, spoke. In the center lies the testing crystal. On the left table are flawed fighting spirit techniques, and on the right table rests the incomplete fighting spirit scroll. Choose for yourself. With that, he closed his eyes and fell silent. The brief glance Zhang Yang received from the elder sent a shiver through him. Such formidable power. The mere pressure emanating from that casual gaze rivaled that of the renowned breaker, Makalash. Could it be that the Kamid family harbored so many powerful beings? Even a chamber that was clearly not central to their inheritance boasted such a formidable guardian. Or had he inadvertently encountered a mighty figure akin to a reclusive master? In an instant, Zhang Yang felt a trickle of cold sweat down his back. It seemed that anyone considering violence in this space would need to carefully weigh their own strength. Fortunately, Zhang Yang had no intention of resorting to violence, nor did he possess the capability to do so. He merely cast a glance at Ophelia, and upon her tentative nod of encouragement, he approached the central table, where a dodecahedral crystal, the size of a volleyball, awaited him. At this moment, Zhang Yang followed the method that Ophelia had just taught him, placing both hands upon the crystal ball and concentrating his mind to envision its form. After a brief interval, he released his hands and took a step back. To his astonishment, the crystal ball began to emit a gentle luminescence. The onlookers observed that the light was not particularly bright, instead revealing a faint aquamarine hue. Sensing this, Ophelia felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly adjusted her demeanor, stating, "Light, your affinity lies with water, and your battle energy adaptability is somewhat below average. For someone with such innate combat potential, it is regrettable that your energy talent is merely mediocre, particularly with the water attribute, which is known for its lower offensive capabilities." Zhang Yang, however, remained oblivious to Ophelia's slight disappointment, as he confirmed his own attributes without dwelling on them too much. There are no inherently superior abilities, only individuals who harness their strengths. It was more prudent to explore which battle energies would suit him best. With this thought, he made his way to the left side of the table, where dozens of scrolls made of unknown leather were meticulously arranged. Each scroll was tied with a satin ribbon, bearing brief descriptions. Zhang Yang casually picked one up to examine. Wildfire Battle Energy Technique. Silver Intermediate Fire Attribute Energy. Characteristics: low continuous consumption of energy, moderate attack power, easily countered by other attribute energies, and significantly damaging to wood attribute beasts. This technique revealed a distinct flaw, seemingly tailored to counter wood attribute beasts. Yet it would prove disadvantageous in human combat. Stone Shield Battle Energy Technique. Silver Beginner Earth Attribute Energy. Characteristics: exceptional physical defense, poor magical defense, and subpar attack power. It reinforces the hardness of 1's weapon. During cultivation, it gradually enhances 1's physical defense while diminishing magical defense. Fire attribute attacks inflict double damage. This technique was heavily weighted towards defense, with its advantages and disadvantages glaringly apparent. Numerous varieties of techniques, such as Gentle Breeze and Explosive Flame, were available. After reviewing over 10 scrolls, Light discovered 2 water attribute scrolls. Rain Nourishment Battle Energy Technique. Silver Beginner Water Attribute Energy. Characteristics: provides minor self-healing capabilities, with a relatively quick recovery speed, but offers limited enhancement to 1's attributes and low attack power. Under sunlight, recovery speed is halved. Still Water Battle Energy Technique. Silver Intermediate Water Attribute Energy. Characteristics: when standing still, magical defense doubles, and overall recovery capability also doubles. However, its attack power is lacking. And during movement, both magical defense and overall recovery capabilities are reduced by half. This technique was rather unconventional. After some time spent perusing the scrolls, Zhang Yang suddenly turned to Ophelia and inquired, "What is the level of your battle energy?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ophelia responded, I practiced the Camoed family's secret wind attribute Golden Advanced Battle Energy, known as the Gale Wind Battle Energy technique. It focuses on enhancing speed and attack power. This is a closely guarded secret, and you cannot learn it, I regret to inform you. No, I merely wish to make a comparison. Zhang Yang replied with a slight nod before moving towards the right side of the table. This area indeed contained incomplete battle techniques, most scrolls only possessing half of the information, and some merely the introductory portions. It seems as though there was some reason that the production could not be completed. Most of these remnants belonged to dying strong warriors, whose life force was exhausted before they could finish. Among them are many golden-level fighting techniques. Upon seeing Zhang Yang approach, Ophelia kindly explained, "Choose quickly, young man. The clan leader has many pressing matters to attend to and cannot afford to waste time here." At that moment, the steward interjected softly. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Yang, feeling somewhat helpless, continued to search. Suddenly, a unique fighting technique caught his eye. Chapter 36, the mysterious scroll deep water fighting technique, a high-level black iron water attribute technique. Its characteristics greatly enhance physical attributes. It possesses no healing abilities and does not strengthen offensive capabilities. This brief description was rather peculiar, yet Zhang Yang felt a surge of joy upon reading it. Compared to the others, this deep water technique seemed quite weak, lacking additional effects beyond enhancing the body. However, one could argue it had no obvious flaws either. Purely improving physical attributes might not hold much value for most individuals in the Camoed family, but for Zhang Yang, it represented a commendable choice. He was confident that if his physical prowess increased, he could potentially contend with those who wielded fighting techniques. Moreover, within him lay a formidable spark of electricity. Thus, without hesitation, he seized the fighting technique and turned to the others, declaring, "I choose this one." Upon seeing Zhang Yang's selection, the others promptly departed the chamber. However, as Zhang Yang exited, he inadvertently sensed the mysterious elder within the room, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. After obtaining a satisfactory fighting inheritance, the somewhat remorseful Aliska Mod presented him with a gift of 10,000 gold coins, an impressive sum indeed. Following this, Ophelia's father hurriedly left with the steward. At this moment, Ophelia and Zhang Yang had returned to their carriage. Ophelia felt an immense sense of guilt, believing Zhang Yang had settled for this lower grade, rather ineffective fighting technique out of necessity, which dampened her spirits. Zhang Yang discerned her thoughts and offered her a few simple words of comfort. It would be rather difficult for him to engage in lengthy reassurances, as such verbose expressions might only deepen her discontent. "Thank you, Light. I truly apologize for only being able to achieve this level," she said. "Do not worry about it. I am quite satisfied, yet it still feels somewhat forced. It is already quite good. I wish to meditate and cultivate for a while. Is there a place?" Zhang Yang gazed at Ophelia, his expression devoid of disappointment or melancholy. His composure only heightened her admiration for him. However, just before departing, that mysterious elder had clandestinely conveyed a warning to Zhang Yang. "Without strength, it is best to distance yourself from Ophelia and the Camoed family. Otherwise, you shall bring harm to yourself and others." Although Zhang Yang feigned ignorance at the moment, after careful contemplation, he arrived at a similar conclusion. In moments of incapacity, it is wise to refrain from causing further disruption. One day, when one possesses the strength to rely upon, one may then contribute earnestly. Hence, Zhang Yang expressed his desire for a period of quiet cultivation. He harbored concerns that a sudden departure might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings among others. This approach seems prudent, as the new skill of combat truly necessitates a tranquil mind for proper comprehension. As for the destination, to the east of Moksham lies a small town adjacent to the beast forest, known as Boxus. There exists a station of the Silver Pegasus Legion there. Furthermore, just a few miles to the north flows the Doyaxin River, an ideal locale for honing your water attribute combat energy. Should you wish to proceed, I can arrange a vacant identity for you. "Thank you very much," said Light. "What is the matter?" "Nothing." Inside the carriage, Mei Li observed the two with a sense of bemusement. One was as reticent as a block of ice, fitting for a water attribute, while the other wore an expression of unspoken thoughts. Their conversation consisted of trivialities, which was quite perplexing. Then, Zhang Yang suddenly recalled Neiljelina. "I have one more thing to ask." "What is it?" "Speak freely," Ophelia urged, gazing intently at the composed young man before her. "A test of 0 attributes." "Oh, you mean Neiljelina. That is no issue. There are testing crystals available in the military camp. During their journey, Ophelia informed Zhang Yang that practitioners of combat often require a yellow crystal for the storage of mental energy when studying such scrolls, as the contents cannot be fully comprehended otherwise. However, this yellow crystal is an expensive consumable, costing approximately 100 to 120 gold coins per unit. Yet, Light was an exception. His mental energy was remarkably high. According to Ophelia, he could perceive mental energy within a radius of 20 meters, essentially reaching the level of a second-tier sorcerer, already exhibiting the mental energy caliber of a high-level bronze sorcerer. Thus, he faced no difficulties in reading and practicing from the scroll, saving a substantial sum on yellow crystals. Ophelia was curious as to why Zhang Yang chose to become a combat practitioner instead of a sorcerer. Upon inquiring, she discovered that he was entirely unaware of how uniquely gifted he truly was. Upon returning to Ophelia's castle, Zhang Yang took the time to peruse materials regarding sorcerers, realizing that his talents closely resembled those of a sorcerer, albeit with significant differences. For instance, mental energy detection or perception is one of the trademarks of a sorcerer. Other spellcasters generally lack this outward mental energy detection ability, with only a few powerful mages capable of achieving it, and even then, only after attaining the level of a golden mage. Sorcerers can also control puppets for attack, a skill that Zhang Yang seemingly lacked, as his object control ability was rather feeble. Setting that aside, Neiljelina continued her training while Zhang Yang conferred with Ophelia, deciding to embark on his journey to Boxus the following morning to commence his cultivation. That evening, Neiljelina was diligently learning weapon techniques alongside the female warriors. Leaving Zhang Yang alone in their quarters, he sat on his bedding, meticulously studying the combat energy scroll. The scroll before me is a hue of blue-gray, exuding a texture reminiscent of resilient leather, its surface adorned with minute, rigid particles. The origin of the beast's skin from which it is crafted remains an enigma. Upon unrolling the scroll, I discover an imprint radiating a faint blue luminescence. Adjacent to it, a line of disordered script reads, "A century of battles turns to emptiness," only to realize that even the mightiest of energies has its limits. Zhang Yang, upon perusing these lines, found himself momentarily at a loss for their meaning. Yet he sensed an inexplicable blend of grandeur and profound melancholy within the verses, which struck him as peculiar. Gazing at the softly glowing blue imprint, an impulsive urge to press his hand against it surged within him. Fortunately, Zhang Yang is a person of unwavering resolve and remarkable composure. Aware that this was not the opportune moment for practice, after scrutinizing the scroll for a while, Neiljelina returned. To his astonishment, Neiljelina, upon testing, turned out to possess the water attribute as well. Zhang Yang found himself uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. After briefly discussing the itinerary for the following day, the two tidied their belongings and retired for the night. That night, Zhang Yang dreamt of the faintly blue, mist-like imprint, behind which loomed a more indistinct, nebulous figure. Chapter 37. A subtle sense of parting the following morning, as Zhang Yang and Neiljelina prepared to depart for Boxus. They were unexpectedly greeted by the sight of numerous familiar faces gathered at the castle's entrance. A blend of surprise and warmth washed over Zhang Yang, compelling him to approach and greet them. "Good morning, everyone," he uttered in his characteristically classic tone. "Light, you truly lack consideration. You're off to Boxus without informing us in advance." "We learned it from Captain Mary," exclaimed Totoni, visibly annoyed, her bright eyes wide and her rosy lips pursed. "Indeed, Light, as rivals and adversaries, how can I challenge you if you leave? I want to be able to defeat you," declared Odalin, oblivious to the irony of his words. As the term challenge is typically reserved for those stronger than oneself, an indication of his lack of confidence. "Miss Light, are you abandoning us? Please don't leave," implored Nikmosi, seemingly forgetting how to spell the word death in his quest for excitement. "Light, are you truly leaving? What is your purpose in Boxus?" The crowd erupted in a cacophony of questions, while Zhang Yang remained a silent observer. He noted that they showed no intention of allowing him to depart, a sentiment that stirred a long-forgotten warmth within him, prompting a gentle smile. Then, as if struck by the miraculous, the incessantly chattering crowd fell silent, their mouths agape in astonishment. An AK seemed to have inadvertently bitten his tongue. Light smiled. Totoni asked, bewildered, turning to Odalin. "Indeed, it cannot be. She must be an impostor. Capture her." Odalin, utterly flustered, exclaimed, Oh my goodness, Miss Light's smile is truly enchanting. Little did Knack know that he had already been sentenced to death in someone's heart. Can it be that Light actually smiles? Surely, I must be dreaming. Is it really so that this group of unfortunate souls never smiles in their daily lives? Zhang Yang felt quite helpless. He quickly gathered his thoughts, restoring his usual calm demeanor akin to a poker face. Was his vision deceiving him? Chattering incessantly. The crowd seemed to be endless, prompting Zhang Yang to speak up. What brings you all here? Clearly, this was a rhetorical question. It could be seen as a farewell. But must one really depart? How delightful it is to be together. Though Zhang Yang could sense the emotions of those around him, he held his own thoughts as well. After all, it was not a matter of life and death. It was merely a journey of about 5 or 6 days, not very far at all. Some matters must be addressed, and moreover, he had to grow stronger. In his heart, Zhang Yang had already accepted these individuals as comrades and friends, thus allowing his words to reveal a glimpse of his innermost feelings. Distance, after all, is not insurmountable. He assured them, I will return to see you. Gazing around at the group, he spoke earnestly. No one relishes parting. However, a temporary separation does not signify an end, but merely heralds a joyful reunion. Zhang Yang truly detested such sentimental scenes. All right, we must take our leave. Farewell, my companions. Without waiting for others to respond, Zhang Yang hastily bid his farewells and, alongside Neiljelina, strode directly towards the exit. There, they found Meili waiting with a carriage. As Zhang Yang approached, he noticed only Meili. Ophelia had not come. A wave of self-deprecation washed over him. He should not overestimate his importance. After all, Ophelia was the Legion commander. What more could he expect? Were they friends? Just as he was lost in thought, Meili began to speak. Light, the Legion commander has sent me to see you off. She truly despises farewells and often feels downcast for many days afterward. Hence, she chose not to come. She simply asked me to hand these identification documents to you and wishes you a safe journey. As she spoke, Meili presented a finely crafted package. Inside is a gift from the Legion commander, a small spatial bag she once used, which requires your mental energy to operate. Light, this is an exceptionally rare magical artifact. Although the storage space is merely half a meter square, it is not something one can easily acquire. You must take great care of it. If you lose it, I shall be the first to hold you accountable. This is quite significant. In any case, ensure you keep it safe. The package also contained the promised 10,000 gold coins and some assorted silver coins from the clan leader. Be cautious on your journey. Take care, Light. Thank you, Meili. Please extend my gratitude to her. Let us go, Zero. The weight of the gift felt rather burdensome. Farewell, Ophelia. As the carriage gradually rolled away, the figures of those bidding farewell slowly faded from Zhang Yang's sight. He tilted his head back, gently leaning against the wooden panel of the carriage, and let out a deep sigh, feeling a tinge of melancholy within. Without informing anyone of his departure, he wished to avoid such a poignant separation. Who would find solace in such a scene? As he quietly grasped the unadorned black leather bag in his right hand, Light found himself momentarily lost in thought. Very well, he mused, I shall repay this favor in the future. He swiftly shifted his emotions and redirected his focus to the small spatial bag before him. To his astonishment, he discovered that this world of Odedo indeed possessed magical items such as spatial bags. Following Meili's instructions, Zhang Yang concentrated his mental energy, gradually enveloping the ancient bag. Before his eyes, the bag seemed to absorb a part of his mental energy, as if it were a sponge. Simultaneously, Zhang Yang felt his mental energy traverse a peculiar layer of space, at the entrance of which lay a ring of enigmatic runes. Curiosity piqued. He directed his mental energy toward the runes, only to have a significant portion of it drawn in. Had this been an ordinary person, they likely would have fainted from such an experience. How taxing this item is on mental energy, Zhang Yang reflected, though his understanding was somewhat flawed. Typically, those capable of utilizing mental energy would expend some of it when accessing or storing items, rendering them incapable during times of mental depletion. The rune ring he had just encountered was an advanced alchemical technique. Once activated, it functioned like a lock on his spatial bag, allowing only his mental energy to be used by him. Individuals with lesser mental capabilities could, however, activate this function with the aid of magical devices, such as the yellow crystal used for storing mental energy. Thus, the issue of insufficient mental strength was not a barrier to usage. It was simply that each transaction would indeed consume mental energy, and with repeated use, an ordinary person might exhaust their reserves. but for Zhang Yang, such expenditure was negligible. After activating the rune ring, the previously ancient and mysterious black bag now bore a faint blue circle. By concentrating his attention on the bag, he felt his mental energy naturally extend within, revealing approximately half a cubic meter of space. This was astonishingly convenient for Zhang Yang. He promptly stored 10,000 gold coins within the bag. During this process, Light perceived his mental energy first flowing into the bag, then unfurling into a thin layer that enveloped the coins, before they were entirely absorbed into the bag. After several uses, Zhang Yang became adept at handling it. Once aboard the carriage, Neiljelina remained unusually quiet. Earlier, during their farewells, she had waved goodbye with a sunny smile to the warriors she had known for a brief, yet joyous time. Now, seated in the carriage, she appeared somewhat melancholic. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's call, she quickly gathered her emotions and focused intently as he began to recount the fundamental techniques of weaponry to her. Unbeknownst to them, on the terrace atop the castle, a solitary yet striking figure silently observed, watching as people bid farewell to Zhang Yang, and as the carriage gradually departed. Fading into the distance, she whispered, "Farewell, my friend." Whispers of gentle lamentation linger in the air, accompanied by a subtle sadness. With the heartfelt farewell of safe travels, what sentiments accompany such well-wishing? Chapter 38. The secret of the scroll. Zhang Yang and Neiljelina had arrived in Barcasis for 3 days. Barcasis is a lively and vibrant little town, primarily due to its proximity to the beast forest and the convenience of its waterways. This bustling atmosphere far exceeds what one might expect from its modest size. The duo's destination was the Silver Pegasus Legion's 9th Brigade, stationed in a military camp near the city walls to the west. Originally, the 9th Brigade comprised 433 personnel, but with the addition of Zhang Yang and Neiljelina, that number swelled to 435. Zhang Yang was assigned the position of squad leader within the 9th Brigade, and he was directly appointed as the logistics officer in charge of the supply warehouse, a role that afforded him ample free time. Neiljelina, in turn, became his adjutant, overseeing a contingent of 7 soldiers. Upon reporting for duty on his first day, Zhang Yang encountered the brigade commander, Captain Misak. However, their interaction was brief, as Captain Misak merely issued a few directives before having them escorted to their quarters. Yet, as Zhang Yang and Neiljelina took their leave, he discerned the unmistakable sound of Misak's scornful remarks from within the room. What a disgrace. Do the people at headquarters grow up eating dung? They send a mere child to serve as a logistics officer? And with a maid, no less. Is this some kind of jest? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yang felt a mix of bemusement and understanding. It seemed he had been mistaken for a pampered heir, an unjust label indeed. However, given his youth and the presence of a beautiful companion, such misconceptions were not entirely surprising. He decided to let the misunderstanding pass. His purpose here was not solely to fulfill the role of logistics officer. As long as he performed his duties correctly, there would be no cause for concern. Thus, over the past 3 days, Zhang Yang swiftly took charge of the warehouse management, organizing supplies, and keeping meticulous records. While such mathematical tasks might appear daunting to an average citizen of Audidor, they posed no challenge to someone like Zhang Yang, who had received formal education. He methodically managed the inventory and checked the accounts, ensuring everything was in order. Though this place was intended as a sanctuary crafted by Ophelia for him, it would not be allowed to descend into chaos, especially after being underestimated. It was not until the evening of the 3rd day that Zhang Yang completed his tasks and settled into a state of tranquility. He instructed Neiljelina not to disturb him unless necessary, then retreated to his room. With a focused mind, he retrieved the combat energy scroll from his storage ring, feeling a surge of excitement that he could hardly contain. At that moment, he refrained from immediately attempting to practice. He first closed his eyes, calming his mind for a moment before directing his gaze toward the aura scroll in his hand. As he gently unfurled it, he was met with the sight of a handprint faintly radiating blue light. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Yang felt a profound power emanating from the handprint, as if the blue glow pulsed with a rhythm of expansion and contraction. The perceptive Zhang Yang keenly sensed an obscure yet commanding presence within it. Following the method imparted by Ophelia, he opened his right hand and pressed it directly against the luminous handprint, channeling his mental energy into his palm. Suddenly, a powerful, unknown wave surged from the scroll, reverberating off the walls of the room and enveloping Zhang Yang entirely. In that instant, he felt a formidable mental force invade his being, and a jolt coursed through him as if his mental energy had touched something profound. "How do you find this young lad, right, brought by Ophelia?" Phylax asked respectfully of the enigmatic elder, Helis. "A rather unique youth," Helis replied, savoring the exquisite wine offered by Phylax. "His perspective and demeanor are commendable. Though he is somewhat advanced in age, significant achievements may elude him in the future." Helis, still stationed in the library hall, appeared to relish a rare azure-hued wine that even this usually indifferent elder found delightful, suggesting the drink's remarkable origin. What of the tier and potency of the fragment he has chosen? Will it render him a boon to the Orless faction upon cultivation? This lad seems rather unfortunate. The Aura Scroll appears devoid of overt flaws, yet it has been relegated to the remnants. The truth is, no one has ever succeeded in its cultivation. Many have endeavored to master it, only to return empty-handed, squandering considerable resources. In my view, this scroll demands some extraordinary conditions for successful cultivation. Yet, it has resided in this library for centuries, its precise age lost to time. Whether the mental imprint remains intact is uncertain. From my perspective, this lad may be in for a bittersweet disappointment. Indeed, that is a valid concern. "Thank you, Elder Helis. I shall take my leave." Just as Phylax turned to depart, the seemingly enraptured Helis spoke with a hint of detachment. "How the younger generation vies for power is beyond our concern. But should it threaten the foundation of the Camoed family, do not blame me for lacking compassion when the time comes. Go now. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Helis. I take my leave." While the undercurrents within the Camoed family remained unspoken, Zhang Yang found himself in a precarious situation. As the mysterious wave enveloped him and linked with his mental energy, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pull emanating from his right hand, rapidly depleting his mental strength. At this rate, it would take mere moments before his mental energy was entirely exhausted. It is indeed perplexing. Ophelia once remarked that typically, the practice of combat energy scrolls would consume no more than a single standard unit of yellow crystal. Considering Zhang Yang's current mental strength, it seems he has only expended a little over half of that. Yet, what is transpiring now? It is crucial to understand that excessive consumption of mental energy may lead to severe repercussions, including mental deterioration, the mildest outcome being unconsciousness and regression of mental faculties, while the gravest could accelerate aging to the point of death. At this moment, Zhang Yang finds himself enveloped by a mysterious energy wave, rendering any cry for help utterly impossible. Minutes pass, and just as Zhang Yang's mental energy is on the verge of complete depletion, the terrifying thundercloud, long dormant within his soul, begins to stir. In his perception, tendrils of electrical energy emerge from the edges of the cloud, swiftly integrating into his being. Simultaneously, his mental strength begins to regenerate slightly. Consequently, Zhang Yang transforms into a conduit, painfully and slowly channeling his mental energy into the scroll. The process of converting lightning into mental strength is excruciating, akin to the soul enduring the amplified side effects of electrical enhancement. Time drags on as Zhang Yang continuously channels his mental energy into the scroll for an extended duration. Finally, the absorption of mental energy begins to wane, as though it has reached saturation. Upon careful calculation, it becomes evident that the total mental energy required by the scroll is an astonishing nearly 100 standard units. Were it not for the inexplicable assistance of the thundercloud, it is uncertain whether Zhang Yang could have persevered, let alone survived unscathed. When the pulse ceases entirely, Zhang Yang finds himself inexplicably slipping into slumber. What a remarkable sensation it is. One's consciousness remains alert, yet it is evident that sleep has overtaken them, all the while being acutely aware, akin to watching a film unfold in a dream. This paradoxical feeling leaves the typically composed Zhang Yang momentarily at a loss. Yet, the once foggy and indistinct dreamscape begins to sharpen into clarity. Chapter 39. The dream of the saint. Before Zhang Yang's eyes unfolds a scene of brutal carnage. A multitude of warriors, clad in diverse armors, is engaged in fierce combat against countless unknown creatures. The sheer number of these creatures appears limitless, their presence stretching from the palace walls before him to the farthest reaches of his vision. These beings are undeniably grotesque monsters, many towering several meters high, with multiple limbs, some bearing several heads and tails, and a select few resembling humanoid forms, albeit distinctively different from humans upon closer inspection. The warriors battling these abominations are comprised of various races: elves, orcs, dwarves, barbarians, and the most numerous, humans. What kind of war is this? Zhang Yang has encountered no mention of such a conflict in Mr. Phil's extensive collection of tomes. The grand scale of this event, along with the multitude of continental races uniting against a common foe, must signify an extraordinary occurrence. However, such a significant historical event remains unmentioned in the existing literature. Zhang Yang is certain that this scene must have occurred. From the moment he beheld it, he understood with profound clarity. This must be a form of spiritual resonance, an essence conveyed from the sealed spirits within the scrolls. The brutal combat seemed endless, and although Zhang Yang's abilities were currently limited, he was astonished to discover that the warriors of this continent were all formidable fighters. Through recent observations, he was astounded to learn that the least skilled among these warriors wielded aura of at least gold rank, the most evident sign being their aura-infused armor. Among them, several dozens exhibited an even more potent aura, fighting valiantly at the forefront. Their aura exceeded that of gold rank, their armor more solid and exquisite, and astonishingly, they sported wings of condensed aura upon their backs. They could soar and engage in combat with these aura wings. This spectacle stirred Zhang Yang's heart immensely. Yet, what astonished him further was the presence of several supreme beings wielding aura of seemingly miraculous power, leaving him utterly bewildered. Without aura armor or wings, these extraordinary figures stood suspended in the void. With each strike and every aura technique, their might was earth-shattering. Zhang Yang often couldn't even perceive their movements. He merely witnessed beams of light erupting, obliterating hundreds, even thousands of monsters into oblivion. Were these truly the unparalleled powerhouses of the saintly level? What was transpiring? At that moment, Zhang Yang was merely an observer, and in this dreamlike realm, time appeared distorted, for he had witnessed 3 sunrises and sunsets. Yet, in his own perception, it felt as though only a few moments had passed. Setting aside this disorienting sense of time, the champions in this scene had been fighting tirelessly for 3 days and nights. During this time, many of the weaker ones had perished, while others had joined the fray. Yet the number of monsters showed no sign of diminishing, still overwhelming in their relentless tide. On the 3rd night, Zhang Yang observed that the continental champions seemed to be deliberating something. Soon after, they appeared to have reached a decisive resolution. As a team of their strongest warriors surged into the ocean of monsters, instantly igniting a deluge of blood and shattered remains. Their aura techniques illuminated the path as they gradually receded from view. The remaining warriors consolidated their defenses, continuing to withstand the onslaught of the monsters. At that moment, the entrance of the cliffside palace, which served as the battlefield, was nearly filled with the bodies of the monsters, nearly leveling the once profound mountain pass. Zhang Yang understood that once this mountain pass was filled, the continental warriors' sole advantage in facing the overwhelming horde of monsters would vanish. At that point, confronted with what seemed to be an endless wave of powerful creatures, the prospect of resistance was futile. They would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. Time pressed on. It was evident that the strength and aura of the continental warriors had reached their limits, while the monsters introduced several towering, formidable beings. Just as it appeared they could withstand no more, an intense explosion erupted from the direction of the monster onslaught. In that fleeting moment, the radiance resembled a miniature sun. Immediately thereafter, a powerful shockwave surged through the monsters like a tempest. Zhang Yang was astonished to discover that the force of this explosion approached that of an atomic bomb from his original world. Following the unparalleled shockwave, the feeble monsters were mostly annihilated, and even the slightly stronger creatures lost their ability to move, reduced to helplessly wailing in their tenacity. Yet, at that moment, numerous formidable monsters remained undeterred. The onlookers began to fight with fervor. As the dawn of the 4th day broke, the monsters were ultimately eradicated. However, the warriors of the continent suffered devastating casualties, with only a handful managing to survive. In those final moments, Zhang Yang observed that these valiant warriors could no longer muster their fighting spirit. The relentless battles had utterly depleted their energy and potential. Many had resorted to life-draining techniques merely to endure until the end, but when the battle concluded, so too did the lives of these warriors, drained to their last breath. Just as Zhang Yang could not help but lament their sacrifice, the scene began to shift anew. He finally discerned the source recording all of this, a peculiar, luminescent eye. This eye had been concealed above the entrance of the palace in the mountains, but now it hovered before a dignified middle-aged man. This individual was tall and robust, yet his body bore numerous wounds, and his complexion appeared ashen, a testament to his severely drained vitality. Until this moment, the silent observer, Light, had watched for an indeterminate duration, yet he now heard a voice emanating from the scene. The man before him began to speak. To the fortunate later-comers, I am Poseidon, the sword saint of the Tempest. Alas, my strength has diminished to that of a quasi-saint. Soon, I shall descend into the eternal slumber. What you witness is the record captured by my magical artifact, the Eye of True Sight. The rift in time and space has unexpectedly connected to the Abyss realm. Fortunately, the combined might of the 4 elemental sorcerers ultimately unleashed a forbidden spell that destroyed the temporal gateway. Had it not been for this, our world would have been swiftly consumed by the denizens of the Abyss, transforming into a new abyssal realm. At that time, all life on the continent would wither, and this beautiful world would meet its demise, leading to ultimate destruction. Thus, our sacrifices are worthwhile, even if we ultimately perish. For the sake of our homeland and the survival of future generations, those who cast aside racial hatred and prejudice have triumphed. This achievement is sufficient to soothe our souls. After 3 days and 4 nights of bloodshed, we, the warriors, displayed power that far surpassed that of the spellcasters. Although their spells possessed unparalleled explosive strength, our resilience and enduring combat capability remained unmatched. Without our protection, the spellcasters would have faltered long before the end. This is the pride of all warriors. I, Poseidon, have lived for 354 years. Having cultivated the art of anger and wave for 3.5 centuries, this sacred-level martial technique is undeniably formidable. Yet, it is only in this present moment that I have come to realize that the path we tread may not be singular, whether it be fighting spirit or energy. There exists a limit. Creatures from the abyssal realm predominantly lack the ability to manipulate energy, yet their physical prowess alone is sufficient to contend with fighting spirit. The mightiest among them possess combat capabilities that rival our own. Thus, I surmise that the true path to becoming the strongest may lie in the fundamental enhancement of the body, harmoniously intertwined with the utilization of energy, an insight that remains speculative and uncertain in its success. Human potential is finite, and I fear that this conjecture may ultimately prove elusive. Nevertheless, in the twilight of my existence, I have distilled my lifelong insights into a martial technique, perhaps more aptly named the body refinement technique. This is what you now possess as the deep water fighting technique. According to my theory, it can only be practiced by those attuned to the water element. Yet, I ponder that in the tumult of the present conflict, survival may be a rare fortune, and this chapter of history is poised to be lost to time. We fight valiantly for our homeland without regret, but we hope not to be forgotten by posterity. A fragment of this history shall be divided into 2 parts, one sealed within this scroll of inheritance, the other directly enshrined within this Eye of True Sight, preserved upon the mountain of the gods, at the shrine of choices. It is my fervent wish that future inheritors of this scroll witness this history and uphold our collective legacy. Those who do not possess the requisite mental fortitude will be unable to perceive this spiritual message. Even the most forceful attempts at comprehension will yield no success. Many saints have convened in pursuit of a singular conclusion. To transcend the sacred level and attain higher realms, one must push the limits of body, mind, and energy simultaneously. Yet, it remains uncertain if anyone can achieve such a feat. Should one succeed, they might transcend the confines of life and death, perhaps embodying divinity itself. The technique I have devised is called the deep water fighting technique, signifying the attainment of body refinement through the weight of deep waters. Practicing this technique solely fortifies the body, with no external energy being emitted throughout one's life, as all cultivated energy is devoted to enhancing physical strength. Thus, one must sacrifice to gain. To focus purely on physical cultivation is to forsake the myriad benefits of external fighting spirit, yet it allows the body to gradually surpass limits, potentially reaching the strength of the ancient gods. With mere physicality, one can resist both fighting spirit and magic. The precise effects of this technique remain to be discovered, reliant upon your exploration. Engaging in this practice will yield formidable resistance to all elemental attributes, accompanied by heightened speed and immense power, which in turn generates significant destructive capability. However, due to inherent limitations within the technique itself, Many combat skills will remain unattainable, while others may align more harmoniously. This is the foundation of enhancing combat prowess. This method was conceived by me before my descent into oblivion. It may lead you to forge a path distinct from the Odato system, crafting a new legend. Yet it could also render you futile in your endeavors. Whether you choose to proceed rests solely upon your own decision. The current date is the 9th of September, 799 in the dual lunar calendar. Should the day ever come when you fulfill our aspirations, bringing this history back to life, then perhaps you, who have arrived here, shall be deemed worthy of receiving another legacy from us. Thus, I can only bestow upon you this seed of inheritance that encompasses the cultivation method I have created. I wish you good fortune, future generations. Chapter 40, The Seed of Strength, Part 1. Zhang Yang, in a daze, gradually discerned that the dreamlike imagery was fading away, dissipating like ripples in water until only the void of darkness remained. He understood that he had yet to depart from the realm of the spirit. In this obscurity, a distant small orb, radiating a brilliant light, approached him swiftly, arriving at his side in an instant. This orb began to orbit around Zhang Yang, rising and falling, as if it awaited something. Zhang Yang surmised that this must be the legacy seed spoken of by the renowned sword saint, Poseidon. Accepting it would set him upon a path previously untraveled, one that could be fraught with difficulty, yet he held an unwavering belief in his eventual success. However, a flicker of hesitation lingered. Accepting the deep water fighting chi might shatter his dream of soaring freely. Although Zhang Yang had resolved to cultivate the deep water fighting chi upon hearing the message, for it was created by a true sword saint and must surely be extraordinary. With this thought, he cast aside his doubts and instinctively reached for the small orb, which suddenly surged forward and penetrated his forehead. Zhang Yang felt as though his head had been struck by a speeding vehicle. In an instant, the world spun around him, and his mind was inundated with a multitude of memories, some vivid, others shrouded in obscurity. It was then that Zhang Yang truly awakened and opened his eyes. Realizing that dawn had begun to break, shaking his still dizzy head, he weakly poured himself a glass of water, gulping it down to regain some clarity. This encounter made Zhang Yang acutely aware that he had inadvertently acquired an extraordinary scroll of fighting chi. Reflecting on the scroll, he suddenly noticed that the pale blue handprint that once glowed had lost its brilliance, rendering the scroll dull and ordinary. Upon further contemplation, Zhang Yang was struck with astonishment. The date was now the 22nd of August, 2179 in the magical calendar, and the dual lunar calendar existed prior to this magical reckoning. According to Zhang Yang's recollections, the Odato system initially thrived under the chaos calendar for 3,000 years, belonging to the era of the ancient gods. Following their abrupt disappearance, the dual lunar calendar prevailed for over 2,000 years, marking the age of exploration within the Odato world. At the onset of the first Zerg invasion, the present era of magical history began, marking this inheritance scroll as having endured nearly 400 years of time. To maintain such a vivid mental imprint over such an extensive period suggests that the original Poseidon must have been extraordinarily powerful. Yet, 100 standard units of mental strength is still excessive. It cannot possibly serve as a trial for a novice. If it were so, it would not be a test, but rather an act of murder. Thus, could it be that I am merely unfortunate? After enduring this long passage of time, the scroll's power may no longer be sufficient to reflect the images just witnessed or the subsequent inheritance. Hence, it desperately siphons my mental energy to restore its completeness. Oh my! As Zhang Yang gradually deduced the truth, an overwhelming sense of gloom enveloped him. Should such an event be deemed a fortuitous encounter? Or is it more aptly described as sheer misfortune? After a considerable while, Zhang Yang regained his composure and began to slowly recall the newly acquired memories, specifically the cultivation method of the deep water combat technique. However, the experiences and memories imparted by the sword Saint Poseidon remained elusive, shrouded in a fog as if sealed away. Perhaps this is indeed a form of binding? Maybe only when I reach the legendary mountain of the gods and make a choice at the temple will it unveil itself? Absorbed in his thoughts, Zhang Yang redirected his focus to the cultivation method of the deep water combat technique. This exploration granted Zhang Yang an intuitive understanding of the secrets of combat energy. Combat energy is a remarkable force, existing in myriad forms throughout this vast world. These energies form the very foundation of existence, manifesting in the expanse of earth, the boundless seas, and the diverse flora and fauna, as well as elemental forces such as wind and fire. Legend has it that this power was bestowed upon humanity by the deities who created the world, enabling these nascent and fragile beings to grow strong enough to contend with nature. The deities similarly imparted magic and primal energy to elves and beasts. Yet this remains merely a tale. Though the energies differ, whether combat energy, magic, or primal energy, all require a seed of power to commence cultivation. This seed cannot be attained through personal training, as it must be inherited, with the minimum standard for inheritance being that of high black iron. Only practitioners who reach this level can nurture and pass on the seed of combat energy. Combat energy deepens with the level of cultivation, absorbing energy from the world and storing it within the body, though the amount retained is contingent upon the strength of the cultivation method and one's innate qualities. Subsequently, the activation of combat energy and its application in techniques fall within the realm of combat energy utilization. In the memories Zhang Yang acquired, it was clear that to practice the deep water combat technique, one must be in an area abundant in water elements. Otherwise, the cultivation process would be exceedingly slow. Just as he grasped this understanding, he heard the sounds of morning training from the camp outside. Desiring discretion, Zhang Yang concluded that it would be best to wait for a while before embarking on his own quiet practice. Additionally, the events of the previous night had thoroughly drained his mental energy, making immediate cultivation impossible. With this in mind, Zhang Yang tidied himself up and stepped outside to summon Neiljelina, assigning her daily physical training. Eventually, overwhelmed by fatigue, he returned to his quarters and fell into a deep slumber. Observing the distant figure of Neiljelina, who was following the troop of soldiers in training, Captain Misak couldn't help but feel a sense of perplexity. Initially, when he first encountered this young man accompanied by a maid, Misak was quite irked. He assumed this was yet another noble scion seeking to gain experience and benefits without any genuine effort. However, in the days that followed, this young man did not succumb to Misak's expectations of idleness. Instead, he diligently fulfilled his duties and even trained alongside his maid. Remarkably, he did not reside in the military barracks, but rather took up lodging directly in the supply depot with his maid. This behavior left the well-versed Misak somewhat bewildered, especially upon discovering that they were resting in separate quarters, a fact that intrigued him further. Although he had yet to unravel the mystery, Misak decided to let the newcomer be, having realized that he required no oversight. Today, however, he was particularly curious as to how the lad named Light had seemingly vanished, leaving the enchanting Neiljelina to train alone in the training grounds. Truly, he was an odd fellow. Chapter 41. The Seed of Strength, Part 2. Zhang Yang continually reminded himself that to wander freely across Odato, one must first possess sufficient strength for self-preservation. Yet, such power could only be acquired through relentless training, bit by bit. Thus, upon awakening from a slumber that still clouded his mind, he resolutely commenced the training regimen he had set for himself. During his training, Zhang Yang pondered deeply from his understanding. The essence of fighting energy was fundamentally a process of absorbing and utilizing energy. Ultimately, one's body is the foundation of their being. As the sword saint of the raging waves, Poseidon, had observed, the creatures from the abyss were immensely powerful. With a robust constitution, if one could harmonize it with energy, perhaps a path to greater strength could indeed be forged. From the outset, Zhang Yang had imposed similar expectations on both himself and Neiljelina. Thus, the two engaged in high-intensity training daily. Zhang Yang had intended to impart the essence of the deep water fighting energy to Neiljelina, but only after acquiring knowledge from the fighting energy seed did he comprehend that one must at least attain the rank of Black Iron Advanced to teach it. As for practicing with the fighting energy scroll, Neiljelina could scarcely entertain the thought. The scroll had transformed into an ordinary piece of beast hide, inscribed with mere words, devoid of any special qualities after Zhang Yang had utilized it. This left Zhang Yang at a loss. Yet he decided to focus on enhancing their physical qualities for the time being, believing that a solution would eventually present itself. After several days of training, having adjusted to an optimal state, Zhang Yang informed Neiljelina that they would venture to the banks of the Doixin River, located several miles north of Boxus, for their practice the following day. That night, after thoroughly familiarizing himself with the operation of the deep water fighting energy in his mind, he fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Zhang Yang and Neiljelina departed from their station and exited the city, arriving at the banks of the Doixin River. As they reached this location, Zhang Yang was greeted by a wave of moist air that enveloped him. The majestic Deixin River appears to be approximately 200 meters wide on average, with certain sections exceeding 400 meters in breadth, its waters flowing with remarkable swiftness. Zhang Yang learned that its deepest points can reach around 30 meters, and the water itself seems exceedingly clear, entirely natural and unpolluted. After all, in this world of Ode Duo, he had yet to hear of any chemical contamination. On the opposite bank of the Deixin River lies a continuous range of mountains, rumored to be the northern boundary of the enigmatic monster forest. Having arranged the training regimen for Neiljelina, Zhang Yang settled on a stone by the riverbank, closing his eyes to commence his cultivation of the fighting chi technique. Perhaps due to his robust mental fortitude, as he focused and began practicing, he immediately sensed that the fighting chi seed within him started to rotate like celestial bodies under the guidance of his thoughts. Some nearly invisible stray energies began to converge towards him, gradually accumulating within the fighting chi seed that resided at his chest. Having previously encountered the subtle currents of lightning energy within him, Zhang Yang could distinctly feel the fighting chi seed absorbing and expelling the stray energy, causing it to expand slightly. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed, and before he realized it, 5 moments had passed in tranquil silence. He perceived that a delicate layer of the newly absorbed energy enveloped the fighting chi seed. By this time, it was midday, and the sun had grown increasingly intense. Neiljelina gritted her teeth as she completed the training tasks assigned by Zhang Yang, her stamina nearing its limits. It was evident to Zhang Yang that she was reaching her physical threshold. Each training session completely drained her energy without inflicting harm, which only deepened Neiljelina's admiration and respect for him. At that moment, Neiljelina sat by the water's edge, resting not far from Zhang Yang, her clothes soaked with sweat, clinging to her curvaceous form. She radiated a vibrant beauty brimming with life, yet Zhang Yang seemed oblivious to this allure. In her eyes, the calm and indifferent adult appeared rather peculiar. Once a celebrated beauty in Yuten City, she found it curious that after spending so much time together, this young man regarded her solely as a subordinate and student, which was the only source of her slight disappointment. Nonetheless, this straightforward attitude also granted her a sense of ease and reassurance. Just as she contemplated this, Neiljelina noticed a myriad of tiny blue lights emerging around Zhang Yang. These delicate orbs of blue energy surged toward him, creating a wondrous and enchanting spectacle that captivated her gaze. At that moment, Zhang Yang seemed so divine. Illuminated by the faint blue glow, his calm yet slightly aloof visage exuded an aura of mystery and authority, leaving Neiljelina entranced. As Zhang Yang felt the fighting spirit seed enveloped completely by the ethereal azure energy, he noticed that the gathering speed of this water attribute energy had significantly diminished. With a deep exhale, he opened his eyes and was met by the entranced gaze of Neiljelina. "What are you staring at?" Zhang Yang inquired calmly. "Ah, nothing, my lord. I was merely captivated by the myriad of delicate azure light points that gathered around you while you were cultivating your fighting spirit. I apologize, my lord." Neiljelina responded, flustered, quickly lowering her gaze, though a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. "Oh, azure light points?" Zhang Yang pondered upon hearing her words. Could these azure dots signify the aggregation of water attribute energy? If this energy indeed diminished after sunrise, then the environment and time were crucial for cultivating this deep water fighting spirit. Deep water fighting spirit, deep water fighting spirit. Perhaps there might be other revelations to uncover while training beneath the water. At this moment, an epiphany struck him, as if he had grasped a vital point. He then cast a nonchalant glance at Neiljelina and said, "Have you completed the morning training?" "Yes, my lord. It has all been done as per your instructions," she replied. "Very well, we shall continue in the afternoon. After lunch, I wish to immerse myself in the water." "Take care of yourself," he instructed. "Understood, my lord." Neiljelina responded, somewhat flustered as she busied herself preparing the meal. Zhang Yang, meanwhile, felt he had inadvertently stumbled upon the correct method for cultivating the deep water fighting spirit. Chapter 42. Immersion Training. Gazing at the dazzling afternoon sun, Zhang Yang was fully prepared for his descent into the water. In his previous life, he had quite enjoyed swimming and possessed remarkable prowess in the water. At this moment, he stood bare-chested, revealing a slightly gaunt yet well-defined physique. The injuries he sustained days prior had long since healed, leaving behind only faint pink scars. Neiljelina was practicing archery nearby, and upon seeing Zhang Yang's scarred torso, her hand trembled, causing her arrow to veer off course. Just as she felt a pang of embarrassment for staring at him, Zhang Yang's calm voice broke the silence. Focus. Concentrate. 100 arrows. The simple command transformed her previously flushed face into one of dismay. After casting a fleeting glance at Neiljelina, Zhang Yang redirected his attention to sensing the fighting spirit. Ever since he began cultivating this deep-water fighting spirit, he had developed an acute sensitivity to water attribute energy. For instance, the energy he sensed while standing in water waist deep was slightly denser than that on land. Had he not been accustomed to subtle energies, he would have found it challenging to discern such nuances. It seemed his hypothesis was correct. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yang dove headfirst into the water, plunging beneath the surface. As Zhang Yang delved deeper into the water, he initially pondered the issue of respiration. However, upon fully submerging, he astonishingly discovered that through the application of his Duki technique, he could sustain himself without the need to breathe for an extended period. Beneath the surface, the gathering speed and quantity of the pale blue energy particles increased linearly, and as he absorbed the aquatic energy, Zhang Yang found himself able to thrive underwater. At this moment, he had descended to approximately 8 meters below the surface. After a fleeting moment of elation, Zhang Yang focused his mind and began to diligently practice the wondrous deep-water Duki technique. He aimed to have the pale blue energy particles continually adhere to the Duki seed, which, under the growing layers of energy, gradually began to expand. This approach seemed sound to him, though he harbored some uncertainty, for he possessed no prior experience in this realm. Previously, he had never engaged in such practices, and his current underwater cultivation of Duki was entirely a process of exploration in the dark. He was uncertain whether complications might arise. When he received the Duki inheritance, he had merely grasped the fundamental methods of Duki operation. Engrossed in his practice, Zhang Yang remained unaware of the passage of time, which slipped away swiftly like the flowing water. Meanwhile, Neiljelina felt an overwhelming desire to rest. Her arms, strained from drawing the bowstring, ached immensely. After practicing her archery for 200 consecutive shots, her arm muscles had reached their limits. Now, drenched in sweat, she sat upon a rock by the riverbank, a place where Zhang Yang often meditated and trained. The arduous training combined with the summer heat had thoroughly soaked her garments, the damp fabric clinging to her exquisite form, imparting a distinct allure. Yet, in that moment, Neiljelina had no inclination to showcase her charm. Instead, she cautiously cooled her slightly swollen arms in the refreshing river water. As the cool water cascaded over her arms, she felt a significant alleviation of the pain. She recalled Zhang Yang's words. The path to strength is fraught with toil and tribulation. Only through relentless effort can one attain enviable power. The acquisition of even a modicum of strength often necessitates the sacrifice of considerable time and effort. Thus, there is no reward without labor, if such a thing exists. It is likely a trap. Lost in thought, Neiljelina gazed at the water's surface. Lord Light had been submerged for quite some time, and he had yet to surface for air. Was something amiss with his Duki cultivation, or had he encountered danger beneath the waves? Anxiously, she massaged her aching, swollen right arm with her left hand. Suddenly, her reverie was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps emerging from the thicket behind her. Zhang Yang's admonition about remaining vigilant echoed in her mind. Shortly thereafter, a group of over 10 youths emerged from the woods into her line of sight. These individuals appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, comprising 9 boys and 3 girls. Their attire resembled that of mercenaries, though their clothing and armor appeared somewhat too pristine for seasoned warriors. At this moment, the group of men and women caught sight of Neiljelina by the riverbank and promptly approached her. As they drew within 10 meters, one boy, seemingly the leader and dressed like a knight, inquired, "Dear lady, how long have you been resting by the river? Have you encountered any dangers? One must exercise caution here, for there are reports of merfolk lurking about. Thank you for your concern. I will indeed be vigilant. However, I have spent a day here without sighting any merfolk." Neiljelina replied, rising to her feet. "Do not underestimate the merfolk. Their activities have become increasingly frequent of late. Just days ago, they even attacked several merchant vessels." The girl with the spear interjected loudly, noting Neiljelina's apparent indifference. "They are cunning and ruthless, appearing in large numbers, making them quite formidable. Our mercenary group, the Sword of Baal, has taken on the task of ridding the danger. Then may you find success in your endeavors. May your blade remain ever sharp. Neiljelina responded politely, lacking the interest to engage further with the youth. Having spent considerable time with the composed and aloof Zhang Yang, she found these contemporaries rather juvenile. Thus, she returned to her perch on the stone by the river. May your arrows always find their mark. Exercise caution. The boy, seemingly the leader, felt a surge of excitement at Neiljelina's blessing, as if he had transformed into a true mercenary. He reciprocated with a loud blessing of his own. Adhering to the customs of mercenaries, Neiljelina, having traversed the world alongside Zhang Yang and the Silver Pegasus Legion, possessed far greater experience than these sheltered youths. The mercenary etiquette she recalled was learned during her time in Sardenhike town alongside Zhang Yang. Contemplating this, Neiljelina could not help but worry for Zhang Yang. Lord Light, please be safe. Chapter 43. The merfolk Zhang Yang was unaware of how others cultivated their fighting spirit, but he sensed that his own practice was distinctly unique. He had never heard of anyone being able to remain underwater for extended periods without needing to breathe. At this moment, he felt layers of water attribute energy particles gradually drawn to him, attracted by the operation of his fighting spirit core. Initially, Zhang Yang believed this was the entirety of the cultivation process. However, upon closer observation, he came to a profound realization. The attracted energy particles did not signify possession. Only when he accelerated the operation of his fighting spirit core did it absorb and digest a small portion of the attracted energy, subsequently transforming it into a gentler form of energy, which divided into two parts, one absorbed by the fighting spirit core and the other transmitted to Zhang Yang's body, assimilated by his organs and flesh. Zhang Yang sensed that, although he had not significantly enhanced his physical strength during this day's training, the absorbed energy appeared to be gradually altering his physical quality. Perhaps it is due to his currently poor physical condition? This is merely Zhang Yang's conjecture. Perhaps only through further practice will there be any noticeable change. Contemplating this, Zhang Yang surmised that time must be running late. The sky was likely nearing dusk. Thus he slowly withdrew from his meditative state, exerting his limbs to propel himself swiftly toward the surface of the water. Neiljelina was genuinely growing anxious. As the sky darkened, the water remained eerily calm, and Lord Light had yet to surface. Were it not for Neiljelina's lack of swimming skills, she would have already succumbed to the urge to dive in and search for him. Impatiently, she paced along the water's edge, observing the sun sinking halfway down the mountainside, lazily lingering in its descent. Wisps of clouds in the sky had already transformed into hues of orange and red, while a flock of unknown small birds chirped excitedly as they flew toward the trees along the shore, signaling the end of their day. It was likely that darkness would soon envelop the land. Just as Neiljelina anxiously awaited, her gaze fixed on the water's surface, she suddenly spotted a peculiar corpse drifting downstream. The body was approximately 1.2 to 1.3 meters tall, with a yellow-green skin resembling that of a human, complete with limbs. However, its torso and head bore the grotesque features of a fearsome fish, a merman. At this moment, Neiljelina understood the gravity of the situation. As the merman's body floated closer, she noticed numerous wounds upon it, with a particularly fatal gash nearly severing its head. Just as she contemplated retrieving the merman's body, faint sounds of struggle and cries for help echoed from upstream. Neiljelina was suddenly reminded of the group of young mercenaries she had seen earlier in the afternoon. Yet, she hesitated. What if she went to assist them and Lord Light surfaced without being able to locate her? Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly spotted Zhang Yang's shield resting on the shore. She rushed over, drawing a large arrow in the dirt, placing the shield beneath it as a directional marker for Zhang Yang. Having completed this, Neiljelina no longer wavered. She seized her bow and arrows and swiftly dashed toward the source of the commotion upstream. At that moment, Vinny was consumed by regret. His heart was heavy with remorse and worry. Yet, he had no time to lament. He could only endure the fatigue in his arms and the pain in his thighs as he wielded his long sword with all his might. Beside him stood 9 equally exhausted companions, and they could do little more than defend themselves with fervor. As Benny faced the dozen or so cunning and ferocious mermen armed with spears and daggers, a flicker of despair welled up within him. Initially, 13 companions had eagerly set out to become mercenaries, believing that through adventure they could attain honor and wealth. Little did they know that after a few mundane tasks at the mercenary guild, their dissatisfaction led them to take on a level 3 mission to exterminate the mermen. Who could have foreseen that these creatures would only appear at dusk, and when they did, they arrived in overwhelming numbers, catching the unsuspecting group, who were merely preparing their evening meal, completely off guard. It was then that AM and Abi lost their lives. Subsequently, although the group drew their weapons to retaliate, the sheer number of the fishmen overwhelmed them. As they fought and fled, they managed to escape the encirclement, yet a portion of the relentless fishmen pursued them. In the chaos, Ansur and Bralar, in their noble attempt to protect the girls, tragically met their demise. It is worth noting that Bralar was the strongest among them, a formidable ally in battle. Thus, from an original band of 13, only 9 remained, and Benny feared that they would all perish here. For the riverbank was still more than 10 miles from Boxus. Just as despair began to settle in Benny's heart, an arrow suddenly shot forth from the nearby woods, striking a fishman squarely in the forehead. The creature fell lifelessly, its eyes rolling back. Reinforcements had arrived. The youth, teetering on the brink of hopelessness, felt a flicker of hope reignite within them. They glanced toward the direction from which the arrow had come, and there stood a beautiful woman, her waist adorned with a short sword, drawing her bow to target the fishmen. Wasn't she the same maiden they had encountered by the river earlier that afternoon? Yet, she was alone, unable to turn the tide of battle. The spark of hope that had ignited in the hearts of the young ones began to flicker once more. However, Benny, unwilling to endanger this brave and kind-hearted girl, shouted, "Run. There are too many fishmen. Don't worry about us." Just as Benny's voice rang out, Neiljelina released another arrow. This time, her aim faltered, striking a fishman in the calf and pinning him to the ground, causing the unfortunate creature to emit a guttural sound, revealing its sharp teeth. These savage fishmen, it was said, were cannibals. Hearing Benny's cry, Neiljelina could not bring herself to abandon them to their fate. Resolutely, she drew her bow again and aimed at the advancing fishmen. The fishmen, recognizing the threat posed by the archer, dispatched 7 or 8 of their number to charge at Neiljelina. As the fishmen brandished their weapons and bared their jagged teeth, fear gripped her heart. In that moment, she reminded herself to remain calm. What would Lord Light do? How would he instruct her? With this thought, Neiljelina released an arrow and turned to flee into the woods. Although the dense underbrush would impede her speed, the smaller fishmen would find it even more challenging to navigate. She reasoned that as long as she maintained her distance, she could continue to shoot, just as she had trained in recent days. Neiljelina acted on this thought, darting into the thicket. Benny watched in awe as the beautiful maiden swiftly loosed another arrow from the cover of the trees, striking a fishman directly in the eye. Benny was astonished but also inspired, urging the others to retreat toward the woods. After running a short distance, Neiljelina turned to fire another arrow, though her aim was not as precise this time. Given her current skill level, hitting a target from 20 meters while standing still was already quite a feat. The remarkable accuracy of her earlier shots had likely been a stroke of luck. Despite this, her tactics were indeed astute. The fishmen were not adept at running. Their movements were characterized by a clumsy, swaying gait, exacerbated by their short legs and elongated bodies. Consequently, after a prolonged chase, they failed to close the distance between themselves and Neiljelina, who managed to eliminate 4 or 5 of them with her cunning strikes. This led the remaining fishmen to hesitate, ultimately abandoning their pursuit of Neiljelina and turning their attention towards Benny and the others, who claims that fishmen lack intelligence. They may possess limited brain capacity, but their reflexes are merely sluggish. After running for over 10 minutes, beads of sweat began to form on Neiljelina's brow. Her stamina was not remarkable. She had only recently commenced training, achieving initial results. Nonetheless, this period of running and shooting instilled a flicker of confidence within her. Upon witnessing the fishmen retreat, Neiljelina paused to catch her breath before resolutely sprinting towards the trapped individuals. However, unbeknownst to Neiljelina and Benny, a number of fishmen, each nearly 5 to 6 feet tall with dark gray skin, stealthily surrounded them from the forest's rear. Leading this group was a towering fishman, wielding a curved blade in one hand and bearing a long scar over his left eye. As this scarred fishman sprinted forward, he was seen chewing on something. In the waning light of the setting sun, it became apparent that he was gnawing on a severed human arm, bits of flesh flying as he consumed it, his remaining eye gleaming with a savage, frenzied crimson light. Chapter 44. Rescue with Neiljelina's return. Benny and the others found themselves engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Hope for survival, fear of death, gratitude towards the brave girl before them. and a glimmer of expectation for escape. Although Neiljelina had performed admirably, her inexperience soon revealed itself. Unbeknownst to her, she had gradually strayed from the dense thicket, unwittingly exposing herself in the clearing adjacent to the forest. As Neiljelina became engrossed in her archery, several gray-black shadows stealthily emerged from the thicket behind her. Benny, in a moment of urgency, cast a glance and could not contain his alarm. "Lady, beware of what lies behind you." However, by the time he shouted, it was slightly too late. A fishman launched a sudden ambush, leaping over half a meter to thrust a spear towards Neiljelina. At that moment, she was just turning around in response to Benny's warning, confronted by the greedy and ravenous eyes of the fishman, along with its jagged maw and the raised spear. In that instant, the shadow of death loomed over Neiljelina's heart, filled with regret for her earlier negligence. Just as despair began to take root, a swift figure materialized before her. A shield emblazoned with the emblem of the Silver Pegasus Legion collided with the leaping fishman, sending it hurtling nearly 3 meters away. To Neiljelina's astonishment, the cold-faced light had appeared before her. Surprisingly, blood of a dark crimson hue began to drip slowly from the long sword held by Zhang Yang, while the fishman that had been struck and sent flying lay motionless after a brief struggle upon hitting the ground. This sight left Neiljelina utterly astonished. In that fleeting moment of collision, Zhang Yang had deftly thrust his sword, piercing through the fishman's chest with lethal precision. Moments prior, as Zhang Yang emerged from beneath the water's surface, he found it peculiar that he could not spot Neiljelina anywhere. He understood that after such a traumatic encounter, she rarely ventured alone and typically remained close by his side. But where could she have gone? Zhang Yang quickly surveyed his surroundings, and, in an instant, his gaze fell upon the vulture's shield lying on the ground, along with the arrows marked beneath it. An ominous realization struck him. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the shield, disregarding his outer garments, and dashed toward the direction of the arrows. Fortunately, with heightened speed and awareness, Zhang Yang arrived just in time to shield Neiljelina from a fatal blow. However, both Zhang Yang and the others nearby were still in peril, as over 20 fishmen remained, including the scar-eyed fishman who instilled a sense of danger in Zhang Yang. "Be cautious, my lady," Zhang Yang urged Neiljelina, who was still shaken and realized she could offer no assistance at the moment. She complied with his command and regrouped with Benny and the others. "Hey, friend, you should come over here as well. There are too many of these fishmen," Benny called out, noticing that Zhang Yang was prepared to confront the fishmen alone. At that moment, Zhang Yang did not turn to respond, but instead charged swiftly at the scar-eyed fishman and its companions that had just emerged from the woods. Unmoved by Zhang Yang's rapid advance, the scar-eyed fishman remained still, while the 4 fishmen flanking it lunged toward Zhang Yang. Just as he was about to collide head-on with the 4 towering fishmen, Zhang Yang executed a graceful pivot and sidestep. He deftly used his left hand to angle the vulture shield, deflecting 2 fishmen's spears, and then swiftly turned to cleave the head of a fishman on the periphery. A jet of dark crimson blood erupted, soaring over a meter high. Before the severed fish head could hit the ground, Zhang Yang pressed forward, using his shield to ram into a fishman that had leapt to attack him. From a distance, Neiljelina and Benny caught a glimpse of a sharp sword tip piercing the fishman's jaw at the moment the shield collided with its body. Consequently, as Zhang Yang surged past the 4 fishmen, 2 of them collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Remarkable, truly impressive. Neiljelina was astonished by Zhang Yang's formidable speed and strength, though she was not entirely surprised, having witnessed his combat prowess before. In contrast, Benny and the other youths were left in utter disbelief as they observed Zhang Yang dispatch elite fishmen with such apparent ease and swiftness. Benny, who had just urged Zhang Yang to join them, nearly bit his own tongue in astonishment. This person is extraordinarily strong. Could he be a high-tier warrior? Regardless, it seems we may yet be saved. As the crowd in the distance marveled in astonishment, Zhang Yang had already turned around, swiftly dispatching the remaining 2 gray-skinned mermen with a few precise strokes of his sword. At this moment, he was cautiously observing the scarred-eyed merman, which had remained motionless. From a distance of 6 meters, Zhang Yang suddenly understood why this merman had not joined the fray. He watched in horror as the scarred-eyed merman leisurely tossed a mangled human hand into its gaping, tooth-filled maw, crunching it voraciously. It then tilted its head back to swallow the remains. Following this, the crimson light in its singular eye intensified dramatically. Zhang Yang witnessed it suddenly throw its head back and emit a loud, piercing howl. The expression on the scarred-eyed merman's face was an enigmatic blend of agony and exhilaration. Zhang Yang had no time to ponder how he could discern such a complex expression, but this was the sensation his instincts provided him, and he had always trusted his instincts. With an ear-splitting screech, the scarred-eyed merman's body began to expand as if inflated, enveloped in swirling black mist. The red light in its eye gleamed menacingly. Zhang Yang had initially regarded this merman with indifference, as its agility was lacking and its strength was minimal, making it easy to handle. However, the scarred-eyed merman exuded an overwhelming aura of threat that compelled Zhang Yang to remain vigilant. It was only after witnessing the bizarre transformation that Zhang Yang abruptly realized the resemblance between the merman's newfound size and strength, shrouded in black mist, and the frenzied fire leopard from his memories. Thus, he began to tread cautiously. From Benny's perspective, the distant scarred-eyed merman had suddenly become a towering, fearsome figure. Its height, originally around 1.60 meters, had ballooned to over 2 meters, cloaked in swirling black mist, with its solitary eye radiating a sinister red glow. This transformation invoked memories of rumors Benny had heard days prior at the mercenary guild. In a fit of desperation, he shouted, "Demon! Demonization!" Though Zhang Yang heard Benny's cry, the reasons for the transformation were no longer of concern to him. What mattered most was how to eliminate this grotesque and uncanny merman. Just as Zhang Yang prepared to launch a tentative attack, his keen senses detected that the previously ordinary mermen surrounding Neiljelina and Benny were also beginning to swell in size. The situation, which had momentarily stabilized, now appeared perilously precarious once more. It seemed the scarred-eyed merman possessed some ability to enhance itself and its subordinates. Although Zhang Yang surmised that this enhancement was likely temporary, akin to his own electrical augmentation, he knew he had to swiftly eliminate the scarred-eyed one for Neiljelina's safety. With this thought, Zhang Yang's right foot forcefully struck the ground, propelling him forward as he thrust his sword toward the scarred-eyed merman's chest. In that instant, the merman appeared to turn violently aggressive, and as Zhang Yang's blade approached, it did not flinch or evade. Instead, it wielded its curved blade, sweeping from right to left, conjuring a plume of black smoke, and struck Zhang Yang's thrust with lightning speed. Clang! With a sharp crack, Zhang Yang felt as if the fishman's strike was not delivered with a slender, wide blade, but rather with a mighty hammer. The force of their weapons colliding sent Zhang Yang flying. After executing a backflip and landing, he was filled with a solemn astonishment. At that moment, he noticed blood seeping from the corner of his right hand, and a distinct indentation marred the edge of his blade. The strength of this fishman's strike nearly rivaled that of Ophelia. It is worth noting that although Ophelia excels in speed due to her combat skills, her silver-grade physical prowess is no laughing matter. How could this fishman, after being transformed, become so immensely powerful? Before Zhang Yang could fully process this revelation, he observed the scarred-eyed fishman crouching slightly before leaping into the air, raising the serrated curved blade high above to deliver a devastating blow. Naturally, Zhang Yang was unwilling and unable to endure such a ferocious strike. Thus, he activated his electric energy enhancement ability and swiftly sidestepped. Although the fishman's fierce slash missed its target, the blade's wind, laced with tendrils of dark energy, cleaved through the ground, leaving a nearly 2-meter-long gash in the grass. Zhang Yang immediately elevated the danger level of the scarred-eyed fishman, realizing that its overwhelming strength and the peculiar dark energy surrounding it posed a significant threat. Resolute in his strategy, Zhang Yang suddenly noticed the fishman's stubby legs and recalled its tendency to leap for attacks. He lowered his head and dashed toward the fishman's back, engaging it in close combat. This tactic proved remarkably effective, as the fishman, already awkward on land, became even clumsier after its transformation. Within moments, Zhang Yang had inflicted several wounds upon its body, yet he refrained from being overly ambitious, missing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Benny and the others, struggling to cope with the fishman's collective enhancement, found themselves overwhelmed. In mere minutes, one of their companions was seized by a strengthened lesser fishman, who thrust a spear into his chest. Blood gushed from his mouth as he fell to his knees. Before any cries of alarm could escape the other's lips, several fishmen surged forward, seizing the man's body and mercilessly stabbing him into the ground. Though he was not yet lifeless, his arm flailed helplessly on the ground, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. But soon after, he lay still. The fishman, after its enhancement, had turned exceedingly ferocious and brutal. Fear washed over the group like a tidal wave, swallowing them whole. No, I don't want to die. Help. Aya. In that instant, several individuals completely crumbled. Two of the three girls in Benny's group collapsing in terror. Two boys, in a frenzy, wildly swung their weapons and rushed out of the crowd, crying out as they fled towards boxes. In the chaos, one boy accidentally slashed the face of a girl named Shunny, leaving a 3 to 4 centimeter gash on her left cheekbone. Shunny was the only girl remaining in Benny's group who had not succumbed to fear, despite her severe injury. The pain nearly preventing her from opening her eyes, the rage of her disfigurement ignited a furious fire within her. Due to the previous efforts of several individuals defending against the fishmen, Neiljelina, who was positioned nearby to shoot arrows, emerged as the most formidable force among Benny and his companions. However, the sudden emergence of these 6 individuals caused the defensive perimeter to collapse entirely, placing Neiljelina in a precarious situation. Soon after, another youth who was struggling to hold his ground was slain by the frenzied fishmen. Although Zhang Yang found himself amidst a tense battle, a portion of his attention remained fixated on Neiljelina. Recognizing the imminent danger, he reluctantly resolved to take a risk and conclude the fight swiftly. Just moments ago, as he maneuvered around the scarred-eyed fishman, he had successfully inflicted multiple injuries upon its 2 spindly legs, significantly diminishing its agility and speed. Seizing the opportunity to exploit the scarred-eyed fishman's blind spot, Zhang Yang suddenly hurled his left-hand griffin shield to the opposite side to divert its attention. With his form now unencumbered by the shield, he adeptly leaped from behind the scarred-eyed fishman and thrust his sword fiercely into its spine. The creature, consumed by pain and facing imminent death, spiraled into a frenzy, retaliating with a vicious slash aimed at Zhang Yang, disregarding its own physical limitations. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, Zhang Yang reacted a fraction too slowly, resulting in a superficial wound to his left arm. Yet, even in that perilous moment, he managed to slightly shift his body, averting a more grievous injury. Although the scarred-eyed fishman's strike did not gravely harm Zhang Yang, it nonetheless severed a significant portion of its own neck. The once menacing figure, now shrouded in dark energy, erupted in a spray of foul blood before collapsing with a thud. With the demise of the scarred-eyed fishman, the remaining fishmen immediately recoiled, their earlier ferocity dissipating entirely, with some even beginning to retch. The peril faced by Neiljelina, Benny, and the others was swiftly alleviated. Zhang Yang, though fatigued, was not severely impacted, especially as the duration of his electrical enhancement still lingered. Thus, he drew his long sword, retrieved the griffin shield, and charged once more at the remaining fishmen. Under his hand, each slash, thrust, and shield strike flowed with an elegance and lethality that was remarkable. Within a minute, the remaining dozen fishmen were vanquished by Zhang Yang, Neiljelina, Benny, and their companions. In this skirmish, over 30 ordinary fishmen, 5 elite fishmen, and the terrifying mutated fishman scarred-eyed were all slain. However, only Benny, Rook, and 2 girls who had fled in panic remained, having hardly escaped a few dozen meters before being mercilessly pursued and pierced from behind by the fishmen. What began as 13 hopeful and dream-filled youths was reduced to less than half in a mere bout of carnage. The sky had turned an inky black, with only the torches held by Benny and Rook crackling in the darkness. Unbeknownst to anyone, a thick, pale black mist began to emanate from the corpse of the scarred-eyed fishman, silently seeping through its pores and into Zhang Yang's body, covered in the splattered remnants of battle. Zhang Yang remained oblivious to the peculiar black rune array that flickered momentarily at the center of his chest. Chapter 46. Bounty and the Elder. The survivors of the brutal skirmish were utterly exhausted. At this moment, Zhang Yang silently endured the after-effects of enhanced electric energy, his complexion pale. Nevertheless, he urged the others to promptly bury the deceased and collect the spoils of war. Spoils. Did these fish-like creatures truly possess any valuable materials? In truth, these fishmen were the very targets sought by the Mercenary Guild and Adventurers Guild. Each ordinary fishman's head could be exchanged for 20 silver coins at any guild, while an elite fishman's head could fetch 50 silver coins. As for the demonized creature, known as Scarai, Benny claimed it could yield at least 5 gold coins in reward. Though the amount may seem modest, it represented a significant reward worth the risk for ordinary mercenaries and adventurers. Thus, Benny and Luke busily set about collecting the heads of the fishmen. Even so, aware of Scarai's considerable value, they refrained from claiming it, respecting the bounty of the skilled individual resting nearby. After all, a warrior capable of facing such a demonized beast was not someone they, as novices, could afford to provoke, especially considering that this very person had just saved their lives. The riverside at night was undeniably perilous, yet perhaps due to Scarai's demise, the group encountered no other fishmen or magical beasts as they tidied the battlefield. Once their tasks were complete, they began their return journey, laden with their burdens. Although they were still over 10 miles from Balkis, the forest's proximity to the city meant that even if a few wild beasts roamed, the presence of low-tier magical creatures was unlikely. As for the more intelligent man-eating tribes, they had either been eradicated or had retreated long ago. Thus, as the group reached the main road, 3 miles away, nothing of note occurred. Well, not entirely without incident. Zhang Yang's small bundle was manageable, but Benny and Luke struggled under the weight of their enormous load. Caught off guard during the ambush and comprised of novices, they had failed to properly process the heads of the fishmen, resulting in a nauseating stench that attracted countless flies. Benny and Luke grumbled incessantly about the foul odor and swarming pests. It was evident that Neiljelina and the 3 girls would never engage in such dirty and unpleasant labor. Zhang Yang, having only severed Scarai's head while leaving the others to Benny and Luke, found himself surrounded by the repugnant smell of blood. As they proceeded, the air was thick with the stench of decay. Unable to endure any longer, Zhang Yang ventured into the woods to gather some mosquito-repelling plants, igniting them to alleviate the discomfort. At this moment, Zhang Yang and Neiljelina walked ahead of the group, and he quietly chastised her. Do you grasp how perilous this situation was? Holding a torch, he maintained an expression of calm indifference. Yes, my lord, she replied, a hint of apprehension in her voice. But I could not simply stand by and watch someone perish. She harbored a palpable fear of Zhang Yang, not quite terror, but rather akin to a child's trepidation towards a stern teacher. A slight misstep, and your fate is sealed. Is this truly your choice? Zhang Yang felt a flicker of anger, though concern weighed more heavily on his heart. I am not an adult. I merely believe that my conscience compels me to act in the face of such matters. In truth, he had not contemplated the ramifications when he rushed in, confident that the adult would surely come to his aid. At that moment, the innocent Neiljelina chimed in. 0. Acting upon one's conviction is never wrong. Yet one must be mindful of their own limits. Moreover, I cannot always be there to rescue you. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Remarkably, Zhang Yang articulated so many thoughts in one breath. Neiljelina lowered her head, pondering whether her words had been too heavy. Yet, she dismissed the thought, convinced it was for her own good. Zhang Yang had never been adept at deciphering the feelings of girls. In truth, Neiljelina was far from disheartened. She was secretly smiling. Indeed, Lord Light was a gentle soul, albeit lacking in expressive prowess. Furthermore, she had unwavering faith in him, trusting that he would save her life in dire circumstances. The journey continued in silence, but upon entering the city, the overwhelming stench of the large sack filled with fish heads caused quite a stir. People on the street recoiled from Benny and Luke, repelled by the unbearable odor. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yang and his companions arrived at the mercenary guild. The choice to forego the adventurers' guild was simply due to proximity. The multitude of fish heads that Benny and Luke carried stirred considerable commotion, not solely because of their sheer number, but also due to their foul stench. Initially, a group of restless mercenaries chuckled at the spectacle, but their laughter turned to silence as they learned that only 5 out of the 13 youths had returned. Yet, it was not long before the laughter resumed. Once one chooses the path of mercenary or adventurer, one must swiftly acclimate to the specter of death, be it from beasts, comrades, or even oneself. Thus, people have learned to face fate and mortality with a smile, despite many believing that dying for a mere pittance is hardly worth the price. The collection of 43 fish heads, including elite specimens, resulted in Benny, Luke, Shunny, and the 2 frightened girls elevating their mercenary ranks to level 2. Through subsequent conversations, Zhang Yang discovered that most of these youths' parents were either mercenaries or adventurers, many of whom had vanished long ago. They were largely raised by grandparents or relatives, nurturing dreams of following in their parents' footsteps. Yet, how many truly comprehend the sorrow encapsulated in the term missing? Perhaps Benny and his companions were beginning to understand, as they were now tasked with informing the families of their fallen comrades that those friends too had ventured forth and gone missing. Zhang Yang and Neiljelina anticipated a swift transaction, exchanging spoils for coin, akin to Benny and the others. However, when he produced the head of Scar, the receptionist at the mercenary guild was taken aback, her astonishment evident. Then he hastily shouted a brief pause before dashing towards the back. Zhang Yang was startled by his reaction, wondering if something was amiss. Shortly thereafter, approximately 5 minutes later, an elderly man with a scruffy white beard, reeking of alcohol, appeared before Zhang Yang. Upon his arrival, his gaze fell upon the grotesque head of Scar resting on the table. In an instant, he stumbled forward, covering the distance of 7 or 8 meters to reach the table. Gazing at the abhorrent head of Scar, the old man could not contain his mixed emotions, laughing and crying in equal measure. Scar, at long last, your day has come. Who? Which brave soul has slain this cunning, despicable creature? The elder's voice rang out with uncontrolled fervor. It was I. Zhang Yang's calm voice resonated clearly beside the old man. You? What level are you? None. A brief exchange led the elder to realize the impropriety of his inquiry. I apologize, young man. I have become quite muddled. Might I inquire if you were the one who vanquished that wretched Scar? Indeed, Zhang Yang replied once more with composure. The elder scrutinized Zhang Yang closely, then cast his eyes around to gauge the reactions of others before suddenly kneeling down with a thud. Benefactor, thank you for avenging me. The old man's abrupt act of kneeling and weeping left Zhang Yang and the others bewildered. It took them a moment to collect themselves before they hurriedly assisted the eccentric elder to his feet. After some conversation, Zhang Yang learned that in recent months, a multitude of fishmen had emerged along the banks of the Doixin River. These fishmen attacked any living beings they encountered, some exhibiting a ferocious appetite for human flesh. Many fishermen and merchants traveling by water had fallen victim to these brutal assaults, prompting the issuance of bounty notices. The elder's name was Dubins, a retired soldier who had turned to the fur trade, establishing his home in Boxus. He had lived a stable life for over 30 years. However, misfortune struck a few months ago. One day, while Dubins was attending to business in his shop, one of his maids burst in, drenched in blood and missing 3 fingers on her left hand. Startled, he initially feared a robbery or a beast attack. To his shock, the maid tearfully recounted that Dubins' small grandchildren, along with his daughter-in-law and several maids, had been beset by a horde of fishmen while frolicking by the Doixin River. Only this maid, being young and swift, had managed to escape and return with the grim news. Upon hearing this devastating tidings, the Dubins family felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning on a clear day. Enraged, Dubins gathered a band of mercenaries to scour the area where the incident had occurred. Though they found no sign of the fishmen or the missing individuals, they did uncover several dismembered remains. This horrific revelation nearly shattered the old Dubins. In the days that followed, Dubins' 2 sons led mercenaries to patrol the banks of the Doixin River incessantly. 7 days later, I encountered Scarface in a throng of fishmen once more. This time, aside from a few mercenaries who fled at the outset, Dubins' 2 sons and approximately 30 more mercenaries vanished forever by the banks of the Duya River. Thus, Dubins' once blissful life shattered in an instant. However, the calamity did not end there. Upon learning of this tragic news, Dubins' wife succumbed to the overwhelming grief and soon departed from this world. Consequently, a notice was posted by the mercenary guild. Whoever could slay Scarface would inherit Dubins' entire estate. In his quest for vengeance, he was utterly resolute. Following this, waves of mercenaries, enticed by the prospect of Dubins' wealth, flocked to the task. In a mere 2 months, over 170 lives were claimed. For an extended period thereafter, no one dared to undertake this ominous mission until last night, when Zhang Yang unexpectedly vanquished him. After hearing the servant's account, Zhang Yang could not help but reflect on the unfortunate fate of the old man. Yet, what could be done? The sole glimmer of hope was that Scarface had met his end, allowing the souls of the late Dubins family to find peace. Many may have looked down upon Scarface and his contingent of fishmen, but Zhang Yang understood all too well how formidable the corrupted Scarface and the fishmen minions had become. Fortunately, this ordeal had finally passed, and he had unexpectedly acquired the entirety of the old man's estate. Indeed, the entire fortune, comprising dwellings situated less than 200 meters from the Silver Pegasus Legion's outpost in northern Boxus, alongside his shops, amounted to nearly 5,000 gold coins. After a flurry of bustling transactions, Zhang Yang discovered that the late Dubins had not bequeathed him even a single gold coin. Although this wealth was acquired justly and lawfully, Zhang Yang did not wish for the unfortunate old man to suffer destitution in the streets. Therefore, he called out to the tearful, disheartened elder. "Sir, please wait." Chapter 47. Benevolence and Roots. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's call, Dubins turned, still lost in despair. Observing the now destitute elder, Zhang Yang's resolve solidified. "Sir, I wish to speak with you," he stated earnestly. After a brief pause, Zhang Yang, Neiljelina, and the elder Dubins found themselves seated in a spacious parlor. This space, once Dubins' property, had unwittingly changed hands and now belonged to Zhang Yang. Without indulging in unnecessary pleasantries, as Zhang Yang deemed it inappropriate to elaborate, he sincerely invited the elder Dubins to serve as his steward, tasked with managing the estate that had once belonged to him. Upon hearing these words, Dubins regained some clarity, though uncertainty flickered across his features. Typically, should one treat an old master in such a manner, their fortune could quietly dwindle away or even vanish entirely. After all, no one knows their own home better than its original owner. Yet, the old man soon pondered that perhaps this was a manifestation of the benevolent heart of the mysterious young man before him. The astute Dubins, seasoned by the passage of time, could hardly fathom that the kindness extended towards him stemmed from the pity felt by another. Thus, having endured the tragic events within his household, the elderly Dubins was enveloped by a profound warmth, leading him to shed tears of gratitude. In that moment of clarity, he knelt before Zhang Yang, acknowledging him as his master. However, the sight of Dubins kneeling left Zhang Yang somewhat flustered, for he was unaccustomed to such displays of submission. When Dubins had regained his composure and returned to the sitting room, Zhang Yang calmly declared, "I have decided, Mr. Dubins, that you shall retain full authority over all business and the estate. However, there is an additional task I require of you." At this juncture, Zhang Yang regarded Dubins, who he referred to as Mr. Dubins, with a serene gaze that exuded an innate confidence befitting a natural leader, compelling even the worldly Dubins to feel a quiet admiration. "Your will is my command, my lord." Dubins was eager to discern the intentions of this remarkable young man, who had suddenly come into possession of such vast wealth. "Firstly, every morning and evening, we shall distribute provisions to the elderly and the destitute. Secondly, we will recruit mercenaries and adventurers to teach skills and provide work to orphans." Zhang Yang articulated his thoughts with a solemnity that resonated deeply. Yet, upon finishing, he observed the astonished expressions etched upon the faces of both Dubins and the attendant, Neiljelina, as well as the maid at the door. "Gracious master, permit me to express my utmost respect. However, such endeavors may not be sustainable in the long run. The continuous provision of food and the care of orphans would incur substantial expenses." Dubins was overwhelmed with a mixture of astonishment and reverence, prompting sincere loyalty towards this benevolent master. He believed that serving such a kind and compassionate individual was indeed a privilege. Nonetheless, a flicker of concern lingered within him. For even with their current wealth and income, it seemed insufficient to support the master's philanthropic aspirations. What if this master's fervor waned in the face of adversity? As Dubins pondered how to articulate his concerns, Neiljelina, who had been quietly accompanying Zhang Yang, stepped forward and knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, your kindness rivals the dawn. It is an honor to be in your service. Yet, achieving this vision may necessitate a steady influx of gold." Following her lead, Neiljelina, like Dubins, bowed before Zhang Yang. Observing the sudden display of fervor from his kneeling servants, Zhang Yang felt little disturbance in his heart. His decision was not born of impulsive zeal. He had further plans in mind. Thus, when Dubins and Neiljelina raised their queries, Zhang Yang gently gestured for them to rise before slowly articulating his vision. In this moment, having unexpectedly acquired a fortune, he might as well engage in some charitable deeds within his capacity. Although his actions may only assist a small number of people, he remains willing to take action. This is not solely because it was the noble elder Ryan's long-standing wish, but also intertwines with Zhang Yang's original philosophy of nurturing oneself in times of adversity while aiding the world in times of prosperity. For those few living without worry in this place, it might merely be an act of kindness. However, Zhang Yang understands that for some who are enduring dire circumstances, this gesture represents hope, the hope for life. During his own desperate flight, Zhang Yang had once received aid from an ordinary family at his most vulnerable and perilous moment, without which he might not have survived. To speak of self-interest, there is indeed a slight element of it. Zhang Yang had pondered meticulously, If one wishes to thrive in a world fraught with danger and turmoil, the most prudent approach is to establish a firm foundation. Furthermore, whether it be the hatred from Neiljelina or the threats from conspirators, Zhang Yang requires some form of power for protection, at the very least. A means to gather intelligence. He has not yet become so arrogant as to believe that his current, fledgling strength can confront all adversaries. Thus, accumulating a modicum of public favor and adopting a few orphans for training serves as a preliminary strategy for future endeavors. Nonetheless, Zhang Yang merely proposed this concept in broad strokes, entrusting the specifics to Dubins. As for issues of insufficient funds, Zhang Yang reasoned that undertaking mercenary tasks such as escorting or hunting magical beasts would suffice for the time being, and they could devise further plans later, especially since the immediate future appeared manageable. After Zhang Yang's general explanation, Dubins had grasped the situation. In contrast, Neiljelina possessed a comparatively simpler mindset. She viewed Lord Wright's actions as purely philanthropic, which deepened her respect for Zhang Yang, to the point where admiration colored her gaze toward him. "My master, I have understood your intentions, and I shall promptly set about the tasks you have assigned. However, pursuing these matters under a personal name would prove quite challenging. Would it not be more advantageous for you to establish a mercenary guild? This way, our operations would be considerably more free and convenient, while also minimizing interference and scrutiny from various powers." Given Dubin's wealth of experience and comprehensive foresight, he recognized that undertaking these two endeavors personally might attract unwarranted attention. Conversely, operating under the banner of a mercenary guild would alleviate many complications. Thus, after careful consideration, Zhang Yang agreed to Dubin's proposal. Yet, this led to a new dilemma. What should they name this mercenary guild? As Zhang Yang pondered, he found himself lost in thought. So much had transpired over the past few days, from fierce battles with the fishmen to the inexplicable acquisition of a substantial fortune. Truly, the unpredictability of life is remarkable. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. All the events following his rebirth, although seemingly orchestrated by fate, might have culminated differently had it not been for that tempest of lightning. He should have perished. Gratefully, he decided that the mercenary guild would be aptly named Lightning, a title that resonated profoundly with his experiences. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Yang instinctively touched his chest. In his perception, that terrifying surge of lightning lay dormant and still within him. Chapter 48. Comprehensive Preparation, Part 1. Zhang Yang suddenly realized that since his authentic rebirth, he had never experienced such a restful slumber. It seemed rather unfortunate. Ever since the demise of the genuine light, his rebirth had been fraught with peril and death. Constantly, he found himself embroiled in various dangers, ceaselessly scurrying about. Although this lifestyle imparted a sense of fulfillment, Zhang Yang felt an enduring weariness within him, a fatigue rooted in the harrowing escapades of his past life filled with evasion, pursuit, and slaughter, a protracted ordeal he wished to forget, not wanting to dwell on bygone events. Zhang Yang vigorously shook his head. Who could have foreseen that since his rebirth, he would perpetually feel exhausted and somewhat isolated? He yearned for respite, yet it remained elusive. This fatigue emanated from deep within, only occasionally overshadowed by the apprehension of the unknown and the helplessness that accompanied his journey through time. To this day, Zhang Yang's heart remained burdened by pain and weariness. However, upon returning to the Silver Flying Horse Division's encampment yesterday, a different form of physical exhaustion overwhelmed him, allowing him to momentarily forget his inner turmoil and finally attain a semblance of restful sleep. Yet, the familiar dreams continued to torment his soul. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang felt considerably lighter. This sensation of exhausting oneself was surprisingly pleasant, offering at least a brief respite. Otherwise, he genuinely feared he might succumb to madness. As Zhang Yang stepped out of his chamber, it was already midday of the following day. Neiljelina was nearby, diligently practicing archery. Zhang Yang observed her intense focus on the target, unaware of his approach, which prompted a soft sigh from him. He then walked over. "Zero, come here." Zhang Yang's tone was unusually stern. "Ah, my lord, you are awake." Startled by Zhang Yang's sudden call, the focused Neiljelina lost her grip on the arrow she had aimed, causing it to veer off target. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurried to stand before him, her heart racing with apprehension. Zhang Yang's usual calm demeanor had shifted, leaving her feeling flustered and uncertain about what had displeased him. Zhang Yang regarded the anxious girl before him, feeling a pang of frustration akin to that of a disappointed mentor. He remained silent, coldly observing her for a full minute until beads of sweat began to form on her smooth forehead. Finally, he broke the silence, asking, "Zero, you are a knight?" "And no, my lord." Neiljelina's mind was a tumult of confusion, akin to a chaotic mess. "Then you are a swordsman?" "That is not correct either." "What are you then?" I am." Neiljelina sensed she was on the brink of revelation, yet she struggled to articulate it. "You are a ranger, an assassin, a marksman." Zhang Yang observed Neiljelina's blossoming understanding and promptly seized the moment to speak. "Indeed, my lady. Allow me to inquire, what is the most crucial aspect for a ranger? An assassin or an archer? Is it speed?" Zhang Yang maintained a calm and focused gaze upon Neiljelina's eyes, refraining from uttering a word. This silence left Neiljelina feeling utterly uncertain. Tentatively, she ventured, "Is it accuracy?" "No, that seems incorrect." "Perhaps power? Or explosive force?" No. Could it be perception?" Neiljelina murmured, somewhat unsure. Although her answers were not entirely on point, they were not far from the truth. Zhang Yang slightly softened his tone, stating, "It is acuity. Observational skill, vigilance, judgment, and reaction. These are the qualities you urgently require." After delivering his words, Zhang Yang observed Neiljelina in contemplative silence, allowing her to resonate with the meaning. He then beckoned her to join him in registering a mercenary group at the guild. On their way, they casually stopped at a tavern to partake in a modest meal before proceeding directly to the mercenary guild. However, as they approached the tavern's entrance, Zhang Yang noticed Neiljelina was still lost in thought, her mind seemingly ensnared in a labyrinth of confusion. Swiftly and discreetly, he drew his dagger from his side and pressed its edge against the delicate skin of her neck. The icy blade, imbued with a chilling aura of lethal intent, sent a shiver down Neiljelina's spine, causing her hair to stand on end. "My lord, what is this?" she gasped in a hushed tone, startled by Zhang Yang's sudden action. At that moment, he slightly flicked his wrist, and the dagger inexplicably vanished from his grasp, leaving Neiljelina bewildered, struggling to comprehend how it had been concealed. Had it not been for the lingering cold sensation at her throat, she might have dismissed the incident as mere illusion. Acuity. Zhang Yang, seemingly unperturbed, strode out of the tavern with purpose. "Acuity? I believe I am beginning to grasp your meaning, my lord. Though your method of expression is rather startling." Neiljelina reflected, now understanding that the acuity Zhang Yang referred to encompassed a comprehensive array of qualities, including observational skill, vigilance, judgment, and neural reflex speed. With this realization, Neiljelina quickened her pace to catch up with Zhang Yang, her demeanor noticeably more alert. Observing her newfound insight, Zhang Yang nodded subtly to himself as they made their way towards the mercenary guild. The process of establishing a mercenary group proved surprisingly straightforward, far removed from the complexity she had anticipated. Registration required 10 silver coins, while the minimum cost for a bronze-level mercenary group was 10 gold coins. The registrar meticulously copied the details into 2 tomes bound in thick leather. One was archived, and the other was handed to Zhang Yang. The first page of this tome displayed a seal, featuring a black shield adorned with a white lightning bolt. As the mercenary group had yet to achieve notable accomplishments, no additional symbols could be added to the insignia. The subsequent pages outlined the group's regulations, which essentially emphasized loyalty and bravery, followed by the names and titles of its members. As for the badges that Zhang Yang inquired about, the attendant promptly gestured towards the blacksmith shop across from the mercenary guild. Having resolved these matters, the two glanced at the bulletin board of the mercenary guild, where various tasks were posted. However, most of these tasks involved locating items, escorting individuals, or gathering materials. There were few tasks akin to the previous bounty on the merman. Zhang Yang examined the board carefully and, amidst the bewildered stares of onlookers, accepted 5 tasks that were relatively close in proximity. Yet, these tasks predominantly required combat and were quite complex and perilous. After accepting the missions, Zhang Yang left the mercenary hall with Neil and Jelena, satisfied with the difficulty level of the assignments. Why choose to undertake tasks that most would shy away from? Zhang Yang's decision bore deeper significance. Firstly, it would hone his physical prowess and facilitate the growth of his fighting spirit. Secondly, it would serve to enhance Neil and Jelena's combat capabilities. And thirdly, it would provide an opportunity to earn some extra coin. Regarding the danger involved, Zhang Yang pondered, were there not numerous perilous locales in Auditor at present? Thus, rather than encounter danger unprepared, it was wiser to confront it proactively, affording him the chance to prepare accordingly. Consequently, prior to embarking on the tasks, Zhang Yang and Neiljelina made a deliberate visit to a blacksmith shop known as the Resonant Forge. According to Dubins, it boasted the finest blacksmith in all of Boxus, where one could find the most suitable tools. With a sense of anticipation, the pair finally located this establishment beneath an ancient oak tree in the western part of the city. Upon arrival, they noted that the shop appeared rather gloomy, with a thick layer of soot marring the sign at the entrance, in stark contrast to the clean and spacious blacksmith shop opposite the mercenary guild. Is this truly the place? It seems rather dubious, Neiljelina remarked, feeling uncertain upon her first glance at the establishment. Let us see, Zhang Yang replied casually, still inclined to trust the words of the seasoned Dubins, who had lived in Boxus for decades. He believed this blacksmith shop must possess its own unique merits. With that thought in mind, Zhang Yang stepped inside first. Upon entering, they were greeted by a row of weapon racks cluttered with an assortment of long swords, battle axes, and spears. Even a pile of farming tools could be seen in the corner. The interior was not spacious and the lighting was dim. Yet Zhang Yang could distinctly observe a thick layer of dust covering the shelves. It seemed the shop's business was rather lackluster. Noticing no one had come forth to attend to them, Zhang Yang flicked a blade on a nearby sword lightly with his fingers. The sound rang out sharply 3 times. Shortly thereafter, they heard a somewhat languid voice from the back room. Come to the back if you're here to make a purchase. When Zhang Yang and his companion entered the back room, they finally encountered the proprietor, a short, stout, balding elder. Observing the man's sturdy physique and the vacant space of his right leg, Zhang Yang surmised a portion of the shop's decline. At that moment, the stout elder spoke. I wonder who informed you to come here? Do not speak of what you have discovered on your own. I find it utterly implausible. Aside from a handful of ancient souls, the visitors to this place are few and far between. This unexpected retort left Zhang Yang quite taken aback. It appeared that there was indeed more to this place than met the eye. I have heard that you can customize weapons? Zhang Yang inquired, refraining from responding to the elder's earlier remarks. Oh, it seems you are not entirely acquainted with the rules that govern my domain. I wonder which old rogue sent you here. The elder scoffed with a cold smile before continuing. Customizing weapons is certainly feasible, and I assure you, it will meet your satisfaction. However, the weapon I craft for you must be of a design I have not previously created. Otherwise, you may as well turn around and select any ordinary piece from the outer room. I see. How shall we determine the price? Zhang Yang asked. As long as you provide me with a design that piques my interest, I shall charge you only the cost of materials. Excellent, Zhang Yang thought, beginning to piece together the situation. This stout, bald elder, who was missing a leg, was likely a master blacksmith. He recalled an intriguing passage from a collection of Mr. Phil's books that had once captured his attention. When a seasoned blacksmith aspires to ascend to the ranks of a forging master, they often yearn to create a crowning masterpiece to validate their skills. However, many blacksmiths reach this stage later in life, possessing honed techniques, yet lacking innovative ideas. Consequently, many opt to exchange designs for creations as a means of stimulating their creativity. The individual before Zhang Yang was probably one such master, yearning for a breakthrough after years of stagnation. At that moment, Zhang Yang was meticulously sketching a weapon design on a piece of parchment with a stick of charcoal. It was a short sword, characterized by a slightly thick spine complemented by deep blood grooves, and a double-edged blade that tapered from the spine to the hilt, becoming narrower towards the tip. One side of the sword featured a smooth cutting edge, while the other half was transformed into sharp serrations. The entire short sword measured 40 centimeters in length and approximately 8 centimeters in width. As Zhang Yang gradually delineated the design, the old blacksmith's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if he longed to ignite the forge immediately. Yet, the elder understood that until Zhang Yang specified his material requirements, he could not commence work. After around 20 minutes, Zhang Yang completed the sketch. When the elder impatiently inquired about the material specifications, Zhang Yang found himself at a loss. He was, after all, unfamiliar with the metallurgy and mineralogy of this world. Nevertheless, he conveyed his general requirements, expressing a desire for the blade to be as sharp and resilient as possible. Does it possess a name? The elder asked eagerly. I call it Fong, Zhang Yang replied, momentarily lost in reflection. How long had that blade accompanied him? It had been present in countless battles between life and death. Returning to the present, Zhang Yang exchanged further details with the elder. Once they reached a consensus, He requested the creation of 4 blades, 2 large and 2 small, with the smaller ones measuring 20 centimeters in length. Subsequently, Zhang Yang merely inquired about the old blacksmith's name, Danlot Coppercore, only to be hastily ushered out by the impatient elder. He was instructed to return in 3 days to collect his weapon. As for the swords and blades outside, the blacksmith generously allowed them to take whatever they needed. Zhang Yang, not one to be modest in such matters, chose a short sword, several throwing knives, a handful of sharp iron spikes, and a hand axe. Neiljelina selected a dagger and 2 bundles of arrows. After exchanging pleasantries with the inner chambers, the 2 departed from the smithy known as the Resonant Forge. "My lord, everything is prepared. Shall we set off?" Neiljelina seemed rather eager at this moment. Recently, Zhang Yang had also noticed a transformation in her. She appeared to have undergone a remarkable change since their first encounter in Jotun City. Back then, she resembled a delicate flower, but now, Neiljelina had blossomed into a confident and courageous warrior. Although she still bore a certain youthful naivety, such progress in such a short time filled Zhang Yang with satisfaction. Thus, he cast a glance of mild approval at her and remarked, "Not bad, but still insufficient." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Neiljelina was momentarily taken aback. Yet she failed to grasp the deeper implications of his statement. Chapter 50. The initial encounter with mercenary life. Although the task assigned to Zhang Yang and his companion was relatively nearby, the round trip would still require at least 2 days. Therefore, provisions and bedding needed to be prepared, otherwise, spending a night in the wilderness would leave them with no place to lament their misfortune. It was then that Neiljelina realized what she had overlooked. In addition, Zhang Yang took the opportunity to purchase a lightweight leather breastplate for her at the armor shop. Only then did they set off from Boxus, heading towards a shallow green oasis located half a day's journey south of Doyaxin, where they would confront a multitude of Greylands. The inhabitants near the city were oblivious to the hardships faced by those who toiled as lowly mercenaries. Most were only aware of the glamorous facade of mercenary life. The majority of ordinary mercenaries lacked the funds to afford a mount, and since long-distance travel could be arranged with hired carts, they typically walked for mid-range assignments. Consequently, Zhang Yang was misled by the receptionist at the mercenary guild regarding this matter. It was only halfway through their journey that he realized the oversight. However, he could only sigh in resignation, as the 2 were left with no choice but to continue their trek on foot. Though this journey posed no challenge for Zhang Yang, Neiljelina began to struggle. Her inherent frailty, compounded by the burden of carrying simple belongings and weapons, left her drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Thus, after an afternoon of arduous travel, they arrived at the northern bank of Doyaxin just as dusk began to fall. Neiljelina finally exhaled deeply. Yet Zhang Yang did not permit her to rest. Instead, he urged her to assist in selecting a location, setting up camp, and laying traps. For Neiljelina, all of this was a valuable learning experience. Moreover, Zhang Yang would not allow her to rest immediately, for it was uncertain whether she would be able to rise the following day. While engaged in these tasks, Zhang Yang often reminded her, "Think, be perceptive." After approximately 30 minutes, as darkness enveloped the landscape, they finally kindled a campfire and prepared their meal. Only then could Neiljelina sit down and enjoy a moment of respite. "Are you tired?" Zhang Yang inquired, a hint of rhetorical awareness in his tone. "It feels as though I have never walked so far before," Neiljelina replied softly. "The beginning is always difficult. Gradually, it will improve." As Zhang Yang gazed at Neiljelina illuminated by the flickering flames, a pang of compassion surged within him, yet he swiftly quelled that thought. The journey must be taken step by step, and she had already chosen this path. Each hardship she endured would enhance her chances of survival in the future. Lost in these reflections, Zhang Yang began to heat the food. The meal consisted of previously processed dried meat and coarse bread, and to be honest, Neiljelina had little appetite for the dry, hard fare. Although Zhang Yang could be quite stern in certain respects, he displayed meticulous care regarding everyday matters. Observing Neiljelina's lack of appetite, he astonishingly produced a small pot from his belongings and swiftly constructed a pot stand over the fire with twigs, filling it with fresh water from his pack. After completing this, Zhang Yang ventured into the woods, returning shortly with a selection of mushrooms and wild vegetables. After a quick rinse, he chopped them and simmered them together with the dried meat. He even extracted several spices from his spatial bag, leaving Neiljelina utterly astonished. Before long, the fragrant aroma of mushroom and meat stew wafted through the air, and Neiljelina suddenly felt an intense hunger. Holding the wooden bowl that Zhang Yang had crafted, she savored the stew, accompanied by the now soft coarse bread soaked in the broth. Neiljelina felt she had never tasted anything so delectable, astonishingly consuming 2 generous bowls. As Zhang Yang observed the innocent delight on Neiljelina's face while she relished the stew, his mood lifted, and he smiled gently, asking, "Is it delicious?" Completely disregarding her ladylike demeanor, Neiljelina, with her mouth full, could only respond with a vigorous nod, indicating it was exceedingly tasty. Remember, no matter the circumstances, strive to live well. There was another sentiment Zhang Yang withheld, that living itself is a form of happiness. After the meal, Neiljelina expressed a desire to take the first watch, but Zhang Yang promptly insisted she go to sleep. Having just rested well the previous night, he felt confident he could manage the night watch for 2 days without issue. Moreover, he needed to cultivate his fighting energy, though at this moment, he could neither enter the water nor afford to lose focus while keeping watch. After just a few minutes, gentle snores emanated from Neiljelina, reminiscent of a peacefully slumbering kitten. Zhang Yang took a moment to steady his emotions before channeling his mental energy to activate the core of his combat aura, initiating a rotation to absorb the ambient energies of the world. Before long, he sensed an abundance of minute particles being drawn towards him, seeping through his pores and gradually adhering to the perpetually spinning core. However, upon quietly observing for a brief period, he was astonished to discover that the particles clinging to the core seemed saturated and could no longer attach, instead slowly dissipating. Could it be that he had absorbed too much in the water last time and had yet to digest it? In fact, over the past few days, he had been meticulously experiencing the changes within the combat aura core. He gradually realized that as his physical exertion increased, the speed at which he absorbed these particles adhered to the core accelerated, and his body seemed to undergo subtle transformations. This led him to ponder whether incorporating weighted sandbags might yield even better results. He resolved to test this notion upon his return. Observing the situation, it appeared that a single session of saturation training underwater could suffice for him to assimilate for about 5 days at his current level. If he were on land, however, it would likely require at least every 2 days. He wondered how others practiced. What was their pace like? Feeling somewhat bored, Zhang Yang began to meticulously count his equipment: a standard long sword, a shorter sword of slightly better quality about a foot long, a hand axe, 5 throwing knives, 7 palm-length sharp iron spikes, an ordinary short bow, a quiver containing 15 arrows, a suit of leather armor adorned with iron scales, a vulture shield, a space pouch kept close to his chest, over 4,900 gold coins, and various small change, along with a haphazard assortment of seasonings and a thick mercenary handbook. It seemed he was well armed to the teeth, fortunate to possess a highly convenient space pouch. Otherwise, the heap of coins and miscellaneous items would have been quite cumbersome. Oh, and he must not forget the bedding on the ground and the small pot suspended over the fire. Chapter 51. The Mercenary Task in Progress. Dragonfly. Unbeknownst to him, the sky gradually brightened. The intermittent chirping of insects from the night had vanished, and the world welcomed a new day with the rise of the sun. A delicate mist began to drift over the Doyasan River, gently caressing the water's surface. Soon, a flock of unknown waterfowl stretched their feathers, fluttering and flapping their wings as they emerged from the reeds where they had concealed themselves during the night, now preening themselves by the riverbank. When Neiljelina awoke, she immediately spotted Zhang Yang leisurely roasting meat on a stone by the campfire. The flames gently licked the succulent bird meat, causing droplets of fat to fall from the golden-brown morsels, sizzling in the fire. As she gazed at this scene in a daze, she suddenly noticed the waterfowl's injury. Its body appeared smooth and unblemished, yet there was a curious hole that had formed across its eye, stretching from left to right. Based on the understanding gained from these days spent alongside Zhang Yang, it is astonishing that this injury was caused by a sharp nail no larger than a palm. This revelation instantly dispelled the remnants of sleep from Neiljelina's mind. She began to tidy herself up. After a simple yet hearty meal of wild game, Zhang Yang commenced the task of felling trees to construct a raft. Before long, the two of them were navigating the expansive Doyasan River on their makeshift vessel, arriving at the shallow green oasis located on the southern bank of the river. Here, they were ever at risk of encountering enemies, and their mission awaited them. After concealing the raft, Zhang Yang retrieved the mercenary handbook, and together with Neiljelina, they reviewed their objectives once more. The first task involved gathering 10 intact thorny grasses from the shallow oasis, which would yield a reward of 80 silver coins. For any additional grasses, they would be purchased at a rate of 50 silver coins for every 10. The second task required them to bring back 3 dragonfly corpses from the shallow oasis. Completing this within 3 days would earn them 2 gold coins. The third task entailed capturing a live egret from the oasis, which would also reward them with 2 gold coins. Upon examining these tasks, it appeared that earning gold coins was indeed quite feasible. However, the latter 2 tasks unveiled the inherent dangers of the shallow oasis. The fourth task demanded that they procure a shaman's staff from the Grelin village residing in the oasis, with a generous reward of 20 gold coins. The fifth task required them to slay Grelins and return with their ears, with a pair of ears fetching 8 silver coins. With no limit on the number they could collect. Having reconfirmed their tasks, the duo began to delineate their roles. Zhang Yang resolved to hunt the dragonflies first. Based on intelligence reports, these creatures were notorious for their troublesome nature as first-tier advanced magical beasts. Although they did not possess a magic core due to their grade being below the second tier, their incredible speed and the ability to induce paralysis through venom, coupled with their gregarious nature, rendered them formidable adversaries. Thus, dragonflies were colloquially referred to as skinny worms among mercenaries. Dragonflies typically inhabit areas near dead trees and marshlands, prompting Zhang Yang and Neiljelina to ascend a slight rise in the marsh to survey their surroundings. Soon, they spotted several towering dead trees standing over 10 meters away. The shallow oasis was essentially a vast area of riverbed marsh, where most locations were adorned with streams barely reaching their ankles, concealing varying depths of muck and algae beneath the surface. Only beneath the sparsely growing trees could small patches of solid ground be found. The two ambled near the trees, navigating through shallow waters in certain areas, which made the journey threefold more arduous. Fortunately, there were no swamps here capable of causing fatal consequences. Neiljelina closely followed Zhang Yang's footsteps, struggling forward while mimicking his movements to draw her bow and keeping a vigilant watch around her. The notion of alertness had gradually woven itself into her habits, thanks to Zhang Yang's persistent emphasis over the past few days. As she gazed upon the verdant scenery, she felt a wave of gratitude. Had it not been for Zhang Yang's guidance in crafting the blue leaf herbal elixir, undertaking this mission would have been daunting, especially with the swarms of mosquitoes that would ordinarily dissuade anyone from entering the oasis. Yet, at that moment, these bothersome creatures seemed to veer far away from the two of them. After advancing for a considerable distance, they approached the withered tree. Yet no trace of the dragonflies was visible in their line of sight. At this juncture, Zhang Yang instructed Neiljelina to maintain vigilance from a distance, while he himself proceeded a few steps closer to the dead tree. He bent down and picked up a stone the size of a fist. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and hurled the stone forcefully at the trunk of the tree. A resounding thud echoed as a low, ominous buzzing sound erupted, and suddenly, 7 dragonflies emerged in rapid succession from the crevices of the tree trunk. These dragonflies, adorned in hues of yellow and green, possessed elongated bodies that measured over 30 centimeters in length, with 3 pairs of wings situated on their upper midsection. The rapid flapping of these wings enabled them to maneuver swiftly and deftly through the air. The situation seemed to exceed Zhang Yang's expectations, for the number of dragonflies was greater than anticipated. However, Zhang Yang's greatest virtue was his composure. He promptly nocked an arrow, releasing 3 swift shots at the newly emerged dragonflies. Without hesitation, he discarded his bow and drew his sword and shield. It was only at this moment that Neiljelina realized the urgency, launching an arrow from a distance. As Zhang Yang assumed a defensive stance, the first wave of descending dragonflies was already upon him. The speed of these creatures was astonishing, had Zhang Yang not earlier expanded his perception. His physical acuity might have faltered at this critical moment. At that instant, 2 dragonflies, with their scissor-like mandibles poised, dove directly at Zhang Yang. Yet, for one who was prepared, this posed no threat. Zhang Yang remained fixated on the descending dragonflies, watching as they approached within a mere meter of him. At the opportune moment, he swiftly swung his shield from left to right, while his sword followed suit in a decisive slash. The dragonfly struck by the shield was sent crashing to the ground, momentarily dazed and floundering, unable to regain flight. The other dragonfly, however, was met with his sword's arc, yet its scaly hide proved resilient, preventing its demise. Nevertheless, The blow caused scales to scatter and green blood to flow profusely. From a distance of over 20 meters, Neiljelina observed in astonishment that within mere moments of engagement, Lord Light had already incapacitated 4 dragonflies. Of the initial 3 arrows, only 1 missed its mark, while the remaining 2 found their target, embedding themselves within the dragonflies' open mandibles and pinning them to the nearby dead tree. The first wave of 2 dragonflies appeared grievously injured. Lord Light's prowess remained unmatched, in stark contrast to Zhang Yang's achievements. The arrow hastily released by Neiljelina failed to even graze a dragonfly. At that moment, Zhang Yang found himself with no time to finish off the scaled dragonfly. For the second wave of 3 dragonflies had arrived. Reacting swiftly, he dove to the side, narrowly evading the dragonfly's vicious attacks. After rolling on the ground, he crushed the dazed dragonfly beneath his shield. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 dragonflies in the air had congregated, hissing ominously as they prepared to swoop down once more. Suddenly, a feathered arrow soared from the distance, and 2 dragonflies, unable to evade in time, were pierced through several wings, tumbling down at an awkward angle. Zhang Yang, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but commend Neiljelina. Had she aimed directly at the bodies of the dragonflies, her arrows might not have harmed them at all. Yet, in this instance, a single shot had effectively incapacitated 2 dragonflies. However, Zhang Yang could not fathom the state of Neiljelina at that moment. She was somewhat dumbfounded, astonished by the power of her shot, while simultaneously exclaiming internally, "That is not where I intended to shoot." It turned out that this stroke of genius was merely the result of Neiljelina's miscalculation. Nevertheless, words were unnecessary. The remaining 2 dragonflies in the air were swiftly dispatched by Zhang Yang, who seized the opportunity to strike them down. As for the 2 unfortunate creatures on the ground, Zhang Yang methodically severed them into several pieces. This action was not indicative of his sadistic tendencies. Rather, he sought to uncover the weaknesses of the dragonflies. After all the dragonflies were slain, Zhang Yang reached a conclusion. Despite their scaly armor, their defensive capabilities were rather meager. The previous failure to sever them with a single strike was likely due to their ability to dissipate force while airborne. Following this battle, Zhang Yang selected 4 relatively intact dragonflies, sprinkled them with a powder, and placed them into his hunting pouch. He did not waste the remains of the 3 fallen creatures. Instead, he summoned Neiljelina to assist him in extracting numerous arrows, which he then poisoned by inserting them into the dragonfly's mouthparts. He believed such arrows would prove invaluable when confronting a horde of gremlins shortly. Chapter 52. The Mercenary Mission in Progress, Gremlin Village. Initially, Zhang Yang was perplexed. These dragonflies were not as formidable as the legend suggested. However, during the subsequent cleanup of the battlefield, he made a startling discovery. On the vulture shield in his left hand, 3 deep gouges had appeared, evidently inflicted by the dragonfly's mandibles. It was important to note that Zhang Yang's shield was crafted from quality materials, iron brown wood encased in tough cowhide, with an outer layer of 3 centimeters of iron plating. The shield's sturdiness was unquestionable, yet these gouges revealed fresh wood shavings. The dragonfly's mandibles were indeed more formidable than ordinary weapons and arrows. Subsequently, Zhang Yang deliberately captured a swamp rat, approximately the size of 4 packly, and gently pricked it with an arrow tipped with dragonfly venom. An astonishing scene unfolded. Within merely 3 or 4 breaths, the swamp rat succumbed to death. Upon scrutinizing the carcass of the swamp rat, Zhang Yang felt a twinge of fear. His observations revealed that the dragonfly venom acted solely as a paralyzing agent, yet it paralyzed not only the nervous system of the creature, but also its internal organs. Moreover, the venom spreads with remarkable rapidity. Although the size of the marsh rat greatly differs from that of a human, its resistance to the toxin varies. Nonetheless, Zhang Yang could roughly estimate that if bitten severely by a dragonfly, an ordinary person might succumb to cardiac paralysis within mere minutes without the use of an antidote. It was at this moment that Zhang Yang truly comprehended the formidable nature of what was deemed the most repulsive beast among the first-tier elite monsters. Consequently, he understood why the majority of mercenaries in the guild refrained from accepting this mission. The disparity between risk and reward was indeed vast. Having concluded their deliberations, Zhang Yang and his companion gradually ventured deeper into the shallow water oasis, searching for traces of the Gremlin tribe. Time flew by, and before long it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They had now entered the heart of the oasis, where the environment resembled that of a dense delta rainforest. Zhang Yang pondered over the need to find a secure location for camping, but at that very moment, his senses detected a small group of Grelin nearby. Since entering the depths of the oasis, Zhang Yang's perception had expanded. While he could not fully grasp the area beyond a radius of 20 meters, it was worth noting that his linear perception extended to an impressive 50 meters. He concentrated his senses into a singular line, scanning in a manner akin to radar. Although this slightly diminished his immediate awareness, it considerably broadened his range. At this juncture, approximately 40 meters to the south of them, a small group of Grelin emerged within his perceptive scan. Zhang Yang gestured for Neiljelina to remain silent, and the two of them cautiously approached the direction of the Grelin. Soon, a troop of about 20 to 30 Grelin came into view. Most of them wielded rudimentary bone and stone spears in one hand, while the other hand carried an array of prey, snakes, waterfowl, toads, and even several Grelin hoisting a small deer. Yet, the most abundant catch was the marsh rats. "My lord, what shall we do now?" Neiljelina whispered, retreating behind the thick bushes to hide from view. "Follow them and locate their nest," Zhang Yang replied in a hushed tone. "But my lord, what if there are too many Grelin in the nest?" Despite her evident bravery, the thought of confronting hundreds of Grelin left Neiljelina feeling apprehensive. "First we find it, then we set traps," Zhang Yang remarked, unfazed by these relatively weak creatures. They were merely a nuisance at most, certainly not a formidable or dangerous challenge. Gradually, the pair followed the Grelin troop for nearly 2 kilometers. At last, they caught sight of the Grelin settlement from afar. It was a low earthen mound, devoid of shrubs and weeds within a radius of several dozen meters. On the edge of this clearing stood a few towering trees, albeit with an unsettling appearance. Countless pale skeletons hung from the outstretched branches of trees, and to Zhang Yang's astonishment, he discerned several human skulls among them. At that moment, the village erupted with excitement upon the return of a group of hunting gremlins. Approximately 100 of these creatures chattered animatedly as they emerged from the numerous burrows dotting the earth mound, swiftly commencing the division of their spoils. Just as Zhang Yang prepared to extend his perception in search of any gremlin shamans, 2 peculiar gremlins emerged from the largest cave in the mound. The gremlin on the left was an imposing figure, 4 to 5 times the size of an ordinary member, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall and appearing quite corpulent. Its yellow-green skin was adorned with unknown vibrant materials that formed intricate patterns and designs, and it wielded a rusty axe. Beside it stood another gremlin, its body encrusted with various bird feathers, grasping a thick wooden staff decorated with several swamp rat skulls. Zhang Yang surmised that these must be the gremlin shamans. Meanwhile, the hunting gremlins had placed their finest and largest prey, a deer, in the center of an open area. The shaman began chattering excitedly, prompting several gremlins to bring piles of branches and wood to the clearing. The shaman then raised its staff, shaking it while uttering incantations. To Zhang Yang and his companion's astonishment, a faint red glow began to coalesce around the peculiar staff. With a powerful strike of the staff, a dark red fireball swiftly formed and launched into the air, igniting the pile of wood in a spectacular burst. As the bonfire blazed, many gremlins prostrated themselves before the shaman. After a few moments, the shaman emitted a strange cry, and the gremlins sprang to their feet, ready to feast on their roasted meal. At that moment, the corpulent gremlin approached the deer carcass, raising its axe to begin butchering the meat. Witnessing this, Zhang Yang and his companion cautiously retreated from the vicinity of the village. After moving approximately 800 or 900 meters away, they found a particularly dense thicket where they set up camp to cook their meal, with Zhang Yang instructing Neiljelina as they worked. The sky had turned completely dark, and numerous nocturnal creatures began to serenade the night within the oasis. As a small campfire flickered to life, its warm glow illuminated the surrounding area. The underbrush had been cleared away, and after setting their traps, they shared a simple meal. Zhang Yang had already devised a strategy for dealing with the gremlins, but he was genuinely surprised and intrigued when he witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of magic, or rather, sorcery. This was true magic, a power wielded by sentient beings, distinct from the fireballs expelled by beasts. Lost in thought, the night passed quietly. The following morning, just shy of 4 o'clock when the dawn was barely breaking, Zhang Yang roused Neiljelina. The two hurriedly consumed a modest meal and concealed the traces of their campsite before commencing the setting of traps in proximity to the village of Grelin. Pits adorned with wooden spikes, snares intertwined with high-hanging thorny branches, and bent tree limbs complemented by nooses. Zhang Yang and Neiljelina toiled diligently for nearly 2 hours to establish dozens of traps, both large and small. These traps were strategically distributed to the north and west of Grelin, with the northern section lying directly along the frequented path of the Grelin inhabitants. At that moment, Neiljelina was utterly awestruck and profoundly impressed. She had never envisioned that such a plethora of simple yet perilously effective traps could be fashioned within the jungle. She even mused that, with these traps alone, a mere handful of Grelin would scarcely suffice to survive. Concurrently, the image of light loomed larger and more enigmatic in her mind. After a little over an hour, when a group of approximately 40 Grelin departed along the northern path of the village, Zhang Yang signaled for Neiljelina, who was concealed among the foliage, to ready her bow and arrows. Roughly 5 minutes after the hunting party had set off, agonized cries erupted from the northern path. As the sound reached the Grelin village, more than 50 Grelin surged toward the north in a frenzy. At that moment, the number of Grelin remaining in the village dwindled to fewer than 50. The true battle commenced at that juncture. At Zhang Yang's command, the pair rose from their cover in the underbrush, utilizing the concealment of a nearby tree trunk to shoot arrows at the Grelin in the village, situated 30 meters away. Following their recent training and skirmishes, Neiljelina's archery skills had significantly improved, allowing her to strike 3 out of 5 arrows on target from 30 meters. As for Zhang Yang, his aim was impeccable, with each arrow finding its mark, resulting in the swift dispatch of 17 or 18 Grelin corpses littering the clearing within half a minute. Just as Zhang Yang and Neiljelina reveled in their successful onslaught against the Grelin shaman and a portly Grelin made their appearance. Chapter 53. The sorcery of the Grelin shaman. As the Grelin shaman and the corpulent Grelin unveiled themselves, Neiljelina, without a moment's hesitation, loosed an arrow that soared across the 37 or 38 meters directly toward the Grelin shaman. However, just as her arrow was poised to strike true, the rotund Grelin leaped forward, positioning himself in front of the shaman. The arrow that was meant for the Grelin shaman instead embedded itself into the robust shoulder of the stout Grelin. Witnessing Neiljelina's intent to continue firing, Zhang Yang swiftly shoved her aside and, utilizing the force of his push, darted away from their previous location. Just moments later, a dark red fireball, slightly smaller than the one from the night prior, detonated where they had stood. In an instant, both the dense underbrush and the stout trees were engulfed in flames, withering away in the aftermath of the explosion. As they fled, Zhang Yang called out to Neiljelina, "Use poison arrows." As he swiftly withdrew arrows tainted with the venom of the dragonfly, he loosed one with fluid grace towards the shaman Grelin, covering a distance of over 30 meters in mere moments. During this interval, Zhang Yang had already released 4 arrows. As he approached the shaman Grelin, he discarded his bow and drew his shield and sword, charging forward with fervor. The cunning shaman, upon noticing Zhang Yang's approach, cleverly concealed himself behind the portly figure of Grelin, who began wildly swinging his axe. This tactic momentarily thwarted Zhang Yang's ability to strike at the shaman. Despite seizing numerous opportunities to inflict deep wounds upon the corpulent Grelin, the latter's vitality and the resilience of his ample flesh proved remarkably formidable, allowing him to withstand Zhang Yang's assaults while continuing to wield his axe with vigor. Suddenly, Zhang Yang felt an ominous presence lock onto him. The shaman, who had been hiding behind the rotund Grelin, abruptly leaped out and, pointing his staff, unleashed a dark crimson fireball that hurtled towards Zhang Yang. Remaining remarkably composed in the face of this threat, Zhang Yang discerned the potential peril of the fireball, suspecting it harbored more than mere flames. To confront it head-on would be folly. Thus, he executed a deft roll to narrowly evade the incoming projectile. The fireball detonated with a resounding explosion a short distance behind him, sending a wave of scorching air that pushed him several meters further away. In the meantime, Neiljelina, fearing that her arrows might harm Zhang Yang, had refrained from shooting as she aimed carefully. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang roll to safety and the shaman now exposed within her line of sight, she decisively released a poisoned arrow, fully charged with potency. Just as the shaman lamented his missed opportunity with the soul fire, he suddenly felt a sharp sting in his back as an arrow struck him. Oddly, it had not struck a vital point, yet he found his body unresponsive. As Zhang Yang sprang into action, the shaman was just then struck by the arrow. Zhang Yang observed the grotesque visage of the shaman contort into a frenzied and sinister expression. Abruptly, the shaman slammed his staff against the ground, and to Zhang Yang's astonishment, dark crimson flames enveloped his frail and emaciated form. In mere moments, the shaman was reduced to a charred skeleton. However, as the remnants of the skeletal remains lay scattered, a thick cloud of black mist emanated from them, surging directly into the body of the portly Grelin. In that instant, Zhang Yang's expression turned grave. Sensing the impending transformation of Grelin, the once fiercely aggressive Grelin suddenly halted, swaying slightly as the dark mist infiltrated his being. This unsettling scene intensified Zhang Yang's unease, leaving him acutely aware of the escalating danger. Zhang Yang was not a man of antiquated thoughts. At that moment, although he sensed that close combat was not an advisable choice, he swiftly drew a flying dagger and hurled it towards the head of the rotund Grelin. However, with a dull thud, the sharp blade merely penetrated the flesh slightly, failing to inflict any fatal harm. As this occurred, the Grelin began to tremble violently. Observing that his initial dagger had failed to find its mark, Zhang Yang remained undeterred. He retrieved 2 more daggers and aimed them directly at the Grelin's eyes, this time succeeding in embedding them deeply. Yet, at the instant the daggers struck, the previously motionless Grelin suddenly let out a thunderous roar, echoing through the air with an intensity that was palpable. A visible shockwave emanated from his bellow, washing over Zhang Yang and Neiljelina, who felt as if their heads had been struck with a heavy hammer. In an instant, they stumbled, disoriented, as blood began to trickle from their noses. With a frenzied roar, the Grelin's body began to undergo a rapid transformation. His muscles surged in explosive growth, and what had once been a stature of approximately 1.7 meters now soared to nearly 3 meters amidst a cacophony of cracking sounds. His skin split open, blood splattering everywhere, revealing dark red, sinewy muscles. His massive arms grew to a length almost equal to his torso, and from his enormous hands sprouted menacing bone spikes. In that moment, the creature before Zhang Yang bore little resemblance to the Grelin he had known. Instead, it appeared more akin to the transformed, scarred-eyed merman from before. Was there a connection between them? Doubts began to creep into Zhang Yang's mind, yet he had no time to ponder further. The monster tilted its head and began to move, exuding an intense sense of danger that surpassed even the frenzied memories of the third-tier beast, the blazing fire leopard. Observing the creature's massive, muscular arms and the horrifying bone spikes on its fists, Zhang Yang had no doubt that should he or Neiljelina be struck head-on, the outcome would be nothing short of becoming a mere puddle of flesh. At that moment, Zhang Yang could only feel a semblance of relief, for this monstrous being was now blind. Otherwise, the only recourse would be to flee for their lives. Currently, this behemoth was shaking its small ears in an attempt to locate Zhang Yang and Neiljelina. It is worth noting that the Grelin was, in fact, the king of the Grelin tribe, typically nothing more than a mid-tier first-level entity, possessing only thicker skin and slightly greater strength. In contrast, the Grelin shaman represented a true mid-tier second-level combatant, prompting ordinary mercenaries to avoid the Grelin tribe whenever the shaman was present, lest they face annihilation. Zhang Yang, however, had found himself in a precarious situation, as mercenaries and adventurers had previously hunted the Grelin tribe in this shallow water oasis, inadvertently forcing the smaller Grelin factions into a situation that birthed this formidable combination of king and shaman. At this moment, this mutated behemoth was dubbed the Flesh Avenger, possessing the strength of a novice third-tier magical beast. Zhang Yang found himself in a perilous situation, compelled to act. Neiljelina, lacking in experience and composure, instinctively distanced herself as she recovered from the shockwave of the Flesh Avenger's roar. Though this decision was not inherently flawed, the noise of her movement attracted the attention of the nearby monstrosity. The Flesh Avenger abruptly pivoted, propelling itself towards Neiljelina on all fours. In a state of helplessness, yet concerned for Neiljelina's safety, Zhang Yang hastened forward, intending to launch a rear attack on the Flesh Avenger. However, as he closed the distance to approximately 2 meters, an overwhelming sense of danger compelled him to instinctively leap to the right. A dark crimson arm, accompanied by a menacing gust of wind, narrowly missed his head. The speed and power of the Flesh Avenger's strike were astonishing. Had he hesitated for even a moment longer, he might have been reduced to mere pulp. This shocking encounter extinguished Zhang Yang's desire for close combat. Meanwhile, Neiljelina managed to flee approximately 27 to 28 meters before turning to release an arrow. Although this shot struck the Flesh Avenger's back, it successfully diverted its attention once more. Resolute in his strategy, Zhang Yang dashed to retrieve his bow and arrows, selecting one tipped with dragonfly venom to launch at the creature. While his archery skills were not particularly refined, they were characterized by remarkable accuracy. This time, he struck the Flesh Avenger squarely in the neck with the poisoned arrow. "Move and shoot," Zhang Yang shouted to Neiljelina as he noted that the Flesh Avenger's focus had shifted towards him once again. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's call, Neiljelina recalled a tactic he had previously taught her when facing an opponent of colossal size and strength but slower speed. The strategy of moving and shooting was both relatively safe and effective. However, this approach tested her endurance, speed, and accuracy. Regrettably, her accuracy was far from impressive. Achieving a hit rate of 70% against the Flesh Avenger was already a considerable feat. Consequently, whenever the Flesh Avenger relentlessly pursued Zhang Yang, Neiljelina found herself needing to shoot at least 2 arrows to regain its attention. This plan, seemingly viable, soon revealed a significant flaw. They were running out of arrows. With no other choice, Zhang Yang aimed his final arrow at the joint of the Flesh Avenger's leg. With a shout, he led the creature into the western woods. As the Flesh Avenger barreled through the trees like a bulldozer in pursuit of Zhang Yang, it soon encountered unforeseen complications. The traps that Zhang Yang and Neiljelina had meticulously set up over such a lengthy period were no mere jest. As the number of triggered traps surged, the sightless Flesh Avenger bore increasing injuries. When a sharpened tree trunk suddenly sprang up from the ground, this colossal, frenzied creature finally changed direction, impaling itself upon it. Zhang Yang, panting slightly, paused nearby, gazing at the beast skewered through its midsection, where he could see a gaping wound nearly half a meter wide. Blood flowed incessantly from that gruesome opening. After nearly an hour had passed, Zhang Yang finally severed the head of the recently slain flesh giant and proceeded to assist Neiljelina in cleaning the battlefield. At that moment, however, wisps of imperceptible black mist wafted from the severed head of the Flesh Avenger, swirling briefly before rushing into Zhang Yang's body. Unbeknownst to him, even as he stood amidst the trees, Zhang Yang felt that had it not been for the traps they had set in advance, both he and Neir would likely have met their demise. Chapter 54. Return and Rewards. By the time Zhang Yang and Neiljelina returned to Barksis, it was already evening. Throughout their journey, Zhang Yang's primary reflection was that next time, he must procure 2 steeds before embarking on a task. The abundance of loot and numerous herbs they had gathered left both of them breathless as they trudged along. Upon finally reaching the entrance of the mercenary guild, their heavily laden figures immediately attracted the attention of several resting mercenaries. A few of those who had witnessed the duo accepting challenging tasks that day began to whisper among themselves. "Hey, look at those 2 youngsters at the entrance. They seem to have had quite a haul. Do you know what tasks they undertook? If they were collecting or searching for items, perhaps we could try our luck too," inquired a mercenary clad in half-leather armor, 2 short swords hanging from his waist, as he leaned toward his companion. "Forget it. Are you eager to court death? I personally saw those 2 take on every single task related to the shallow water oasis that day. Those tasks had been posted for ages without anyone daring to touch them. They're notoriously tricky. The shallow water oasis tasks? Aren't those the infamous ones known for their perilous nature and meager rewards? Indeed, few venture there due to the dangers, fearing they might not make it back. Conversely, if too many go, the spoils are scant, and I've heard from those who returned that a shaman from the Grelin village lurks there. Now that's a genuine threat. Nevertheless, judging by their appearance, it seems they returned successfully from their endeavors, did they not? They don't strike me as experts beyond the 2nd tier. Perhaps they merely completed part of the collection tasks before coming back? Yet, one must remember that failing to complete a task results in a deduction from the deposit. I recall a particular staff task offering a reward of 20 gold coins. The deposit alone is 2 gold coins. Who knows? Listening to the murmurs of curiosity and disdain within the mercenary hall, Zhang Yang simply approached the task submission area, casually placing down his bounty. "May your sword remain ever sharp. My friend, please allow me to examine your mercenary log to confirm the completion of your tasks." A courteous staff member of the mercenary guild, appearing to be in his 30s, politely spoke up. "Thank you for your efforts here." Zhang Yang responded with his customary indifference. As Neiljelina placed their spoils upon the table, the surrounding mercenaries turned their attention towards them, eyes wide with anticipation. eager to discern the nature of the task these two young individuals had accomplished. The initial curiosity in the crowd shifted to astonishment and admiration as the staff member began to verify each item. Yes, admiration. This sentiment arose when they beheld the severed head of the Flesh Avenger. Though most mercenaries and adventurers had never faced this terrifying creature, its notorious reputation had long since spread among them. After all, where did the name of the Flesh Avenger originate? Typically, the appearance of such a creature heralded a grim fate for mercenaries, leaving behind nothing but a gruesome scene of carnage. As the head of the Flesh Avenger came into view, even the composed and seasoned man before them could not suppress his surprise. At that moment, the young couple across from him seemed shrouded in an air of mystery. Ah, what a delightful surprise. It has been ages since I have seen a Flesh Avenger's head, he remarked. This is a creature of near third-tier status. What a pity it is not a magical beast, for its core alone would be worth a considerable sum in gold. Zhang Yang remained silent, standing with an air of tranquility. Let us continue to examine what else we have, the staff member suggested, as the remaining spoils were quickly itemized. Once all the items were laid out, the eyes of the surrounding mercenaries glimmered with envy and reverence. The haul included 1 head of the Flesh Avenger, 4 fresh dragonfly corpses, 90 stalks of thorngrass, 70 pairs of gremlin ears, 1 gremlin shaman staff, 1 half-conscious egret according to the task's compensation. Collecting 10 intact thorngrass stalks would yield 80 silver coins. Any excess would be purchased at 50 silver coins per 10 stalks. This amounted to a total of 480 silver coins, or 4 gold coins and 80 silver coins. The task required the return of 3 dragonfly corpses within 3 days for a reward of 2 gold coins. However, the duo had brought back an additional 1, and the staff member indicated that the guild would purchase it at approximately half the price, amounting to 2 gold coins and 30 silver coins. Furthermore, capturing a live egret from the shallow water oasis would earn them 2 gold coins. The egret appeared to have been stunned by some force, its exterior intact. Yet it was drooling profusely, indicating a likely concussion. Well, I suppose it counts as being brought back alive, he mused. That has 2 gold coins. The gremlin shaman's staff, adorned with the skull of a marsh rat, would fetch a reward of 20 gold coins. Lastly, the substantial collection of pale green gremlin ears, valued at 8 silver coins per pair, would yield an impressive 5 gold coins and 60 silver coins. As for the head of the Flesh Avenger, the mercenary guild offered a mere 5 gold coins, considering it lacked a magical core. In total, the bounty amounted to an impressive 39 gold coins and 70 silver coins. For an ordinary mercenary, this sum of money could equate to nearly half a year's income. Consequently, the atmosphere among the crowd grew tenser, marked by heavier breaths. Perhaps the mercenary guild's transparent method of calculating spoils serves to garner public support and elevate the profiles of the capable. However, it also inadvertently gives rise to countless tragedies. At this moment, Zhang Yang and Neiljelina were preparing to depart. As they turned to exit, they were unexpectedly approached by several mercenary groups, inquiring if they wished to join. This caught Zhang Yang off guard. Yet he surmised that it was likely their ability to earn through quests that had attracted attention. It seemed imperative to quickly find a place to create the insignia for their own mercenary group, lest they invite unnecessary complications. This was Zhang Yang's line of thought. After more than 2 days of adventure and combat, both were utterly exhausted, prompting Zhang Yang to decide to return to the Silver Pegasus Legion's encampment for some much-needed rest. Little did he know, this decision would lead to the dissolution of the robbers' intentions who had been stealthily tracking them. Upon returning to the encampment with Neiljelina, Zhang Yang contemplated briefly before extracting some gold coins. He casually took out 10 coins, tossing the remaining small pouch to Neiljelina beside him, which left her tilting her head in puzzled confusion. For yourself, to buy some clothes and things, Zhang Yang stated. Neiljelina was momentarily taken aback. What? It was only when Zhang Yang turned toward the nearby logistics barracks that she regained her composure. Is this my allowance? She pondered, struggling to believe it. After all, this was a significant amount of gold, earned through their labor over 2 arduous days, and Lord Light had contributed far more than she had. Why would he give it to her? Unable to fathom the situation, Neiljelina waited until Zhang Yang emerged from the logistics barracks to inquire further. However, at that moment, Zhang Yang regarded her with a peculiar seriousness before asking, "Don't you need to buy some things?" He then turned and strode toward his room, leaving Neiljelina standing at the doorway, momentarily abandoned. It was then that Neiljelina realized this truly was an allowance. Perhaps this was the most she had ever received since her birth. Slightly bewildered, Zhang Yang did not perceive any impropriety in his actions. Upon returning to his room, he removed his armor, sat on the bed, and began to cultivate his fighting spirit. He could not recall who had said that training while fatigued could yield greater progress. While he was unaware of others' circumstances, Zhang Yang was indeed different. At that moment, the outer layer of his fighting spirit core had lost its energy particles. Yet he sensed that the core seemed slightly larger. No, it would be more accurate to say it had become more rounded. As he subtly activated the fighting spirit technique, Zhang Yang noticed that even within the confines of the indoor space, the condensation speed of energy particles had marginally increased. It appeared that enhancing physical load was indeed effective. Perhaps he could procure something akin to a weighted bag in the future. After approximately 2 hours of operating the core of wrath, Zhang Yang felt a considerable alleviation of fatigue as he absorbed the energy particles. With a gentle sense of joy blossoming within him, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 55. Revelry and discourse in the blink of an eye. Over a month had elapsed amidst the perilous and exhilarating life of mercenaries. Ever since their venture to the shallow water oasis, Zhang Yang had embarked on an even more fervent quest for exterminating monstrous beasts, such as greylands. Exhausted, Neiljelina found herself devoid of the luxury to ponder anything beyond their mission objectives: archery, traps, poisons, and the art of slaughter. Yet, it was precisely due to this relentless pursuit that she discerned her remarkable progress. Was this the formidable power bestowed upon her by Lord Light? Neiljelina gazed somewhat helplessly at the torrential rain cascading outside, momentarily lost in thought. The crystalline droplets drummed a merry cadence upon the roof of the warehouse, invoking within her a peculiar sense of elation. Reflecting on her former self from months past, she could scarcely believe that in such a fleeting span of time, she had transformed from a timid, demure girl into a decisive and agile mercenary warrior. Everything felt like a dream, a tumultuous reverie. Initially, Neiljelina sought to describe it as a nightmare, but somehow, upon recalling Lord Light, she found that even this nightmare was not so detestable after all. While Neiljelina was ensnared in her musings, a resolute figure gradually emerged through the relentless downpour. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than Lord Light himself. Zhang Yang was resolutely maintaining his morning training, unfazed by the rain. In that instant, Neiljelina comprehended the source of Lord Light's formidable prowess. Without such arduous dedication, where would his strength arise? She vividly recalled his words: 1 part effort, 1 part reward. With this thought, she tightened her gear and weighted bag, resolutely plunging into the rain to follow Zhang Yang and commence her training. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes, filled with confusion yet profound admiration, lingered upon the duo amidst the rain. The downpour persisted for nearly a day, finally ceasing by evening. Zhang Yang gazed at the clear sky post-rain, relieved that matters had not been delayed. Tonight, the courtyard of the Silver Pegasus's 9th Brigade was unusually lively, typically devoid of leisure activities aside from training. The barracks seemed to have acquired a newfound vibrancy. As darkness descended, the logistics team unexpectedly returned with a cart brimming with provisions and several barrels of ale. Gradually, as the bonfire ignited in the courtyard, the slightly damp earth dried swiftly. The soldiers of the 9th Brigade emerged from their quarters, assisting in setting up tables and chairs. Mysak observed the exuberant soldiers with a heart full of joy. Recalling the previous day's revelations from his aide, a flicker of a smile broke through his typically stern demeanor. That lad, Light, truly possessed a remarkable spirit. He had a knack for connecting with people. In truth, the dinner gathering tonight was funded by Zhang Yang, though he himself did not anticipate that it would escalate into such a grand affair. Around 7 o'clock, the Silver Horse Legion's 9th Brigade stationed at Boxes commenced this magnificent bonfire celebration. With the diligent efforts of the logistical soldiers, food and ale were continuously delivered to various corners of the venue. In an instant, the sounds of feasting and laughter from the soldiers melded into a jubilant chorus. Zhang Yang and Neiljelina were specially invited to join Mysak at the same table, and at that moment, everyone savored the sumptuous delicacies rarely found in their daily rations. Engaging in cheerful banter, Zhang Yang was leisurely enjoying roasted meat when he suddenly felt Mysak push aside a nearby squad leader and take a seat beside him. After downing a hearty gulp of ale, Mysak set his cup down with a satisfying belch, then gazed intently at the bonfire before addressing Zhang Yang. you know? From the moment you arrived, I harbored a dislike for you, assuming you were merely the offspring of some high-ranking official here to seek credentials. It's common for those who bring women into the barracks to be rather unsavory characters. Yes, I am aware, Zhang Yang replied calmly. Taking a sip from his wooden cup, the ale slightly bitter yet tinged with a delicate sweetness, his gaze fixed on the fire. Misak turned slightly to glance at Zhang Yang, whose composed demeanor elicited a faint smile from him. However, I have recently come to realize that I misjudged you. You are indeed full of surprises. Whether it be the chaotic tasks in the logistics warehouse or your recent performances, you have certainly earned my respect. Moreover, allowing such a delicate woman to train rigorously under your guidance is something I have never witnessed before. Listening to Misak's words, Zhang Yang merely raised an eyebrow slightly, then gestured for Neiljelina to pour drinks for the two of them. You know, it's rare for soldiers in the Legion to become mercenaries. Although some have secretly taken on side jobs, the dangers are considerable. Not to mention, spending hard-earned money to treat everyone to drinks is quite a feat, I must say. I admire your boldness. Not much of a deal, Zhang Yang replied calmly, clinking glasses with Misak before downing his ale in one go. What a relief, Misak exclaimed joyfully, letting slip a curse. In fact, I have recently heard about your exploits at the Mercenary Guild. Completing over 120 challenging missions in a single month is quite an accomplishment. And you too have garnered a bit of fame. All of it is trivial, Zhang Yang responded slowly, taking another sip of ale. Indeed, compared to my breakthroughs in deep water combat, those external matters pale in significance. At this juncture, Misak's expression turned serious as he said, there are indeed matters I wish to discuss with you. Lately, unrest has begun to stir across the continent, and it seems something significant has transpired in the Beast Forest. While our 9th Brigade soldiers trained diligently, over half of them are inexperienced rookies who have yet to see battle. Once the battle commences, it is such individuals who perish the quickest. Thus, I hope you can lead them to witness the bloodshed and refine their skills in real combat. Of course, these activities must remain clandestine, devoid of ostentation. I shall also enlist the assistance of some seasoned veterans to support you. What do you think? Upon hearing Misak's proposal, Zhang Yang hesitated momentarily. The involvement of more people complicates matters significantly. However, it is not entirely unfeasible. Certain details must be clarified. It is indeed possible. But the tasks are numerous and perilous, leading to potential casualties. What shall we do? Zhang Yang, typically quite loquacious, found himself stuttering. A flaw that showed no signs of improvement. He could not fathom the reason behind it. Must he continue to stutter indefinitely? This aspect left him feeling quite helpless. Do not worry. I will consult with the soldiers beforehand. Those who volunteer can be confidently taken along. In truth, these young men have been quite pent up lately. This endeavor is ultimately for their benefit. After all, regardless of the dangers associated with mercenary tasks, one may still choose to accept them. However, war offers no time for selection or adaptation. Upon reaching this juncture, the two had essentially reached an accord. Subsequently, trivial matters such as the distribution of spoils were swiftly resolved. Zhang Yang would take out 20 soldiers each time, 16 novices and 4 veterans. They would receive 30 of the commission, with the 9th Brigade acquiring 20, and the remainder distributed among the soldiers who undertook the tasks. In Neiljelina's mind, while the practical training aimed to enhance experience, it was likely the indirect improvement of the 9th Brigade's living conditions that served as the true objective. In her view, including Captain Misak, every soldier in this group was a reckless soul, intoxicated by the allure of adventure, except for Lord Light, who remained unfailingly composed. Chapter 56. The steps of growth. Since the soldiers of the 9th Brigade had joined, Zhang Yang's approach had transformed. Previously, missions to exterminate surrounding monsters and low-tier magical beasts became resource-intensive with an increased number of participants. Therefore, after personally leading several missions, Zhang Yang adopted a different methodology. The Silver Pegasus Legion of the Boxus 9th Brigade comprised 302 newly recruited novices. Thus, Zhang Yang divided these individuals into 15 teams based on their affiliations. And with the 8 seasoned veterans rotating daily, he could mobilize 2 teams of 48 individuals each day. Following this rotation, a complete cycle could be achieved in approximately 7 days. Subsequently, Zhang Yang entrusted Neiljelina with leading 1 team of newcomers alongside 2 veterans, while another team was assigned to be led by a squad leader among the 6 veterans. Meanwhile, he commenced rigorous training along the Doishan River. Initially, Neiljelina felt somewhat disoriented and lacked confidence. Although she had learned numerous outdoor survival skills and some combat knowledge from Zhang Yang, she had no prior experience in leading a team to complete tasks. Thus, when she approached Zhang Yang expressing her concerns, he reassured her, "Reflect on how I taught you. On what you have accomplished, you can do this." Empowered by Zhang Yang's words, Neiljelina gathered her courage and resolved to undertake the shallow water oasis mission, the one she was most familiar with. To her surprise, although there was some initial chaos, Neiljelina's confidence grew significantly once she realized that these warriors were far inferior to herself. She began to command the soldiers according to Zhang Yang's teachings and soon discovered that their qualities were commendable, albeit lacking in experience. Consequently, she found herself increasingly adept at her role. After all, the tasks that were originally meant for 2 individuals were now being executed by over 20, simplifying matters considerably. Thus, after more than half a month had passed, Neiljelina had garnered the support of the majority of the soldiers and began to exude a hint of self-assuredness. Meanwhile, the lightning mercenary corps established by Zhang Yang began to take shape. The city of Boxes had acquired an unexpected charm, as the former residents of the Dubins family now bore the sign of the lightning mercenary corps. Each morning, at the break of dawn, a line of elderly and disabled individuals would quietly form outside the mercenary corps headquarters, awaiting the distribution of food. To maintain order, a group of children of various ages surprisingly took it upon themselves to assist. Among them were Benny and others. This was one of the tasks Zhang Yang had entrusted to Dubins, to care for orphans and distribute food to the elderly. Initially, when news of this initiative spread, many were skeptical. However, as time passed, it became evident that this organization known as the Lightning Mercenary Corps was indeed engaged in altruistic endeavors. Consequently, even the local lord of Boxes exempted the corps from taxes, recognizing the trouble it would save him and the reduction in petty theft and relentless crime in the city. By this time, the Lightning Mercenary Corps had gained considerable esteem among the common folk, and Dubins, who oversaw this initiative, earned the respect of many. Although he repeatedly claimed to be merely serving his master, it was known that Zhang Yang had discussed with Dubins the idea of distributing food twice a day. However, Dubins advised that, for the sake of long-term sustainability, a single distribution of coarse food would suffice, cautioning that excessive generosity could yield adverse effects. After some contemplation, Zhang Yang acquiesced to this reasoning. At this moment, Benny stood guard with a heart full of joy. The transformations of the past month felt dreamlike. The catalyst for this change was none other than the young lady Neiljelina, who had once saved his life, along with her enigmatic master. Since the recent purge of the fishmen, Benny, Luke, and Shunny had experienced a downturn in fortune. Their once tight-knit group of over 10 had dwindled to just the 3 of them. Since then, they had been somewhat unsettled, bearing the weight of their misfortunes. Just as they were at a loss, news of the Lightning Mercenary Corps food distribution and recruitment of orphans reached their ears. Driven by the desire to protect other orphans from deception, Benny discreetly visited the site to observe. To his astonishment, he encountered Neiljelina. Without hesitation, he joined the Lightning Mercenary Corps. From that moment on, he genuinely realized the benefits of this organization. Although the food was merely coarse black bread, it was far superior to the erratic meals of hunger and satiety he had previously endured. There exists a safe abode for them, albeit a rather modest one, a large house shared by both genders, where many reside together. Yet, this is still preferable to the plight of some orphans who have nowhere to call home. Here, they have the opportunity to acquire knowledge and skills. Benny began to exert his influence, and many orphans who were previously hesitant came to this place. Currently, nearly 100 orphans, aged between 8 and 18, have gathered at the headquarters of the Thunderbolt Mercenary Corps. Here, they can finally experience a semblance of warmth akin to that of a home, leading a life that, while simple, is stable. These children are not idly consuming their days. Aside from their 3 hours of daily study, they engage in various age-appropriate tasks. Those younger sweep and gather firewood, while the older ones learn to work with leather and craft armor. Among the 13 who are over 15, they join Benny and others in performing daily guard duties, such as maintaining order in the mornings and patrolling the premises. When time allows, they also undertake mercenary tasks like gathering and searching for items. Benny feels that this life is a significant improvement over his previous existence, and he has deeply engraved the image of Neiljelina, the one who brought him all this, into his heart, nurturing a complex array of emotions within him. as everything begins to settle into a routine. Where is Zhang Yang? At the deepest part of the Doyasan River lies a vast, smooth rock. And upon this enigmatic stone submerged 28 meters beneath the surface lurks a vague silhouette. This is a depth where sunlight cannot penetrate, and the cold, dark, and oppressive environment deters most. Yet, who could this figure be? Indeed, it is Zhang Yang, who has vanished for several days, meditating in silence. As one observes closely, a large swirl of pale blue mist spirals around him. Zhang Yang has been practicing here for nearly a month, gradually descending from mere meters to this profound depth of the Doyasan River. Perhaps due to the unique nature of his cultivation method, he is able to remain submerged for extended periods. Strangely, the immense water pressure, which would incapacitate an ordinary person, has instead become a tremendous asset to his practice. At this moment, Zhang Yang feels as though he has undergone a transformation compared to his former self from a month prior. 28 days ago, Zhang Yang realized that participating in mercenary tasks with Neiljelina and others could no longer aid in his absorption of energy particles. Thus, after ensuring Neiljelina was well cared for, he commenced solitary cultivation. His destination was the northern mountain range of the Doyasan River, where the occasional appearance of low-level magical beasts provided him with targets for practice. Equipped with a cavalry broadsword, a fong dagger, a powerful bow, several concealed weapons, and a unique armor crafted by the old blacksmith Danlot using copper core, Zhang Yang embarked on his journey of cultivation in this aquatic realm. Upon requesting the peculiar armor from Danlot, the seasoned blacksmith, who had forged countless armors and weapons throughout his life, was astonished, his mouth agape at Zhang Yang's unusual request. Other equipment typically requires crafting to be sturdy yet lightweight. However, the armor he sought was paradoxically better the heavier and more cumbersome it was. This peculiar requirement piqued the interest of the eccentric old man, prompting the blacksmith to enlist Zhang Yang's assistance in toiling away in the dilapidated forge for an entire day. At that moment, Zhang Yang donned merely 4 pieces from the complete set, a belt and a pair of gloves. The entire armor ensemble consisted of 7 components and 9 items: a chest plate, a scale mail shirt, a pair of arm guards, a belt, a pair of gloves, a set of leg guards, and a pair of greaves. The armor was a dull gray-black, devoid of luster, and its design was exceedingly simple. Its defensive capabilities were merely average, yet its total weight reached a staggering 375 paccaries. This nearly 400 paccaries heavy armor was almost 20 times heavier than conventional armor. The materials used to craft it were treasures amassed by the blacksmith over many years, metallic scrap. This referred to the impurities and heavier portions that fell away during the metal purification process. It was fortunate that the blacksmith had nearly devoted his life as savings to this endeavor. Otherwise, he might not have been able to forge such an extraordinary suit of armor. For this peculiar armor, Zhang Yang paid a considerable sum of 250 gold coins. He was exceedingly satisfied with the armor, as it was specifically designed for weight training. Thus, he named it Great Mountain, signifying its heavy, mountain-like nature. With the assistance of the Great Mountain for weight training, Zhang Yang felt that the rate of energy particle absorption during his routine training increased by an astonishing 40%. As he could only wear 4 pieces without compromising his combat effectiveness, totaling 90 paccaries, Zhang Yang embarked on a solitary, almost self-imposed grueling regimen. At this moment, submerged at the riverbed, Zhang Yang was quietly channeling the energy within his combat aura core, striving to absorb as much energy as possible. After over 2 months of rigorous training, his body had undergone a dramatic transformation. Initially, while the deep water combat aura technique absorbed energy, Zhang Yang had felt little enhancement in his physical form. He merely sensed a slight change in his aura core. However, today, he had officially ascended to the ranks of a second-tier practitioner. It was at this juncture that he truly commenced his training in combat aura. Thus, it was only now that he began to experience the formidable power bestowed by the combat aura. It turned out that the energy absorbed from previous training had been silently utilized to alter his constitution and fortify his aura core. Only once his physical condition reached a critical threshold did the aura core undergo metamorphosis, attaining the second tier. From this point onward, the aura core's capacity to absorb energy surged, exceeding its previous efficiency tenfold. The energy absorbed began to genuinely enhance his physical form. At this moment, Zhang Yang's physical qualities had nearly doubled in comparison to before. His strength had indeed increased by a factor of 2. This monumental leap astonished Zhang Yang at first. If he continued to cultivate in this manner, perhaps one day his physique could truly rival that of the legendary ancient deities? Zhang Yang could not help but entertain such thoughts, though it seemed that day might be several centuries away. Would he live that long? Zhang Yang was indeed unaware of this. As the energy absorbed by the core of his internal combat aura reached its limit, he slowly opened his eyes, concluding a lengthy 12-hour cultivation. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, despite the cold and murky depths of the river. Within the expanse of his heightened perception, everything was vividly clear. To his delight, he discovered that his previously diminished perception had significantly restored with his breakthrough to the second-tier bronze level. The distance and range of his awareness had nearly doubled compared to before. Although it still fell short of his peak, it nonetheless offered him a glimmer of hope. He gradually stood up underwater, then slightly crouched before propelling himself forcefully against the smooth boulder. In an instant, he shot upwards towards the water's surface. However, after ascending nearly 10 meters, his speed began to wane, prompting him to vigorously paddle with his limbs to continue his ascent. As he drew closer to the surface, faint strands of light began to filter down, illuminating the surroundings. Amidst the delicate moonlight, he noticed the heavy, dark gray armor pieces adorning his waist and arms. Upon reaching the shore, Zhang Yang retrieved his concealed weapons and gear from a hollow tree and prepared to return to Boxus. Yet, just as he was about to turn, he caught a glimpse of flickering flames in the distant forest across the river. Instantly, a familiar roar sent a shiver down his spine. Was that the roar of the fire leopard? Chapter 57. Encounter with the fire leopard. How could such a formidable beast appear here? Could there have been some upheaval in the beast forest? Lost in thought, Zhang Yang suddenly heard muffled cries reaching his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the location where he had hidden his wooden raft. Swiftly, he propelled the raft across the river. Only 5 minutes had passed since he noticed the anomaly on the opposite bank, yet in that brief interval, the forest had ignited into a blazing inferno, engulfing a considerable area. Meanwhile, the roars of the fire leopard intertwined with human screams, creating a cacophony of chaos. After approximately 3 minutes, Zhang Yang reached the opposite shore. He quickly secured the raft and sprinted toward the sounds of conflict. In a mere 200 to 300 meters, he spotted the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar silhouette of the fire leopard. The scene before him was harrowing and brutal. To his astonishment, there were 2 fire leopards engaged in a fierce assault. No, it was more apt to say a massacre of a group clad in brown armor. As he surveyed the area, he was horrified to find dozens of human corpses strewn across the 100-meter expanse. Some were grotesquely dismembered, while others were ablaze, contorted in agony. At that moment, fewer than 20 individuals remained engaged in combat against the 2 fire leopards. At this moment, Zhang Yang refrained from recklessly charging into the fray. Instead, he meticulously observed the 2 fire leopards. His keen perception revealed a striking difference between these creatures and the one that had previously attacked the village of Right. The 2 before him bore a vivid orange hue, whereas the one he had slain was a dark crimson. Could it be the so-called demonic transformation spoken of by the mercenaries? However, Zhang Yang did not dwell further on this thought, for a shift was unfolding in the battlefield. Just as he was poised to act, the remaining combatants seemed to lose their will to fight, with more than half scattering in a panicked retreat. Merely 7 individuals stood their ground. As a third-tier magical beast, the fire leopard may not possess human-like intelligence, yet its cleverness was undeniable. While the majority of the crowd fled, the fire leopards began to split their actions as well. After a few wars, one of the slightly smaller leopards set off in pursuit of the fleeing humans. The once dense forest had been transformed into a vast clearing by the rampaging beasts, and the 7 remaining humans were all grievously wounded, unlikely to endure much longer. Seeing this, Zhang Yang made a resolute decision and dashed out from the trees toward the battlefield in the clearing. Raylo, it seems we may not escape this time. I never imagined our earthbound mercenary corps would meet such a fate. These shameless cowards, to flee at such a moment. If I survive today, I will not let them go unpunished. How infuriating. Mossie's voice was filled with rage, his shoulder wound deep enough to expose bone, rendering him incapable of wielding his weapon with ease, and the loss of blood left him feeling dizzy. At that moment, Mossie was at his limit, having completely expended his fighting spirit. His earlier words were directed at his friend and leader, Raylo. Mossie, hold on. Let us not speak of anything else. Even if we die today, I will fight alongside everyone until the very end. I have brought this upon us. Had it not been for the allure of this lucrative mission, we would not be in this predicament. Raylo fixed his gaze on the fire leopards, speaking rapidly. Although his injuries were not severe, the meager fighting spirit he had left had long been depleted. His ability to stand and fight was now sustained solely by sheer will. Let us not forget, were we not all tempted by the promise of 7,000 gold coins and unanimously agreed to take on this task? How could it be solely your fault? Raylo, to fight side by side with you is the greatest joy of my life. Mossy shouted. Together we shall fight until death. Until death, echoed the remaining warriors, emboldened by Mossy's words. In that fleeting moment, the smaller fire leopard had nearly entered the woods, followed by the chilling screams of humans filled with terror and despair. The fire leopard before them began to advance step by step, leaping toward them when it was merely 10 meters away. The slaughter was about to commence. At this critical juncture, Zhang Yang burst forth from the trees bordering the river, swiftly closing the distance to within 20 or 30 meters of the fire leopard. Drawing the throwing axe strapped to his waist, he aimed for the beast's head and hurled it forth. He heard the words of those few individuals moments ago, and the fervent camaraderie in their shared resolve compelled Zhang Yang to ultimately decide to strive to rescue the seven. This unexpected reinforcement rekindled a glimmer of hope in the despairing group, yet upon Zhang Yang's arrival, their hopes were somewhat dashed when they realized he was alone. In the eyes of Mahif and Raylo, this seemingly frail ally appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. Observing his axe throwing devoid of any aura of martial energy, they concluded that Zhang Yang was just an ordinary individual possessing some martial skills. However, in the face of a formidable beast like the fire leopard, the value of an ordinary person is minimal. Thus, although Raylo felt gratitude for the assistance of this stranger, he called out loudly, "Be careful, friend. This is a level 3 magical beast, the fire leopard. Don't concern yourself with us. You must flee." As Zhang Yang rushed forward, he heard these words, which heightened his regard for these individuals. Without further ado, he hurled another axe towards the head of the fire leopard. In the fleeting moments that followed, the fire leopard, charging towards the group, sensed an impending danger approaching its ears and swiftly resolved to eliminate the threat before dispatching those insufferable humans. It pivoted midair, swatting aside the flying axe. Seizing this opportunity, Raylo and the others retreated a few steps, increasing the distance from the fire leopard. Zhang Yang, taking advantage of this moment, entered the fray. The fire leopard, infuriated by the audacity of the human who dared to throw an axe at it, resolved to eliminate both him and the nearby humans in its rage. Wounded, retreat. Follow me. I have a boat. Zhang Yang shouted to Raylo and the others, his gaze fixed on the fire leopard. Upon hearing this, Raylo glanced around and noted that 3 individuals had already succumbed to their injuries, one of whom, a brother named Meng Faisi, was bloodied and had a fractured left arm. Thus, he shouted, "Mauser, take Meng Faisi and leave first. Otherwise, we won't be able to fight effectively." Hearing this, Meng Faisi protested against leaving, but Mauser hesitated only briefly before nodding decisively, assisting Meng Faisi towards Zhang Yang's direction. The fire leopard, intent on slaughtering all humans present, would not allow them to escape unscathed. It charged past Zhang Yang in pursuit. Zhang Yang, however, would not allow it to have its way. He raised his sword and shield and charged at the fire leopard. Just as the creature leaped forward, it realized that the audacious human who had thrown an axe at it was now rushing towards it, the tip of his sword menacingly aimed at its eyes. Looking further, the eyes peering from behind the shield appeared even colder and sharper than the blade itself, causing the fur on the back of the fire leopard's neck to bristle in alarm. It is widely acknowledged that even when encountering the wild beasts of Earth, humans are generally advised against locking eyes with them, as this can evoke feelings of tension and threat. Even in a mundane scenario, should one encounter a wild dog while walking and stare directly into its eyes, the dog is likely to bark aggressively and may even charge at you. If ordinary beasts react thus, how much more so would a creature as cunning and ferocious as a magical beast? Thus, at that moment, the fire leopard resolved to crush the audacious human who had dared to hurl an axe at it and persistently provoke its wrath. With determination, the fire leopard unleashed a fireball, the size of a human head, towards Zhang Yang. Upon witnessing the creature abandon its pursuit to attack him, Zhang Yang heightened his vigilance. As the fire leopard's mouth glowed with a crimson light, he instinctively leapt to the left, narrowly avoiding the explosion that erupted where he had just stood. A wave of heat washed over him, akin to being forcefully shoved forward, yet fortune favored him, for he emerged unscathed. The force of the blast was comparable to that of a grenade. At that moment, Zhang Yang discerned that this fire leopard was significantly weaker than the black-red one he had previously encountered. With this realization, he skillfully dodged another sweeping strike. Meanwhile, Lalo, observing the fire leopard unleash a fireball, felt a surge of anxiety. Before he could shout a warning, he saw the agile human roll aside, evading the attack. Swiftly, he managed to evade several more of the creature's assaults. I cannot allow him to face this danger alone. With that thought, Lalo charged forward, swinging his sword at the creature's hind leg. Seeing Lalo engage, Massif and two other companions joined the fray. However, unlike Lalo's precise strikes, Massif employed a more ruthless approach, targeting the softer underbelly and tail of the fire leopard, effectively distracting it and yielding better results than Lalo's efforts. In a mere 3 minutes, the fire leopard bore 7 or 8 new wounds, though not severe, and the group remained unharmed, with only Zhang Yang gasping for breath. After all, he had been the focal point of the fire leopard's attention, frequently dodging its attacks, which had taken a significant toll on his stamina. Throughout the battle, Zhang Yang had numerous opportunities to inflict serious damage on the fire leopard, yet he refrained from doing so, wary that a grievously injured creature might summon another, jeopardizing their safety. Simultaneously, the fire leopard grew increasingly enraged, spewing fireballs with reckless abandon, thwarting any chance for the group to counterattack. Amid dodging the increasingly frequent fireballs, Zhang Yang shouted, "Everyone, to the water's edge, retreat." He swiftly sheathed his sword and retrieved throwing knives and axes from his spatial pouch, launching them at the fire leopard's face. Seizing the opportunity while the fire leopard was distracted, the group rapidly retreated into the forest. After discarding his projectiles, Zhang Yang turned and ran towards his waiting companions, feeling a flicker of warmth in his heart. However, he soon called out, "Run. It's gone berserk." Before Lalo and the others could grasp the meaning of his words, a barrage of explosive fireballs surged from the forest, hurtling towards them. Terrified, they followed Zhang Yang's lead and fled. Just meters behind them, 2 thick spikes were lodged in the fire leopard's snout, explaining its frenzied state. Without the burden of any injured, the few individuals sprinted with remarkable speed. In less than a minute, they reached the water's edge, only to discover the previously departed Mauser duo. They were peering from their raft, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Although this display of camaraderie was indeed touching, the relentless fire leopard was fast approaching. Zhang Yang, recognizing the urgency of the situation, could scarcely articulate his thoughts. After a brief contemplation, he urgently declared, "You all go ahead. I will hold him off for a moment. That is out of the question. We leave together. We cannot abandon our benefactor to face danger alone. Death is better than that." Lei Luo, in a fit of desperation, refused to board the raft, proving himself to be a true hero. "Rest assured, I can escape. Hurry." Zhang Yang felt a swell of emotion. However, the fire leopard was already drawing near, its presence becoming discernible. In a moment of crisis, Zhang Yang forcefully pushed Lei Luo onto the raft, and then delivered a powerful kick to the edge of the vessel. With the momentum from that kick, the raft drifted away from the riverbank and began to glide across the water. In just a few moments, the fire leopard emerged from the thicket along the riverbank. It was poised to unleash a fireball towards the raft, leaving Lei Luo and the others with no option but to leap into the river, certainly a grim fate. Chapter 58, Gratitude and Retribution, Part 1. Lei Luo, filled with anxiety, yet touched by the selflessness of the stranger who dared to save them, found it impossible to abandon him in his time of peril. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the young man unexpectedly shoved him onto the raft, and they were soon propelled away from the shore. After fleeing for so long and engaging in a struggle with the 2 fire leopards, Lei Luo and the others were utterly exhausted and could not muster the strength to resist. As the fire leopard prepared to unleash its fireball, certain doom loomed over them. In a moment of despair, as Lei Luo watched the crimson light gather in the fire leopard's mouth, an agile figure suddenly dashed to its side and leapt into the air, delivering a powerful blow with a shield to the creature's right cheek. It was only at that moment that the fireball erupted from the fire leopard's mouth, arcing sharply into the river and creating a towering plume of water over 3 meters high. Lei Luo's heart became a tempest of conflicting emotions. If he were to perish in battle, so be it. Death was a mere inevitability. Yet, The torment of this back-and-forth struggle was truly excruciating. When the group regained their senses and looked back toward the shore, they were met with the fleeting image of swaying shadows among the trees and the faint outline of the fire leopard's fiery orange form. "Captain, we are safe." Mauser and the others had already collapsed onto the raft, breathless and exhausted. "Lei Luo, do you know that person?" Mossif inquired, diligently paddling the raft while glancing at Lei Luo, who was anxiously gazing back toward the direction they had come from. "Me? I do not know him. This benefactor who saved us is someone I have never encountered before. He is a remarkably powerful young man, yet he appears to lack the ability to harness energy. Nevertheless, he managed to entangle a magical beast like the fire leopard. I wonder if we are truly safe now? Is that so? It is indeed remarkable that a stranger would assist us to such an extent. Yet, rest assured, in my view, that individual must be a natural-born warrior. Although he may lack the ability to harness energy for combat, he is significantly stronger than us." Mahif expressed with a hint of nostalgia, his gaze drifting towards the ever-diminishing riverbank, where the sounds of flames and explosions receded into the distance. After a brief silence, Lelo seemed to resolve to a decision, stating, "Once we cross the river, we shall await his return." At this moment, Mahif sensed something in Lelo's tone, yet he refrained from speaking, nodding silently like the others nearby. Zhang Yang had begun to gain a newfound understanding of his abilities. Though he had just recently ascended in rank, given his tactical acumen and mastery of power, the ordinary state of the fire leopard posed little threat to his life. Unless on an open plain, he could easily evade it using the various obstacles around him. However, he also recognized that with his current capabilities, he could not eliminate the fire leopard without taking risks. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yang glanced back at the fire leopard, which was closing in, then turned and dashed into the woods. Before long, a serene and beautiful river appeared before him. With a gentle leap, he vanished beneath the water's surface. Meanwhile, the fire leopard seethed with rage. After all, it was merely a human, one that appeared to be an ordinary individual incapable of wielding energy in combat. Yet, this diminutive creature had managed to evade it for so long. It was utterly infuriating. What was even more vexing was that the human persistently hurled an array of miscellaneous objects, one of which had even lodged itself painfully in its nose. This was utterly intolerable. The human, at that moment, darted through the woods with the agility of a monkey. Nevertheless, no matter how swift he was, he could not escape its grasp. It was mere moments away from capturing him, and it was determined to sink its teeth into him. With this thought, the fire leopard leaped forcefully, bursting forth from the trees. Yet where was the human by the riverbank? It paused in confusion, its fury mounting as it paced back and forth, feeling the sharp sting of the object in its nose once more. In a fit of frustration, it clawed at the offending spike, only to discover that this action drove it deeper, eliciting tears of pain. This intensified its hatred for humans, leading to a violent outburst as it unleashed a fireball towards the river, sending splashes soaring into the air. As the water settled, tranquility returned to the riverbank, and the silhouette of the fire leopard vanished. On the riverbank, Lelo and the others hastily bandaged their wounds before anxiously awaiting the return of their benefactor. Minutes passed, 10, to be precise, yet still, there was no sign of him. Could it be? Unlikely. However, shaking off the fire leopard in the forest was no simple feat. As nearly 20 minutes slipped by, Lelo pondered aloud. Should we venture downstream to search? Mahif remained vigilant, scanning the riverbank, but to no avail. Let us stay here. If we wander too far, how will he find us? Lelo replied resolutely, without turning back. At that moment, from the woods behind Raylo and Mahif, a figure emerged silently. As he appeared, a calm voice reached Raylo's ears, inquiring, "Are you waiting for me?" The suddenness of this voice startled Raylo and his companions, who were deeply engrossed in their thoughts. Despite their fatigue, Raylo, Mahif, and their comrades, Mauser and Memphis, were all formidable warriors of the Black Iron rank, trained to perceive even the slightest disturbance within a considerable radius. Yet, this mysterious benefactor had returned unharmed and materialized from the woods, mere meters away from them, which was indeed astonishing. In an instant, Raylo was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming with joy, "Benefactor, it is splendid to see you unharmed. You had us worried sick." Since Zhang Yang had entered the water, he had maneuvered through it as effortlessly as a dragon gliding through its element, for this was his familiar training ground. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from upstream, having developed an instinct to avoid reappearing at the same spot. However, upon surfacing, he intended to retrieve his raft, but was taken aback to find Raylo and his group waiting for him, having overheard their conversation. "We shall forever remember your life-saving grace. How may we serve you in return?" Raylo and his companions, all men in their 30s, had endured 5 years of military service before their homeland was ravaged by war, compelling them to become mercenaries. Having weathered numerous storms, they understood that some matters were better addressed openly, hence their inquiry. Zhang Yang had initially intervened out of a sense of camaraderie and shared peril, without contemplating the implications of his actions. Now, confronted with their question, he paused, pondering. "What are your plans moving forward?" This question caught Raylo and his companions off guard, as they had not considered their next steps. Mahif, with his straightforward demeanor, interjected before Raylo could respond, stating, "Today we encountered danger, and our mercenary group has dispersed. We are men of understanding. Wherever we may go, we shall go. If you have any tasks for us, we shall fulfill them with utmost diligence." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang realized there was a misunderstanding. They seemed to think he was a man seeking to collect debts of gratitude. Although he had certain thoughts in mind, the current situation was not conducive to voicing them. Thus, Zhang Yang invited Raylo and his companions to return to the mercenary camp to rest and recuperate, as they had fought valiantly and were in dire need of recovery. By the time Zhang Yang and his companions arrived at the Balkis camp, it was around 9 o'clock at night. As they appeared at the entrance of the Thunderbolt Mercenary Corps, bloodied and weary, the sentinel, Luke, noticed them from afar. Upon seeing their injuries, he promptly sent a message inside with a fellow guard. Within 2 minutes, a group rushed out to assist. Although Raylo and the others felt lightheaded from blood loss, they were still powerful warriors, their robust physiques defying the expectations of those around them. However, the gazes of Raylo and his companions had taken on a peculiar quality. In their eyes, the organization to which their benefactor belonged appeared rather strange, though it bore the semblance of a mercenary group. The presence of numerous children and women raised many questions. Not only were Raylo and his companions perplexed, but Zhang Yang himself felt a sense of helplessness. Ever since Neiljelina had taken the lead, she had established considerable prestige within the Silver Pegasus division in just a few months, and remarkably, she had also garnered a reputation in the mercenary territory of Boxus. Consequently, many female adventurers, previously overlooked, began to flock to their cause. This influx resulted in the Thunderbolt Mercenary Corps acquiring a host of formidable female warriors, along with a substantial number of female alchemists and healers. Now, the camp was filled with a multitude of children, adolescents, female warriors, alchemists, and a throng of Silver Pegasus 9th Division soldiers eager to offer their assistance. Not to mention an elderly steward. Zhang Yang felt that the composition of this place had far exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, witnessing Neiljelina's progress and transformation brought him a sense of satisfaction, prompting him to allow her to pursue her endeavors freely. This led to the earlier scene at the entrance. "Sir, are you injured? What has happened? Who are they?" Neiljelina, having rushed over, was clad in a form-fitting brown leather armor, exuding an aura that was both alluring and valiant. Her prolonged exposure to adventure and combat had imbued her with a certain air of competence. However, at that moment, she appeared as a devoted maid, deeply concerned for her lord's safety. "It's nothing. First, arrange for their injuries to be treated." Zhang Yang indicated that he was unharmed and then pointed to Raylo and the others, instructing Neiljelina. "Yes, my lord. Benny, please find accommodations for these 4 and summon a healer to attend to them. My lord, you should freshen up first." After receiving Zhang Yang's response, Neiljelina merely cast a fleeting glance at Raylo and his companions before beginning to make arrangements. Observing her current commanding and capable demeanor, who could have guessed that just months prior she had been a frail woman? With lingering questions, Raylo and his companions proceeded to receive treatment. Not to mention their astonishment at the number of female alchemists within the Thunderbolt Mercenary Corps. It was not until Zhang Yang returned to the room with Neiljelina and briefly recounted the events that Neiljelina and Dubins were taken aback, utterly astonished to learn that Lord Light had undertaken such perilous endeavors. Once Zhang Yang had finished, Dubins inquired, "My lord, aside from treating their injuries, do you have any other plans for them?" "Indeed, my lord. It seems you did not simply take them to the city for treatment, but have other intentions, correct?" Neiljelina, well acquainted with the nature of this young lord, knew that he was meticulous and would never bring someone back without a valid reason. Precisely, I believe. Chapter 59. The Debt of Gratitude, Part 2. After receiving treatment, Lalo, Mahif, Mauser, and Memphis enjoyed a restful night, feeling considerably rejuvenated. Thus, when the youths at the Thunderbolt Mercenary Corps encampment commenced their training early the following morning, they awoke. At that moment, the room they inhabited faced the training ground, where Lalo and his companions silently observed the young warriors and female fighters engaged in their drills. Initially, the fundamental exercises did not capture their attention, as the physical and weapon training seemed rather rudimentary. However, it was not long before Memphis discerned something unusual and inquired, "Have you noticed?" "What do you mean?" Masif turned to Memphis, supporting himself against the window. "I believe what Memphis refers to is the state of these individuals, their mental disposition," Lalo interjected. "Indeed, their mental state. Observe those youths. When we were their age, we did not endure such relentless hardships. Even from the perspective of new recruits, such fervor for training is unprecedented. They appear to be exerting themselves to an extraordinary degree, do they not? Perhaps due to the strict supervision and discipline." Masif still struggled to grasp Memphis's meaning. "It is not mere supervision, but rather a voluntary commitment. One can tell from their expressions that it springs from the heart. Hence, I am perplexed as to the cause of this phenomenon." Memphis's demeanor began to grow serious. "What has precipitated all of this?" Lalo furrowed his brow and surveyed the scene more closely before responding. "Look, those female fighters are also training. Although they seem earnest, they do not exhibit the same dedication as these children. Perhaps we could inquire about it from our benefactor." Before Lalo could finish, Memphis interrupted him. "Not advisable. This is their domain, and we have no authority to pry too deeply. However, if we wish to glean information about the hall, we might consider a more indirect approach. Let us not forget, we still do not know our benefactor's name, nor do we understand how this place, Boxus, came to be." "Yes, that is reasonable. Just let us avoid inciting any aversion from the locals." "I do not perceive them as malevolent," Lalo remarked. "Lalo, you are too kind and naive," Memphis sighed deeply. "Yet I hope you are correct." Following the incident of the fire leopard's defection, a profound sadness lingered in their hearts. Many of their close comrades had perished, and at a crucial moment, some had abandoned them. This blow weighed heavily on Memphis and his companions. Days swiftly passed in this tranquil yet fulfilling existence, and soon 10 days had elapsed. During this time, Zhang Yang continued to train alone in the Doyashan River, with only Neiljelina being somewhat aware of his whereabouts. Others could not locate him. Neiljelina and the soldiers of the 9th Brigade, Silver Pegasus, undertook less perilous tasks as usual to hone their skills. As for Lalo and his 3 companions, their injuries had largely healed. Yet, since Zhang Yang had not spoken, and there were no pressing destinations, they remained at the Thunder Mercenary Corps base, training while discreetly investigating matters. It was not until the evening of the 11th day that a sudden commotion outside broke their respite, accompanied by a cacophony of cheers. Curious, they ventured outside to discover the source of the uproar. Upon exiting, they were greeted by the sight of a colossal beast being dragged toward the base. A wild boar, nearly 4 meters tall once downed, was being towed by dozens of mercenaries. Surrounded by a multitude of children joyfully darting about, their jubilant cheers resonated in the air. Memphis, in contrast to the trio of Rello, exhibited a far greater composure and possessed a more profound understanding of mercenary knowledge. At that moment, he was genuinely taken aback. Could it be the red-eyed mountain boar? A second-tier intermediate magical beast? How on earth did they manage to capture it? Rello and his companions were equally astonished. To them, aside from their benefactor, Wright, whom they could not fathom, the rest of the Thunder Mercenary group did not seem particularly formidable, especially since none had yet mastered the art of combat energy to advance to the 2nd tier. In comparison to Rello and his companions, who had already attained the 3rd-tier black iron level, they appeared rather feeble. Yet, this 2nd-tier magical beast, the red-eyed mountain boar, would likely pose a challenge even for the 4 of them combined. How had they accomplished this feat? Despite their many questions, Rello and his companions did not hesitate. They swiftly rushed over to assist in dragging and transporting the beast, soon arranging it outside the kitchen of their encampment. In the process, Memphis noticed that the boar's hide bore no significant wounds, yet its once vibrant red eyes were now a gruesome sight. Drawing upon his extensive experience, he deduced that the damage was entirely inflicted by arrows. The condition of the injuries suggested that at least a dozen arrows had pierced each eye. This revelation astonished him. Could there truly be archers of such caliber within the Thunder Mercenary group? It was worth noting that even in the absence of combat energy, archers of this level could pose a considerable threat to warriors below the silver tier. With a mix of surprise and intrigue, Memphis made another discovery. Although the boar's exterior appeared largely unscathed, the left side of its body was entirely concaved. Could it be? Filled with astonishment and curiosity, the group toiled for over an hour to disassemble the formidable creature. They then proceeded to host a grand barbecue feast. And what was on the menu? Naturally, the red-eyed mountain boar. The red-eyed mountain boar, a second-tier low-level magical beast, was massive and possessed immense strength. When it charged, it resembled a locomotive in motion. Its years of rolling about in the wild had not only rendered its hide coarse and thick, but had also bestowed upon it a layer of earthy resin armor, making it resistant to lower-tier combat energy. This beast, known for its irritable temperament, lacked a magic core and was incapable of wielding magic. Its power lay solely in its physical might. Consequently, its hunting value was relatively low. However, it was one of the edible species, with its blood and flesh offering slight health benefits. Truly, it was delectable. If only we could indulge in such exquisite fare every day. Rest assured, the Thunder Mercenary group is formidable. Moreover, as we grow older, we shall become even more powerful. Hee. You little rascals, eat more and chatter less, or else someone else will devour all the food. Sister, you're just trying to scare us. This catch is so large that it will last us for several days. Enough. Just leave these little ones to their merriment. As long as they are happy, that is what truly matters. However, I truly find joy in this place, surrounded by so many sisters, each day brimming with happiness and tranquility. Observing the joyful faces of the crowd before me, watching the children delightfully savor their meals, and witnessing the gradual growth of the Thunder Mercenary group, Zhang Yang suddenly felt the weight of a heavy burden in his heart. Everything here is a result of his diligent efforts. Thus, it could be said that Zhang Yang has bestowed happiness and joy upon them, carving out a haven for these individuals in this cold and cruel world. While all of this is commendable, he cannot help but wonder if he can still freely explore this world. Zhang Yang found himself lost in thought. Chapter 60. A sudden mission. It has been a month since Raylo and the others joined the Thunder Mercenary group. They have been assigned to tasks involving external escort and protection, as they are quite familiar with such duties. The Fong dagger has been kept close ever since that fateful night. Indeed, it is kept close. Upon returning to their quarters that evening, Raylo, Mahiv, and Mauser were enveloped in excitement, thrilled to be part of this mercenary group that stands for noble ideals, which brings a sense of peace to their hearts. Amidst their joy, Mahiv noticed Memphis sitting alone on the bed, lost in thought, while holding the Fong dagger. He called out to Memphis, "Hey, what's wrong? Have you fallen in love with it?" It was meant as a jest, yet to Mahiv's surprise, Memphis suddenly raised his head and replied earnestly, "Yes. I have made my decision. From now on, I will always keep it close." This declaration left Raylo, Mahiv, and Mauser momentarily speechless. "Memphis, are you serious? You can't truly be in love with that dagger, can you?" While Mahiv acknowledged its coolness, he was somewhat bewildered. "Memphis, have you discovered something?" Raylo, after a moment of joy, seemed to recall something important. Memphis has always been the calmest and wisest among them, so this behavior suggested he had stumbled upon a revelation. Upon hearing Raylo's question, Memphis scoffed at Mahiv's intellect before taking a deep breath and explaining, "Our esteemed captain is quite extraordinary. This weapon, the Fong, is actually a low-level magical artifact." "What? How is that possible?" Raylo and the others were taken aback. "Have you ever wondered why this weapon requires blood and incantation?" Memphis continued, "It is because our mental prowess is insufficient to easily leave a spiritual imprint, hence the need for 100 recitations. Those with stronger mental faculties only need to leave their mark in the crystal with a drop of blood. I experimented just now. While holding the dagger and reciting various incantations, I only heard my own voice calling out Memphis when I recited our captain's name, Light, 10 times. Do you understand now? As long as the end of the Fong dagger is with us, even in death, our identity can be discerned." With Memphis's words, the room was filled with the sound of astonished gasps from Raylo and the others. Truly, the handiwork of a master forger. Their captain possesses remarkable insight. From that moment on, the four resolved that unless they were to perish, they would carry the Fong dagger with them, even when seeking the company of women. A month has swiftly passed, bringing an unprecedented tranquility and monotony to Zhang Yang's life. Each day was spent either absorbing combat energy from the majestic Yashuan River or exercising in the mountains, his attire becoming increasingly complete. Occasionally, he would confront magical beasts of around level 1, while the burden of hunting for the team no longer rested on his shoulders. Consequently, many team members began to refer to him as the illustrious leader of the team, for his appearances at the base were infrequent. On this particular day, as Zhang Yang returned to the Thunder Mercenary Corps headquarters, clad in half a suit of mountain gear and glistening with sweat, he noticed a gathering of individuals engaged in animated discussion. Upon greeting the youthful sentry on duty, he entered the main hall, where the Corps members were unexpectedly assembled. Present were Neiljelina, Dubins, and Lalo, along with Benny, the captain of the youth squad, the female alchemist Sonali, and a newly joined female bronze warrior named Sawina. At this moment, the Thunder Mercenary Corps boasted an impressive 12 female alchemists and healers, surpassing even the number found in the apothecaries of Barks' city. Among them were 8 alchemists and 4 healers. A truly remarkable feat. Such an array of talented women was a treasure in most ordinary mercenary groups. The presence of even one healer was deemed fortunate. Numerous smaller mercenary factions and scattered adventurers had recently sought medical assistance at the Thunder Mercenary Corps, leading to a peculiar circumstance where even the local ruffians thought twice before provoking them. Sawina, unlike a typical solitary mercenary weathered by years of hardship, possessed an air of freshness about her. She claimed to be 22 years old, though Dubin speculated that she might barely have crossed the threshold of 18. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, her frame appeared somewhat slender, her complexion fair, and her demeanor enchanting, with a glimmer of mischief in her lively eyes. However, the most striking feature was her remarkably flat abdomen. Upon Zhang Yang's arrival, everyone rose to pay their respects. It was then that he learned from Neiljelina the cause of the commotion. Early that morning, a notice had been posted at the city lord's office, revealing the discovery of a cult gathering in a cave approximately 50 miles east of Barks. A group of malevolent sorcerers and dozens of evil followers had constructed a demonic altar, seemingly intent on summoning a demon. The adventurer team that uncovered this site consisted of 15 members. Upon discovering the altar, they inadvertently alerted the cult members, who launched a pursuit against them. This team fled in desperation, and by the time they reached Barks, only 2 members remained alive, thanks to the city gate guards who repelled the evil followers. Consequently, Lord Joseph of Barks mandated the recruitment of a large number of mercenaries to obliterate the cult, as the city's military was otherwise occupied with protecting the city. Upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Thus, he inquired, "Shall we not go?" "It is imperative, my lord, to adhere to the edicts issued by the city lord. Failure to comply may result in expulsion from the city. However, the city lord compensates equally for such endeavors, as he cannot command mercenaries without remuneration except during wartime when defending the city." Dobbins hastily explained in response to Zhang Yang's inquiry. "Oh, then, what is the reward for this undertaking? How many individuals are involved?" Before Dobbins could respond, Benny interjected loudly. "My lord, the city lord has been exceedingly generous this time. The maximum reward for the task is a choice between gold coins and a powerful martial art technique. Any mercenary group deploying over 50 individuals can select either 1,000 gold coins or the prestigious bronze-level martial art passed down from Lord Joseph's family, the Gale technique. Additionally, individual mercenaries will receive a reward of 15 gold coins each. My lord, let us hasten to choose our members." "Silence, Benny. This decision lies with the captain. We shall follow his guidance." Neiljelina interrupted the exuberant Benny and turned to Zhang Yang, asking, "My lord, how shall you decide?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yang addressed the assembly with calm authority. "We shall proceed. However, selection of personnel is crucial. I must convey the gravity and peril of this task to everyone." "Captain, how could this task possibly be of such great danger?" Boxus interjected. "There are at least 700 or 800 mercenaries available, and even accounting for those who may abstain, we will have over 300 elite warriors. Surely, vanquishing a mere handful should be effortless?" Savina, after a moment's reflection on Zhang Yang's words, raised her concerns. Before Zhang Yang could respond, Mashif spoke. "My dear, consider this. If the matter were easily resolved, the city lord could simply deploy half of the city guards and the Silver Pegasus Legion to attack, with mercenaries aiding in the defense. thereby saving a considerable sum of gold. The very reason this task is fraught with danger, potentially resulting in heavy casualties affecting Boxus's safety, is precisely why the city lord is willing to expend gold to seek mercenaries for such an endeavor. Should we succeed, he could gain titles and wealth beyond measure, while we would benefit as well. Conversely, if we fail, he would incur no costs whatsoever. You must see this clearly. Is that truly the case? How do you know so much? Savina inquired, her skepticism evident. However, observing the solemn expressions of those around her, including Benny, she began to grasp that the situation might indeed be more complex than what the notice suggested. Ultimately, since we must proceed, let us inform everyone and allow volunteers to step forward. The reward shall be fully distributed, Zhang Yang declared, surveying the faces around him. Although somewhat resigned, he recognized that most members of the Thunder mercenary group resided in Boxus, making escape impractical, particularly with so many children to consider. Thus, despite the known dangers of the task, participation was unavoidable, though he emphasized that it would be entirely voluntary. Everyone, prepare yourselves. 0, you shall remain, he commanded. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the others gradually bowed and took their leave. When Siwena and Lei Luo were the last to exit and close the door behind them, only Zhang Yang and Neiljelina remained in the room. Once outside, Siwena suddenly displayed an expression of excitement, tugging at Dubin's sleeve, and eagerly inquired, Uncle, does our esteemed captain often chase everyone away and then remain alone with one of the beautiful ladies in the regiment for intimate matters? Am I to be treated in such a manner as well? I'm quite frightened. Upon hearing Siwena's misunderstanding of their captain, Dubins quickly pulled her aside to clarify. Miss Siwena, you have not had much interaction with the captain, so you do not truly understand his character. It has taken me a long time to grasp that he possesses a kind heart and is extremely disciplined in his daily life. Despite his youth, he exhibits a calm and composed demeanor that many older individuals lack. He has never been overly familiar with Neiljelina or any other lady, treating them all with the respect due to subordinates. Please do not misconstrue his intentions, nor should you fear him. Is that so, uncle? But I noticed that Miss Neiljelina seems to look at him with quite an extraordinary gaze, Siwena replied. Oh, Miss Neiljelina has been with the captain the longest, and it is said that they have shared many experiences together. It is only natural for her to develop feelings. After all, they are both young. While Lord Light is indeed remarkable and possesses a good heart, he tends to come across as rather aloof. Thus, it may appear to be unreciprocated affection, Dubins explained. Oh, I see. He is indeed a curious individual, Siwena mused. Miss Siwena, it seems you have a keen interest in Lord Light. I shall refrain from saying more, but I sincerely hope that you do not allow such matters to create discord between you and Miss Neiljelina. I must take my leave now. With that, Dubins departed, leaving Siwena to ponder thoughtfully, gazing into the direction of the main hall. Volume 3, Chapter 61, The Altar in the Cave, Part 1, Under the Starry Night. The darkness enveloped the land. In the blink of an eye, the eastern horizon began to glow with the light of dawn, signaling the end of the night and the arrival of a new day. A squirrel, awake early, cautiously peered out from the entrance of its tree hollow. Once assured of its safety, it turned back into the hollow to retrieve a hazelnut, preparing to indulge in a hearty feast. However, at that moment, the large door of the council hall creaked open, startling the squirrel, which swiftly retreated back into its sanctuary. Throughout the night, Zhang Yang and Neiljelina had remained in the council hall, their activities a mystery to all. Yet, when Neiljelina finally emerged, her face bore an expression of astonished disbelief. Nevertheless, her gait appeared noticeably lighter and imbued with newfound confidence. At 7 a.m., Zhang Yang stood in the training grounds of the Thunderbolt Mercenary Corps, gazing at the soldiers arrayed before him in precise formation. A peculiar sense of bewilderment washed over him. He did not wish to witness these vibrant and hopeful individuals meet their demise, yet this was their chosen path. He silently sighed within, striving to muster his spirits as he led Neil and Jelina onto the viewing platform. Subsequently, upon noticing Zhang Yang's signal, Jelina began to emphasize certain crucial points regarding the tasks and cooperation. She distinctly recalled Lord Light's serious admonitions concerning safety earlier that morning. The usually taciturn Lord Light had spoken at length this time, evidently deeming this mission exceedingly perilous. Thus, Jelina had taken it upon herself to underscore the importance of safety. Safety, Safety. How many mercenaries truly consider safety when embarking on their perilous trade? Although the establishment of a mercenary group allows for mutual support, ultimately, being a mercenary entails living life on the edge. Consequently, while Jelina's discourse was earnest, the assembled individuals appeared rather dismissive of her warnings. Before long, the assembled warriors, under the leadership of Zhang Yang and Jelina, arrived at the west gate of Barksis, where hundreds of mercenaries had already congregated. In stark contrast to other mercenary groups dominated by men, the Thunder Mercenary Corps exhibited an unusual demographic with a higher proportion of women. 42 out of 57 members were female. Typically, some soldiers from the Silver Pegasus 9th Brigade would join during missions, thus tempering the gender ratio. However, for this particular task, they were unable to participate, resulting in the current scenario. As Zhang Yang and his companions arrived, the earlier comers began to stir restlessly, shouting, greeting one another, whistling, and a few individuals conspiring in hushed tones while gesturing towards them, creating a chaotic scene. Seeking a moment of tranquility, Zhang Yang and his fellows found a shaded spot to rest, yet they were soon approached by a group of overly forward male mercenaries. Among the female warriors of the Thunder Mercenary Corps, there was a diverse array of responses. Some radiated an electric energy, while others were ready to confront any man who dared to engage them. As the commotion escalated, a small squad adorned in the Lord's Guard attire, accompanied by a robed figure shrouded in a hood, arrived at the west gate. Following a verbose address from an attendant resembling a civil official, who rambled about the mission and extolled its noble cause, the hastily assembled mercenary battalion set forth. With nearly 400 mercenaries from 5 different groups joining the cause, unified command proved impossible. Thus, nominal leadership was assumed by the Lord's warriors. While the groups continued to operate independently, the mission's destination lay within the mountainous caverns, necessitating a lengthy trek on foot, as riding was impractical, especially since most smaller mercenary bands lacked cavalry. After a challenging journey, the evening found the expedition arriving at the targeted valley. Amidst the jagged stones and sparse trees, lush undergrowth flourished. Upon thorough searching, the group finally discovered markings left by the previous mercenary contingent. This was indeed the correct location. However, just then, a divergence of opinions arose among the ranks of the expedition. Some proposed that they should charge in with fervor, catching the enemy off guard, while others advocate for a retreat to establish a camp, allowing for careful reconnaissance of the area before making further decisions. Each argument holds merit, yet as the debate ensues, the warriors of the Lord's Manor resolve to press forward and eliminate the threat at once. Those like Zhang Yang, who favored establishing a camp, concede, recognizing the need to show deference to the Lord's authority. After approximately 40 minutes, following the intermittent markers, the group gradually discovers a narrow path that resembles a beast trail. Eventually, they arrive at the end of this path, where a dense thicket obscures a dark, gaping cave entrance that looms ominously before them. The mercenaries, filled with a mix of anxiety and exhilaration, fail to notice that the cave mouth resembles a monstrous maw, its sinister appearance accentuated by the encroaching dusk. Observing the inky darkness of the cave, the mercenaries ignite their torches and draw their weapons, entering in a single file. Zhang Yang, however, is beset by a profound sense of unease. His instincts have always proven reliable. This expedition appears fraught with peril, prompting him to position the members of the Lightning Mercenary Corps at the rear as they venture into the cave. As the front line of mercenaries draws near, Zhang Yang realizes that only a handful of warriors from the Lord's Manor and a cloaked figure remain outside. "Captain, we should proceed. The front line is nearly out of sight," Savina urges, her voice tinged with impatience. "Indeed, let us move cautiously," Zhang Yang replies, unable to articulate his foreboding feelings. But recognizing that retreat at this juncture is no longer an option, he resolves to be vigilant as they proceed. Once the last of the Lord's guards has entered, the figure cloaked in shadow curls its lips into a sinister, bloodthirsty smile. Zhang Yang leads the Lightning Mercenary Corps deeper into the cave, torches held high, illuminating only a small portion of the surrounding darkness. The cave is damp and deep, expanding in width as they advance, revealing numerous signs of human intervention. Unbeknownst to them, they have traversed nearly 1,000 meters into the mountain. Just as Zhang Yang's anxiety escalates, the pace quickens unexpectedly. Neiljelina exchanges a glance with Zhang Yang, and they hasten to follow their comrades. After traversing a mere 100 meters, they arrive at a vast natural cavern. Lord Light, look ahead. What is that? Neiljelina exclaims, a hint of alarm in her voice. That must be the altar mentioned in the mission briefing, Savina murmurs, her gaze fixated on the altar's sinister, otherworldly structure at the center of the cavern. Zhang Yang focuses intently on the scene before him. At the heart of the cavern stands a black stone altar, over 3 meters tall, emanating an eerie dark red glow. The altar is roughly triangular, resting on a base inscribed with runes, with a hollow at its apex, adorned with numerous winding channels that cover an area of several dozen square meters. Most horrifying of all, the altar is surrounded by a grotesque accumulation of countless corpses, both human and of the Grelin. A pungent stench assailed the senses. It appeared that this place was indeed an altar for summoning demons. A description I had encountered in an ancient tome. Savina steadied herself, her complexion pale as she spoke. Be cautious, danger is imminent. At that moment, Zhang Yang felt as though he were encased in ice, an icy chill causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Master, where are you? I see no enemies. Neiljelina appeared exceedingly anxious. The gravity of the situation was apparent, given that even the usually composed Lord Light was taking this matter seriously. While Savina remained vigilant, her gaze remained fixated on the altar. After a brief pause, she exclaimed, Everyone, be careful. The altar is not fully prepared and cannot be activated yet. We must dismantle that rune base quickly. If the altar summons a demon, we will all perish. Her voice reverberated throughout the cavern, echoing ominously, We will die. We will die. This cry jolted the mercenaries, many of whom stood momentarily stunned by the scene before them. Instinctively sensing the danger, the mercenaries surged forward, intent on dismantling the altar. At that moment, however, flames suddenly ignited around the cave, and a dozen warriors clad in black armor, along with 3 robed sorcerers, materialized at the opposite end of the cavern. Simultaneously, a thunderous sound erupted as a massive stone door crashed down at the cave entrance, crushing 2 mercenaries into a gruesome pulp. Blood and flesh splattered several meters away. In an instant, the cave transformed into a dire predicament. Chapter 62. The Altar in the Cave, Part 2, beholding the ominous figures before them. The front line of mercenaries braced for battle. These dark-clad warriors exuded an aura of menace, and as they advanced slowly, the pressure intensified. Some keen-eyed mercenaries noted the faint crimson glow emanating from the eyes of their adversaries. Be cautious. They are demonized beings. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries erupted into a cacophony of alarm. The terrifying lethality of the demon warriors had long been a shared nightmare across the continent of Orlando. Several burly mercenaries wielding heavy axes and hammers rushed toward the stone door, swinging their weapons with fervor. After a clamor of clanging sounds, the door merely shed a few fragments. It was evident that breaching it would not be an easy task. Manchi, the leader of the Blue Feather mercenary group and a retired officer, observed the chaos unfolding and shouted, Do not panic. Do not panic. They are but a handful. We are many. Let us form our ranks and surround them. Everyone, fight with all your might. Otherwise, none of us shall return alive. Hearing Manchi's rallying cry, the various mercenary groups recognized that their retreat was cut off and that they must now consolidate their strength for a fight. Consequently, the leaders swiftly gathered their forces to form small defensive formations, ready to stand their ground. Zhang Yang and his companions also convened, adopting a defensive stance. However, both Neiljelina and Zhang Yang harbored mistrust toward the other mercenary groups, leaving a small gap between the Lightning mercenary group, positioned at the front left, and the larger assembly. As the frantic preparations unfolded, the 10 or so black-armored, demonized warriors charged forth. Their weapons gradually ignited with a flickering crimson glow, casting faint trails of light in the dim cavern. The mercenaries began to feel a sense of despair. This was the radiance of demonized battle aura. Over a dozen high-ranking demonized warriors wielding such power. The shadow of death loomed ever closer, creeping into the hearts of the gathered fighters. In an instant, following a brief encounter, the blades of the demonized warriors felled a number of mercenaries. The light-armored fighters appeared particularly vulnerable when faced with these formidable foes. Yet, as the path to escape dwindled, desperation ignited a fierce courage within the mercenaries. The front line consisted of shield-bearers and those wielding heavy weaponry. In this dire situation, even a momentary stall against the assault of the demonized warriors would allow their comrades to seize the opportunity to strike with all their might. Some audacious individuals even charged directly into the path of the demonized warriors' blades, using their bodies as shields. Amidst the chaos, severed limbs and blood mingled with shouts of fury echoed throughout the confined space. The mercenaries' bravery managed to thwart the onslaught of the demonized warriors, who, despite their battle aura, had lost their senses to passive demonization. They attacked relentlessly, devoid of any evasion, which, paradoxically, offered the mercenaries a slender chance of victory. Nevertheless, the sheer lethality of the demonized warriors proved overwhelming. Nearly 200 of the 400 mercenaries fell within moments, while only 5 of the demonized warriors were vanquished. At this juncture, Zhang Yang and his companions were preoccupied, as the once cohesive lightning mercenary corps suffered substantial losses. From the initial 50 warriors, only 31 remained. Neiljelina, drenched in sweat, drew their bows, focusing on the surrounded demonized warrior, who bore numerous arrows and deep, bone-exposing wounds etched across its chest and back. Yet, even in such a state, the demon continued to wield its weapon with reckless abandon. The lightning mercenary corps had divided into 2 battle circles, one led by Neiljelina, engaging the demonized warrior, and the other led by Zhang Yang. After the engagement commenced, Zhang Yang discerned that the strength of the demonized warrior ranged from high bronze to mid-black iron level. Although formidable compared to ordinary mercenaries, it was not insurmountable. Zhang Yang had already dispatched 2 of them, and with 2 more being held back. The accompanying mercenaries were astonished to see the lightning mercenary corps achieve such remarkable success in such a brief span of time. The power of the demonized warriors was astonishing, augmented by their weapons imbued with battle aura, rendering them beyond the reach of ordinary low-tier mercenaries. Consequently, aside from the initial wave that fell during the fierce confrontation, those who remained were primarily agile or stronger fighters. Zhang Yang intently observed the demonized warrior, constantly harassed by long spears, before discarding his battered and useless eagle shield. Shaking off the numbness in his left hand, he charged once more towards the demonized warrior. As Zhang Yang slightly recovered, the mercenaries before him began to falter. Alpha's palms were slick with sweat. The long spear he usually wielded with ease suddenly felt cumbersome, as if it were rusted. His body moved clumsily, weighed down by an overwhelming fear. The sight of his fallen comrades, their lifeless bodies twisted in terror, pierced his nerves, while the demonic figure's blood red, ravenous eyes left him weak and trembling. Alpha was on the brink of collapse. He found himself with no escape, instinctively following the dwindling ranks of his companions, brandishing his spear towards the demon. With a swift motion, he was horrified to discover that the demon had severed his spear with a single stroke and was charging towards him. It was over. Clutching the broken shaft, a chill enveloped Alpha as he murmured to himself. Time seemed to slow, and he could distinctly observe each movement of the demon warrior, noting the wounds on its body oozing with blood and tendrils of dark mist. Just as he saw the demon raise its sword to strike at his head, a glimmer of cold light swiftly sliced across the demon's neck. Suddenly, time resumed its normal pace, but the demon warrior remained poised to attack, trembling violently. Then, to Alpha's astonishment, the demon's head was sent flying amidst a spray of blood. Soaked in sweat and weakened, Alpha collapsed to the ground, realizing that it was Captain Light who had slain the demon at the critical moment. Watching Captain Light rush into the fray, Alpha recalled the words spoken to him in that fleeting moment. Indeed, survive. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, his seemingly inconsequential actions and behaviors profoundly impacted many. Those influenced by him were unaware of the potential achievements that such subtle influence might yield. In the present, Zhang Yang's arrival lightened the battleground for Neiljelina considerably. However, within 2 minutes, the demon was struck down by 2 arrows piercing its left eye before its head was severed. The weary fighters remained on high alert. Only 19 soldiers from the Thunder Mercenary Corps remained, with the other mercenaries dwindling to a mere handful. Excluding the Thunder, the total count barely reached 100, with nearly 300 lives extinguished in such a brief span. As more mercenaries freed their hands to assist, the last demon was ultimately vanquished. Yet, a palpable tension gripped the crowd as they suddenly noticed the blood pooling on the ground being drawn towards the altar at the center of the cave by some mysterious force. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 shadowy robed mages had activated the summoning array. Chapter 63, The Altar in the Cave, Part 3, Quick, stop them. Otherwise, we are truly doomed. The leader of the Blue Feather Mercenary Corps, Monkey, shouted hoarsely, disregarding the wound piercing his left side. Kill them. Brothers, stand together. The remaining mercenaries, though utterly exhausted and bearing numerous wounds, were united in their fervent rush forward. They understood that the entities summoned by the demonic summoning array were certainly not mere lowly magical insects, but rather authentic low-tier demons. The possibility of encountering a mid-tier demon loomed over them, a being so formidable that their very presence could decimate the 100 or so individuals in mere moments. It was essential to grasp that low-tier demons were akin to high-ranking black iron professionals in the world of Orlando, while mid-tier demons were at least of initial silver rank, with some possessing the strength of higher silver-tier beings. In such a state of fatigue and heavy casualties, should such a formidable ancestor be summoned, it would be better for them to take their own lives than face that inevitable doom. The distance between the mercenaries engaged in combat and the altar at the cave's center was merely 20 to 30 meters. With a surge of effort, they could reach the nearest dark mage in a matter of moments. However, as they readied their weapons and prepared to charge, a mysterious figure hidden among the Lord's guards suddenly struck. The target was none other than the mercenary warriors closest to him. Hand of burning, the mysterious figure shouted, and a vast expanse of dark red sparks erupted from his right hand, enveloping an area of nearly 20 square meters in front of him. The suddenness of this assault caught the nearby mercenaries completely off guard. The hand of burning ignited 17 or 18 of them in an instant. Those seemingly inconspicuous dark red sparks ignited upon contact, and in a heartbeat, flames engulfed those unfortunate souls, accompanied by their heart-wrenching screams, desperate curses, and the acrid scent of charred flesh filling the air. Ha ha ha. Die, you insects. The mysterious figure, after unleashing his attack, cackled maniacally and began to concentrate on casting another spell. Just then, 3 palm-sized steel needles whizzed through the air, aimed directly at the mage's head. Yet, just a meter away from the mage, they were intercepted by the shields of the Lord's warriors. These 6 soldiers, devoid of expression, stepped forward in a semicircle to shield the mage, raising their large shields in unison to block the ensuing arrows and flying daggers. Traitors! Scum! You shall pay for this. We've been deceived. Kill them. The altar began to emit a radiant glow. This turn of events drastically diminished the already slim hopes of survival for the mercenary group. Desperation gripped them as they realized their predicament. Ranged fighters, target the priest. Melee fighters, engage the mage. Quickly, just as despair settled among the remaining 60-odd individuals, a calm and clear command resonated in their ears. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's call, Neiljelina did not hesitate to draw her bow and fire 2 arrows at the priest presiding over the ritual at the altar. Simultaneously, Siwina, after a brief tremor, hurled a flying dagger towards the altar. Although the remaining mercenaries were somewhat slower to react, they nevertheless raised their bows, arrows, knives, and axes, charging forward. Those who fight for survival are the most valiant and resolute. Ironically, those who harbor a deep fear of death often meet their demise sooner. As an ordinary individual lacking innate martial prowess, Meng Qi's ascension to the rank of centurion in the Fran army speaks volumes of his exceptional qualities. His courage and intellect once garnered the admiration of the deputy commander at the border. Yet he eventually fell from grace due to internal strife and was forced to leave the military. Meng Qi understood that those who could maintain clarity and command in the midst of despair were far superior to himself. In their current predicament, unity and a willingness to sacrifice were essential for survival. Thus, Meng Qi and his 6 or 7 loyal followers closely trailed Zhang Yang, advancing with urgency to confront the soldiers at the Lord's manor, brandishing their blades with fierce intent. At that moment, Zhang Yang's bloodlust surged as he harbored deep resentment towards the one who had betrayed him. Upon reaching the defensive line of the soldiers at the Lord's manor, Zhang Yang swiftly seized a single-handed battle axe lodged in the ground with his left hand, while his right wielded a longsword, both striking with thunderous force against the massive shield before him. With a resounding crash, the wooden shield, reinforced with iron, shattered under his might. Before the shield-bearing warrior could fully regain his composure, Zhang Yang lunged forward, cleaving the leg of an enemy to his left with the axe. Just as the warrior, having momentarily regained his balance, aimed to retaliate, Zhang Yang's longsword, seemingly guided by instinct, pierced through his left armpit and into his mouth. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yang had dispatched 2 adversaries. His sudden incursion breached the defensive line, allowing the mercenaries to surge through the shield formation of the Lord's soldiers. The swiftness of these events left Zhang Yang acutely aware of the astonishment reflected in the stance of the mysterious mage not far away. Despite lacking the martial energy to enhance his weapon, Zhang Yang had nonetheless cultivated his fighting spirit to a nascent level, achieving the bronze rank. The benefits of deep-water energy had begun to manifest, thanks to his rigorous training. At this moment, the physical strength erupting from his nearly 18-year-old frame rivaled that of any seasoned bronze warrior. Having long since shed the cumbersome heavy armor, Zhang Yang now donned a lightweight iron breastplate, exuding an aura of danger and lethal intent. He felt fully confident in his ability to engage black iron warriors, far beyond the capabilities of the soldiers before him, who had yet to master martial energy. As the mercenaries shattered the defensive line, the mysterious mage reluctantly abandoned his partially prepared firewall spell. Raising his left hand towards Zhang Yang, he bellowed, "Die!" With the utterance of that fatal command, a flash of crimson light erupted from the red gemstone ring upon his left hand. As the gem shattered, an arrow formed from dark red flames surged towards Zhang Yang with alarming speed. Danger! At this moment, Zhang Yang found himself alarmingly close to the mysterious mage, and the incoming fire arrow was utterly unforeseen. A searing wave of heat rushed towards him, leaving no time for evasion. Fortunately, Zhang Yang instinctively ducked and rolled to his left. However, when he landed, he was momentarily taken aback. The anticipated searing pain had not yet arrived. It turned out that the monkey had noticed Zhang Yang's peril and had pushed the corpse of a recently slain city lord's warrior towards him. The unfortunate body obstructed the trajectory of the fire arrow, allowing it to pierce through the corpse and grant Zhang Yang a narrow escape. With no time for gratitude, the enigmatic mage was poised to unleash another fiery spell. Should he succeed, it would spell doom for Zhang Yang and his companions. In this critical moment, Zhang Yang cast aside all restraint. The latent electric power within his soul surged forth, propelling his movements to nearly double their usual speed. This was the most formidable technique available to Zhang Yang, now a novice in bronze rank. Zhang Yang was still over 2 meters away from the mysterious mage, and his sprinting speed was insufficient for a direct engagement. Thus, he summoned all his strength and hurled his battle axe over a distance of more than 2 meters. Regardless of the force behind Zhang Yang's throw, there would be no deviation. Enhanced by the electric charge, his strength surged to 6 times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the weight of the axe, which was around 10 kilograms, the force of his throw reached several hundred pounds. At that moment, even a human-shaped iron mass would be sent flying. Chapter 64. The chaotic magic array and the summoned demon. The mysterious mage's right hand began to glow crimson, saturated with fire elements on the verge of eruption. However, at that very moment, a battle axe, accompanied by a chilling whistle, hurtled towards him at an astonishing speed. This sudden turn of events was anything but trivial. The mage, known for his caution, had previously taken a few steps back amidst the chaos of battle to cast his spell, otherwise he might have already succumbed to the advancing foe. Yet, even as the axe approached, he felt little fear. He had previously conjured a black iron-level magical shield during the skirmish with the demon. This shield could withstand attacks for 20 minutes if not breached. For a warrior of black iron rank, it would take at least 3 solid blows to shatter it. His confidence surged, dismissing the mercenaries standing before him. Little did he know that Zhang Yang's true combat prowess could not be gauged by appearances alone. Thus, the flying axe caught the mysterious mage off guard. After encountering some resistance, the spinning axe shattered his magical shield. However, due to the elliptical shape of the shield, the axe veered slightly off course, merely slicing through a portion of the mage's right shoulder before veering away. For a spellcaster, this injury was potentially life-threatening. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he could no longer concentrate, and the gathered fire elements dissipated in an instant. The mage felt as though his shoulder had been torn asunder by a colossal hand, and instinctively, he reached for a life-saving scroll with his left hand. Just then, Zhang Yang appeared right before him. Immediately, he felt himself soaring higher and higher. After vanquishing the mage, Zhang Yang merely pushed the mage's lifeless body towards Alpha, a warrior from the Thunder Mercenary Corps. He then sprinted swiftly in the direction of the altar. Upon his arrival at the altar's edge, he beheld a strange crimson glow emanating from it, while the blood pool atop began to bubble furiously. It was only upon seeing Zhang Yang's approach that Neiljelina ceased her assault on the altar. It turned out that the magical shield upheld by the three summoners had been reduced to its limits by Neiljelina and her companions. Yet it remained unbroken by a hair's breadth. Just as the three summoners were reveling in their success, a battle axe unexpectedly soared in from a distance. The axe, wielded with tremendous force, felled the Western summoner in an instant, creating a critical gap in their ranks. The sudden loss of power led the remaining two to be torn apart by a chaotic surge of magic, leaving a scene of carnage. While the summoning array for the intermediate demon began to undergo unknown alterations. Nevertheless, the summoning array managed to be completed, albeit barely. Thus, when Zhang Yang hastily dispatched the mysterious mage and arrived, the array had reached a point of no return. In the eyes of Neiljelina and Zhang Yang, a vortex began to slowly spin counterclockwise within the boiling blood pool above. Shortly thereafter, the swirling blood began to rise, forming a continuously rotating crimson portal to another realm. The gates to the abyss were on the verge of opening. What to do? At that moment, Zhang Yang felt utterly helpless, for he possessed no knowledge in this domain. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed that most of the surviving mercenaries, upon witnessing the bizarre phenomenon, were rushing back toward the cave entrance, desperately hammering away. Only Monkey and his 7 loyal followers approached. What a stroke of luck. My friend, I must admit I misjudged you earlier. I never imagined the Thunder Commander to be such a formidable force. My sincerest apologies. If it weren't for you, we all might have perished just now. Ha! Monkey exclaimed heartily. Flattery aside, we are in grave danger. Any suggestions? Zhang Yang's calm demeanor, paired with his unique stuttering speech, was somewhat amusing. Brother, given the scale of this event, the portal has already activated. We stand no chance against whatever emerges from it. It is time to retreat. Monkey, a man of decisive action, recognized that survival must take precedence. Very well, Zhang Yang began to respond. But suddenly, an overwhelming sense of malevolence and heat enveloped them all. This is bad. This pressure can only be produced by a being of at least 5th rank. A high-tier demon is about to emerge. We are truly doomed. Monkey, having encountered high-ranking officers in the military, recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately tensed. Zhang Yang's brow furrowed. The strength of this demon could rival that of the city destroyer, Macless. Should it emerge, it would surely spell disaster. The remaining 2 half-beings were hardly enough to contend with it. What to do? Break the door. We need time. Zhang Yang shouted towards the cave entrance. We need at least a moment. This thing is far too resilient. Damn it. A robust warrior from the Blue Feather Mercenary Corps turned back to respond, then swiftly resumed swinging his breach hammer against the stone door. My lord, how exactly should this door be breached? We cannot dismantle the altar, Neiljelina exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow in a state of agitation. Just as the group found themselves in a quandary, Sowena suddenly shouted after a moment of contemplation. I remember now. This type of portal is sacrificial in nature, belonging to a class of stable summoning. My family's library has information on this. And the town's library does as well. If the summoning succeeds, the altar will be impervious to us for the time being. It would require the strength of at least the golden tier to forcibly breach it. However, once the summoning concludes, the altar will become unstable, and the temporal portal will soon vanish. Thus, when the demon emerges, we can destroy it with enchanted items. Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope that had risen among the group dimmed once more. By the time it emerges, we won't even have to worry about breaking the altar, we'll be waiting for our demise instead. And where are we to find enchanted items? Captain, is this an enchanted object? Alpha cautiously inquired, holding a tied sheepskin scroll that she had discovered on a mage. The scroll shimmered with blue and white glimmers, quite enchanting. This is a magical scroll, a rare find, Vina exclaimed in delight upon seeing it. Even the least expensive ones command a price of hundreds of gold coins. Having this 1T help us, Monkey sighed in resignation. When the demon emerges, we 1T even have the chance to use it. Neiljelina, observing the group's despondency, suggested, let us head to the entrance. Perhaps with more of us, we can break through more swiftly. As she spoke, before anyone could respond, the pressure beside the portal suddenly intensified. The vortex upon the portal began to spin ever faster. A blurred figure began to manifest upon the door. This was the harbinger of the demon's imminent emergence. Run to the cave entrance. Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with determination, as though he had made a crucial decision, and he shouted loudly. Neiljelina and Monkey, upon hearing Zhang Yang's voice, hastily ran toward the cave entrance. However, Just as they were about to reach it, Neiljelina suddenly realized that Zhang Yang was missing from the crowd. My lord! In an instant, Neiljelina turned back, her heart plummeting to the depths of despair. Chapter 65. The final step. Neiljelina could hardly fathom that the usually calm and rational Zhang Yang would suddenly charge to the altar's edge. There he stood at the brink of the blood pool, holding the magical scroll in his left hand and a war hammer in his right. Standing resolutely before the crimson portal, an aura of fierce determination and chilling solitude enveloping him. Inside the portal, the demon's shadow grew increasingly distinct. No, my lord! Neiljelina cried out in anguish, attempting to rush toward Zhang Yang. At that moment, a wave of scorching energy surged forth from the portal. The shockwave formed in an instant, nearly blinding Zhang Yang, as a searing gust of air assaulted his face. The shockwave surged forth with astonishing speed, swiftly reaching the entrance where Neiljelina and the mercenaries stood, causing Neiljelina, who was poised to advance, to stumble. The demon had emerged, a claw, grotesque and scaled, first extended from the portal, followed by another, as if to push the door aside. Observing this, Zhang Yang could not help but raise an eyebrow. An opportunity had presented itself. The demon's emergence was not unscathed. The severely injured left claw suggested that it had recently endured a fierce battle. This realization bolstered Zhang Yang's confidence. He inhaled the searing, foul air deeply, tightening his grip on the war hammer and scroll, ready to bestow a grand welcome upon the demon's arrival. As the left claw stretched forth, the air within the cave grew even more oppressive. In the distance, the mercenaries had ceased their efforts to break through the door, despair creeping into their hearts. It was too late. The demon had emerged, and they were doomed. Zhang Yang observed intently as the demon forcefully spread its claws apart, revealing a grotesque head, twice the size of a human's, bursting forth from the portal. The demon sported a pair of twisted horns over half a meter long, its skin riddled with grotesque nodules, the top of its head devoid of any hair, and a lipless maw filled with jagged teeth twisted into a sinister grin. It lacked a nose, merely possessing two skeletal nostrils, and its fiery red eyes glimmered with cold, golden pupils. The demon Sakthus was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. He had anticipated that on this side of the portal, dark priests and corrupted warriors would await him, with fervent followers kneeling in worship, presenting delectable sacrifices. Yet, the creature before him was clearly not a corrupted warrior, nor could it possibly be a dark priest. What was happening? A sense of foreboding gripped Sakthus' heart, prompting him to struggle fiercely against the constraints of the portal, eager to break into the world of Orlando. Zhang Yang keenly observed the demon's astonished and anxious demeanor. He could see that the demon's battered torso was now mostly outside the portal, and the previously stable portal was exhibiting unsettling fluctuations. Zhang Yang knew the moment had arrived. The power of the lightning enhancement he wielded had yet to wane, allowing him to maintain this peak state for approximately 2 more minutes. While the demon was evidently ensnared by the portal's grip, now was his chance. With a forceful push against the ground, Zhang Yang leaped into the air, swinging his warhammer with great vigor toward the demon's eye. He understood that, given the high-level demon's physical defenses, his attack might seem trivial. However, the eyes were a vulnerable target for any creature, and the demon was currently immobilized and wounded. Sakthus could hardly believe his eyes as the insignificant human dared to attack the mighty demon General Sakthus. Such audacity was utterly infuriating. Sakthus was engulfed in a fury that threatened to erupt, yet he found himself ensnared by the portal, requiring at least 10 moments to break free. Helplessly, he could only watch as the hammer descended upon him. Despite acknowledging the insignificance of human strength, Sakthus was reluctant to test it with his own eyes. Thus, he struggled against the portal's pull, tilting his head upwards as much as he could. In an instant, Zhang Yang's hammer struck, landing squarely in the nostrils of the demon Sakthus. It is crucial to note that the hammer wielded by Zhang Yang was designed to penetrate armor, featuring a sharp metallic spike on its face. Sakthus could hardly fathom that this blow would find its way into his nostril. A cacophony of howls erupted from him as he experienced an excruciating pain in his nostrils, a searing liquid cascading down. The higher the demon's rank, the more they resembled humans, and for a lowly demon general like Sakthus, the resemblance was strikingly high. Consequently, he howled in agony, nearly shedding tears, if demons were capable of such a thing. Zhang Yang, witnessing the effectiveness of his previous strike despite its misalignment, resolutely swung his hammer once more. However, after only a few strikes, specifically on the third attempt, he discovered that he could not retract his hammer. The demon was fiercely clenching the weapon with its jaws, desperately striving to escape the portal. A pang of dread surged through Zhang Yang as he realized that the demon was on the brink of stepping out. With only a breath or two left, the demon would surely emerge. In a moment of urgency, Zhang Yang released the hammer and quickly crouched, gathering his strength. This sudden shift caused the demon, which was exerting force to bite down, to inadvertently lurch back towards the portal. At that precise moment, Zhang Yang spun twice on the ground before launching himself skyward. With his armored boot, he channeled all his might into a vicious kick aimed at the demon's left eye. Simultaneously, the magical scroll that had been in Zhang Yang's left hand was unsealed by his mental will. A blinding flash of lightning erupted at the portal's location. In the distance, Mengqi witnessed the brilliant light flash, followed by the surging electric energy, retracting before violently exploding outward. After some time, those within the cave regained their vision. The altar, once a high platform, was now adorned with a dark red glassy substance, and the summoned demon, along with Zhang Yang and the enigmatic portal, had vanished without a trace. "Master, where are you? Do not leave me," wailed Neiljelina, who was desperately struggling to lift her upper body. Unbeknownst to her, she had somehow stumbled over 10 meters away from the altar. Now, she lay awkwardly on the ground, barely lifting her head to gaze vacantly in the direction of the altar. Her once smooth and beautiful visage was marred by the injuries inflicted by the recent explosion of magic. Blood trickled down her face, forming a streak reminiscent of a lightning bolt, while uncontrollable tears mingled with the blood, creating a bizarre pattern upon her lovely features. Chapter 66. Cross-dimensional madness. Zhang Yang was oblivious to the concept of temporal and spatial magic, nor did he understand how objects could be transported through space. He merely understood that the visceral sensation of tugging, which he found so hard to forget, was strikingly real at this moment, reminiscent of a past experience. However, this time, Zhang Yang was acutely aware that he was awake and, more importantly, he was no longer alone. To be precise, he was accompanied by a person and a demon. Traversing dimensions is among the most perilous of journeys, as the gravitational pull of space, the instability of realms, and the inherent properties of the time portal can lead to numerous unforeseen occurrences during temporal travel. Among the most treacherous of these is the spatial storm, a force of utter devastation. Encountering one leaves little room for survival. Additionally, the most common mishap involves disorientation and teleportation, where one might emerge into the open sky or find themselves entangled amidst rocks or mountains, an entirely arbitrary selection by fate. As for Zhang Yang, he was both fortunate and unfortunate. The sky of the demon realm was perpetually shrouded in vast swathes of orange-hued dust, occasionally stirred by gusts of warm wind that, through the swirling haze, revealed a fiery sky and the distant silhouette of darkened mountains. Sporadic meteor fragments occasionally streaked by, heralding imminent meteor showers. The earth was riddled with jagged rocks, and tremors or volcanic eruptions occurred with alarming regularity. Moreover, the demon realm was home to a peculiar wind known as the howling wind. When it arose, unless one possessed extraordinary strength and an insatiable boredom, the other denizens of this realm would seek refuge underground or within caves, for failure to do so would result in being swept away or torn apart by chaotic currents. The exposed terrain was interspersed with rivers of lava, where, amidst the morning mist, one might catch sight of bizarre magical insects or beasts. This place epitomized true despair, at least from the perspective of ordinary humans. Zhang Yang desperately drove his short sword into the gaping maw of the demon beneath him, the razor-sharp blade piercing deeply. At that moment, Zhang Yang was enveloped in wisps of black smoke and crackling electricity, wholly disregarding the demon's sharp teeth that easily lacerated the flesh of his right arm, exposing the stark whiteness of his bone as he relentlessly pressed on. The demon beneath him was now reduced to little more than half its form, its arms severed at the shoulders, leaving charred stumps. The right leg and a portion of the abdomen were also obliterated, with red internal organs still emitting wisps of smoke while trembling faintly. The left leg had vanished below the knee, leaving only the faint outline of wings. Their once mighty shape now a charred and skeletal remnant. The demon, Sakutis, had reached the end of its resilience. Observing Zhang Yang, who continued to stab with fervor, one could hardly say he fared any better. His body bore the marks of severe burns, with 80% of his skin scorched. Apart from a spatial pouch at his waist and a few fragments of armor, he was devoid of clothing. Most of his exposed skin had been singed away, leaving only his eyes, crackling with electric fury, to betray a wild ferocity. At that moment, the muscles of his back appeared charred in multiple places, and his right leg was reduced to a blackened skeleton. He resembled a grotesque figure, akin to a muscle-bound specimen from a laboratory, burnt beyond recognition. At that moment, the short sword in Zhang Yang's hand unexpectedly severed the demon's spine with a sharp crack. In the demon's solitary eye beneath him, a glimmer of despair finally manifested, only to be swiftly replaced by an overwhelming madness. The demon Sokus's jaw twitched as if reciting some malevolent incantation. And then the demon beneath Zhang Yang began to ignite at a visibly rapid pace, transforming into a thick plume of black smoke that surged into Zhang Yang's body through his 7 orifices. With the loss of support, Zhang Yang plunged headfirst into the hard ground of the demon realm. 3 hours passed, yet Zhang Yang remained motionless, embedded in the earth. The wind intensified, and the dust and fog in the sky swirled chaotically as if stirred by an unseen force. At that moment, from a nearby cloud of dust, a demon rat suddenly emerged. It possessed sharp foreclaws and knife-like incisors, its body measuring over half a meter in length. Though it appeared ferocious, this creature was merely one of the lesser denizens of the demon realm. However, it seemed that fortune had smiled upon this demon rat. Typically, it could only prey upon the weakest of demon insects or risk consuming potentially toxic plants of the demon realm. Never before had it encountered prey of such a much larger size. Surely, it would be delicious, wouldn't it? Surely, it would be easy to devour. Surely, it would satiate its hunger. Hunger and greed incessantly tormented the demon rat's heart. Yet fear and caution constantly reminded it of the myriad dangers and peculiarities of the demon realm. Could this be a trap set by another predator? The demon rat cautiously circled several times, flinching at the slightest rustle of wind that might send it scurrying back to its burrow. After much hesitation, the demon rat ultimately resolved to dart forward and seize its meal. With a swift motion, the demon rat burst from its hiding place and accelerated toward Zhang Yang through the mist. Closer, closer. The delectable feast was nearly within reach. However, just as the demon rat was within 5 meters of Zhang Yang, a deep and terrifying howl surged forth with alarming speed, sweeping away everything on the ground in an instant. The howling wind had arrived. The desperate squeaks of the demon rat faded into nothingness, along with Zhang Yang, who had been rooted to the ground moments before. Approximately 4 hours earlier, Zhang Yang had employed his mental strength to activate an unknown magical scroll, unexpectedly unleashing hellish lightning with the resolve to perish alongside it, obliterating the portal in the process. This magical scroll had been left to him by the mysterious sorcerer's mentor for desperate use. Hellish lightning was a 4th-tier silver high-level spell, representing the pinnacle of level 4 magic. Such a spell possessed a potency that even 5th-tier beings could not endure. Moreover, triggering this magical scroll required considerable skill. Failure to do so could lead to the self-destructive explosion that had just occurred. Pity the demon general, Circuitus, who, after a fierce battle, had vanquished his rivals to earn the power of summoning, only to be subsequently drained of much of his strength by the Crimson Temporal Gate. As if fate conspired against him, he was then mercilessly beaten by Zhang Yang, who stood guard at the entrance. At a time when Circuitus was at his weakest and brimming with rage, a bolt of hellish lightning struck him, leaving him grievously injured and nearly shattered. To compound his misfortune, during his return to the demon realm, the temporal gate once again tore at him, and the unexpected discharge of Zhang Yang's electric power only exacerbated his plight. Such a series of unfortunate coincidences culminated in the current pitiful state of the once formidable demon Circuitus. In a parallel misadventure, Zhang Yang inadvertently unleashed a magical scroll, triggering an explosion of hellish lightning behind him, a force that could have incinerated him instantaneously. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Yang was harnessing the power of lightning enhancement. The polar opposition of energies diverted the destructive force, which instead primarily afflicted Circuitus, while simultaneously awakening the latent electrical power within Zhang Yang. This serendipitous turn of events delivered a fatal blow to Circuitus. Presently, Zhang Yang's injuries stem merely from the searing heat of the surrounding lightning, a testament to the terrifying potency of lightning magic, the most formidable of all magical disciplines. Its purifying flames surpass even those of fire magic. Thus, Zhang Yang's survival is nothing short of miraculous. Perhaps his body, fortified by deep water fighting energy, is a significant factor. The howling winds swept across the demon realm's landscape, leaving behind barren rock in their wake. Zhang Yang rolled amidst the tempest, occasionally struck by stones and other debris, teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 67. The Soul Crystal. An indeterminate amount of time passed before the gale gradually subsided. By then, Zhang Yang, barely recognizable as a humanoid figure, had become a mere shadow of himself, appearing as a dark, featureless mass. As the winds weakened, he was suddenly cast down, plummeting into an abyss of ink-black waters, bubbles rising in his wake as he sank deeply below. This was the edge of the demon realm, known as the Sea of Demons, often referred to as the Sea of Death by many demons. The moniker arose from the fact that this boundless ocean was devoid of any flesh and blood creatures, inhabited only by a few elemental water beings and dark elementals that occasionally surfaced. It was a sea of elemental tides, a forbidden zone for life. As he sank deeper, it felt as though he were plummeting into an abyssal trench. Zhang Yang's body instinctively curled into a ball, his arms wrapped around his knees, and he continued to descend for a full 20 minutes before finally reaching the ocean floor. There lay a bed of bluish-black sand, cold and silent, far removed from the red-black surface of the demon realm. Here, amidst a chaotic mingling of water and dark elements, was a realm of overwhelming pressure, a desolate expanse. Zhang Yang wondered if this would be his end, or if, meanwhile, Neiljelina and the others would return in disarray to the stronghold of the lightning mercenaries in Barcus City the following afternoon. In stark contrast to the robust and spirited assembly of over 400 individuals that set forth just days ago, the mere 60 or so who have returned now exude an inexplicable air of desolation. Of the 6 mercenary factions that initially embarked on this journey, only 3 remain, as the other 3, lacking in strength, perished while confronting the demonized warriors. The surviving mercenaries, all of exceptional skill, have nonetheless lost their inclination for conversation. After exchanging curt farewells, they each retreated to their respective quarters. Ultimately, none dared to broach the subject of the betrayal by the city lord's soldiers and the enigmatic mage. However, this matter lingered in the hearts of all, silently sowing the seeds of resentment. Dubins felt a chill in his heart upon witnessing the soul-stricken Neiljelina. How could Lord Light not have returned? What on earth transpired? He too found himself in a state of bewilderment. At this juncture, the Thunderbolt Mercenary Corps felt like home to Dubins, and he held a profound reverence for Lord Light's every action. Yet, just as the mercenary group began to attain some semblance of stature, Lord Light mysteriously vanished. Was he alive or dead? Savina supported the dazed and pallid Neiljelina, her heart heavy with sorrow and apprehension. Had it not been for the ultimate sacrifice of Captain Light, who perished alongside the demon, would they all have met their doom? As the group assembled in the council hall, rendered speechless for figures, Raylo, Mashif, and others, burst in hurriedly. What is happening? What went awry with the mission? Where is Lord Light? Raylo inquired urgently upon entering. The mission was a ruse, with grievous casualties among the mercenaries. The Lord and the demon perished together, Savina responded, noting Neiljelina's wooden demeanor, devoid of any reaction. What? Impossible. What on earth happened? What do you mean perished together? Mashif, Mauser, and Memphis surged forward, their voices raised in alarm. The sudden outcry startled Savina, who had yet to recover from the terrifying pressure exerted by the demon. However, she found herself unable to contemplate deeply at that moment and gradually recounted the harrowing events that had transpired in the cavern. Upon hearing the conclusion, Raylo's eyes glazed over as he sank into a chair beside him, lost in thought. Wait, I know whether Captain Light is truly dead, Memphis suddenly exclaimed, lifting his head. What? How do you know? The urgency in Memphis's voice even drew Neiljelina's attention, momentarily breaking her stupor. In this critical moment, Memphis did not hold back and swiftly spoke. I recall that after we acquired the fangs, I specifically sought out Captain Light to inquire about the number of Fang daggers. He informed me that within the Thunderbolt Mercenary Corps, there exists a chest that houses the fangs, containing several Fang short swords and a wondrous crystal he referred to as the Soul Stone. Whenever a new significant member joins, a shard from the Soul Crystal is embedded into the Fang. Moreover, the Soul Crystal is infused with Lord Light's soul resonance. He mentioned that as long as he lives, The soul crystal will emit a faint blue glow. The commander had never revealed the location of the secret chamber to me. Suddenly, before Memphis could finish his words, a loud crash echoed as the chair upon which Neiljelina had been seated toppled to the ground. In an instant, Neiljelina darted past Memphis and rushed out. The others in the room exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily about whether to follow when they heard Neiljelina's urgent voice calling from outside. "Everyone, come here." The news of the heavy casualties from this mission spread like wildfire among the various mercenary groups and throughout the city of Boxus. At that moment, within the headquarters of the Thunderbolt mercenary group, most members were still engulfed in sorrow over the loss of their comrades. Yet suddenly, the conference room erupted with the swift exit of numerous mercenary leaders, led by none other than Lady Neiljelina. The bewildered warriors looked on, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. One by one, the backbone of the mercenary group leapt into the well beneath a large tree not far from the conference room entrance. Good heavens, what was happening? Had they lost their minds? A group of mercenaries hurried over to investigate what could have prompted such a collective leap into the well. Ultimately, it was Dubins who refrained from jumping in and managed to halt the others, offering a brief explanation. Just as everyone was peering down into the well, sounds emerged from below, and soon enough, Neiljelina and the others who had jumped in swiftly climbed back up. In Neiljelina's hand was a gem, roughly the size of half an egg, radiating a faint blue glow that flickered softly across its surface. Woo-woo. Lord Light is still alive. He has not perished. Woo-woo. I am overjoyed. Suddenly, Neiljelina threw herself into the arms of Sawina, sobbing yet wearing a radiant smile. This is wonderful. The commander is alive. We must safeguard his legacy until he returns. Indeed. Absolutely. From that moment onward, both Neiljelina and Dubins, along with others such as Raylo Sawina, were filled with renewed confidence and vigor as they developed the Thunderbolt mercenary group. Particularly, Neiljelina and Dubins eagerly awaited Lord Light's return. Neiljelina even resolved that as long as Lord Light remained absent, the soul crystal would not be destroyed. She carefully sought out a master jeweler to transform the soul crystal into a necklace, which she wore close to her heart. The gentle blue glow of the soul light constantly warmed her heart, reminding her of Lord Light and instilling her with a sense of determination and solace. Yet, her Lord Light, known as Zhang Yang, would he return easily? The demon realm was an exceedingly distant place. Chapter 68. The Dark Sacrifice in the Demon Realm. There exists a place far removed from slaughter and death, yet devoid of any semblance of life. This is the edge of the demon realm, the Sea of Demons. Also known as the Sea of Death. Zhang Yang is ensnared in this abyss of death, deep beneath the surface. Zhang Yang has been submerged for 5 days by demon realm standards, approximately equivalent to 10 days in the world of Orlando. In recent days, Zhang Yang's battered physique has tragically diminished to nearly half its original size. Yet, despite this dire state, he continues to cling tenaciously to life, still drawing breath. However, beneath the surface of his seemingly tranquil descent into the abyss, his soul wrestles with chaotic turmoil. The low-ranking demon general, Secutus, is a creature of impure lineage among the fire demons, a class renowned for both their formidable strength and exalted status within the demon realm. These fire demons reach maturity at the age of 200, typically wielding powers that exceed the golden tier, coupled with innate mastery of fiery magic and robust physiques. The most exceptional among them can ascend to the legendary epic tier, embodying overwhelming prowess at the 8th rank. Presently, the sovereign of the demon realm, the Lord of Hell, is a fire demon over 600 years old. This formidable and malevolent race boasts a lifespan of at least 700 years post-maturation, with fire demons among the longest-lived beings recorded in history. Secutus, having been rendered powerless by Zhang Yang, is merely 250 years old, a recent adult by demon standards. Nevertheless, even at this nascent stage, he is not a foe easily vanquished by someone of Zhang Yang's modest second-tier standing. In his final moments, filled with resentment and bitterness, Secutus unleashed the ultimate curse of demonic transformation, the Dark Sacrifice. This arcane ritual demands the sacrifice of everything the demon possesses: body, magical essence, and even soul. Its sinister effect fills the cursed life with a fervent desire for destruction and slaughter, forcibly transforming their constitution into that of darkness. The Dark Sacrifice rapidly endows the target with formidable strength and fragments of the original owner's power. while this potent ability seemingly allows for the swift creation of powerful demons. The inherent greed and malevolence of demons render the success of such a sacrifice contingent upon the target's voluntary acceptance. This method is widely known throughout the demon realm. Throughout history, the demon realm has engaged in numerous conflicts with other worlds. The expedient generation of advanced combatants through dark sacrifice has consistently enabled the demon realm to maintain its dominance over others. When Secudus invoked the dark sacrifice, he possessed no altruistic intentions. In his perception, humanity predominantly reveres the light, and those who could contend with demonic warriors and dark priests must be enemies of the demon realm. To him, Zhang Yang epitomized this enmity. In his final moments, the chilling fusion of indifference and madness in Zhang Yang's murderous intent sparked a begrudging admiration within Secudus. He even found himself somewhat favorably disposed towards the human warrior, particularly after witnessing Zhang Yang's charred skin. Of course, a demon's aesthetic sense aligns with humanity's only in the presence of women. The thought of transforming a formidable adversary of the demon realm into a weapon for slaughter against humanity is, indeed, a tantalizing prospect. Moreover, Secudus was on the brink of death, left with the grim choices of self-detonation or the dark sacrifice. His malevolent nature guided him to this fateful decision. Furthermore, the dark sacrifice necessitates the existence of demonic power within the target. Without it, the ritual cannot succeed. Otherwise, it would be sheer folly for a great demon to whimsically ensnare a legendary light mage for the purpose of dark sacrifice, transforming them into an evil entity. The question of whether Zhang Yang possesses the essence of demonic nature remains ambiguous. However, the power of that essence undoubtedly exists. The dark energy passively absorbed during the slaughter of corrupted beings is the very manifestation of this malevolence. These energies lie dormant within the lifeblood of the beings they extinguished, waiting to erupt when the conditions are ripe or when triggered by external influences. What environment could be darker than the demon realm? What ritual could be more sinister than a dark sacrifice? Thus, the dark sacrifice successfully struck Zhang Yang. At this moment, Zhang Yang's soul was forcibly inundated with countless frenzied, bloodthirsty, evil, and destructive thoughts. His formidable mental prowess, or soul force, coupled with the protective electric sphere surrounding his spirit, allowed him to retain some clarity. Otherwise, he would have truly fulfilled Socrates' wishes. Zhang Yang's physique began to transform dramatically. The process of demonic metamorphosis had commenced. Yet, instinctively, he continued to channel the deep water fighting technique. The environment, deep within the abyss of the demon realm, with its extreme pressure and dark waters, combined with the infusion of all the essence energy from the demon Socrates in his final moments, led to Zhang Yang's body undergoing a transformation on the 10th day in the demon realm. An immense fusion of dark and water elemental energy, coupled with the demon's essence, was reconstructing Zhang Yang's form. Even though his soul was in utter turmoil and his consciousness was hazy, he still subconsciously activated the deep water fighting technique. The colossal energies flooding into Zhang Yang's body were rapidly transformed by the overwhelming pressure of the demon realm's depths, facilitating absorption. However, the sheer volume of energy was beyond what his body could withstand. The core of his fighting spirit could not bear the ferocity of the absorption, and thus it transmitted the untransformed elemental energy directly to his body. His form began to crumble under the violent impact, but soon after, the demon essence repaired him, only for him to absorb more and then collapse once more. This relentless torment would have shattered the consciousness of most individuals. Even Zhang Yang, with his slightly superior mental fortitude, found it increasingly difficult to endure. Yet, just as Zhang Yang's spirit and soul teetered on the brink of collapse, the electric sphere within his soul began to emit faint strands of static-like energy. This subtle lightning power was incessantly absorbed by his faltering soul. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to him, his soul's strength began to grow at an astonishing rate. This cyclical process of destruction and absorption, repair and collapse, persisted for 5 days in the demon realm. By the 15th day, Zhang Yang had transformed beyond recognition. The demon essence had been completely assimilated, and the rate of energy absorption had become manageable. The core of his fighting spirit surged. Zhang Yang's transformation was striking. The frail visage of the 17-year-old youth had vanished, replaced by a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height. His body was a tapestry of muscle, weighing over 400 pounds. His skin, darkened, bore a subtle hint of blue. Most astonishingly, a pair of blue-black flesh wings sprouted from his back, and a pair of demon horns, each over half a meter long, adorned his forehead. To his astonishment, a semblance of the once bold right now bore traces of Zhang Yang, with each powerful heartbeat resonating from Zhang Yang. An enigmatic layer of blue-black runes subtly emerged and dissipated around him. Should this phenomenon be discovered by a formidable being among the flame demons, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Ancient bloodline," and promptly report it to the Demon King. The dark sacrifice inherently possesses the quality of fortuitous chance, for the flame demons themselves are immensely powerful, and within their demonic essence, there exists a minuscule probability of ancestral mutation. During the dark sacrifice, circumstances could awaken this ancestral anomaly. The sight of magical runes naturally enveloping him is a trait attributed to the legendary progenitor of the flame demons, akin to that possessed by the current demon emperor. Zhang Yang found himself in a precarious situation where the physical strength of his frame undoubtedly surpassed that of the demon Secundus, even reaching the terrifying level of a mid-tier 6th rank. His soul's power had been dramatically elevated beyond that of his body. This was somewhat anticipated. It is well known that the majority of high-ranking demons are adept in both magical arts and martial skills. Although many demons specialize in only a few forms of magic, their strength is unquestionable. However, Zhang Yang was different. After absorbing the demonic essence of Secundus and the vast energies from the ocean depths of the demon realm, they were transformed by the deep water fighting chi into a form that his body could assimilate. This directly resulted in a significant enhancement of his physical form, or rather, an evolution. Remarkably, his dual attributes of dark water now included a peculiar resistance to fire and lightning. Consequently, his resistances to dark and water elements were exceptionally high, considering the characteristics of his physical constitution and fighting spirit. In this state, Zhang Yang exhibited formidable resistance to dark water element magic below the mid-tier of the 5th rank, while also achieving astonishing resistance to lightning and fire magic below the mid-tier of the 3rd rank. The sudden surge in his soul power rendered Zhang Yang's perception more agile and nuanced. His physical strength soared to thousands, if not tens of thousands, of times greater than that of an ordinary person. With a single punch, he could unleash a force of tens of thousands of pounds effortlessly. Such was the rhythm of invincibility. Yet, within Zhang Yang's consciousness, chaos reigned supreme. The impact of the dark sacrifice was overwhelmingly potent and swift. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, had he charged into the heart of the lightning nebula at that moment, given the current intensity of his soul's intelligence, he might have harnessed the exceptional environment to quell his violent fury and perhaps, with a minuscule chance, gain mastery over the lightning nebula within his soul. After all, this nebula had already established a subtle connection with his essence moments ago. In that instant, he would ascend to become an epic-level superpower. However, the inexperienced and naive Zhang Yang ultimately missed this extraordinary opportunity. His memories of feeling insignificantly small during his first encounter with the lightning nebula became a formidable barrier in his heart. Should he fail to overcome this hurdle, he would forever be unable to advance towards legend, let alone the more ethereal realms of the epic and the sacred.